What you been looking for? Trust me, I don't wanna feel no more. Never mind, I'm thinking out loud before we draw a crowd. Reel it in, take it easy, there's no need to scream and shout. As far as I can see, now I think it's time for you to leave in peace. As far as I can see,
I'm so cold, yeah, my heart's sinking like a stone. Cold, I'm so cold, yeah, my heart's sinking like a stone. I'm so cold, yeah, my heart is sinking like a stone. Cold, I'm so cold, yeah, my heart is sinking like a stone.
Lumineers to Disney Lorcana Challenge
Season 2.
Our first first season of challenges kicked off in Lille, France and Atlanta, Georgia in 2024 and took us to 10 different challenges and 2 championships across the globe.
It all came down to an epic matchup between Ed Chu and Ding Can Pham at our first World Championship at the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida, with DKP taking home the golden one-of-one Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor.
I'm Rebecca from Sacramento, California.
And I'm Baker from London, England.
And we're your hosts for this season of Disney Lorcana Challenge.
We are so excited to be coming to you from Bologna in the beautiful country of Italy.
What will happen in season 2? Let's find out.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful city of Bologna here in Italy. We are so excited for the start of a brand new season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I could not be happier to be here, and we have an incredible team working with us all weekend, and not to mention a lot of very hungry players in the room this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got an incredible weekend happening. Rebecca, please tell us all about who the people are going to be meeting this weekend.
We have a wonderful broadcast team for you. Of course, Baker and I are here to host you all weekend long, but we are joined by some amazing community members. Joe, Curly, and Kim are waiting in the booth for that round 1 game soon. But here we have Kawa and Erica. Are you guys excited?
Yes,
So excited to be here.
It's going to be an incredible weekend, and we've been having a lot of fun already. We've been here. Yesterday, we were doing some fun stuff, getting ready for the day. But today, we are ready for a tournament, aren't we, Kawa? Let's talk about it.
100%. We have a fantastic tournament lined up for all of the players this weekend. So we're going to be going over the tournament structure to inform you guys about how this event is going to be going down. So day 1, we're going to have 8 rounds of Swiss. It's going to be best of 3 format, and they're going to be 60-minute rounds. The key number to keep in mind is 18 points is going to be the threshold that players need to make it on to day 2. So that's going to consist of at least 6 wins. Is in there 18 points. Moving on to 3, 4. So I have to say are being to play game up, and once we be the of the player there, then we have a champion Bologna. We have change for the happening. So many exciting events happening in Lorcana Season 2, but we've also got some physical prizes for people to take away. Sees lots of cool things. Season 1 brought some absolutely beautiful promos, like the Rapunzel gifted with healing. At the Nationals, we had things like Kuzco and the Baymax. So many incredible prizes for these players to earn over the course of the weekend, and we haven't let off a bit. Going home this weekend with a lot of victories could earn you the new Elsa, which is fantastic. You can see we're actually showing off these Elsa pin badges at the moment. We've got them nicely lined up here. We've got this beautiful trophy that the first place victor will be taking away with them. Lots more beautiful promos. We've got playmat. Look at this playmat, guys. Can I have this? No. You can steal it. Okay, you can show it. I was going to say I'm the one that will steal my gig, man. Look at this. It is absolutely stunning. There's also a beautiful Mulan one as well. And that's a nice point to talk about. Mulan, the beautiful old art, is winnable this weekend by getting 3 wins. That's all you got to get. You got to get 3 wins. But if you don't do so well in the main event, there is another opportunity to be able to take that Mulan home with you. Rebecca, what's another way that the players could get that into their collection?
Yes. On Sunday, we have an amazing Infinity event coming, which is so exciting because, of course, we have Court Constructed, but Infinity is the new format where all the cards are available to play in Disney Lorcana, and you can earn that Mulan promo just by playing in the Infinity event. But there's tons of other side events going on this weekend as well. There's Core, there's Sealed, there's Draft, there's Pack Rush. There's so much fun to do. We have some game devs on site from Ravensburger, so you can play some games with the game developers or meet a few of the artists from Disney Lorcana. We have Jao Mora, Stefano Spagnolo, did I say that correctly? And Jean Blunove. Okay, now listen, Erica, who is Italian, and she's here. She has been teaching us a few phrases from Italian and how to say them correctly, but the community coming together, of course, in Disney Lorcana is always a wonderful experience, but for you, being here in Bologna, tell us a little bit about the Italian community.
Yes, of course. Hello, everybody, and buongiorno a tutti. I'm so excited to be here because it's so important to see event for the Italian Disney Lorcana community. And yes, I'm so excited because we have an incredible community and we have one of the most inclusive community of the TCG world. And we have here some important and yes, incredible players like Luca Lazzara, Federico Mecozzi, Michele Sirelli are this incredible person. And we have some person like inclusive person, like beautiful story, and I'm so excited to be here, and it's such honor to me. And thank you. I'm so excited.
Amazing. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. I'm super excited to see the amazingly talented Italian players come and compete at this fantastic event. Now, we do have something coming, some news, some whispers. There's some whispers happening. So we will be giving a little bit of a tease right now. I'm very excited about this. So, a new mystery is about to unfold in the depths of the Great Illuminary, and you can get a sneak peek. Grab your magnifying glasses and make sure to check out a special Lorecast on October 14th at 9:30 a.m. PT, where the Ravensburger team will delve into the intrigue that awaits in Whispers in the Well.
Thursday coming.
No, it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Yes.
Tuesday.
I am so excited about this. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. You know, we've already seen some card reveals already about the detectives, right? So we saw like Nick Wilde, we saw Judy Hopps. Baker, tell me a little bit more about this. Tell me how excited you are.
I am in love with the lore of Disney Lorcana. I love the story, the Great Illuminary, Arcasia's Island, that whole plot. A certain palace heist was a particular favourite story of mine. None of you beat Jafar, by the way. You did let him continue to rule, right? I'm going to assume that is indeed the case. But yeah, we had a little bit of a break from the story with Fabled, a predominantly reprint set, which I think is a wonderful jumping on point for a lot of new people looking to get into the Disney Lorcana trading card game. So that was fantastic. The introduction of a Goofy movie, which has been an IP that the community have been craving for a long while now. So that was very exciting. But with Whispers in the Well, we are going to get the continuation of our story, Ethereal Glimmers. What do we think they are? Any theories? It's a mystery, but that's going to be very exciting. We have seen some of the marketing art. We know that gargoyles are hanging out in the background. I wonder how they're going to be incorporated. There seems to be and Black Cauldron, let's not forget. And of course on the art, a certain Detective Mickey with a slightly different look. You may remember Detective Mickey. He was helping us solve the earlier mystery with Ursula being our predominant villain. So maybe Detective Mickey is back on the scene, you know, seeing what he can do. So I'm so excited to get into Whispers in the Well, get all brand new cards, some more lore. So it's going to be incredibly exciting. But I want to just backtrack very quickly. I got so excited by the play mats and thinking about how I'm going to sneak one of these out of the building, that I'd do a disservice to not mention one of the biggest prizes, of course, over the weekend. 500 of them were up for grabs from the beginning of last season. The golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. What an incredible prize to be able to take away, along with so many other things. So it is going to be an incredible, incredible weekend of Lorcana. But Rebecca, there's plenty more going on around the room, right? Around that, like, can you share a little bit of what the vibes are? What can players expect?
Yeah, so I was actually walking around a little bit this morning, and I will say the vibes out there are so great. I mean, it has been months and months since this community has been together at a big Disney Lorcana challenge like this. The prize wall is up. People are checking out the prizes. They have these gorgeous pins and the promo cards. There's also uncut sheets.
Yes.
On the prize wall, and it's incredible. So there are some really fantastic prizes, not just from the main tournament, but that prize wall is something else. And from all the side events that you play in, you can earn tickets to get those prizes. It's really a lot of fun out there. I'm excited to meet the artists as well. We got a chance to meet some of them yesterday.
I got Basil signed.
Yes, you got some cards signed?
I did, yes. I got a Bobby Zimmerowski signed and also Basil, yes. Really excited about. I'm a big Emerald Sapphire player at the moment, so these are some very, I know. He's been rotated out, but I was super excited to see, as we can see on screen here.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to also say, just an absolutely terrific guy, lovely to chat to as well. So I highly recommend, if anybody is in the venue this weekend, to go and say hello to this artist, because, I mean, we've got some incredible art. We have the artist who did, we have
Jean Pnevot. She did Aurora, which,
yes.
Aurora this set has been a card that so many players are using in their Amber decks. And then Jao Mora with that beautiful lady, and Prince. We've seen Prince show up quite a lot, and that Enchanted Ariel, which, oh my goodness. Oh, you have to tell this story, Baker. You need to tell this story.
Yeah, so very recently we had the first CCQ in the United Kingdom to earn an invitation to the European Championships, which was a lot of fun, getting to work with Spezzy, yourself, and Kim. Wonderful event. A shout out to Ben on the Ravensburger team, who put a lot of work into making that work. But yeah, they gave us a box of Fable. They were like, you can open some of these between games. I was like, don't mind if I do. New case, open, new box, first pack, Enchanted Ariel. They were fuming, mate. They were absolutely, and 3 epics over the course of the week. I got 3 epics and 1 Dumbo. I am 1 Dumbo down, guys. I can't play Red Purple at Ruby Amethyst at the moment. I need more Dumbos, but I have made a different version of Ruby Amethyst. We're having an identity crisis as Ruby. My Ruby stands. What are we? Are we singers? Are we flinger-dingers? What's going on? I'm not really sure, but yeah, that Enchanted Ariel, talking to the artists, like that Aurora, they're going to be busy all weekend. Those Auroras that are incredibly playable. I mean, the Basil's play. I was talking to him in the venue, and he was like, "I'm so glad that one of my cards is like really playable at the moment." So that was really cool to see, and of course, that Aurora seems like it's going to be a staple for a time to come, not only in our core constructed, but indeed in Infinity format. Which, as we said, we've got that side event happening over the weekend. You can earn yourself the Mulan. You better be prepared for that, my friends. But it is going to be an incredible weekend. Do we have anything else that we need to say? You go.
You know, I think that I would love for Erica to tell us about the Italian cast that's happening right now, because we're here, but tell us what's going on.
Yes, for all the Italian community, today and tomorrow we have an incredible other 2 caster of Italian team, and for all people from Italy, we can follow the tournament in the Disney Lorcana EU channel for with Italian language. Yes, and yeah. Oh, the palace eyes.
Yes, it's going to be incredible. So, if you are part of the Italian community and you want to watch the stream in Italian, be sure to check into the Disney Lorcana EU Twitch channel. So, I have a question for the group. It's going to be, as you mentioned, Rebecca, this is one of the biggest tournaments in quite some time within Europe. We've seen a lot of the meta already from these past CCQs and third-party events. So I'd like to pass it around, if possible, what we all think. Prediction. I think we can start with what we think the most played deck, the most played ink pairings will be. And I'm going to start us off.
Countdown.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to start us off with a strong one, and I don't know if everybody's going to agree, but it's a pretty safe bet that there's going to be a lot of Sapphire Amethyst in this room this weekend. Maybe just a little bit. You know, maybe it's a bit of a, you know, maybe not that much of a popular deck. You know, people are still figuring it out, but yeah, no, I think it's going to be in the room a lot this weekend. What about yourself, Rebecca?
I mean, the Sapphire Amethyst, which is known in the community as the Blurple deck, which is, you know, just fun to say. But yeah, that deck, I think there's a lot of players who have been loving it. It is fun to play, and it's the one deck right now that just draws a lot of cards. People love to draw cards. I love to draw cards. What about you, Baker?
Drawing cards is indeed very fun. See, here's the thing, though. Like, let's not talk forever about Blurple, but we need to respect it as, like, probably the most popular deck in the room. The community is pretty shared in the opinion that it has the highest power level. It allows a lot of agency. You know, the most experienced players, they want to feel like their decision-making is part of the game, right? And don't get me wrong, there's going to be a lot of Amber Steel in the room today. Some people think it's just a turn 'em sideways deck, and I couldn't disagree more, okay? It sounds like a really cliche line, but it really is about when to turn them sideways, when to go on quests, establishing a board state where you give your opponent very tough decisions. Again, we've seen the increase of Tiana making her way into the meta, very much shaping Amber Steel going forward, and the dreaded Daisy Tiana into Pluto curve makes me want to go home, wants me made to go home and cry. It is pretty scary. And again, like, a shout out to a very well-known player in the community named Sky, going back-to-back at third-party events. I'm not sure how you can see something like that and say that there's no skill that to be implemented. And again, like, we've got some people from abroad in the room today. Obviously, a lot of people traveling from the UK, from Ireland, from all over, but we've got some Americans that have made the trip across the pond. A shout out to people like Dan and Mr. Burns, people like Kendall Badette are in the room. We also have the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. Frank Carsten is in the room today. Zan Zayed, we have second place at the World Championships, Ed Chu. Zach Bivens is in the room. We've got it's absolutely stacked. And yeah, a new name on the new big name on the street, Tiago, who again, similar to Sky, as I was just talking about, going back to back at very large respected third-party events, playing Amethyst Steel. And again, I think if you're having that sort of consistency, there's got to be something to be said for the way you are playing these decks, right? So I think it's going to be a really interesting weekend. But yeah, to return to the point, Blurple is probably going to be the predominant deck, but how do people react to that, right? Okay, because by this point it's established, this is the deck I'm expecting to see the most. This is the build that I'm expecting it to be, bar maybe 3 to 5 like tech choices that might come in and out. So how do people respond to that? Do we today see a large meta just saying, I am beating Blurple, I am prepared to beat Blurple? I think there could be some dogs in the house, you never know, that I think could have a pretty good matchup into Blurple. But that being said, I talked about Ruby Amethyst and how we've fallen off. We're actually not bad into dogs, I don't think. There is a build there that can have a good matchup there. So maybe a Ruby Amethyst deck squeezes by, but I can, let me cope, okay? Just a sliver of hope. I see what you did there. A glimmer of hope. But yeah, again, I think the response to the expected meta is going to be very impactful. People prepared, pun intended, to beat these top tier decks. Again, Blurple, we know Amber Steel is extremely popular just from how aggressive it can be. Amethyst Steel kind of almost the safe deck. Like, I speak to a lot of players who are like, Amethyst Steel, you get to play the game. Like, there's some decks that can brick. Obviously, Blurple, you know, if we miss turn to ramp, and if you're a newer player, when we talk about ramp, we're just talking about putting extra ink into your inkwell per turn so that you can play essentially off curve and play higher level characters a lot sooner. So missing turn 2 ramp can be huge in and of itself. I'm going to come over to you in a moment, Kawa, but I'll lead you into it. I was playing some Emerald Sapphire recently with Clarabelle and the new Basil, John Silver and stuff, and I felt if I hit shift Clarabelle, I won. And it went very well. If I didn't, not so much. And hey, I am not the most experienced Emerald Sapphire pilot, so I'm sure other players in the room could do a better job of winning from behind. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, Cal, because that's an ink combination that you're very practiced in. Do you think Emerald Sapphire has a big chance this weekend? Look at this map.
Look at it.
It's a great question, Baker. I think it's pretty well positioned into Blurple. That being said, I don't think it's like, oh, we play Emerald Sapphire and we always beat the Blurple deck. And there's actually a lot of ways that that Sapphire Amethyst can respond to Emerald Sapphire. So we've seen Monstro as a really big inclusion, a very big boy indeed. And the idea of Monstro is if you have a couple of cards in your hand, you're quite easily able to take care of a lot of your opponent's exerted characters, right? For example, like the 7-cost Clarabelle, that's a 5/6 Monstro, challenges into that quite nicely. You can take out a nice John Silver. So it's even funny, as soon as you think that Emerald Sapphire is coming into the meta and trying to tackle this Blurple deck, then Blurple responds to that, right, and tries to make adjustments themselves to say, okay, I want to feel better into this matchup as well. So I do believe we are going to be very shortly going through round one. We're going to be passing it over to Baker and, sorry, not Baker, Spessy. Baker's here. Spessy and Kim. I'm really excited to jump into it and to witness the very first game of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna.
Yes. Hello, Illumineers, and welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. I'm ready to watch some of our amazing Illumineers here wield their magical inks and, and summon their glimmers. Are you ready, Spessy?
I'm so ready. So good to be here in Bologna. I'm with Kim, making her Disney Lorcana Challenge debut. Of course, you've played at a few Disney Lorcana Challenges before, Kim. So what do you think the players out there on the floor, maybe it's their first tournament, 2,000 players here, what do you think is going through their minds as they're getting ready to go to their first game?
Absolutely. The atmosphere in this room already is amazing.
It really is.
Players during season one, they've practiced. They're ready to go. The players are hungry to play, and I'm so excited to watch so many great games here today. And we've got 8 rounds, eight amazing rounds today. Players with a score of 18 is going to make it to the top cut tomorrow to day 2, and then we're going to have another top cut to top 32.
Yeah, it's a lot of Disney Lorcana to be playing. But Kim, you've been here. What advice would you give to someone about to go to their first game?
Have fun.
Yeah, I think that's good advice.
Do you know what? Have fun. And if you're worried about anything, don't be afraid to call judge. Just at the end of the day, sit there, have fun. Play your Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make new friends.
Make new friends.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, I think having fun is so important, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're here to compete, to try and prove yourself. But the bottom line is, we love Disney Lorcana trading card game because it is so much fun. And I think that's good advice, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, I've got some fun facts about the city of Bologna. We're here in Italy.
Okay.
It's our second time here. Did you know that Bologna has the oldest continuously operating university in the world?
I did not.
Opening in 1088.
Whoa.
And Bologna used to have, up until the 18th century, its own time zone, completely different from the rest of the world. And the way it worked was when the sun set, the day started.
Whoa.
So imagine trying to schedule a meeting, but every day, like, the time is changing slightly. That was the Bologna time zone.
Oh my gosh. I've learned so much being here the last few days. And even the food here has been absolutely immaculate. Not only have we gotten to play some amazing Lorcana games, we have eaten some amazing food. And I can't wait to watch more and watch our Illumineers take the stage here and play some great games.
Yeah, and speaking of the food, one of the nicknames for Bologna is, my Italian's obviously not the best, La Grassa, which translates to the fat. And that's because of the amazing food in Bologna. But many people might be thinking, oh, Bologna, surely that's where Bolognese is from.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Oh, it's not the land of Bolognese?
It's not. Now, the source of spaghetti Bolognese is from Bologna, but spaghetti Bolognese is like an international interpretation of the pasta. Do you know what it's called? We had some the other night on Thursday. The special Bologna pasta, which is very similar to spaghetti Bolognese. It's what inspired spaghetti Bolognese. It's called
no idea.
Tagliatelle al ragu.
Whoa.
So
Tagliatelle?
Al ragu.
Al ragu. We're going to need Erica to teach us how to pronounce
4
it.
pasta dishes we had the other day. It was the 4th one we had. So it's, instead of spaghetti, you get like some thicker noodles and a Bolognese sauce. But the food's been
was amazing.
Brilliant.
Tiramisu?
Yeah.
I'm in heaven.
Yeah, and of course, loads of international players here coming from Italy. We've got some local Italian players, such as Federico, who won one of the Disney Lorcana Challenges last year. We've got players from France, like
Yeah.
Thea Tim and Ely, also winning Lorcana challenges.
Many
last year.
players flying over from America as well. We have Zach Bivens.
We do. Zach Bivens is here. We've got Ed Chu, who finished second, of course, and is the
Yeah,
North American
we have our
champion.
world champion.
We do.
Not
we
to
have
mention.
Din Can Pham, the world champion, is in the building. Frank Karsten is here.
Yeah.
We've also got, I mean, there's just so many
There's
players.
so many players.
There's content creators, people like Harvey Alfos, there's Harlan Sweet is here. So many Disney Lorcana players. Of course, a massive shout out as well to our wonderful judge team. We couldn't do it without them, could
Absolutely no. And everyone behind the scenes putting in so much work. It's not only the main event happening here this weekend, but there's so many side events, and I can't wait to walk the floor, see everyone totally immersed in everything. We've got game devs, there's going to be artists, side events. I believe there's even going to be a Disney quiz happening.
Oh my goodness. And I also saw some Disney puzzles in the back as well, which is extremely exciting for everyone involved, I'm sure. But before that, we've got obviously a lot of Disney Lorcana action to
Yes, we do.
cover. And I wanted to talk to you, Kim, about the meta game
Okay.
a little bit. Is there any cards for you which are on the top of players' minds coming into Fabled? Of course, it is the 10th, it is the 9th set of Disney
It's the ninth
Lorcana.
set, Fabled, yes.
And it is a very important one because it is our first post-rotation
Yes.
set. Sets 1 to 4, rotated out. We've got a few new cards, but mainly it's shaped by the cards we're missing. No Prince John, no
Prince
Diablo.
John, no Diablo. Hiram,
Yeah, Hiram
Faversham.
Faversham.
But you can still play him in Infinity.
Of
And there's a
course.
massive Infinity
That's true.
a side event happening. And just by participating, players can win themselves the foil Mulan card.
Yeah.
And like this is the Mulan playmat that players can win by competing in side events, winning tickets, and they can get this off the prize wall.
Yeah. So last year at the Lorcana Challenges, we had the Cinderella Stout-Hearted
Yes,
foil
we did.
playmat on the prize wall.
I managed to get it. Myself and Kawa, we played all those side events.
Nice.
When we didn't make day 2, unfortunately, and I managed to take myself home the Cinderella playmat. I'm so excited to see players be able to jam the side events. Just have so much fun. Even if you don't make day 2 of the main event, play the side events. Just have a great time, and you'll be able to take yourself home something like really special. But we're talking right now about the metagame, cards that we expect,
Yep.
new cards coming into Fabled, and I think I have to bring it up, and it's going to be, we're going to have to talk about the elephant in the room.
Okay. Oh, the elephant in the room.
The
Where?
elephant in the room. Dumbo,
Oh,
the
okay.
ninth wonder of the universe.
Yeah, Dumbo, a incredibly powerful new legendary card in Amethyst.
Yes.
Amethyst has a bit of an identity at the moment of evasives, with cards like Elsa, the Fifth Spirit, with Genie, and now Dumbo is the new evasive into the mix. We're seeing it be incredibly popular amongst top players in both Sapphire Amethyst decks as well as Amethyst Steel decks. What is it about Dumbo that's so strong?
I feel like it's such a great card if players already have evasive characters established on the board. If you're able to, say, have your Elsa, the Fifth Spirit, already on the board, play a Dumbo. You can already trigger Dumbo's ability and gain a lore, exert your card, and draw an additional card. And card draw, especially for Amethyst, is something Amethyst does really well, and be able to draw the key cards needed to help gain the lore.
Yep.
Defeat your opponents.
Yeah, Dumbo, I think like one thing that's underestimated about Dumbo is a lot of people when they've been watching Disney Lorcana events recently, I see them in the chat, and every time a Dumbo is inked, they're like, they ink Dumbo, what on earth? But that's the thing. Okay, the card might be incredibly powerful, but part of its value is the fact that it is an inkable card, and you can, at the beginning of the game, put it into your inkwell, and then you just wait for that little moment where Dumbo can really shine. And if you can find the right moment to get a Dumbo down onto the board, it can entirely change the outcome of the game. I can hear the crowd of people, the 2,000 Illumineers that we have playing, clapping, seated, getting
They're
ready
ready to
to
go.
get going. It is an exciting time. Kim, I want to know your predictions. What decks are you expecting to see this weekend? We've talked about Dumbo,
Yeah.
and I think Amethyst,
Amethyst.
Sapphire.
A lot of Amethyst Sapphire. I feel like it's such a strong deck, and we've seen Amethyst Sapphire and Amethyst Steel previously take down a few CCQs. The CCQ in Cardiff that we were at. Not to mention, I feel like, and I really hope to see some Amber Steel able to take that, but I also really want to see some underdog decks. Maybe we'll see some Amber, Emerald. I want to see people play the Lady and the Tramp.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've got 5 decks that we're expecting to see sort of most. I think the most represented deck, as a prediction, is likely to be Sapphire Amethyst. I think that's the deck to beat coming in this weekend. I won't speak on the specific names, but a very, very strong player, well known in the community with good performances at the World Championship. He said to me, look, I'm going to play Sapphire Amethyst. I think it's the deck to beat. I might get a little bit unlucky, and Amber Steel might just be too strong for me, but I'm just going to play what I think is the best deck and hope that luck is on my side and try and make a deep run. So I think Sapphire Amethyst is seen as the deck to beat.
I think so.
The thing is, though, when you're viewed as the deck to beat, everybody knows that they're coming to Bologna. They need to bring a deck which can beat that Sapphire Amethyst list.
Yeah. And we know, and we've seen a lot of people, we've lost our board wipe, we've lost our Be Prepared.
Yep.
But we do have one key card still in the post rotation, and that's Under the Sea. So I think coming into this, if Emerald, Sapphire, and because they're able to gain so much ink so quickly, they're able to get up to such a high ink threshold and play so many characters on board. We've seen the Shift Clarabelle come in. They're going to be able to sing that Under the Sea. Sing together, I feel like, is such a powerful tool in this meta where players have such a wide board state, and it's just so fascinating to watch players to be able to decide when to turn their cards sideways.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
are they going to quest? When are they going to sing? Because then you're going to give your opponent the ability to clear your board. But I feel like if Emerald Sapphire is able to gain control of the board and able to keep the Amethyst Sapphire players under control, because they have a lot of low-cost cards, which is really useful for Under the Sea, but Under the Sea paired up with cards like Heads Held High to be able to reduce the strength and then sing Under the Sea. I can't wait to see some of that today.
It's the closest thing we have to Be Prepared, and honestly, it can be really, really powerful. Like you mentioned, the sing together mechanic being something that's more popular, and that's a big reason for that is without the board clear that is Be Prepared, suddenly players have significantly wider boards with bigger cost characters, and suddenly those sing together cards, like Second Star to the right, is a card which saw pretty much 0 competitive play in Season 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, but in Season 2, Second Star to the right, even 2 copies of it in some players' Sapphire Amethyst decks. So we've got Sapphire Amethyst, we've got Sapphire Emerald, we've got Amber Steel Aggro, we've got the deck you mentioned, which is the Amber Emerald. And the last of the 5 big decks that we might expect to see is going to be that Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Steel, Kim, it's almost like the vanilla deck of the format. And what I mean by that, it's like your vanilla ice cream, which honestly,
I
I think it might be the best
vanilla ice cream because you can put toppings in there.
Yeah.
You can spice it up a little bit.
You can.
You can play some great cards. A really great card that I've been testing a lot with in Amethyst is Dolores Madrigal.
Yes. We saw last week when we were in Cardiff at the CCQ around 300 players. And the second place player, Luke Smythe from Northern Ireland, he had a really interesting take on Amethyst Steel with those 4 copies of Dolores Madrigal. It's a 4-cost, 3/3. When you play this character, if your opponent has an exerted character, draw a card. And it's very difficult for your opponent to have an exerted character. You can't really play around Dolores. Just refilling the hand, questing. A tricky thing for Amethyst Steel is how do you beat the Sapphire Amethyst player? Because on turn 2, they play Tipo or Sail, and you're just playing a 2-cost character, which means even if you're going first, let's say I'm Amethyst Steel, you're Amethyst Sapphire, I'm going first. I think I get to play my Genie first and my Elsa first, but because of your turn 2 ramp with Tipo and Sail, I'm always 1 step behind. I'm 1 jump behind. Even say. So I think that's the tricky matchup for Amethyst Steel. But in the right player's hands, we know Zach Bivens is in the building.
We do.
That's a deck which he's been incredibly well known for. I would love to see him piloting Amethyst Steel at some point. And who knows, maybe he's decided that vanilla deck isn't quite good enough for him in this format. It'll be really interesting to see the evaluations of the top players. Look, there's been CCQs, there's been tournaments happening within the community. But if you've got a meta-breaking deck, you're saving it until the first Disney Lorcana Challenge of the season in Bologna.
Yeah, especially if players have been testing. They're not gonna reveal their decks, but everyone coming here today is going to be trying to beat that Amethyst Sapphire. people testing. I know a lot of people have been cooking. I'm ready to see some spicy decks. And another card that I really can't wait to see perform super well in Amethyst, in particularly Amethyst Sapphire, so much card to draw, is Monstro.
Yes. Talk to me about Monstro.
I absolutely love Monstro. Such a monster.
It is.
A Monstro being able to come down, an 8-cost character, come down, you can discard a card, ready him again, especially when players have such wide board states. We lost a lot of great tools like our 7-cost Uninkable Scar, being able to banish a character, ready again, banish more. I feel like Monstro, such a great tool, especially with other character cards like Bell, being able to move the damage off Monstro, teaming it up with cards like that. Discard a card, ready Monstro, play your Bell, move the damage, can help get a longer life out of your board state to be able to deal with your opponent's wide board state. Because I feel like definitely this weekend we're going to see a lot of players have such wide board states, and it's going to be interesting to see how their opponents deal with that, how they manage to gain back control of the board.
Yeah, and I think without Be Prepared, again, the game has come in, it's very tempo orientated, right? Like, I play a card, you play a card, I play a card, you play a card. But then at some point, you start getting to 7 ink, certainly the Sapphire Amethyst players and Sapphire Emerald, and they start playing cards like Hades, where you're playing a card, but you're also removing one of my cards at the same time. And that's where, of course, like things like Under the Sea can come through. But that's where Monstro is so good, is if you find yourself in a position where your opponent's played multiple Hades against you, which remember, that's extra ink available for you, suddenly you have an abundance of ink, but you have a lot of cards in hand, but you have no cards on the board. That's when you can use the Monstro, start discarding your own cards, but you equalize the board state and you gain that tempo back. Hades is so popular. We know that the legendary Elsa as well is another really good way of gaining board advantage.
And a great song card, which is, I love to see it come into the spotlight. A lot of cards previously, before our rotation, didn't have their chance to shine. Like John Silver, Alien Pirate, he's finally getting his time to shine. That legendary card from set 1, it's coming back. Being able to play not Prince John, but John Silver, to give a character Reckless. Things like that against the Amber Steel's Tianas, that quest for 2, being able to stop your opponent, having the story on board, having all their characters there, being able to give an opposing character Reckless. They're going to have to challenge. They can't quest.
No. Yeah, I almost look, Kim, at this meta in 3 different ways. You've got the Amethyst decks, which is your go-to card draw. You've got cards like Dumbo. You've got a lot of really good control, I think, with Elsa and Belle at that 5 cost mark as well. I think Amethyst, on average, probably the strongest individual color right now. But then what else is there? Because, of course, you've got Amethyst with Sapphire, Amethyst with Steel as well as the 2 most popular. Well, you've also got the Clarabelle decks. Clarabelle is the counter to Amethyst. Amethyst draws all these cards, and Clarabelle responds to that and takes advantage of that. So you've got your Amethyst decks, you've got your Clarabelle decks, and finally, you've got your aggro decks. And Amber Steel, the top of the pile for that. We've seen Amber Steel have some really good performances. One thing I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, Kim, this weekend is, do we see any aggro decks using a different color combination than Amber Steel? I'm really interested in particular, Kim, in seeing if we see any Emerald decks. I have a feeling that Emerald aggro decks might have some potential. You've got Cursed Merfolk, Fred, Pegasus. You've got a really high density of good questing cards early in the game. Banzai on 2. I think it's really good with that 3 strength. It's out of the range of Under the Sea. So I'm really thinking we're seeing that 3. You've got Amethyst, Clarabelle, or aggro. And maybe there's even something that someone can come up with outside of those 3 things. If someone manages to play a deck and do well, and it's not Amethyst or Clarabelle or aggro, I will ask for a handshake, because I will be absolutely amazed if someone can do that.
Yeah, and I think especially if players coming into this have been testing something different, something unexpected that their opponent's not going to be able to play around. Because obviously when we're testing, like we test a lot, you're playing into those key decks you know is going to be most common in the room. But if you pair into that player that you're not going to know how to play around things like the Emerald Steel, if you haven't been testing a lot against that, or maybe something completely different. Maybe we're going to see a Sapphire Amber, because I know I've been trying to make that work, but if someone's in that room today and has made that work and we're going to see a bit of that, I'm going to be so excited.
That's your
I'm like a
favorite
kid
color.
at Christmas. I'm ready to go. I'm like, Anna waking up and the sky's awake and I'm awake and I'm ready to play. I'm ready to go.
It's
Let's
your
go.
it's your favorite color combination for
It
a
has
long
been
time.
my favorite color combination for a long time. I previously got it to work in like set 1, set 2, with a bit of Bodyguard,
Yeah.
Maximus.
Oh.
I had it going. Bit of Cogsworth. Gosh, I miss him. Giving all ward, giving resist. But I'm so excited to see how this new meta post rotation is going to take shape.
Yep. Right, Kim, I'm going to put you on the spot. I want your prediction, please. What deck do you think is going to win this weekend? And let us know in the chat as well. What deck do you think is going to win in Bologna?
Yeah. Okay. I know we previously talked about this
Yeah.
before.
You can change.
That's why I previously on my mind, I had always predicted Sapphire Emerald
Yep.
purely because I miss board wipe. And Under the Sea, I feel like has been a great tool.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go with the current deck that my heart has set on, and it's gonna be Amber Steel.
Okay.
Because I feel like I myself personally playing this deck, and I feel like it has the most consistency into all matchups. And I feel like if someone comes down with something spicy, something different, they can race.
Yep.
And if they're going against the Emerald Sapphire players who take a little bit of time because they need to play their 1-drop, play their 2-drop, get their inkwell set up, get ready, and then they're able to board wipe. But if Amber Steel is able to, because they have cards like Pete
Yes.
to stop that Under the Sea. If they're able to play them at the key moment to stop actions like the Under the Sea, the Mother's knows best to bounce cards back to their hand and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go with Amber Steel.
I think it's a good prediction.
Joe?
Tiana's so strong.
Tiana, I've loved Tiana.
And Aurora.
And she's an enchanted.
Yeah.
So people going around with such shiny decks, if I see 4 enchanted Tianas in the deck, you know what? They're getting a hug.
Yeah.
I love to see that. Nothing more. And there's an enchanted Clarabelle. If it's the Tiana versus an enchanted Clarabelle, shiny cards. I love shiny cards.
I love shiny cards.
Do you have any predictions yourself? I'm really
Yeah.
intrigued to see, because I know you've been testing a lot of colors yourself.
Sure.
What deck that you think is gonna take the trophy here this weekend?
I think the Sapphire Amethyst is undoubtedly the favorite, but I don't think it'll win. I think it's got maybe too much of a target on its back. It's too obvious in a way. Again, if I'm coming into a big Lorcana challenge and I'm not playing Sapphire Amethyst, I am going to be testing that one matchup inside out. I'm going to know it so well. I think I like going with the dark horse for the weekend. I
Okay.
always like, you know me, I like playing something a little bit off meta, a little bit spicy. I think that the Amber Emerald decks have the most potential. And I think we'll see, it'll probably be the 5th most represented deck in the room. I think it'll be significantly less represented than the other top 4. Maybe I would expect 5% of the players in the building to be playing it, if not less. But I think all it takes is one really strong player who's built one really spicy list. I think that Amber Emerald, I think there's something there. And I think that we might see the potential of it become unlocked this weekend. I'm going to lock in Amber Emerald.
Okay. That little underdog deck?
Yeah, maybe. There's so many ways you can go about it. You can play the Under the Sea with the dogs.
Yes, you can.
Of course, we previously saw at the Ravensburg tournament an Amber Emerald Chernodog deck win, which was using Chernobog. Chernobog is not in the game anymore. It's in Infinity, but
Yes.
it's not in Core Constructed, and therefore not legal for the main event. So you can go for an Under the Sea deck with tramps and ladies. You can go for a full aggro version as
Yes,
well,
you could.
with just an abundance of 1-drops, cards like Merfolk Fred. Or you could do something with the Chromicon. And we have in the building the champion of the Bologna Challenge of Season 1. To the left-hand side of your screen, we have Ely, the reigning champion from Bologna. He played at Worlds. He played Amber and Sapphire.
He did. He played Amber Sapphire
at the World
puppies.
Championships.
And he previously won last season playing Ruby Sapphire items deck.
Yes.
And we know a lot of our items got rotated out, and I'm really excited to see what Ely is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will get that information to you as well very soon.
Yeah, but
about
we're
our
super
other
excited to bring
player.
you the first game here at Season 2 of the DLC here in Bologna. I'm beyond excited. We have Ely versus Alba, a French player and a Spanish player.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to start things off. showing the diversity in the room here in Europe. France versus Spain, two Disney Lorcana communities who are incredibly passionate. Ely, the seasoned veteran at this point. We're only a year into competitive Disney Lorcana, but he is one of the best known players in Europe. I am fascinated to see what deck he has gone for. Ely testing partners with Theatim, who is also a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. There was 4 DLCs in Europe last year. This testing group won 2 of them. That's half, Kim.
Yeah.
That's really good.
It was in Bologna last year where Ely took the win in season 1, and I'm so excited because players are so ready. They've been testing all of season 1, and players just want to make a name for themselves. They want to get top 8 and take their golden Mickey Mouse home with them.
Yep. Alba is going to be kicking things off here. It's a Troubadour into the ink, and it's the Daisy Duck on turn number 1. For Ely, it's going to be Basil into the ink, and there's no turn 1 play from him.
Very unfortunate. It does seem like Ely here is playing Sapphire Emerald, and we talked a lot about this, and it's really unfortunate that Ely doesn't have the maybe one drop Clarabelle to be able to set up that later shift.
Yep, well, that's true. It's also possible that Ely could just decide not to play it in case of Alba having a fire the cannons. Daisy Duck quest, and into the hand for Ely goes a Donald Duck, but that is already 2 lore for Alba, and that Nala on the board, which can quest for 3. Donald into the ink. Is there Ram?
It's Tipo. It's the turn 2
there.
Tipo. Growing boy. Mom, look, I'm still growing. And he's still here.
Yeah, one of my favorite flavor texts from Tipo, of course, being able to add a card from the hand into the ink. Uninkables are difficult to get rid of, but that is one way to do so. Ely putting that Hades into his inkwell. Ely's going to be looking to develop some big bodies, some shift cards, perhaps a shift Baymax, which I can see in the hand, which is that universal shift, and start challenging. Alba is playing a very speedy deck. She's going to look to gain as much lore as quickly as possible. And speaking of quick lore,
it's
in
our
comes
lady.
Lady.
Family Dog, 3-cost inkable character. When you play this, you can play a 2-cost character card for free, and it's going to be the Troubadour coming in. But this Nala, a great new addition to this set, Fabled. Nala, when she has no damage, she's going to quest for 1 additional lore, but also has resist 1.
Yeah, of course, just to clear that up, it is Alba at 7 lore currently. I'm sure we'll get that cleared up for you. Alba, 7 lore in the lead. Ely with 0, but here comes Baymax, the universal shift on the main stage of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. What's so good about this Baymax right here, Kim?
Even just being able to come in at 4, we know Ely was able to play Tipo turn 2, ramp up, and in ramping, like we gain. Ramping is such a great tool, especially for Sapphire players, being able to gain additional ink super quickly. So he's able to get to that 4 ink threshold, shift Baymax, and he's going to be able to take challenge and banish the Nala.
Yeah, and added to that, it's almost like you just get to rush in with this Baymax. It doesn't have the rush keyword, of course, but when you shift, the ink is ready to go, and Ely able to challenge immediately. Nala taken down. Ely's job here is just keeping Alba as far away from 20 as they can and start trying to get 8 cost worth of characters on the board to sing together that Under the Sea. And Baymax being a 6-cost card that shifted him for 4 is an amazing way of doing that.
And Baymax having 5 strength and 5 willpower. It's going to be difficult for Alba to get rid of it, but she has the Troubadour out on the board, and that is a Singer 4. And we know that Amber Steel has cards like Strength of the Raging Fire. If Alba is able to put maybe perhaps 2 more characters on the board, or even Sing Strength, which we're going to see, she's going to deal 3, and maybe perhaps she has a Fire the Cannons to finish it off. Or if we could do that, we're going to challenge with the Lady, and we're going to be able to banish the Baymax.
Yeah, and we see this is a fascinating play from Alba with 2 more ink. It's going to be Penny. Penny is going to give Daisy Duck resist 1. Another Daisy trigger. It's Kida, which is actually a card which we've been seeing a lot of the French community in particular playing in these Emerald Sapphire decks. But Alba's decision here to challenge. We're used to seeing Amber Steel just questing, but the sign of a good player is finding that right moment to not quest and take a challenge. Alba decides now is the moment, and that could be a key decision in determining the victor in game 1.
Yes, especially with decks like these, the Sapphire Emerald. They're going to be wanting to build a board. They're going to want to control your board, but Alba here really being able to take out the Baymax really helps her here, because Ely's not going to be able to set up later on for singing Under the Sea, or even perhaps singing A Mother Knows Best to bounce some of her characters back to her hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Donald Duck into the Inkwell. Ely with 5 ink available. We did see earlier on that Daisy Duck adding a Donald into hand, which does allow him to ramp. Will that be the card? It certainly will. The Donald Duck flat-footed detective, I believe. It's very similar to the Mickey Mouse from the first chapter that costs 3, same ability, where you're putting the top card of your deck into your Inkwell. This means that Ely can get to 7 ink next turn and start developing cards like Basil, cards like Hades. So a really key extra little bit of ramp. Alba's at 9 lore, 11 away from victory. In comes the first dock, discarding the dock in hand, the double dock, but 2 more cards drawn.
And Dock, such a great card in this Amber Steel deck, because you don't have much ways to draw cards and get the answers you need. But we did see Alba was able to draw that Pete off the dock, which could help her stop a future Under the Sea. But that Daisy Duck, Donald Zates, the trigger, big prize, her ability is going to send the bend to my will to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, Ely, though, does have an abundance of cards in hand. We're going to see the challenge from Donald taking down Penny. Alba is 6 lore away from victory. The board currently questing for 4. Ely now with Mother Knows Best, returning the Daisy Duck into Alba's hand, denying more questing power next turn. But that was 3 ink spent for Ely. Bobby into the ink, and in comes Kida. She has Ward, and that's a big reason we're seeing a lot of these French players really value Kida. Just having Ward gives you a lot of coverage against cards like Strength of a Raging Fire and Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
Yeah, and being able to use her and use her ability, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 back on the top and put 1 into the Inkwell. But Alba here is going to have the potential to quest for 2. It's going to bring her up to 16. We've seen a P in hand. If she's able to bring enough characters on board, possibly play the Pete to stop Ely bouncing characters back to her hand, and that's what we're going to see. It's going to be a Daisy Duck and a Pete coming into play for Alba. We could potentially see a Strength, or she has... The Daisy just came into play. She's not going to be able to quest with it this turn, but she is going to be able to quest with the Troubadour, and the Dock would bring her up to 16, meaning next turn, if Alba's able to quest with all of her characters, she could take the game 1.
Yeah, Alba has, as I like to say, story on board. So Ely has to remove some of these characters, and no actions can be played. Into the Inkwell goes your welcome. 8 ink now available for Ely. Doc will be challenged by Kida. It can't be heads held high because the Pete Games referee says no, but it's the Baymax shift instead. Baymax shifting onto Donald, challenging the Troubadour. That resist meant that Donald couldn't take it out, but Baymax certainly can. In comes Kida. Alba is 4 lore away, but can only quest for 3. Ely is still in this game, but they are very far behind.
Yes, already a Daisy Duck and a P on the board. It's going to be a Rhino, our 4-cost Inkable Rhino coming into play for Alba. Even if one of these characters is able to stay on the board for Alba, she's going to have that story on board, like you said. She's going to be able to take the win. But Ely here, 2 Kitas on the board and a Baymax, has the potential to sing a heads held high Under the Sea if he does have it.
Yeah, that double card combo we're used to seeing in Disney Lorcana TCG, that be prepared, 7 ink, wipe the board. But now you need a couple more pieces to the puzzle. You need the heads held high and the Under the Sea. Ely, do they have it? Baymax is going to sing Heads Held High. This is going to lower all of Alba's characters by 3 strength. Under the Sea would clear their board. There it is!
The Under the Sea. So all of Alba's characters is going to be going under the bottom of her deck. Unlike Be Prepared, it's not going to banish them. It's going to send them to the bottom of her deck. And because Ely did play Under the Sea, he does get to choose the order of sending them to the bottom of the deck. He will be able to trigger Kita's ability, which he is going to do. Going to be able to put an additional card into his inkwell and one on the top of his card. A great way of filtering through your deck and be able to find the key cards you need maybe next turn. But Ely really taking control of Alba's board here. Her being on 9, it's 19 lore to 0.
What a gap. The gap could not be larger right now, but the board is in favour of Ely. Mulan comes through for Alba for 1 ink, drawing a card and then discarding the penny. 3 ink remains. It's going to be 2 for Doc. Just what you want at this moment in time. Still 1 ink available for Alba. And I see in hand another copy of that Pete Games referee.
Yes.
That could be the card which seals the deal. And it's actually the scoop from Ely.
It's going to be the Mulan on the dock, sealing the deal. Ely didn't have a way to get rid of those characters. Alba is going to take the game 1 victory.
Yeah, and you might be a bit confused. Why is Ely scooped already? They could have drawn a card off the top of their deck to finally out. But remember, from the Kida, Ely knew exactly what was on top of the deck. He knew that he could not stop that questing power, and that is the power of Amber Steel. Ely had the Shift Baymax, he had the Heads Held High and Under the Sea, but Amber Steel, especially with that Pete, just that little bit too speedy. Maybe a 1-drop could have helped.
Maybe a 1-drop could have helped, but even Alba was able to gain so much lore so early on. She really put the pressure on Ely, and that Pete coming in at such a good time to stop an possible Under the Sea. The 19 lore was insane.
Yeah, really, really good start to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. Ely, the defending champion of Bologna, starting off the tournament in a very tricky spot on the draw against Amber Steel. I have to say, Kim, if I'm coming to Bologna to play and I start round 1 and I'm going second against Amber Steel, I would be a little bit sad.
I would be a little bit sad. I'd be a little bit scared. I want nice long games, and that was fast.
Yeah.
But maybe Ely, this time he did lose round. Maybe we'll see him have that 1-drop. Maybe that will actually help him. Unfortunately, which is possible he didn't. Maybe he had it in hand and he didn't want to play it. As the Amber Steel player could have played a potential fire the cannons to be able to banish that Clarabelle. Which ideally you want to keep your Clarabelle, or maybe we're going to see the Contented Wallflower come in the turn 3, and Amber Steel can all because if your opponent has more cards in hand when you play the Clarabelle Contented Wallflower, you can draw more cards, which might help him find the Clarabelle shift, because we didn't see a single Clarabelle this game.
No, but Ely did have not the best possible opening, but that T-Po into Baymax on 3 is probably the best thing you could hope for.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough, and I love this decision. The Baymax had 3 damage counters on it. We saw the lady challenging Baymax to trade.
Yeah.
Again, often Amber Steel, we expect them to just quest, but it's about finding those moments. When are you supposed to take that challenge? And I think it was masterfully done. But Amber Steel now going second. Ely's going to be feeling a little bit more confident while they're going first. And we're going to see if Ely can force the game number 3. Of course, it is best of 3 here in Bologna. 2-game format was the flavour of season 1.
Yeah,
but we are playing
more.
best of 3.
Yeah.
So Ely, slight disadvantage in the first round here, losing the die roll, but Alba taking full advantage of that with some outstanding play in game number 1 of this best of 3.
And if you're Ely and he's sitting there like he took the win last year in Bologna, you're going to be wanting to defend your title. He's going to be wanting to get all those wins and make it into day 2. He's going to be wanting to come after this Amber Steel player, and this time being on the play. Maybe he's going to be altering his hand for that all-important 1-drop to be able to deal with this Amber Steel. So we've previously seen Alba have all the answers, all of the 1-drop, the 2-drop, even being able to sing Strength of the Raging Fire and then finish off that Baymax with the lady helped her. Ely wasn't able to sing with that Baymax for very long. We did see the Aurora and the Tiana in Alba's opening hand. Such a great opening line I love to see from Amber Steel. Being able to play that Aurora, quest with Aurora and get your Tiana out.
Yep.
Turn 2 is so strong.
Yeah, especially because Tiana's a 3 cost. The fact that you can pair that with then Strength of a Raging Fire and get that song through nice and early is really nice. But Ely starting things off. You're welcome into the ink. And for 1, there is going to be a 1-drop. Will it be a character or will it be a action? It's going to be Clarabelle. Sometimes we do see these Emerald and Amethyst players, sorry, Emerald and Sapphire players using Develop Your Brain. It's going to be a Mulan thrown across the board.
It's going to be Mulan thrown into the inkwell.
Ely saw the funny side of it. Always great to see
did.
our players with a smile on their face. Mulan into the ink for Alba. That 1-2 stat line of Clarabelle, not too threatening. Aurora going to be the response. And of course, the artist for Aurora in the building, who you met last night.
I did meet her last night. I did bring my epic Aurora.
Nice.
And my dreams have been achieved. And I am going to put my epic Aurora into my deck. And we're going to see Sail, the Azurite Sea coming in for Ely, really helping him. Being able to gain an additional lore. And I love the use of Sail over Tipo here, being able to use that additional ink and then play. He's going to play Bobby Zamorski, Spray Cheese Kid. Being able to, once again, draw a card, discard a card, helps him filter through his deck, maybe find the Baymax shift perhaps he's looking for. He would be able to use next turn.
Yep, and of course, Fabled, a lot of reprints, but Aurora and Bobby, 2 of the new cards with Fabled, as we see this turn 2 Troubadour from Alba. This is a card you're going to often see an Amber Steel player use on turn 2 when going second. Baymax shift comes through and Ely starts gaining lore. I think Ely has already got more lore than they did in the entirety of game number 1.
They did, and I really like the decision here from Alba to choose not to quest with the Aurora and play the Tiana. Getting the Troubadour established on board, she could potentially sing Strength next turn, even not having the Tiana in play. The Troubadour also has Resist 1, and I really like that Resist has come back in this post-rotation meta. We're seeing a lot more characters like this Troubadour and this Nala really helping this Amber Steel deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Ely, it's Clarabelle and Baymax. For Alba, it's Aurora and Troubadour. Of course, whenever Aurora quests, that cost reduction on either a queen or a princess. In this deck, we expect to see Tiana as perhaps the only princess. Also Mulan, that 1-drop.
Yeah.
Rhino will be inked. And Alba for 3 ink is considering something. But this is the time to take things slow. 42 minutes on the timer. You've got plenty of time. Aurora to quest.
Yep. Aurora's going to quest. Could potentially see Tiana coming in. We did see it in the hand. And yes, that's what we're going to see. Tiana, and when she's exerted, makes opposing characters during their turn have -3 strength. We're also going to see a Mulan coming in. She's going to be able to draw a card and discard a card. Alba really, 4 characters on board, really already setting up that wide board early on.
Yeah, we do see the Mulan discarding a Tiana and its Strength of Raging Fire onto Clarabelle. And that just shows you the power of this 1-cost Clarabelle and the Baymax. 5 willpower on Baymax meant it couldn't be removed, but Alba spending 4 damage onto a 2 willpower Clarabelle. Why was this Clarabelle such a big target for Alba's strength there, Kim?
Yeah, because we know, being the Amber Steel player in this instant, we know 5 ink is when the Emerald player is going to be able to shift the Clarabelle. And Alba doesn't want that Clarabelle coming in, because Ely then next turn would be able to perhaps sing Under the Sea. And we know Amber Steel's character strength is all under 2.
Yep.
Right, this board right here is going to get completely wiped under the sea, under that deck for Alba if she was able to if that Clarabelle was able to stay on the board for Ely, Alba would have lost her board to a potential Under the Sea.
And look at that, Clarabelle into the ink, masterfully done by Alba. And for Ely, the vision of the future for 2 and 3 ink left unspent. The Strength of a Raging Fire from Alba was done masterfully. An absolutely crucial moment in this game. And now in comes Pete and the quest for 4. And Tiana is now active, Kim. Talk to me about what's going on with Tiana.
A great card. I've loved to use this set. We didn't previously see it before rotation. Tiana really teaming up with cards like this Aurora being really utilized, especially with these decks. These Emerald Sapphire decks and all these cards like the Baymax and the Clarabelle have such high strengths. Oh, and here's like the John Silver. But the John Silver and this Baymax coming in is still going to have -3 strength from the Tiana. But I believe that John Silver is going to come in. John Silver, Alien Pirate, is going to give Tiana Reckless, meaning she can't quest. She's going to have to challenge if possible.
Yeah, this is really nicely done by Ely. That Tiana giving all of his characters -3 strength when he challenges, but Baymax able to still take out the Aurora, and now this Tiana is reckless. Baymax exerted, so Alba here needs to remove Baymax, or Tiana is going to have to challenge Baymax. Sending a 1-4 into a 5-5 is not something you want to do, but they might be forced to do so. This John Silver is really a tech card aimed at this matchup. How about another Pete?
Yeah.
It's the repeat.
How about another Pete? No, we are going to send that Tiana into the Baymax. Unfortunately, she had Reckless.
Yep. So an interesting decision, because Alba could have challenged Pete into Baymax to take the trade, but Alba instead valuing that Pete with that 3 strength on the board, perhaps anticipating that Ely might have Under the Sea in hand, just decides that the Tiana can go. And here's Clarabelle for Ely. I think we've already seen him ink 2. The third one now hitting the board. The first time we've seen Clarabelle here in Bologna.
Yeah.
Baymax is going to trade for Pete. John Silver ready to quest. 2 more lore for Ely, and Reckless is going to be given to either Pete or Mulan.
Yeah, John Silver here really being utilized. He's going to give the Pete Reckless, meaning Pete cannot quest. Alba would be able to get up to 8 lore here, but she already played 2 Petes. And we are in top deck mode, meaning she did have another card in hand.
Yeah, 2
so
cards
with 2
in
cards in hand, maybe some options here. We could potentially see a strength come in, but unfortunately it's only going to be able to deal 2 damage. I would love to see Alba here be able to have more cards. It's going to be a Fire the Cannons, 2 damage on Pete, and Pete is going to finish off that John Silver.
Yeah, really important to get rid of John Silver, because giving Reckless to something every turn, Alba needs to quest, and that John Silver stops them from doing so. But that's going to be all for Alba. Still 1 card in hand. It's going to be Ratigan into the ink, and Basil onto the board for Ely. This is going to return the Mulan into the hand of Alba, and every time Basil quests, Alba will have to discard a card at random. And the Clarabelle synergy there for Ely as well. Returning a character to Alba's hand means 1 extra card in their hand, which means 1 extra card drawn for Clarabelle.
Yeah, and Clarabelle really being used with cards like You're Welcome to be able to send a character off the opponent's board back into their deck, draw 2 cards. We're really seeing the power of Clarabelle being able to give the Emerald Sapphire players more cards to play with in their hands. We're going to see a Daisy Duck, Donald Zay come in to the board alongside Mulan for Alba. We're going to see a Vision of the Future come in for Ely, perhaps searching for more answers to help deal with Alba's board here.
Yeah, Vision of the Future at this stage in the game, you don't tend to see it early, but just finding what you need, and it's going to be a Donald and a Clarabelle. This Donald Duck at the start of Ely's turn. Both players have the option to draw a card. Huge synergy with Clarabelle. Basil going to quest and discard a card from Alba's hand, and then Clarabelle trigger comes through. I don't think there's any cards left for Alba.
Yeah,
so no card drawn for Ely.
Unfortunately, that Basil going to quest and discard a
Oh,
card.
hello.
But it's going to be Doc. Such a great card coming in here to help refill Alba's hand. Going to play the Doc. No cards in hand, so didn't have to discard any, but did get to draw 2 additional cards.
Yeah, I can see one of the cards there is Rhino, a 4 cost. That's not going to be playable with just 2 ink remaining. Alba, though, looking down Ely's board, seeing that Basil, knowing that if she leaves just 1 card in hand, it's going to be guaranteed to be discarded. Alba, 13 lore away. Ely trailing slightly, just 2 lore behind, but surely not for much longer. Alba's going to pass. Donald Duck triggers now, with both players drawing a card to start the turn.
But I believe that Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, is a May trigger.
It's a May trigger.
So Alba didn't have to do it. But we are
There's
going to see the Under the Sea come in. Unfortunately for Alba, all of her characters that were on board is going to get sent under the sea.
Yeah,
Under the deck.
Ely is now taking control of game number 2 with a big wide board that Alba is staring down. I'm not sure there's going to be much more they can do about that. A card is discarded from that Basil quest, and then Alba going to draw for turn. Ely looking to force the game 3. It's going to be Penny from Alba. That's going to be it. And it's going to be Ely's game.
Taking game 2.
And we go to game number 3 with Alba on Amber Steel going first. So, if your name is Ely, Kim, What are you looking for in this game 3? How are you going to break serve, as I've heard Frank Carsten call it? When you're going second, you've got that disadvantage, particularly against an aggro deck.
Yes. You're going to be wanting... He's going to be wanting to hit his turn 1 Clarabelle, hit his turn 2 Tipo, get his ink up, shift Baymax. We've seen it before. Will we see it again? But Alba coming in that game, being able to get rid of that Clarabelle so early on, stop the potential shift. But Ely, he came back, he played another one, was able to sing the Under the Sea. Just do what Emerald Sapphire does and control that board. And Ely, definitely, we know he's a skilled player, and he wants to keep his title as the Bologna DLC champion. I'm sure he does. But we're going to go into a game 3, and I love a game 3.
Yeah.
The more Disney Lorcana, the better.
Yeah, and Kim, there's one thing we missed with this Clarabelle 1-drop, right? If we go back to game 1, Ely missed the turn 1 Clarabelle, and they found Tipo on 2, they found the Baymax shift on 3, and I said, it doesn't get much better than that, right? Okay, you could hit the Clarabelle 1-drop, but what I maybe wasn't quite getting right in that analysis is how valuable this Clarabelle 1-drop is on the board. Because if you imagine you go Clarabelle on 1, Tipo on 2, and then shift Baymax on 3, rather than shifting onto the Tipo, you can shift onto the Clarabelle. Suddenly you've got a 2-cost Tipo, you've got a 6-cost Baymax, 2 add 6 is...
8, and you can sing Under the Sea!
Yeah,
and that's
turn 3 Under the Sea is possible, and maybe that's what Ely's going to be looking for.
Yeah, I think that's such a great usage of Sing Together as well. Yep. And why I've been loving this mechanic so much, because you can trick your opponent. They're going to want to get rid of the Clarabelle perhaps, or maybe they'll leave the Clarabelle because they're like, oh, you're only at 4 ink. You're not going to be able to shift Clarabelle until next turn. But then you leave your Tipo on board. They're going to be like, oh, well, you can shift your Baymax on Tipo because you're going to want to shift your Clarabelle next turn. But no, you could shift the Baymax onto the Clarabelle, and if you have the Under the Sea in hand, being able to sing with your Baymax shifted on Clarabelle and a Tipo, there's nothing better than that.
No, turn 3 Under the Sea is the quickest that you can do it in the entirety of the game, and it is a line that you only have available in Emerald Sapphire thanks to that dual ink Baymax universal shift. Here we go. Game number 3. It's Ely versus Alba. Emerald Sapphire versus Amber Steel. You want to start off your tournament with a win. You want to start off with that 3 points. Spain versus France. Here we go. What are you looking for on turn 1 if you're Alba? Are you looking for Aurora into Tiana? Or are you just looking for a good, old-fashioned, simple, honest Daisy Duck?
I think any 1-drop here. Alba's clearly going to be wanting to race Ely. She knows she's going first. Yep. She's going to be able to possibly play the Aurora, play the Mulan, play the Daisy, and maybe turn 2, because we know Alba's going to be wanting to put on that pressure. Maybe we'll even see double 1-drop, because getting as many characters on the board as possible as early on before Ely can sing Under the Sea on Alba's board. Alba's going to want to be doing that. She's going to want to put on that pressure. She knows if she is able to get the characters on the board, even a turn 2 Troubadour, to help her sing strength on the possible Baymax or Clarabelle shift line, she's going to be wanting to stop that.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the hands. Of course, Ely looking for that Tipo on 2, but look at the body language there from Ely. Not looking too happy with what he is seeing. Alba, on the other hand, looking pretty comfortable. Strength of a raging fire into the ink. Again, look at that body language from Ely. Big moment off the top. Let's try and read how he's feeling. It's Ratigan into the ink.
There is a 1-drop in hand. It's Bobby Zamorski, and he is going to play it, going to draw a card, and he's going to be able to discard a card. Definitely helps him here. And even though it's not Clarabelle, it is Bobby. Yep. He is going to be able to set up for a potential Baymax shift.
Yeah, I mean, arguably Bobby into Tipo into Baymax is even better than Clarabelle because of the extra ability you get from Bobby. Here we go. It's Daisy. There's the
Tipo.
Is that what Ely needed? Look at the little smirk from Ely.
Yeah.
If he's playing against Ed, I think Ed Chu would have got a little bit of information. Sail actually into the ink.
Yeah.
So Ely did already have the ramp, but the T-po's what they were looking for.
Yeah, the Daisy Duck trigger, big prize, going to give Ely that T-po that he needed.
Yeah, but Alba's developed the Daisy. She's developed the Nala. The board quests for 5. She's already at 2 laws. She could jump up to 7 already.
Yeah, Alba really going to be putting on the pressure here. Even another quest with Daisy Duck maybe could potentially trigger the top of Ely's deck. Could it be an Under the Sea
Oh my
sent to the
goodness.
bottom of the deck? I really want to see
Under the
it.
Sea be sent?
Could it be?
Under the Sea.
Under the Sea, under the deck.
It's going to be Rhino into the ink for Alba. That 1-cost Rhino, often a shift target. 3 ink available for 2. How about another Nala? Daisy Duck's going to quest for 2. The Daisy trigger. Big prize!
It's your welcome going under the deck. Daisy Duck, Donald's Day. This is why I love this card, especially when you are paired up against these matchups like Emerald,
Does he even
Sapphire.
have it? Baymax! Shift onto Bobby! There's no
Oh,
Under the Sea.
no Under the Sea, but he is going to challenge.
Baymax shifting onto Bobby,
Yeah.
taking out the Nala. Alba currently at 7 lore. We will get that updated, but Alba's at 7. 2 quests with Daisy, 1 with Nala, so it's 7 lore. Ely at
Yeah.
0.
Alba going to be able to quest up to 12
Yep.
this turn, already putting on the pressure.
In comes Mulan. Alba 7 lore to 0. Ely at 4 ink. Alba also now at 4. Pete comes through. No action.
No actions.
And that is the quest up to 12.
Yeah. Knowing that Ely
Daisy
has
trigger.
this Baymax and Tipo on board, had the potential to sing an Under the Sea, but this Pete, games referee coming in, going to be able to stop that Under the Sea.
Yep, we see the Donald Duck come through. We see the Baymax take down another Nala, and Tipo is left ready and waiting. So Alba's at 12, and they can quest for 4. Alba can get up to 16 this turn. So it's 12 lore for Alba, 0 for Ely.
Yeah, and we saw it previously. The first game, Alba played a Pete into a Pete. It's not going to be the case this time. It's going to be a Tiana coming into the board, but she is going to be able to quest for 4 additional lore.
Yep, 16 lore. That is story on board. Alba, 4 lore away from victory. It's going to be Clarabelle into ink. It's going to be Basil bouncing back Tiana, but there's no sign of the Under the Sea. Tipo, though, takes down Mulan. Donald Duck takes down Pete, and Baymax takes down Daisy. Ely is back in this game.
Yeah, not going to be an Under the Sea, but he did have an abundance of characters on board to be able to use their high strength, high willpower to be able to clear Alba's board. With 16 lore to 0, can Alba's characters stick around? Ely having the potential to sing an Under the Sea, singing You're Welcome, potentially if he has these cards in hand. It's going to be a Nala and a Duck.
Wow.
She's going to discard the 2 cards to have in her hand to draw 2 new cards.
Wow, that is a big moment in this one from Alba. 4 cards in hand. They were all uninkable. It was 2 Docks, a Nala, and a Tiana. Alba decides to go for the Nala and Dock. Discarding a Dock and a Tiana can't feel good, but she has story on board again. Her board quest for 4, and she is 4 lore away. Ely has to answer either Dock or Nala, or Alba wins right now.
Yeah, we are game 3 in our round 1 match. Ely versus Alba. He played the Visions of the Future. Perhaps he's searching for that Under the Sea to be able to clear Alba's board.
Yeah.
Because if Alba can keep her characters on board, she's questing for the game here. She has her story on board. I really like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to start using that.
It's a good one, right?
It's a really good one.
I'm sure we'll be back with the game very, very shortly. We'll keep you posted as soon as we know what is happening. There's a good chance there's been a judge call or
Quite possibly.
something like that.
Just to clear
But
up any
fear not,
misconceptions.
we will be jumping back in the action as soon as we can. 16 lore
16
to 0.
lore to 0.
But this is where the Vision of the Future, Kim, is so important. Ely has to remove at least one of those characters. And, okay, the Vision of the Future, it isn't an Under the Sea.
Nope.
You can only play 4 copies of Under the Sea in the deck, but the Vision of the Future allows you to see 5 cards deeper into your deck. Might just find Ely what he needs. That's often what happens with this Emerald Sapphire deck. Is there's just a moment in the game where you need a specific card at a specific time or you lose. And that's where Vision in the late game is so good for this deck. It just allows you to search and look for exactly what you need when you need it.
Yeah, and I know in a lot of these Emerald Sapphire decks, a lot of players are choosing to play cards like Develop over visions of the future, because I feel like develop, yes, it can be a one drop, you can play it to help find more cards, but I feel like vision of the future, such a great card in these in exactly these moments, these instances where you can play the vision of the future. You're going to be able to look at 5 cards, and maybe Ely's going to be able to find that all-important Under the Sea, and then he would be able to play 2, play visions, and he still had characters on board. He could still sing together that Under the Sea to clear Alba's board.
It has been such an exciting round number 1, and I am waiting with anticipation to see the outcome of this match. Worth noting, this weekend here in Bologna, we've got not just 1 but 2 feature matches per round. We are hoping to bring you. We do have a backup feature match, which we hope to be showing you some of the action from that. That's the beautiful thing. We see this quick aggro matchup. Well, okay, there's another 30 minutes until the start of the next round. No problem. We've got some more Disney Lorcana gameplay to show you. That's what we're going to be trying to do this weekend, show you as much Disney Lorcana trading card game as we possibly can. So you're Ely, your opponent's 4 lore away from victory. How do you win? When you're at 0 lore yourself, how do you actually close out the game from here, Kim? Okay, let's say Ely finds Under the Sea. They sing Under the Sea. How do they get to 20 lore as quickly as possible?
They're going to need to regain board control. We've seen Ely do it before. He was able to do it. He did it the previous turn when he was able to challenge a lot of characters. The Tipo took out the Mulan.
Oh, that was so good.
I never thought I'd see that.
What a turn that
was.
What a
turn. But Ely here, going to be wanting to regain control. That all-important vision of the future could have found the Under the Sea, and potentially even You're Welcome. To be able to play You're Welcome, send a card back. It'll give Ely another turn to perhaps delay his opponent questing to the all-important 20 lore, and then being able to perhaps next turn, if he wasn't able to get the Under the Sea, next turn, that top deck could have been Under the Sea. I'm excited. I can't wait to see how this game is going to end.
Yeah, and Kim, it's not just us in the booth. We forgot your friend as well is here in the booth.
My friend is here in the booth with us as well.
Who is it?
It is Pascal.
Is Pascal your favorite character?
He is one of my favorite sidekicks. Yeah, I feel like I wore my purple dress. I'm feeling Rapunzel-y.
Okay.
I needed to have my emotional support Pascal here with me, joining us in the booth.
Absolutely. And we've also, you might note as well, we've got the new Elsa pin. We are wearing it. We are rocking it. It is on the prize wall this weekend here in Bologna. Of course, the big main event with 2,000 players is taking place, but there's a wide range of side events taking place in the building as well. There's Infinity constructed, there's Core constructed, there's Pack Rush.
There is Pack Rush.
There's all sorts.
You can play against our game devs, game developers, game designers, and play Pack Rush and maybe just pull the Dumbo, the elephant in the room you need. Imagine that.
Yeah, that would be nice. I wouldn't say no to that.
So many prize tickets up for grabs, so many side events happening. You could be able to take not just the players here, not just 2,000 players. There's so many attendees just coming out to play side events. And that's why I love our Disney Lorcana trading card game community, being able to just, even if you're not a competitive person, just the community in general, the atmosphere, everyone's so friendly. And even if you're winning, you're losing, we saw the sportsmanship on their faces. Ely was happy. It was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. It is such a fun weekend here in Italy. Of course, Milwaukee just around the corner. And Kim, if I'm not mistaken, you might be competing in that one yourself. Is that right?
I'm hoping to compete myself.
That's going to be fun.
If I manage to get on the right flights at the right time, it is going to be exciting. I'm super excited, super grateful to be able to cast the DLC Bologna. I played in it last year. I played in a lot of DLCs last year. And I'm so excited to join you, Baker, Rebecca, Erica, and Kawa. We're all here, and we're super excited to bring you the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. It's season 2. It's post-rotation. I'm so excited.
Yeah, and we do apologize for the delay in getting this game back underway to you and getting the information over to you, but we will have it as soon as we know. We are waiting with as much anticipation as I'm sure you all are, but we really appreciate you taking some time out of your weekend here to watch us and watch the best Disney Lorcana players in Europe and some of the rest of the world as well.
All over
battling
the world.
it out. Talk to me about, Kim, some of the players that you've got your eye on this weekend? Is there anyone that you're really excited to see play?
I'm super excited to see, in my opinion, one of the super strong European female players.
Yep.
Atlantis Ray.
Yep.
We seen her last week at
We did.
Cardiff CCQ. She made top 16, I believe. Last year in Lille, she made top 32, and I'm really excited to see how she performs this weekend. Anyone you have your eye particularly on, Joe, and that you want to see do really well? Obviously, I've also been looking at Ely.
Yep.
I'm really excited for him. I'm such a Ruby Sapphire girl at heart, and I played it a lot last year, and I was really inspired by his item deck. Any players you have your eyes on?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the North Americans get on. We've got quite a few here. We've got some really big names, Zach Bivens, we've got
Yep.
Ed, we have Sailors here as
Yep.
well from
We have
Canada.
Zan
Zan
Syed.
Syed, of course, as well. So some of the biggest names that were very, very well-performing players in Season 1.
Yep.
We didn't necessarily see that many North Americans coming over to European events last year. There was definitely some times, like I remember seeing Zach Bivens, I think, in Birmingham. But a lot of the time last year, we had a DLC on in North America the same time as
Yes,
one
we did.
over on in Europe. So I'm fascinated to see how those North American players get on over here in Europe. It's really interesting in Europe that you've got like different communities have different play styles. Like I mentioned this Kida that we saw in Ely's deck. Looking at the CCQ that happened in France last week, it seems like this Kida is particularly popular within the French community. And then sure enough, the first French player we see on stream, they're playing that
They're
Kida.
playing the Kida,
So
yeah.
it does show you that there's like that little, I think in Europe in particular, with of course having localized languages, like the French community have French cards and the
Yes.
Italian community have Italian cards. Like maybe even more so because of that, you can have these sort of different metas or different play styles based off the country that become a little bit more popular. But we are going to go on to our feature match game, our feature match 2.
Feature match 2,
Game 3. We will get the result to you from that
Advantage
first
of
round
that
as
with
quickly
some
as we can.
outstanding
But this
play
is our backup
in game
match.
number
This
one
is feature
of this
match.
best of
It's not the
three.
And if
backup.
you're Ely
Backup,
and
it's
he's
just
sitting
feature
there
match
like
number 2.
he took
And we've
the win
got
last year in Bologna,
Federico,
you're going to be wanting
the home player,
to
one of
defend
the
your
best
title. He's
players
going to be
from
wanting
Italy,
to get all
up
those
against
wins and make it
Rafael.
into
Now
day
that
2.
is a flag.
He's going to
That
be
is
wanting
either
to come
New
after
Zealand
this Amber
or
Steel
Australia.
player, and this time
I don't know which
being
one
on
it
the
is though,
play.
Kim.
Maybe he's going to be altering his
I'm
hand
really
for
bad at
that
geography.
all important one drop to be able
I'm great
to
at Disney knowledge.
deal with
and
this.
This
Amber
is not
Steel.
a 5 minute can't do
We know
flags.
we've
I have
previously
absolutely
seen
no
Alba
idea. But
have
feature match
all
2,
the answers,
we want to
all
try
of
and
the
bring
one
you
drop,
as
the two drop,
many
even being
games
able to
as
sing
possible. And I'm so
Strength of
excited
the
we
Raging
have
Fire
this
and then
year.
finish off that Baymax
Yeah,
with the
going to
lady
be
helped her.
Amethyst Sapphire versus Amber Steel.
Yeah, and I think this is a matchup that we can expect to see more throughout the weekend. But remember, everyone, we are jumping on with this round 1 match in game number 3. This is the third and final game of this best of 3. Federico going with Amber Steel. Just shows you, like, historically in Disney Lorcana, a lot of the top players have avoided playing these faster, lore-gaining decks. But the fact we see a player like Federico on this deck just shows you that even the top players aren't afraid to play it. Like, these more quick questing decks have a bit of a stigma that they're easier to play.
Yes.
I don't think that's the case.
Absolutely
There's been a lot of discourse in the community at the moment. Okay, the games are shorter, so therefore, by definition, you have less decisions to make over the course of the game. However, because you have less decisions to make over the game, each decision, therefore, you could argue, is even more important. One small misstep has a significant outcome, and we're going to be looking to see Federico playing really, really clean Disney Lorcana. Who will be going first in game number 3? It's going to be Federico, and they are going to be starting things off with inking a card. It's going to be Mulan, and for one, we're going to see Rhino come through.
Absolutely, we do see that shift Rhino, that 4-drop inkable card in the hand could potentially come in next turn. And with that 4 strength to resist 2, it's super powerful card. We're going to see an Into the Unknown going into the Inkwell for Raphael and a Basil coming into play on the board. Basil, I've loved this card, and I know a lot of players are like, Basil, maybe perhaps helping hand, but I feel like Basil, because he has that support ability, he's going to be able to team up with cards like Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and give it 2 extra strength to be able to deal with more of your opponent's characters.
Yep, Basil, such a strong one-cost character. We're going to see Sale, the Azurite Sea come through. Raphael now going to be able to ink the Dumbo and pass back on over to Federico with 2 ink available, but of course can ink for the turn. Couple of options available here. There's a lot of uninkables. There's 2 Tianas, and there is a Lady. Lady into this Jim Deere could have been so good,
Yeah,
but Jim Deere going to be inked.
Bodyguard as well, a really nice inclusion I've liked in these Amber Steel decks. Jim Deere going to be inked though. It's going to be Tiana coming into play for Federico, and Rhino is going to quest for 2, and he has that resist 2. When he has no damage on him, he has resist 2. It's going to be difficult right now with Raphael only going to be on 4 ink, going to play the Madam Mim, going to bounce the Basil back to hand.
Yeah, and Madam Mim Elephant, it's a little bit of a tempo loss in one sense here, because you're moving your Basil from the board back to hand, but the Elephant is particularly strong against these aggro decks because of the fact at the start of your turn, you can move damage counters from the Madam Mim Elephant onto your opponent's characters. We're going to see the double quest from Federico. That is a impressive board.
Yeah.
Rhino and 2 restaurant owners. Rhino has many choices of restaurants, but Madam Mim going to sing into the unknown, and Tiana is going to go into the inkwell.
And it's going to be a hard cast
Wow.
of another into the unknown, into the inkwell for Rhino. But it's going to be 2 cards
Yeah.
because that Rhino was a shift, which could potentially help Federico here play even more cards this turn.
Yep, we're going to see Basil now return onto the board for Raphael, who has managed to clean up the board. Look at the ink, though, available from Federico. Raphael doing Federico's job for him in one sense, providing him with so much ink. But look, okay, you might have all this ink, but what are you going to spend your ink on? There's a Lady, but there's no 1 or 2 cost characters.
No.
That Jim Deere was inked.
There's a Lady, there's a Rhino, and there's 2 strengths.
And Kim, we have to talk about the ink decision in the previous turn. The decision was Strength of a Raging Fire or Jim Deere to be inked. And it was the Jim Deere that was inked, and then Federico top decking a second Strength of a Raging Fire, now leaving them in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, and you have to think maybe Federico is regretting that earlier inking decision of inking that Jim Deere, because potentially here we could have seen it come into play
Yep.
with this Lady, and he would have been able to play it for free.
But of course, if Federico top decks something different, having this strength in hand, we know it's so valuable.
Yeah.
Federico didn't know they were going to top deck another one, of course, so a little bit unfortunate there. Raphael, though, only with 2 cards left in hand. It is 8 law to 1. It's going to be Strength of a Raging Fire, actually sung by Tiana.
Yeah, and then he's going to play the Rhino. And I do like this
Yep.
decision by Federico, because leaving this Basil on the board for his opponent could have potentially seen Basil questing, giving support to the Madam Mim, and then Madam Mim would have been able to perhaps take
Oh
out
my
that Tiana.
goodness,
But
it's
we're not
another
going
one.
to see that. He doesn't need to do that. It's going to be singing into the unknown on the Tiana by
Big card
Madam
draw.
Mim Elephant.
Big card draw, and it's a big hit. It's the Daisy Duck. Federico can go wide. So much ink available. There is 6 ink available. It's going to be 3 on Lady,
Oh,
1
it
for
was a-
Daisy.
Yeah, we're going to be able to play Daisy for free
Yeah,
with the Lady.
of course. And then Strength of a Raging Fire plus Rhino taking out the Elephant. Rhino with only 1 damage on it, but there's no cards left in hand from Federico. There's 12 lore to gain. Raphael needs to get some characters on the board, and there one is. It's Elsa.
It's Elsa. The first time we've seen it today, but I expect to see it a lot today.
Yep, the
Elsa,
fifth
the
spirit.
5th spirit, going to be able to come in, challenge that Rhino.
Yep. Hypnotic Strength into the inkwell. Federico in top deck mode. More ink than they've possibly ever had. If they can find Doc, now would be the time to do it. It's a Rhino.
Another Rhino.
Could be worse.
Could be worse. With this Elsa having 4 damage on her already, I would have loved to see maybe a Bell coming in to move this damage off. We see a Genie in hand. There's a Rafiki going into the inkwell.
Yep, Rafiki into the ink. I think it's 8 ink available
Is
for
that an
Raphael.
Elsa? It is an Elsa.
The deep freeze comes through from Elsa. Rhino and Daisy will not ready at the start of Federico's turn. Elsa trades for Lady. Federico off the top. Can they find the Dock of Dreams? There is 7 ink, And it's going to be 2 ink only used. Really interesting to see Raphael's 3 into the unknowns here, giving Federico so much ink, but they just haven't been able to make use of it. You talked about Bell. Raphael finds it.
Yes, I did. And Elsa is going to be used to challenge that Rhino for damage on the Elsa. Could potentially see this Bell coming in to move the damage and potentially get rid of this Penny, or could be used to shift some damage onto that Rhino and clear that Rhino, as that Rhino does have the ability to quest for 2. We're going to see a Genie wish fulfilled. Gonna help Raphael. He's going to draw a card. We're still going to see the Bell, Accomplished Mystic, come in. Now the decision here by Raphael, he's going to be able to move up to 3 damage onto your ace opponent's character.
Yep.
He could potentially choose to move it onto Rhino, could banish Rhino. We could potentially move it onto Penny. We could banish the Penny. Both questing for 2 next turn. And it's a 12 lore, 2-1. And we are going to see the Bell move the damage onto the Rhino.
Yep, 3 damage moved onto the Rhino, which finishes her off. Federico is 8 lore away, but can quest for 4. Daisy and Penny ready and waiting. I think it's Mulan found, and actually not even going to play it, and not going to quest either, Kim. You seem surprised by that.
I love the decisions here, and I'm not sure what he top decked.
It was Mulan 1-drop.
It was a Mulan 1-drop? Oh, amazing. Okay, keeping these 2 characters on board, knowing maybe Raphael doesn't have the answer. Knowing if he has the last into the unknown, he's already used 3.
TikTok
There's
inked.
only 1 left. TikTok ink. We see the Monstro in hand. We talked about this earlier. But it's going to be Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe. And with the character like Genie already established, he is going to be able to trigger Dumbo's ability, gain a lore, draw a card, quest, helping Raphael really here get back up into the game.
Yeah, and the lady's the next card for Federico. The interesting decision here is, well, surely they're going to play the Mulan first, as then you might just get something like a dock instead of the lady. Big moment. What's going to be found? It's going to be Pete. So now Federico has to discard one of these cards and play the other. Pete says no actions, but lady with that extra lore is going to be preferred, you would imagine. Federico is 8 lore away, 5 lore on the board. Even the lady here, Kim, isn't quite enough. And this deep freeze from Elsa, suddenly Raphael is going to go from 1 to 20 extremely quickly. Raphael's board quests for 8.
Yeah, and even if this P comes in, we've already seen Raphael use a lot of actions already. 3 into the unknowns are already in the discard. Could potentially stop that last one. This P coming in could stop the last one. Or playing this lady with the extra lore. 2 lore being able to have that on board if the lady is able to stick around. And the lady is going to stick around. He's going to discard the Pete.
Yep.
He's going to choose to quest with
Daisy
the Daisy trigger. Big prize, and it is going to be a big prize for Raphael. It's going to be another Bell, Accomplished Mystic, into the hand.
Yeah, and Federico now will develop the lady, but the problem for them here is if Daisy and Penny are removed, the readied lady and Mulan only get a quest for 3, but 4 lore is needed. There's not much passive story gain in this deck where you can play something like a Go-Go, something like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Amber Steel just doesn't really have access to those kinds of cards. You need to gain lore by questing. Raphael challenging with the Genie, challenging with the Bell, and Dumbo and Elsa now free to go on a quest potentially. Elsa comes through, cleans up lady as well. Raphael seems to be taking over this game number 3.
Yeah, and we've seen previously that Daisy Duck was able to give Raphael another Bell into hand.
Wow.
Meaning Raphael here, going to play this Bell, going to be able to move the damage onto the Mulan and cleanly clear Federico's board, really showing the power of how this Amethyst Sapphire deck is able to control the board super well. And was that a Kita in the hand?
Think you might be right. It's a big moment for Federico off the top deck. They need 4 lore out of nowhere. They don't have it. Raphael is the winner in game number 3.
Yeah, Raphael is going to take the game 3 win, meaning that he has the round 1 victory. You've got to be feeling super good going in after round 1 of your Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. You've got your game 1 win. You've got to be feeling good about that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Sapphire Amethyst deck. It's the deck to beat coming into this weekend, and it starts off strong. Now, I do hear that we're going to very soon be jumping to an interview where we're going to be finding out who won that game or that round one match. Ely was on show, the champion from Bologna last time. It was looking tricky for them when we left
really
it.
Tricky when we left it. The visions of the future just came in. Did he find that under the sea to be able to regain board control?
Yeah, let's find out and see if we can jump in with an interview.
Hello, Illumineers. I'm here with the winner of our round one featured match, Ely Vapier, who is our winner from DLC Bologna last year and also a top 8 in the World Championship. How are you feeling this first weekend of DLC Bologna?
I'm really happy to be here and to defend my title, so I'm super.
Well, you're off to a great start, but this match, game one, was not off to a great start for you. How instrumental was missing that turn one play for you with that game? Do you feel like that was kind of the game maker there for you?
Yeah, it was game maker because I had the Baymax, and obviously against Amber Steel I have to roll the good dice, and I'm really bad at it. Everyone knows about it, so so yeah.
Yeah, and then game two, though, you had everything you need. I feel like we saw what the Emerald Sapphire deck is meant to do. Talk about your reasons for bringing the Emerald Sapphire deck here this weekend.
I bring in Emerald Sapphire because I wanted to play, be prepared, and that's the only choice. That's the only choice.
And we did see that Under the Sea come down a few times this match. Would you say that that's kind of the card of your deck, or what is your best card of your deck? Do you feel like you're champion of the deck?
The champion of the deck is obviously Clarabelle because the deck cannot run without her. So, yeah.
Well, I hope that Clarabelle can take you all the way this weekend. Hopefully get one of these beautiful mats. And good luck to you. Thanks for chatting with us. And we're going to go back to Joe, Curly, and Kim.
Way to start off Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. And what a great first two games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very unorthodox opening to the start of the day, but one with lots of drama and excitement, which is what we're all here for. And of course, round two will be up next. Now here we're going to have a little bit of a show match.
Oh, I heard the whispers.
The whispers in the well?
The whispers in the well, but the whispers of this set. At set 9 Fables, we're going to have a little bit of a show match, a little bit of constructed. We're going to see two of our fellow casters having a little bit of Our hosts of this set, I believe, is Baker and Rebecca, going to be having a little bit of a constructed playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very fascinating to see. I have a feeling I know what Baker might go for. Ruby Amethyst is quite predictable when it comes to that. Rebecca, on the other hand, I think Rebecca's a little bit more hard to pin down. What do you think we're going to see from Rebecca, if you had to guess?
Do you know what? I've actually no idea. I know we played a multiplayer game, myself, Rebecca, and Erica. A great way. I love to play Lorcana in multiplayer because it gets so intense, and then it gets so fun, and then you all zone in on one person, and it's phenomenal. And she was running Amber Steel.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know there's been a few decks among us all that we've been testing and trying out. So I wonder if she'll be playing the Amber Steel. But I also wonder what Baker's been playing, because I think he's been testing a bit of Ruby Amethyst.
Kim, I'm just remembering, we had a little chat last night about us casting the first round of the day, and we're really excited for it. I remember you told me, I'm going to put you on the spot, you were going to tell me a Disney joke.
I did. But I didn't want to make all of our fellow Illumineers watching just say I was really bad at telling jokes. So I've been postponing it. But do you want to hear my joke?
I do. I'm sure the chat wants to hear your joke
Okay,
too.
and I feel like it's fitting because we have our Elsa pins on.
We do.
And it's to do with Elsa.
Okay.
So, why should you not give Elsa a balloon?
Why should you not give Elsa a balloon? You should not give Elsa a balloon. I don't know. Why should you not give Elsa a balloon? I have no idea.
But she'll let it go.
Okay, that's actually a good one. Fair enough.
Thanks. I've been rehearsing it.
That's a good
I've been
one.
rehearsing it.
I'll give that a 4 out of 5.
Yeah. All day yesterday, Joe was like, I don't want to hear your jokes. I was like, I've got a really good joke.
I needed to be
And
my natural reaction.
Do you know what? It felt so fitting because the Elsa pin and all of our Illumineers here in the building is going to be able to possibly get their hands on this Elsa pin because it's on the prize wall.
It is, yeah. So, Kim, talking to me about Disney, I know you're a big fan of Disney. If you had to pick one Disney film as your favourite, I think I know the answer.
Oh, Tangled.
Tangled, yeah.
Tangled, absolutely.
You know what? Tangled was my number one. My little sister loved Tangled.
I know you've been watching a lot.
I have.
You've been studying. You've been getting
Yeah,
ready.
I've been doing my
and
best.
I'm so proud of you. Well
Thank
done.
you. My favourite, though, Emperor's New Groove. It's
Wrong
so
lever.
good. Yeah.
I love. This is why I love the flavour of our Disney Lorcana cards because it's stuff like wrong lever, pull the lever. It's so beautiful.
And now we are going to go on over to our beautiful casters, our co-host. No, not our co-host, our host.
The hosts.
The worst end
We're
of
going
all
to join
time.
Rebecca and Baker over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool.
Smash it.
Okay, high roll.
I roll. Let's go. Hey.
8,
10.
10. There you
I
go.
will go first.
You got it, as you should.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
4, 6, 7. I'm taking 4.
I will also take 4.
Small hands.
Hello there.
Hello.
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 Hello, geezer.
Hello, love. Oops. Oh, you didn't see that. You
I
didn't
didn't see that.
Twitch chat is going to destroy me with my shuffling skills.
It's alright, Spetsy's
Get-
worse.
There you are, sir. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm gonna ink a hamster for a daisy. Go ahead.
Inkoffel, pass.
Oh, sad. Sad.
Sad.
Draw. Oh. Okay.
You just aggro me. This is going to be done like straight away.
Yeah, listen, I made a bad choice and now I'm sad about it. So it's fine. It's fine.
Trigger.
Trigger. Love it. Love to see it. Go ahead.
Not great. Not great.
It's great for me.
Oh, thank you very
Perfect.
much. Appreciate it.
Are you going to be our table judge?
Oh, okay. Oh, they can hear. Oh, hello, stream.
Well,
there we go.
hello.
Well, hello there.
We did not know that.
So here's Baker just looking at his awful hand after he missed a 1-drop, and he feels like he's going to get aggroed out within 3 turns. I feel like that's important for later because you're too aggressive, Rebecca. You're too aggressive. Way too aggressive. I will ink a Dumbo. and I will pay 2 for, I think we're going to have to go power line.
I love to see Dumbo in the inkwell.
I bet you do.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, what does that tell you about my hand?
You said draw. Okay.
I'm not sure if it was the right ink, to be honest, but
We are going
we're here
to. Yeah, I think we will do that. I'm going to ink this beautiful hamster. 2 for dock, no trigger.
fair.
And I'm going to pay 1 and
That's lethal.
daisy trigger.
Hey, I got a card.
So I should.
You be on 4 law. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so
So that
I'm
makes it 5 because you
at
quested with
1,
my
2,
last
3,
turn.
4, 5.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm just gonna get aggroed out here. I should have played Herald Sapphire. Where were you turn 1? Okay. I guess in that case, I need to be able to answer that. I think we have to do that. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Right down here too.
3, 4, max goof, and pass to you.
Ready, set, draw.
It's a strength, isn't it? Be a man. Yep, fine. 1,
1,
2, 3, 4.
9. Do this too. Go ahead. The deep breath.
What law are you on? 9.
9. I've got 9.
5. Oh god, this is over. This is just over, mate. I think this. I probably should have kept the 1 drop from last turn. I will. I could do that. Let's take that. That's not going to be enough for that. I think I need to play this, so I'm going to ink here for the Dumbino. Shout out to JDZ. Dumbino! Past you.
Ready, set, draw. Ink. Dump. 1, 2.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll just quest. 1,
2.
2, 3, 4, and trigger. 13. Nice. Okay.
So that puts you to what?
13.
13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I get at least 1 more turn. This is a darling dear. Anything else?
That's it.
Maui?
No.
Oh man.
So many cards, but you're not doing much.
No, I am not. I mean, it's definitely partly the wrong ink on a certain turn, but them's the breaks.
Them's the breaks.
Them's the breaks.
I'm feeling great over
I
here.
bet you are, mate. I bet you are. I am going to get 1 more turn. I think I just have to play one of these. Yeah, it's you go to 19 next turn, right? I've done that
19
math
next turn,
right,
correct,
yeah.
yes.
Ink bell. Bell for nothing. Pass to you.
That feels bad.
Yep.
That feels bad. Hamster.
Yeah.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Trigger. I'm at 19.
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do, but I want to take something out.
You know.
I need to take something out.
Well, you gotta
Right.
go through the pop.
That's it. Okay.
Who's the villain
This
now?
is gimmick infringement going on right here. Cool. So I guess you're gonna take it out anyway. So I guess I play 2 for Lumiere.
That takes.
It's a trade.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Lumiere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The place 1.
And then I can ink this and pay 4 for Genie. For
Okay.
no reason, draw
Just
a card.
because?
Take out Daisy.
Finally.
Pass to you. I'll let you quest out.
All right.
I'll let you do it. I'll
Let's
let you
see
do it.
Anything fun? You know. Here, I'll just put that up. Quest.
She was like, Becky, you're going to destroy me on stream. It's game 2, mate. Game 2. I want my game 2.
Game it.
Oh, that
Wait,
was,
hold on. I have
that
to
was
do
tragic.
this. I have to do this. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. 2 second stars
Were
in
you-
hand.
Oh, I was gonna say, were you stuck with some high uninkables?
I had stuff, but like it just
Yeah.
wasn't enough to overcome that. Not without. I think even with 1 drop, I'm not sure I can beat that sort of board. Like, the only thing missing was Tiana, really.
Yeah.
All right, let's try again. See if this goes any better. If I can save myself from the 2-0 humiliation.
There you go.
You're running cannons.
Keep.
You're keeping your hand. Wow. The audacity. Showing you my hand. There we go.
I didn't see it. I didn't.
See, the risk here, though, is that, like, this hand could get a lot worse. But I need more gas, I think, to start off against you. Yeah, I'll also go for 4. 2, 3, 4.
4.
Yeah. Okay. I have my 1 drop this time. So start. So you're saying there's a chance. Go. Oh, you kept your hand.
I did
then
keep my hand.
Then I will
Keep
not
your
touch
hands
it. Keep your
off
hands off
my
my
deck.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Off you go,
1, 2,
sir.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that could have gone worse. I think we go this and this. Pass to you.
Draw. I'm going to ink a penny for Aurora. Pass.
Dombino. Power line. And I'm in the game.
In the game.
1 law. More than I got last game. But here she comes to wreck the day.
Now I have choices.
Yep.
1.
Yep.
And I will play this for free. Let's go to that.
Jim dear.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a darling deer. Keep me on my toes.
This. Yeah, I guess I'll link that. Now I'll play one for Rhino.
Target.
Yeah.
Because I'm a good sport.
Power line. And that's it. One.
Still take one. Okay. Three for max.
One damage.
One damage. Pass.
Feel sad.
Yeah, ink that.
I know. Yeah.
Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Yeah.
Come on. Request for 2. Go to 3. Pass.
Pass. That's what you said, yeah?
Yes. Pass.
I'll take that. I will take that every day of the week. Okay. We do this first. We go Ink Lumiere for Genie. Draw cards. Are you ready?
I'm not ready.
Be king, undisputed, respected, saluted.
That's sad.
And I'll quest for 1. Pass to you. All right, we're in this one. Let's go. We're back in it.
I was not ready for that. That's sad.
I'm so glad I still have this.
Yes. I'm sure you are.
I'm sure you are.
Sure you are. I don't know if I want to do that.
Vinny!
But I will. Go ahead.
Okay.
Vinny!
Feeling better. We're feeling better.
Pigeons are here. Five, 4, and Elsa. Come on.
1 in hand. Quest for 3 to go to 5.
5. Oh, I missed something. You quest 1 last time? Last game?
Yeah.
Game?
And pass to you.
I really wanted Vinny.
Yeah.
Why'd you have
I didn't want you to have Vinny.
I know. I don't know. I'm going to ink Penny. I'm going to play Doc. I am going to discard. I hate doing that, but I need more cards.
I'll take them.
I will take those.
Sure.
Go ahead. No cards in hand.
Got it. Draw. For Dumbo. Pay 1 and exert the Elsa to draw a card and gain a lure. 6.
I don't like your board right now.
Ink, Max Goof, pay the ink to gain
Yep.
a law and draw a card. 2 in hands. 2, you'd have to double. That seems fine. And that seems fine. Yeah.
9.
Yeah. And pass to you.
Okay. Ready. Draw. A big little princess.
Oh, whoop. Hey, princess.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Too low for you.
And yeah, I'm just thinking I'm gonna.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, do all at
So
once.
1, 2, 3,
So
4.
Up to 7. Nice.
Go ahead. So we're just playing for funsies. I don't have to hide my facial expressions.
Funsies. Okay, what's the best way to tackle this?
Wisely.
Wisely. You have chosen wisely. 6, 7, 6, 7. Got it. Yep, got it. Can we take the 1? Let's do. I should draw first, but I don't know how many secrets it. 3, 4, 5, 6. If I'm playing with her, I'll do that. Do I want to draw some more cards? I might just go into 2, 3. Yeah, I think I want to do it that way. Okay, let's do Max Goof, take out Daisy. I'll play 5 for Bell to pop. I will ink Powerline, pay 2 for Lumiere.
I was thinking, I hope he doesn't have a Lumiere, because then all my characters will be gone.
So that means these 2 can take that. That would take the Troubadour. And I take 1 and 1. I've used all my ink, but I could still just. Do I want to take out the dark? Nothing to bounce. I don't think. Sure, I'll take the dark. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. Get rid of him.
Why
And then
not?
quest for 2 with Genie. Puts me to 11, and pass to you. I'm at 11, right?
Yes, you are.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah. Yep.
Game 3. Yeah. I got to sing Bee King. I got to do
all
Dumbo
the
things.
things. You got to do all the
things.
things.
Love it. Okay. Now the dreaded game
I
3
got
on the
to
draw.
do none of the things.
None of the things for you.
I like Vinny. Vinny's fun.
Vinny's fun.
Vinny.
Chat, if you can hear us, who's a Vinny stan? Let me know. I will check.
Vinny, Bobby, and Vinny, Bobby, and
Gone.
go on.
Great film, though.
Somebody's gonna tell us.
Bolt is a great film, mate.
Someone-
I only watched that for the first time this year. Like,
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. There was just like,
It's just very sweet.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So
It's a beautiful
wonderful.
story.
I love it.
yeah, for some reason it just, I didn't think it was going to be for me.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah, super good.
Do you want to know what movie I didn't watch until last year?
What's that?
probably.
What's that?
Great Mouse Detective.
You are unworthy. To be fair, I also only watched Big Hero 6 for the first time last year, and that's like
yeah,
a banger,
yeah.
mate. Like
That
I
one's
wouldn't mind a
great.
sequel to that.
That's right.
I
They
thought that
made
was
a
very good.
series. There's a series.
There's a series?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo, hold me back. I need a break.
There you go.
Right, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How'd I get one drop? You first. You're not altering. You're holding your hand.
Are you?
God.
Sorry about that.
I'll take 5. 1, 2, 3.
I'm going to keep them. Last time I kept, though, and you saw how that worked out for
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I do feel better about this.
Yeah, I bet you do. Okay. It's like the Argo's like so well statted against you, but you're on cannons, so like it's just not a very safe keep in my opinion. You've kept. So.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. All right. I'm inking a rhino. Aurora. Pass.
Mulan. Pass to you.
Ready.
You know what that means, right?
What means?
Nothing.
You're gonna quest for 1.
Yep. Yeah, play your Tiana, come on.
I am gonna play my
Yeah.
Tiana. Go ahead.
I will ink.
My feet don't touch the
Shark.
floor. Ooh, shark in the inkwell. I like it.
2 for power line.
Do it.
Thinking about it.
Do it.
I'm thinking about it. Because I don't want, if you go too wide next turn, I don't know what I can do about that. But this is so valuable to have on board. I think I need to just slow you down, so I'm just going to do it. Pass to you.
Ready. Draw. I'm gonna ink this. Play 3. Quest for 2.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I don't think I'm getting to this point of the game.
I mean, you never know, but that's 2 in the inkwell now.
It is. Yeah. Mulan. 2 doesn't exist. There we go. I can't give it up. Pass.
Draw. And we will quest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go to 9. I love it. And I have 1 card in it.
Yep.
Go ahead. Got that bell?
bad, bad. Well, I couldn't play it. I think I'm just paying. Cards in hand.
Uno.
So 4 strength because of Lumiere.
Yeah.
I will.
See if
Yeah. Yeah. You're at 9.
correct.
Correcto. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 16. Ugh, yuck.
Thinking.
Cut off. Do I need to play it? Yeah, I do. One in hand.
Okay. And
Pass.
okay. Ready. Draw. I'm at 9. 16. Okay, I'm gonna quest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I have.
That's
I think I've had one card of
beautiful.
Daisy.
That's beautiful, man. 6. There we go. I'm gonna do 1 for a hamster and do -1 on max. And then I'm gonna play. This is gonna be great.
Okay.
This is gonna be
I
great.
bet it is.
This is gonna be
Okay.
great.
Sure. You're at what? 18?
I'm at 16. Go ahead.
No. I wanted it to be something specific. Yeah. I always lose, but how do I go out in style and do the most?
Go out
do
in
the mo-
style.
Do the most damage?
Absolutely.
Because I'm for sure cooked. Don't want to play this. Oh, I was hoping to hit the elite archer, man. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, that would have. Yeah.
Yep. That would have. Yup.
Yup, yup.
Yup. Yup. 5, 3, 2.
He has the -1.
Yeah. I'm counting for Lumiere.
Oh.
Yeah. But I still don't think it's enough. All right. Whatever. I will pay 4 for. Is it worth challenging something for? No, because all my guys would just get bandaged. I'm going to play everyone's got a weakness.
Okay.
I'm going to put 1 damage on the Pluto
Excellent.
and draw
He's
1
now
card.
A 1/5.
This is great. And then cry. Is that an action? Is that a game state? Can we have a game state check for crying?
Tears of agony.
2, 3, 4,
You know,
5.
why not? There we go.
And I will ink a pirate's life.
Excellent.
Pause. I could have sung it, but GG's.
GG.
If you can hear us, I think we're going to a little break after this absolute throttling that I just got from Rebecca Quests. Where was the elite archer? Come on, I want to see an elite archer. They are in the deck.
Are you sure?
That would have been good. I promise they're in the deck. I absolutely promise you. Come on.
We're gonna get down there. It's gonna be We're getting down.
I mean, there's more than one. I think.
Wow, there she is. Oh my goodness.
Okay. We're going to a little break. Join us again after that for some more Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, where I believe it's going to be me and Kawa on the desk. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll catch you soon.
Catch you soon.
Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night. Erase all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in beautiful Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker and I am joined by a very special guest making his debut at the DLC season. We've got Kawa, my friend. It is so good to be in the booth with you. How you feeling, man?
I am beyond hyped to be here.
I bet you are, bro.
I loved playing in these events. Last year I competed in all of the European events and now I finally get to cast one. The atmosphere in this room is so immense. People are so excited. It's been quite some time
since
we've had a major event. But you know, we have had, you know, there's 2,000 players gathered outside there, ready to jam some Disney Lorcana TCG today.
100%. And we got a lot we could talk about. We could talk about the thrashing that Rebecca just handed me. Talk about what it's been like for you to join the team as staff this year. But I know that people want to see Disney Lorcana trading card game action, and we're going to be heading into round 2 very, very shortly. Quick pick. What's winning this weekend?
Oh, safe bet is always Sapphire Amethyst, but I'd like to see an Emerald Sapphire take it.
Here we go straight over to the players. We'll come back to that point of conversation in a moment because I got shown a very spicy deck.
Okay.
When there was someone ran up to me and was like, Baker, look what I'm cooking with. I was like, you sure are cooking. Keep me updated with your score. I want to try and see that deck today, but we'll come back to that. Okay. We go over to the players here. Oh, rocking the Darkwing Duck t-shirt, who will be making their debut into the Disney Lorcana TCG in not so long. The what is Darkwing Duck in Lorcana account will be very happy featured on the Lorecast in days past. But really excited to get into this round 2 game. If you're only just joining us, welcome to DLC Bologna. We're 1 round down, heading into round 2 of 8 rounds of Swiss that we'll be covering today, followed by tomorrow. You need 18 points, I believe, is the cut, Kawa, to proceed to day 2. 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then see if you can qualify for that top 32 cut where we move into single, best of 3 elimination. It's going to be such an exciting weekend of Lorcana, Kawa.
Yeah, these players are super excited, shuffling up, getting ready to play.
Game face on, right?
Game face on, indeed. These players, as I said, have been waiting a long time to compete on the big stage. They're here. They are ready to jam some games. I'm excited to see what ink pairings we'll be seeing on this feature match right now.
Yeah, 100%. Our players both on a 1-0. And we're going to start off with Martin inking that Royal Guard, and down comes a card that is very much the staple in these Blurpool Sapphire Amethyst decks, Basil, which I love to see, followed by a Troubadour and an epic Aurora, Kawa.
Very, very nice indeed. We actually have the artist
we do.
Drew this Aurora. Absolutely fantastic card. We're going to see Martin ink and Elsa 5th Spirit to play Tipo, so they did hit that ramp on turn 2. That is essential when you're playing a Sapphire Amethyst deck.
Yeah, super important. You want to hit that Tipo or Sail the Azure at Sea. Tipo obviously develops a body and you can ink an uninkable as opposed to Sail, which would let you draw cards. Both have niche situations where one or the other is better. On the Hermit side of the board, we're going to be inking another Troubadour, a card that I think has been repopularized in these deck lists, courtesy, again, I'm going to bring up the name Sky, someone who's had a lot of success with Amber Steel. Not everyone was playing these Troubadours, but Sky putting him in saying, no, I want to be able to sing strength on turn 3 on the draw in the mirror match.
100%, yeah, and with the Tipo questing here, it's very likely this is a Madam Mim elephant coming down, able to protect that Tipo, and this elephant is probably one of the best 4-cost cards against Hermit's Amber Steel. You know, if it's something like a Genie, then Hermit could go Lady into a character, sing strength. This elephant is an absolutely massive character to deal with.
She's a big girl. We see that Lilo Escape Artist put into the Inkwell. Again, another card that Sky has recently started. I think I'm going to say that a lot this weekend, but he's done so well with Amber Steel. I feel it's disingenuous to not give shout-outs to these players that are helping innovate and standardize the deck lists. But yeah, we're getting down that Tiana, who is certainly making an impression in our metagame.
Yes, we see Elsa 5th Spirit hit the board right now, choosing to exert the Aurora. And we'll have a few different options. You could see the Madam Mim Elephant Challenge. You want to get a little bit of damage on it so that you can take advantage of the ability. Exactly what we're going to see here. And let's hope that Martin does have an answer or two for this Tiana restaurant owner. There's a couple of different answers within the Sapphire Amethyst deck. Notably, Into the Unknown helps out a lot. Once you get to that 7 ink threshold, you also have cards like Hades. So I think right now Martin's feeling pretty comfortable in this position.
Yeah, it's about as good a start as you could hope for with the 1-drop. Obviously, Basil has that support keyword, meaning that at an appropriate turn, we can go on a quest, give +2 strength to another character. And yeah, this Madam Mim Elephant that you spoke a moment ago, the last remaining remnants of our bounce package, Cower, with this secondary ability to move damage counters, which has unfortunately been missed. You do need to trigger that ability in the set stage of Ready, Set, Draw, where you can move up to 2 damage from the elephant onto a different character. Unfortunately, Martin missing that trigger this time round, but we're going to see the Dumbo, another card making a big impression here, Cower.
100%, yeah. Dumbo is one of the most powerful cards of Fable, so able to use that ability, draw a card with the Elsa, and we see a very spicy card indeed. This is a Sapphire Kida 4-cost inkable 3/3 with ward, and when you exert it, you can put a card into your Inkwell face down and exert. Look at the top 2. One goes face down into the Inkwell exerted, and the other one stays at the top of the deck. Very spicy card inclusion. We saw a lot of French players playing this card in the recent CCQ.
Oh, Penny coming down, I think giving the resist to the Tiana there, and then going extra wide with the Aurora. Oh, that's what you want to see. Going wide enough to take out this Madam Mim Elephant, and we wouldn't have been able to do that if we'd have moved the 1 damage on the previous turn. So maybe a little bit of a stumble early on. Again, this is high pressure. This is DLC season. Lots to play for this weekend, Cower.
Indeed, yeah. And now Hermit's developed such a wide board against Martin, and if they don't have an answer for this Tiana, it may be quite tricky to deal with this row of characters right now.
100%. And just go by while they're making their move, to go back to the Kida. That ward keyword super important, guaranteeing yourself that you're not going to be removed by something like an Into the Unknown, which we do see come down as one of the perfect answers to this Tiana. Obviously, Hades later on in the game is going to be absolutely important. We're going to see that Genie come down, just drawing a card. It's a bit slow, but he quests a lot, draws you a card, but we're going to have to really climb uphill to answer this wide board state that Hermit has developed. Such a shame about the Madam Mim Elephant, but Basil, take it, put to use immediately, getting rid of that lady.
Yeah, we do the option here to utilize the Dumbo, challenge into the Lilo, exactly what Martin is going to opt to do here. An important thing for Lilo, we can actually see Hermit here. If they want to replay Lilo, they have to do it before their draw step.
And you see this moment, Kawa, he has readied his cards, and now he's deciding, am I going to trigger this Lilo? Yes, I am. So we're going to pay 2, and the Lilo comes in exerted, draw a card. Thinking about paying 2 ink for something. We're going to ink Pete and pay 3 ink for a 3/2 quest for 2 character.
I believe it's one of your favorite characters, Baker. This may be the Jafar.
It's the Jafar, the aspiring ruler, who gives Challenger 2 to a character on play. Again, Amber Steel, not really in the interest of doing too much challenging, but in the mirror match or against Amethyst Steel, sometimes you need just one favourable challenge to get yourself ahead in that race.
It's a decent body as well. A quest for 2, it's a 3/2.
Sing strength, quest.
100%, yeah. And in this situation, though, it's quite funny because Hermit can't do anything against the board, but the Shift Elsa, this 8-cost Elsa, comes down able to essentially freeze 2 of Hermit's characters on the board right now, which will really, really slow him down.
Yeah, this Elsa Spirit of Winter, one of our reprints from the first chapter, reprinted in Fabled. I'm glad to see her again. She shifts for 6. She's going to use the Deep Freeze ability on both Lilo and the Jafar, which is going to exert both the characters, and they will not be able to ready at the start of the next turn. A couple of challenges from Dumbo and Genie, and all of a sudden, Martin has done a fantastic job of clearing up this board and leaving Hermit with very few resources. And this is where the Lilo comes in so handy, right? Obviously, at the moment, it's on the board, but at this point in the game where you don't necessarily have enough cards to utilize all your ink, Lilo's going to be fantastic there. We see a strength to take out the Dumbo, which, hey, turn off that ability, the making history, the 9th wonder of the universe!
Yes, now we can see that Martin has still got this 8-cost Elsa on the board, paired alongside this Genie board. Hermit's still putting plenty of pressure onto Martin, so decides to use Elsa, challenge, and banish that Jafar. And oh, what a fantastic play, utilizing the Bell, accomplished Mystic, to move some damage counters over and take out that Lilo.
Man, before rotation, this seemed like fine. Like, oh yeah, she's a pretty good card, sees play. Post-rotation, this is dummy Braxton broken, in my opinion. Like, Panic does 2, and that seems reasonable. But this Bell, she's huge. Oh!
I believe it was a Mulan played, and Doc is just discarded.
Oh
my God.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, Mulan allowing you to draw a card, immediately discard a card. These docks are very valuable. It's the main draw engine for this Amber Steel deck. So, yeah, very unfortunate discard. There another Bell coming down, going to remove the last of the damage onto the Mulan. You see the half smile from Hermit there of like, yeah, checks out.
Yeah, and the thing with the Mulan is it is a mage trigger, but like it's sometimes weird if you've no cards in your hand. Maybe you just play it.
Yeah, Lilo into the discard.
Yes, that's actually a very valid reason to do it, indeed. So, yeah, but we can really see the power of Lilo here being brought back from the discard pile.
Ooh.
Moana, very, very spicy card inclusion here.
Love this. She's a 3-cost 3/4 quest for 2. Again, like playing into that aggro theme, right? It's a nice body. It's probably trading with something. 4 willpower can be tricky to deal with. So, yeah, a nice bit of spice from Hermit there. Probably not enough to combat this humongous board that Martin has played. And down comes the Infernal Schemer, or as Kim would say, Schemer.
And Into the Unknown, actually, on Lilo is absolutely huge here.
Huge.
Denies Hermit the ability to keep replaying it from the discard pile. I don't know what else Hermit can pull out here. Jafar is the best thing he's got, and that's going to be the first game.
Jafar, I think an awful lot of you, but I'm not sure how much you can do in this situation to combat a board of Genie, Elsa, multiple bells. A slight slip up from Martin at the beginning there, just forgetting the Madam Mim Elephant moving damage, which was very important. It allowed that Strength for a Raging Fire to take it out in one shot, but recovering convincingly to take out, again, they're just showing the power of Blurple being able to ramp up to these high-cost cards. Into the Unknown dealing with the Tiana, I think, was like really the pivotal turn of that game.
100%, yeah. And we get to see like the power. I mean, I love to see this Moana inclusion. Honestly,
Yes.
you mentioned it's like a very well statted card for the cost. Yes, it's an inkable, but it also combos really well with the Aurora in the deck. Yes,
Good point, Cal.
Turn 2, you can get it out super early.
I actually missed that. I'm glad you're here, buddy. No, fantastic point. You're creating some great synergy in this Aurora. It seems like she's going to be staple in Amber
I
Steel
think
going
so.
forward. And even in Infinity, right, there's been some third-party events that have hosted Infinity. And, of course, we've got DLCs coming later on next year.
Wait.
Oh,
I
I
can't
am
wait.
so prepared, Cal. You have no idea. But we saw a couple of third-party events running the classic, what's known as Steel Song, playing Whole New World, Storm Rage on, things like that. And most decks, like, we've already run a lot of Princess. This is turn 2 Ariel.
Yeah, insane.
Yes, please.
Insane.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, having a look at the opening hands here from both players. They are in their alter phase right now. Taking a quick look at the Amber Steel player side. You can see a couple of daisies, you can see an Aurora.
And Nala in there as well. New card from Fable, 2-cost uninkable. Martin, who will be on the draw for winning that game. So I'm guessing Hermit's already altered, because technically the player that's going first is meant to alter.
Yeah.
So maybe he's already altered, or maybe Martin's just impatient. He's like, I know what I'm doing. I don't care about giving you information. Let's just do it.
I mean, this could also just be a full keep from Hermit, potentially, right? Could be like, yeah, this hand's good, keep 7.
It wasn't a bad hand, to be fair, so there you go. Hermit will be kicking us off here again. This is best of 3. No more 2-game format for now. We're going to ink the penny, and down comes that epic Aurora again. I wonder if that'll be signed by the end of the day.
I hope so. And we did see a couple of different options here. There is the ability to play a Tiana on turn 2. It's very important that Martin tries to establish a 1-cost character. Unfortunately, not able to do so right now. However, playing Develop Your Brain is also incredibly important within Blurple, because if you don't already have that turn 2 ramp in your hand, this allows you to look at a few more cards to really try and get there.
I really think you miss turn 2 ramp, your deck becomes 50% less efficient off the bat. You know, the jumping ahead to these high-cost characters is so important. So Develop Your Brain is a nice way to find them. You've even seen some people playing copies of like 1 jump ahead to go with the Sail and T-Bow, just because it is so important to hit that turn 2 ramp. And of course, in the mid to late game, things like Develop, maybe there's a vision in the future in there to try and find key pieces like Hades, etc. We are going to see the turn 2 ramp in the form of Sail, inking Dumbo, and then extra inking the Rule Guard, and down comes the Great Mouse Detective.
I think having Basil, establishing Basil here is absolutely key, especially when you get to like your Elsa turn and enabling the support ability. You can quest and buff up that Elsa with a little bit more strength. Might be able to help out against some of these characters. But Tiana is going to be a big issue right now for Martin, and a Daisy and a Nala coming down onto the board is a lot of pressure coming down from Hermit.
It sure is. And I was actually about to say, I imagine we're going to establish a singer for Into the Unknown here, but Martin's saying, no, just get rid of her. Maybe the Basil wants to trade into the Aurora, possibly. It's because the thing is, you're going into your Elsa turn next, right? So you could play Elsa, give her support, and then immediately take out a Daisy. So I do respect that play, keeping the Basil. The 2-1 body is nice, but that support keyword really comes in handy.
Huge risk, though. Yes, the Strength of Raging Fire came down and took out the Basil which means now if Nelsa comes down, there is no real efficient way. I mean, the only thing that can be taken out is really the Aurora, right?
Yeah, I still think it was right though to hold the Basil there. You know, we're on the draw against Amber Seal. I think you need to hope for a lot of things to go your way.
Very spicy card.
Oh, the Ursula Voice Stealer, sing for me. She's a very interesting card. On play, you can exert chosen ready character, which is already in itself is an incredible ability. We're in a format where no one likes to turn side. Well, maybe Amber Steel does, but a lot of decks like to build up a long wall of characters and then find the turn to make it tricky for your opponent to answer. So, yeah, super efficient.
Yeah, and I think I love the flavor of this Ursula card, by the way. Like, it basically, you're making your opponent's cards sing your songs.
Absolutely.
I think it is absolutely beautiful.
I love the theming. Yeah, being able to play us free into the unknown is pretty good. Or we're going to none. Once again, hard cast into the unknown, meaning we're paying 3 ink for it as opposed to singing it. I mean, sure, you get rid of an annoying character, but this, you've got no bodies on the board, and here Hermit's going wide as he likes.
Oh my god, it's like Lilo into Doc into... This is triple Daisy on the board right now. I don't know what Martin can do against all of this. Doesn't have a single character on the board
Two
right
triggers.
now.
There's Elsa, not going to get that sale. This Daisy Duck on quest. The opponent looks at the top card of the deck. If it is a character card, you may add it to your hand. Anything else goes to the bottom of the deck. And Martin's just going to extend the handshake and say, let's go game 3. I'm going to be on the play. A quick point out of the Glimmerfoil Lilo as well, Kawa. And it was actually, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, the release of the second gift set with that Elsa. I imagine as time goes on, we're going to see more of them make their way into
I think the Glimmerfoils, the Glimmerfoils look
beautiful.
Unbelievable. Stunning. And I think in particular, you know, this Elsa Fifth Spirit is a card that's played in so many Amethyst decks, so I personally cannot wait to get my hands on that card.
Very much so. I mean, again, I think all cards should get like enchanted and epic treatment. Again, like competitive players want all their like meta cards to be epic, and fair play, like we should do that. But some play, like maybe if you're more of a casual, maybe you're a collector, it's nice to have epics and enchanteds that, you know, something for everybody. But I am glad to see these Glimmerfoils are predominantly very playable cards up to now, because we want to show them off on camera, Kawa.
100%, yeah. And like, I love doing that. I love trying to bling out the deck as much as possible, like playing a couple of different foils. And now with the epics included within Fable, I have to say, opening packs, this set has been absolutely fantastic.
100%.
It's such a great feeling. And then if you hit the enchanted,
have you hit the iconic?
I have not hit the iconic yet. I hope to do so.
Keeping that secret.
I hope to do so in the future.
They are beautiful, of course. Mickey and Minnie, the two iconics that debuted in Fabled, and that will be a tradition. We're going to have Martin on the play, so he's going to alter first. We're getting 1, 2, 3, 5 cards, so kept 2 cards. I think most players tend to, if you don't hit turn 2 ramp, normally you throw it all back. Maybe you'll keep a 1-drop, like the Basil or the Royal Guard, but the fact that we kept 2 cards for him back, I'm confident Martin's got the ramp. Let's see if I'm right.
I would agree, yeah. And having a quick look at Hermit's hand here, looks like a couple of cards are going to be sent back. There was a couple of Jafars and a Pete in there. This could be 1 card kept and 6 cards altered right here, but it's kind of what you need to do in Amber Steel sometimes. Sometimes you need a really good start. I didn't see too many 1-drops in this initial hand, so like if Amber Steel misses a 1-drop, it's a little bit rough. And luckily, I did just see the Epic Aurora has been drawn here for Hermit.
You are on the draw. Game 3, round 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, up against Martin, who already had an on-the-play game. Like, we know Blurple has reasonable answers to this Tiana in the form of Into the Unknown. If I'm in Hermit's position, okay isn't good enough. I think you need to go for your really optimal start, play to win. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hermit starts this game out. We're going to see the fist bump, and here we go.
All right, starting off strong with that Basil, as we talked about. It's a huge card to contest Hermit's early board. Also pairs very well with the support ability Aurora coming out for Hermit, able to pair up very nicely with not only the Tiana, but also potentially the Moana we saw as well.
We saw earlier, yeah. She's holding court and she is holding reputation as the turn 1 play for Hermit. All 3 games, we do see that. Tipo, we inked a bell, and then we're going to secret ink with Tipo. Again, Tipo allows us to ink an extra card from our hand, and it does not have to be inkable. You don't have to reveal it, just straight into the ink while it goes.
Yeah, inking the Troubadour here. Hermit really taking their time to figure out what different options they might do. I mean,
there's a Lilo play or a Nala play. There's also Penny. I'm not sure.
Yeah. There is also the Questiana potentially, but like that's particularly good if you kind of have a strength follow-up. So there is definitely a few different options to be had here.
Yeah, a couple of lines. Again, like Martin can hard cast Into the Unknown, but you always prefer to have a singer. And again, Hermit on the draw knows it's going to be an uphill battle. Let's see how he wants to do this. But again, this Troubadour, I think, is a really nice addition to these decks. Like I mentioned earlier, on the draw, being able to sing Strength before your opponent is pretty huge. We can see the Nala come down. And again, you don't want your 3-cost characters to really be singing, because most of them quest for 2.
Yes.
Pete's fine. He can happily do karaoke.
He can sing as many songs as he's like.
Absolutely. But other than that, you don't want your Jafar or your Tiana. I mean, they will, but you'd rather quest. We're going to see a Genie from Martin, which is okay, drawing us another card. Again, we haven't had the chance to refill our hand. We want more Optimal Ink. We want like the turn 5 Elsa as well. It's going to be probably super important. That Ursula going into the Inkwell. It's kind of people playing it as almost quote-unquote 5th Elsa, just because that exertability is so important.
Yeah, even if you don't hit the song ability, just simply being able to exert, you can get like a really nice challenge in there. Can really, really help you out. We see the Pete Inked quest coming out with the Aurora, triggering the ability.
Did we top Pete? Because I don't remember seeing it in the hand, because like maybe...
I think it was off the top, right?
Yeah, because if not, I would have perhaps liked the turn 2 Tiana into a turn 3 Pete before you can into the unknown. We are going to see that Tiana established now, though, courtesy of the Aurora quest.
I think this is actually really, really nice. So what happened was the Aurora quest, we got the Mulan out for free, discarded the Lilo, which kind of keeps that active, and then are able to just spend the rest of our 3 ink on the Tiana.
Yep, I like it. Martin perhaps going into the Elsa turn. Do not turn that Tiana sideways, though.
Don't make that mistake.
That is not a good thing. We're going to get rid of the Nala. She is so aggressive. With no damage, she gains resist 1 and an extra law. Elsa getting the support courtesy of Basil, so she's heading for 4, and we're going to one-shot that Nala. She's like our new Piglet, but uninkable.
Yes, yeah. And questing out for a little bit here. We'll be on 3 lore in total, I believe, from the Tipo and the Genie. Hermit decides to play the Lilo nice and early here. We'll be left over with 2 ink, inking another Troubadour. A couple of different options. We could see a Penny. We could see another Lilo. I think Penny is such a great card. It changes breakpoints so well, right?
It sure does. Yeah, this Penny on play, you may heal up to 2 damage from chosen character, and you may give them resist. You don't have to heal damage to give them resist. So even though no damage was removed there, we are still able to give the resist 1, meaning they'll take 1 less damage.
I don't know what it was.
I think it was the Tiana.
To.
I think it was the Tiana. I saw a little point. Okay. I'm sure we'll get that.
There's a couple of good choices though, right? Because even if you put it on either the Lilo or the Aurora, you protect like just something with 2 strength swinging into it, right?
Here's Basil once again going to go on a quest just for 1, but going to provide 2 extra strength to a character. Probably the Elsa, I would dare say.
Indeed, yeah. There's no like very clean way to take out this. Genie is the choice.
Genie's the choice. Well, both will hit for 4. Seems reasonable. Do we have an Into the Unknown? Maybe because Elsa wants to sing.
Potentially. Okay. Hypnotic Strength.
I like it. This is going to allow us to draw a card and give Challenger 2, and we're just paying.
Yes, makes sense.
We're just paying the 3 ink that Tiana demands for you to not have minus strength. Get rid of her. Like it. Now this boards are so much easier to deal with without Tiana.
Definitely, yeah. We also see Develop Your Brain, played for Martin. Looking for a few different options for follow-ups. And yeah, now that Tiana's removed, that's always the biggest threat for against when you're playing against Amber Steel. And then like if a couple of Tianas come out, if like 2 or 3 that are on the board, it is extremely hard to deal with because those abilities stack. If there's 2 exerted Tianas on the board, you have to pay 6 ink so that none of the minus strength is affected to your characters.
Hey, if there's a deck that can afford it, it's probably Blurple, but not at this point in the game. Not exactly what you want to see, but yeah, it does speak to the power of Blurple, just having extra ink early on. We're going to play Lady. Did she play something for free? I don't think she did.
I don't think so, no. It was
Last
ink
card
in
in hand.
Just play Lady, I
Understood,
believe.
Yeah. Ordinarily, Lady will allow you to play a character of 1 or 2 cost for free. She's a very loyal family dog. Going on some quests with Aurora, Penny, and Lilo, keeping the pressure on, and down comes that Spirit of Winter Elsa with a deep freeze ability. Who did we exert down?
One was definitely
Lady.
The Lady. I do believe there might be another card just a little bit off screen beside the Lady as well.
Understood. Elsa's going to make a challenge into the Aurora. We're going to start cleaning up the board here. And all of a sudden, Hermit is firmly in the driving seat. He kind of already was, but Martin with the wider board with the Tiana, there was at least a chance. But Hermit really taking control here. It's going to take a lot of pieces for Martin to come back. It's going to be the Lilo that was exerted, and we're going to return a Lilo back from the discard. Okay, we still got some.
This is huge.
We got some all gas, no brakes, Kawa. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I have to get it in.
These Lilos are like really putting on the pressure though, because for Hermit, it's like, okay, I can't really start the quest to try and progress myself winning. I have to constantly deal with these Lilos. So I think Martin just kind of has to recognize, the only way I can potentially win this game right now is keep replaying these Lilos and play whatever else I get into my hand.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if both Lilos are taken out this turn, would you just bring them both back straight away and then hope that the card you draw is a 1-drop or an Inkable?
Yeah, even that is very difficult, right?
Because, what's the worst that could happen here? If say you only just get one, say you just get one Lilo here, right? You've got 3 ink to play with. I don't believe we've got any cards in hand, so we're just playing off the top of the deck. What 3 costs would you rather play than the second Lilo?
The only benefit is that it doesn't come into play exerted, right? So it could be a little bit more protected. But I'm curious. I think we're just going to see double Lilo. Yeah, it makes sense. That Hermit hasn't committed any more characters to the board. It was just the Finder's Keeper played. However, I think we're getting up to probably close to that 8 ink threshold, so we could even see a Monstro come down and absolutely clear the whole board off.
Yeah, this Monstro, pretty affirmed to be in most of these Blurpool lists. It's one of the best comeback cards left in the game since you called it,
I
Coward.
called it.
It's like you've seen the script. We ink the Madam Elephant, and down comes the big bad Monstro. He's an 8-cost inkable, 6/8 quest for 2. He's got Rush, and you may discard a card to re-ready him. So this is what I was saying. I'm still sad about B-Prep, but this is one of our best ways to actually combat an already established wide board. If you've got a card or 2 in your hand, and we are going to see that second star to the right, another card that's finding its place in the meta post-rotation, and they've all gone. There were cards there a moment ago, Kawa. Where did they go?
They have evaporated. And this second star to the right, the amount of value you get with this card, being able to draw 5 cards. Hermit nearly has unlimited resources available to him right now.
100%, yeah. The Finder's Keepers was maybe a bit of a slower turn, but allowing a bit of allowing us to refuel. We had the space to do it, and now we've got enough characters here. The Monstro could take up both these Lilos next turn if we have enough cards. Oh, down comes the Gym Deer. There's a bodyguard, Kawa.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. I know a few of these bodyguards are played within the Amber Steel decks alongside the Lady, right, for a little bit of extra protection value.
100%.
It is worth noting,
and
by the way,
Prince.
yes, Hermit was on 12 lore, so they were very close to being able to quest out fully. I think they could have gone up to 19.
Yep.
So Hermit will continue
and
to deal. And yeah, the hand is extended. That is the end of our feature match for round 2. Huge congratulations to Hermit. I think that really showcased what the matchup's like for Amber Steel versus Blurple. It can really go one of 2 ways. Of course, whichever player is on the play definitely has a little bit of an advantage. But there's so many different things that you need, right? You need the Into the Unknown.
Yep.
The Elsa really, the value of the Elsa right there was absolutely huge.
And the Basil synergy in particular as well. Yeah, I mean, on the play, disparity, it is very important, allowing us to play these cards earlier, especially with a deck with Sapphire, where we're ramping, which, again, if you're a newer player, that just means you're putting extra ink into the inkwell every turn. I think if you're on the draw, you need some things to go your way. You need them to miss ramp. You need them to not have the Into the Unknown.
Yep.
So that, because sometimes just that one bit of fresh air for the Tiana to survive, just turn everything sideways. If you can just get one extra quest off, sometimes that's enough to get you in front. We saw there an example of these Lilos coming back, had lost the ball, but was able to, scratch out 2/4 lore every turn. So you just need to get to that point in the game where you can stick enough things and just say, I need you to not have the answer once in the next 3 or 4 turns, depending on how wide they can go. But we know that Blurple is thought to be one of the most dominant decks in the meta at the moment. It's funny, it's such a change, because Blurple used to be it's a fun fan favourite.
Like the fringe deck, kind of, right?
He's just a chill guy. He's just a chill Blurple player. And it was always fun. Certainly, we would see it as a rogue deck, maybe making 1 or 2 places out of a top cut. Whereas now, post-rotation,
it's the top of the top.
We have turn 2 Inkable Ramp. We have Genie. We have Elsa, one of the best cards in the game. We got that Bell. Just a plethora of really unfair. I say unfair. I'm being dramatic, but it seems that way sometimes, right?
The deck is just so consistent as well. As long as you hit that turn 2 ramp, You should be hitting your 4 cost, your 5
Getting
cost,
hot, Cal.
getting hot
Getting
in
hot.
here. Yeah, and I honestly, I think there's actually a lot of expression you can still do. As I believe you mentioned this earlier during our kind of introduction, there's a lot of core cards that go into the Blurple deck, but there's a lot of kind of experimentation and different things you can do. Like the Monstro maybe isn't in every deck. It helps out against certain matchups. I've seen they never come back.
They never come back.
That card,
sorry.
I have played around with it a little bit in testing, and honestly, in my opinion, it overperformed. It was very good.
We saw it a lot in CCQ at Cardiff just the other week to earn a spot to the European Championships. And yeah, we saw like there were 10 Sapphire Amethyst decks in top 16. 4 of them were running They Never Come Back. And again, players like Atlantine, who had a fantastic performance, one of the best female players in Europe, as far as I'm concerned. Other wonderful players like Jake Quincy, who I know is very established, a very experienced TCG player. So clearly these players, I don't want to say know something we don't, because you can see the reasoning why, especially against Amethyst Steel.
Oh, yeah.
Because illusions have been kind of coming back.
It's
into
huge against illusions.
They started to, right? Because it was like, oh, these illusions are pretty good. I can run the Treasure Guardian and obviously the Giant Cobra and the Raja and stuff. And then these Emerald Sapphire players started running
Heads held
high, just pop them all. Now They Never Come Back as another way to do it. So I think some Amethyst Steel stands are moving away from that illusion package and more dedicating to things like Dolores Madrigal, who is another way of being able to draw a card if there's an exerted character. So again, it's the constant seesaw of our meta. And this is what I mean. I'm waiting for the deck that's going to come out and say, I am built to beat Blurple. And while we're waiting for our backup match, which we'll get to you as soon as we can, I want to talk a little bit about a deck. Not too much, but again, I mentioned to you, someone ran over to me.
Some spice.
So I don't want to say the name because I don't want to dox them for the place. But someone that I'm familiar with was like, Baker, you got to check this, man. Show me the deck list. We're talking about Emerald. Tower. We're talking about Emerald Amethyst. Tower. We are talking about the Floodborn Kuzco.
Oh my god.
Okay, let me tell you about this card.
Tell me about this.
There's a 7-cost Inkable, 5/5, Quest for 2, Shift 4, and they are also playing the 2-cost Kuzco, which is perfectly reasonable.
Which is a great card. Recent Epic as well with Enfable.
Very true. I'll have to double check if he's got
if he's playing the Epics,
But yep, you can shift onto that for a cost of 4, and on play, your opponent chooses one of their characters to to put on the bottom. Hold on, do you choose? I'll have to double check that, but you put a character on the bottom of your opponent's deck, then they may draw a card. He's pretty satisfied that this is like a very interesting card in the meta at the moment, and I think it's spicy. I said, keep me up to date on how you're doing, because I would love to try and get some spicy decks into... when we get to day 2, we're going to see the creme de la creme. We're going to see Purple. We're going to see Amazon. And hey, I want to see that in Swiss too. We're here to... This is the highest level of competitive Lorcana. Of course, we want to see the best decks doing their thing and the best players up against each other, but if we can find some Emerald Amethyst, maybe some Ruby Amethyst...
Some Ruby at all, please.
I'd trade my first pawn for a Ruby deck at this point. I really would. And hopefully they do a little better than I did against Rebecca. I took a thrashing.
Blown out of the water, mate. Blown out of the water.
I got absolutely thrashed.
I have just received some information, so just so you guys know, we will be going to a feature match 2 as well, very, very shortly. Of course, we're here. We want to see as much Disney Lorcana action as possible. So right now, we're taking a look. It looks like it is another Blurple deck versus what looks to be Amethyst Steel.
I think it's Amethyst Steel because I see a Calhoun. I think I saw Genie Satisfied Dragon. I may be wrong, but we'll find out. But yeah, this is our backup match, round 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We've got Victor up against Mikal.
Yes, and how do you feel about this matchup in general? Because it's been very, very tough. I think usually the longer the game goes on, if this is indeed Amethyst Steel versus Blurple, I think the Amethyst Steel player needs to close out the game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you definitely take a more... Because it's the thing, Amethyst Steel is also kind of an aggro deck, but it has the tools to combat the board, right? And we often play... We got the Calhoun, we're probably playing things like Captain Hooks or maybe even Rafiki, just because like early beat sticks are so important. So I think it's really going to come down to who's on the play and how aggressive Victor can get a start. Like how many 2-questers can we cheat out?
Yeah. There's a card I'd like to ask you about, Baker. I've seen a few one-offs within Blurple, but I think this card's actually probably quite good in Amethyst Steel. It's Magical Maneuvers.
So
what do you think about it?
This is, if I remember rightly, This allows you to exert an opposing character, and you return chosen character of yours back to your hand.
Yep.
Is that it? Have I nailed it?
That's it. You've nailed it, mate.
There we go. So that's pretty interesting. For a start, we are targeting. So that's a way to pop an illusion.
Yep.
We've already talked about the importance of exerting opponents' characters, mostly Elsa, but some people playing Ursula is another way to do that. So getting to do that is very good. And again, we know the value of like bouncing characters. We a fox and a snake taught us that very well to be able to replay these come into play abilities. Things like Pete, who we're going to see go into the ink well. And again, if you've got access to things like Hades, these powerful guys, again, Amethyst Steel won't have access to that, but Elsa, things like that, I think it's pretty spicy. We did see that Captain Hook on turn 1. It does go for a quest because we'll be quite happy to trade with this Basil. We know what this Basil
if
can
they
offer.
challenge with this Basil, we're very happy. We're very, very happy.
Very happy. The Forceful Duelist. This was the first Lorcana card I ever saw.
You were telling me this the other day. I think that's the art is just phenomenal.
It's one way to draw you into the game. I'll say that. And a shout out to we got a reprint in Reign of Jafar, but you can still play with your first chapter editions. That cold foil as well.
Yeah,
super
looks
pretty.
Really, really, really nice.
This is an okay start for Victor. Again, the Captain Hook is going to be really good to take out a bigger character. It's kind of checking these Basils. The Nala questing for 3. We could have about one Basil support the other Basil to it wouldn't even trade because Nala hits for nothing.
Oh,
wow!
This is
wow.
A little bit rough.
I don't love it.
No, I don't love it either.
We saw a G. Maybe we just didn't have another 3-drop.
Yeah,
in which
potentially.
Case, I prefer doing that to
maybe just establishing a Pete's a little bit better.
You secure your Nala here. Your Nala is now, unless we see a Hypnotic Strength. Then this Nala is going to survive.
That's very valid. That's very valid.
There's the TikTok. That was my review card for this set. Great to see it seeing some play again. It's a heavy, evasive meta cowl with Elsas, Genies, with the Dumbo that's recently joined the game. TikTok with this 4/7 stat line is great. Basil is going to finally take that trade into Captain Hook, saying, nope, I don't like you just questing away with this Captain Hook every turn.
Yeah, quite interesting. I think this very much leads in. I mean, we can see at the moment there is no 5-cost Elsa in the hand of the Sapphire Amethyst player here. But if that Basil is kept around and the Nala quest swings here, then you could support the Genie to take it out. So it is quite interesting that the trade happened there.
Yeah, you always got to assume they've got it though, right? As far as Victor's concerned, it's like, of course you're playing Elsa next turn. It's turn 4 against Blurple. Of course that's going to happen. But sometimes you just don't have it.
I mean, there is Into the Unknown that can be
Is
shown
that
at least.
the 3-cost
No way!
Dumbo?
It's being played!
What? So I'm using these as proxies. I had to borrow some Dumbos from Erica to play the feature game, but we're going to see in this deck just running the 3-cost Dumbo. He's got Evasive, and on play you can give Evasive to chosen character of yours until the start of your next turn. Now, in comparison with the 4-cost, obviously, you're never winning that fight, but this is not... Evasive is very strong.
I'll give you a really good example. Like, of course, there's a little bit of setup to this, but imagine you have a Calhoun on the board. You also have the Madame Mim that gives extra Challenger, and then you play a Dumbo, so the Calhoun's taking out a Genie.
Yeah, the Madame Mim, a tiny adversary, become affectionately known as Skater Mim, or Avrula Mim is one that actually came up, which is super fun. It's great to see the community giving their own names and just making this game their own.
Yes,
with terminology that's taken over. We all know what happened with Kiwi birds last set. Everyone was calling it that. No one knew why. No one knew why. There are no birds in this deck, but it's nice to see the community put their own fingerprint on the Disney Lorcana trading card game. We're going to develop our brain for Macau.
Oh, the Hypnotic was picked up, so there is actually a very decent way to take out this Nala, and it might be done this turn.
I take this every day of the week, looking at the hand. Yeah, we're going to play the Hypnotic Strength. The Genie is going to be hypnotized by Jafar, but able to hit for 2 more damage this turn, taking out that Nala in a swift, effective challenge. No damage taken in return. We still have, we can still ink for the turn. Are we going to see an ink and turbo ramp? And we are going to see it. Inking into the unknown. Down comes the Tipo. We ink from our hand, and I think the 2 cards in hand are Hades and Elsa.
Yeah, and it makes sense as well, because the card that was put into the inkwell by the Tipo was that second star to the right.
That's
We're not really at the stage right now where we can afford, so Tipo's the perfect tool to be able to just turn it into an inkable, basically.
Another Genie wish fulfilled coming down for Victor. The what comes next ability drawing us a card. So 3 Genies pointing at each other on the board. But lore-wise, Victor way out in front at 10 lore, and 2 of them came from Captain Hook.
Oh, yeah.
I feel that's important to mention.
That's very important to mention, yeah. Even these Diablos, I mean, we talk about this all the time. Cards like this, like the Diablo, and even Tipo, you talked to me about this the other day. You'd be surprised over the course of a game how much lore little old Tipo racks up.
Literally, I have ignored Diablos, and then turn 6, I'm like, wait, you've quested for 5?
Yeah.
I probably should have just
taken that out
given you
about 4 turns ago.
Yeah, I probably should have just given you the card.
Yeah.
But yeah, Diablo, a very efficient one-drop, just drawing a card on Banish. Like, you're nearly never afraid to quest it, you know, unless you want to... The thing is, though, there is still a skill to that, right? Because we play Strength for a Raging Fire. It's important to have enough bodies on the board. If maybe we're playing Hypnotic Strength.
Yeah, how do you feel about this here? So we can see that there's a bell available in the hand of the Sapphire Amethyst player. You can use Genie to challenge the opposing Genie, play Bell, move some damage counters over. But I do think there's also a Hades and an 8-cost Elsa. So it's like, if we play this Bell, we're not inking this turn, right? It's tricky, but I think you need to try to regain some tempo, some board control, right?
I think we are going to see that play that you predicted, the Genie challenging the Genie. They are both evasive, so this is perfectly legal. Takes 2 damage, and the Bell accomplished Mystic, moving 3 damage from our Genie to the other. Not bad. We've got to slow Victor down as well. He's already at 10 lore, probably going to 13 this next turn. So it doesn't feel great to not ink, but I think necessity.
Yeah. And like it's currently 6 ink, right? So as long as one inkable is drawn, the Hades can come out.
Absolutely, Cowl, 100%. So this will be if this was me, I would draw an uninkable on this turn. But hopefully Macau has a little bit more luck. We've seen that giant cobra. Oh, down go. This is a really interesting new card, Cowl. Tell me about this Lilo.
Yeah, so this is the Lilo. It's a 3-cost inkable 2/2 that quest for 1, and on play, you give all of your other characters Challenger +2. So if you have a little bit of a wide board, suddenly your characters with maybe a little less strength can kind of start to challenge up, if that makes sense. Give them a little bit of a boost. And it also has a nice little ability as well that synergizes with aliens. That ability is not utilized that much right now, but we do see the Hades. The inkable was drawn. It was the Sail the Azurite Sea. And yeah, I think this is actually looking pretty good for our Sapphire Amethyst player. As long as if another inkable is top decked, we know what's in the hand. It's an 8-cost Elsa, and that is so crucial when the Amethyst Steel player is so far ahead in lore right now.
Yeah, 100%. There's an interesting choice there. Like, could have just quested with this Genie, just saying, I'm ahead in the race, I'm going to make you respond. But I do like that challenge there, just getting rid of the opposing Genie. You want to take away Bell shenanigans or even an Elsa coming down
Second
the next
star
turn.
Shenanigans too, potentially.
Exactly. If you sing second star to the right, you probably win the game. But Kawa, the card just played, I'm just going to say it, Steel's best weapon at the moment. I mean, it's probably Struggle Raging Fire, let's be real. But this Genie Unsatisfied Dragon is so well statted, a 3-cost 3/4, gaining evasive during your turn. This is a perfect card in the meta right now. Down came the Giant Cobra, discarding the Calhoun, I believe, to gain a couple of lore. And here comes that big Elsa, and we really need to slow Victor down.
This card is so crucial. I mean, like, if the Blurple player drew an uninkable, it would have been very rough. But this Elsa is absolutely huge in slowing down Victor's board right here.
Yep, a couple of challenges, cleaning up the Nala and the Lilo. Again, the Lilo ceiling is very high, giving Challenger 2 to all your characters. Some people preferring the Jafar, who only gives it to 1, but then you're leaving a quest for 2, 3 strength character on board.
It's a pass, Baker. I can't believe it. That is so rough. What would that be? Like, that seems like it's a very high... It could be like a Strength of a Raging Fire or something. I have no idea.
Another Giant Cobra, maybe.
Potentially. That would make a lot of sense,
and you want the discard for it. That would be my first guess straight away. And Mickle, apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name here, but absolutely going to take advantage of the... Yeah, I'll happily take those challenges. And establishing the mystical fighter, Rafiki.
Is it a doc?
We love a doc.
We do love a doc. It's a Mr. Arrow.
Mr. Arrow. Yeah, I'm gonna quote JDZ because I agree with him. Mr. Arrow did nothing wrong. I don't know if you've seen Treasure Planet. It's so sad what happens to Mr. Arrow. He's brave, strong, true, and he quests for 2.
He's a very cool character. Yeah. Really, really like Mr. Arrow, and actually synergizes very well with the Lilo we saw on the deck because it is an alien, and poor Mr. Arrow's been sent to the inkwell by the Hades Infernal Schemer.
Yep, Mr. Snoops, not Mr. Snoops. I forgot his name. He would be very proud. The one that didn't like Mr. Arrow very much. Oh, it'll come back to me. That's really annoyed me that I couldn't remember his name. But Mr. Arrow into the inkwell, not for this world anymore. And suddenly Macau in a position where he's threatening to go to game. Is that going to be it?
I'm wondering what that other card in the hand is that's being held right now. Mulan is
maybe
played.
It was a Mulan. That's another thing that maybe you would want to wait a turn.
It could be the Mulan.
We're going to discard the Lilo. Yeah, and we are threatening to go to... Yeah, that's it. We're going to go to game 2. Again, this is our backup match, Illumineers. We've already had our main feature match. That was fairly quick. Amber Steel aggro versus Blurple. So this is our backup match. Finishing game 1 there pretty convincingly.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly,
we're back.
we are
We're back.
We are here. That was still a fantastic game to watch because
absolutely.
like it was really interesting how far ahead that the Amethyst Steel player got, right?
Yeah.
And you know it's also like if the Amethyst Steel player draws a couple of docks, it's a different game. A little bit more dock, a little bit more resources, a bit more card draw, a couple more Cobras could really get there, but it was also so important for the Blurple player to get that Inkable, play the Hades, get that Inkable, play the Elsa. These are the cards that you need, not only against like Amethyst Steel, but even if you can somehow get to them against Amber Steel before they win the game, they're huge for helping you come back into the game.
100%. And again, we saw the Genie with the Bell, like putting in so much work. That was such a huge tempo swing. And then that draw pass from the Amethyst Steel player just kind of was the nail in the coffin there. And we were able to hyper ramp into these Elsas and these Hades. So yeah, when you get to that late part of the game, again, it's like what we always used to say about Ruby Sapphire, right? Like, the late game is when they thrive, and they have so many incredible characters they can throw out. Elsas, Hades, Monstro, things like that. But I think we're going to be showing game 2. We'll go back to that in a moment. But yeah, I'm so excited for today, Carol. We've had a long off-season. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for joining us. We are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. My name is Baker. Just if I'll take a moment, if you don't mind, a super honor to jump into a hosting role this season along with Rebecca. That's going to be a lot of fun. But you know me, I love being in the desk, my man. It's good to be here with you, buddy.
It's good to be here with you, man. Yeah, it's I think what you and Spessy and Ed and Ross did last season was absolutely amazing. As I said, I was a player.
I learned so much
competed
from
in
those
these
guys.
events, and it was a lot of fun. And I'm truly honoured to be here.
It's good to have
in
you,
the
man,
booth with
honestly.
you, man. And we also had the privilege of doing a couple of events in the lead up to this as well,
Certainly
right?
did.
Like, really have to speak about the CCQs. I think it's absolutely amazing that these events are happening. It's like more ways for people to compete, and that's what we love to do. You know, we want to be playing this game at a competitive level, and you know, also being able to offer those invites to the national championships is absolutely huge. So so far within Europe, we've had 3 of them. I mean, that 3 of them have occurred. So 3 players have already qualified to the European Championship, and we're going to have a couple more by the end of Sunday qualified as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for. Lorcana players just want the next opportunity to play, okay? Like, I want to get that qualification for the European Championship, and hopefully a lot of players, hungry players this year, Carl, right? We know a lot of the established names in Lorcana, the likes of the world champion DKP, the likes of the first DLC champion, Frank Karsten, Zan Zayed, Zach Bivens, Kendall Badet, all people that are in the room today. And the list goes on and on. I'm doing a disservice to the community by not going on and on, but I'm sure you understand. A lot of established names, but Kawa, a lot of players hungry, maybe players last year, again, like Kendall Badet, like the likes of Harlan Sweet, who had really good seasons with great results, but just didn't quite get on top of the mountain. A lot to prove this year, along with new players joining the game. But we're going to get back into our feature match. Victor is currently 1-0 up, so we'll be on the draw. So we're waiting for Mikal to do the altar first. Sorry, wrong way round. Mikal 1-0 up. Apologies.
Yeah, and on Victor's side here, I can't see how far the cannons. It's kind of I think it's quite a good card against Blurple at the start. You're able to very efficiently take out the you're able to take out the Basil, right?
Yeah, taking out the Basil. The Aurora is huge. Punish those players that are using Iago, the giant spectral parrot, because like sure you can strengthen Iago, but you don't really want to. Like by the time you sing strength, you should be taking out most 4-drops anyway, with the exception of things like Madam and Elephant maybe. But yeah, Iago. If you're using strength on Iago, you're not using it on a Dumbo or a Genie or something like that. So Cannon's a really nice answer to some like really popular cards in the format. One of the few disruption cards we have as well. Again, hitting the Aurora, things like that.
Yeah, also very important. I can see that Victor's considering a few cards. I can definitely see a dock in the hand. That's kind of a card that you like. It's tricky, but if you can keep one of those in your opening hand, that's the fuel you need as you go deeper and deeper into the game.
You just don't want to draw into multiples, but if you throw that one dock away and then you never see one, then it just feels incredibly bad. I think that was Ultra 3.
I believe it was 4. I saw a Bell, an Elsa, a T-Bone, a Basil picked up. Those are cards you want to be seeing after the altar phase, right?
Yeah, and if we only altered 4, then we probably already had ramp anyway. So seeming like our Blurple player is off to a good start, but Victor will be on the play this game. Can we see what Amethyst Steel can do on the play? Words are hard.
Yeah, let's see what they can do indeed.
See that Lilo in the opening hand. We have the Mulan, so there will definitely be a turn 1 play.
Yeah, it's actually double Lilo there. I also saw a couple of Dolores Madrigal, I believe.
Dolores, yeah, very good. Down comes the Mulan. Going to draw a cards and discard a card. We found a Strength for a Raging Fire. That's a humongous pickup. Humongous. That's exactly what you want to see on the play. And passing over to Mikal is just going to ink finders. Down comes the Basil. No time wasted, Kawa. No time wasted. These guys know their decks. They know the lines. They know what they need to do.
Indeed, yeah. Like, curious to see if there is. I can't see a two-cost option here for Victor. It is that Madam Mim. The skater meme, as we like to call it, as the community has popularized.
The affectionate name for the community, but she's going into the Inkwell this time to play a dock for nothing. Does that mean we drew another dock?
Yes, I do believe there's another dock in the hand.
Or it's just uninkability issues, right? Because like Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary is pretty reasonable to put down, but if we've got multiples or we're just lacking ink, then dock will have to do. Again, it's another strength number. That can never be like understated. It's so important.
Definitely, yeah. And Tipo or Sail are the two ramp options available to Mikal here.
I don't think you want Basil going into Mulan, but we saw in game one Victor getting a couple of cheeky quests off with Captain Hook before Mikal deciding, you know what, I do need to deal with this. So it'll be interesting now to see if the same strategy is taken. Do we just answer this Mulan straight away? Do we wait until our Elsa turn? We are just going to take the challenge. I respect it. Amethyst Steel on the play. It's looking to be the aggressive deck. I like that choice.
Also reduces strength numbers, which is absolutely huge, especially when the Amethyst Steel player is on the play. You really have to consider that as you're coming into like potentially playing like your Genie. Like if the Amethyst Steel player is able to somehow establish enough bodies after the Genie's played, and then you can sink strength to get rid of it, it's a huge swing.
Yeah, so I wonder if Victor like didn't expect the trade to be taken there, like judging by the first game where he let the Captain Hook survive at least a turn. We are going to see that Genie Satisfied Dragon come down again, just so well. If you're an Amethyst deck, you need to pay 4 for this card, which hey, I'm that's a good thing, right? Different ink should be better and worse at doing various things. But down comes the Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe.
Yeah, and this Genie is like the perfect body into this Dumbo. As soon as the Dumbo is exerted,
sure is.
It can challenge very nicely into it.
Yeah, you'd have preferred to see a Genie on this turn, because then the following turn we could play the Dumbo and immediately trigger the ability. That being said, we can still trigger the Dumbo ability next turn, but the thing is you're leaving yourself open to a player character sink strength here. But no Genie in hand, so had to go with the Dumbo. It's better than nothing.
It's so good as well. Like if Mikal gives Victor the opportunity to use this Genie challenge into the Dumbo, just having those 3 damage counters on the Genie is huge for maybe a Bell follow-up, right?
Yep, the Amethyst Steel deck absolutely will be taking advantage of Bell as well, probably in lower counts, 1 or 2, but certainly a very powerful card. Let's see, because again, you might not want a strength here because like you've got the perfect answer to this Dumbo already. Like maybe you want to save the strength, but do you see that Genie? So let's see how Victor wants to do this. Going to go on a couple of quests. I think the dot quest is very reasonable. If you want to challenge me with Dumbo, you go right ahead.
You go ahead, sir.
Inking the Dumbo. I think I did see a dock in hand.
There was definitely yes.
So dock for nothing. Oh, this is what we were saying,
dock, exactly.
Tower.
Yeah.
You do not want to see them in multiples, but at least we get the trigger off, and we've got a wide 4-character board. In fact, I really like it. Like, I don't like triple dock, but other than that, we've got the Genie to answer the Dumbo next turn if it exerts, and we have enough characters to answer a Genie or an Elsa if it's played this turn with Strength or Raging Fire.
Yeah, and these 1/3 bodies are actually very good against a potential 5-cost Elsa hitting the board right now.
Absolutely.
Elsa alone won't be able to really challenge into anything and banish a character. I'm curious if the Dumbo... there's no way the Dumbo challenges the dock here, right?
No,
I would be very surprised if that happens.
I actually don't... I would actually question if it's going to exert at all this turn, just because of that Genie.
Could sing into the unknown.
Yeah,
with it, right?
Singing into the unknown onto the Genie, I think is far more reasonable. You should stick around. At least you force the strength, right? If they've got it, like, because you want to bait it, you make Burnham. Like, you know the strengths are in the deck. You know you're probably getting it played against you a couple of times.
He also removes a 3-cost singer, so if a strength is there, it has to be hard cast right now.
100%. Yeah, this Into the Unknown is a dual link. These were introduced to Disney Lorcana in set 7, Arcasia's Island. Am I right? Or
yes. No, it was indeed. No, you're correct.
I was going to say, I came in so convincingly, and I was like, wait, is that right? Yes, Arcasia is indeed the master of Duel Links, and this Into the Unknown, one of the best Duel Link cards we have. We see the Elsa come down to your prior point, Kawa. Bold Knight Doc says, and what?
Yeah.
And what,
3
mate?
willpower, I'll give you that.
I can take it. Let's go to drastic measures, which is the name of his ability. I
wonder if the 4th dock is potentially here soon, but let's see 4 ink. Ooh, an enchanted Yzma.
This is very cool. I've seen this make its way into the deck of, again, we mentioned earlier, players like Tiago, who is like the new kid on the block, taking the Lorcana scene by storm, has released a couple of Amethyst Steel decks, and the latest iteration did indeed play this Yzma. She is a 4-cost, quest for 2, 3/3, but you may exert, not quest, exert to draw up to 3 cards. Again, wanting to play out as much of your hand as possible, like, and utilize dock, and Yzma is another great way to do that.
Second Elsa is absolutely huge here for Mikhail. I did see that there were a couple of bells in hand, so even bell wouldn't have been enough because the Elsa had like 1 damage. It wouldn't have been enough to move a total of 3 over to take the Yzma out. So this second Elsa 5th Spear is absolutely huge here.
Can we have bell here to move the damage from
Oh,
dock
there is
onto
a couple of them in the hand, yeah.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I thought I didn't mean...
Oh, no, sorry, for the Amethyst Steel player, no, I meant the blurred
yes,
player.
Sorry,
yes,
got you. Do we have one for Victor?
Maybe.
That would be pretty nice, moving the damage from dock.
I mean, honestly, we just saw the 3-cost Dumbo inked. If one of those was played, could at least take out one of these Elsas, maybe.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Again, she's a singer, she's evasive, she's gonna. We were talking about Diablo sitting there questing away. Elsa can absolutely do that as well.
I mean, with this board right now, there's the potential of a second star to the right coming down.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No discard from the Giant Cobra, instead establishing the Captain Hook, which I do respect. Again, you can't answer these evasive characters unless we find that 3-cost Dumbo to your prior point, Cal.
Yeah. There's 2 bells and a genie available in the hand for Mikhail.
Nah, that's not bad.
Wow.
That's not bad.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
No way of answering the Giant Cobra with it, with 4 willpower yet, which is going to take out that Captain Hook. Is that Japanese one as well? Very nice.
Yeah, I think it might be a Japanese or it could be even a Chinese one potentially.
Nonetheless,
as well,
it is beautiful. You'd have to see it. Bell coming down, going to make mincemeat of Captain Hook. Back to the Jolly Roger with you.
Might see a double. Well, yeah, single challenge makes sense. Elsa will be on 4.
I like cleaning the board.
4 damage right now. Yeah, seems
get the
really
strength
good.
numbers out. Yeah, 100%.
Just control the board. There's no cards in the hand of Victor right now.
Yeah.
You know, Mikhail's really chilling here.
Yeah, no, Mikhail very much in the driver's seat. Like, what is the comeback here for Victor? It's surely dock into...
the 4th dock. It needs to be the 4th dock.
Starts with the 4th dock, 100%.
Yeah.
And then we would have 4 I think it needs to be dock into Genie. Like...
Yeah, everything has to go perfectly, right? Hades picked up really nice. I believe if another Inkable is drawn, or even if there's an Inkable at hand, Hades can come down. It's looking very favourable for Mikhail here. And this is exactly what we said though, right? Like, you know, Victor is kind of ahead early in the lore race on 9 total right now. But Mikhail just takes the time in the game. The longer the game goes on, the more likely Mikhail will take control of it again.
Yeah, 100%. Victor just does not have the high end that Michael has. Again, you trade the early game aggression and consistency again. Well, I say... So far, I've not seen a local player miss turn 2 ramp yet. I'm sure it's happened out on the
And that's the
board.
fist bump. That's
there
the game.
Go. Nice John Silver inclusion there, though. The ship's cook on play. You can stop a character from challenging for the next turn. Unfortunately, a little too late.
A little too late, yeah. But overall, I think the Amethyst Steel build...
to go with the Lilo. Sorry, I just wanted
to
mention
no,
that.
very true. Like, I love to see the inclusion of a lot of these, like, spicier cards, you know? And it's exactly what you said. Like, Tiago was trying out a lot of different stuff with, like, kind of the triple illusion package with the Palace Guard into the Raja and then the Giant Cobra and that kind of yes, exactly, and then that kind of shifted into okay, maybe we don't want to go for the Treasure Guardian package, let's try Dolores a little bit. And there's a lot of different things you can do. You can play the Lilo package, you can play some of these aliens, and that's the stuff I love of like the little bit of creativity, right? I think some people say, you know, these are the meta decks, this is like the 60 you play. In my opinion, that's never the case. I love that little bit of freedom you have, a few tech cards you want to put in. That's what makes competitive Disney Lorcana so much fun to me, because I can make my deck unique. A couple of 1-ofs, a couple of 2-ofs, some spicy cards. You know, I'm a big fan of Emerald Sapphire.
I'm aware.
You know the card I'm about to mention. I have a cheeky one of Belle of the Ball, which has been very good.
Cool.
Very nice card. Very beautiful card, by the way. The art is stunning. That's the stuff I love to see in competitive Disney Lorcana TCG.
I mean, Ward is a pretty good keyword, but yeah, no, commiserations to our players. Some people moving on to 2. What was the other thing I was going to bring up? Yeah, Alien Meta Wen was point 1 that I wanted to make. Amethyst Steel, how do we feel about it at the moment? Again, we've talked a bit about like you get to play the game. right? You normally get to play Lorcana. We've seen some of the decks change around a bit. Again, I'll bring us back to Thiago, who was originally I did an interview with him, and he was playing the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, but then said it was awful. I'm taking it out of the deck. Wasn't a fan. 2 weeks later, it's back in his deck. So it just goes to show the seesaw effect and how it can change your opinion on these cards. But I hope some make it through. Again, Blurple is really exerting its dominance at the moment. I would be very curious to see how the Emerald Sapphire decks are doing in the room, because I think that's an okay matchup into Blurple. Again, you've got your own ramp, you've got your Clarabelle to do unfair things, and of course, the brand new way to clear the board, Under the Sea.
He's been waiting to do that all day. He's been waiting to do that all day. I do believe very, very shortly we are going to be heading it over to Rebecca for an interview with the winning player.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm excited.
I'm excited. Again, a shout out to Rebecca. Great to have her joining. It's coming over to Europe, joining the team. I'm really excited to get to Milwaukee as well. But right now, we're here in Bologna, Italy. We've got a powerhouse of players in the room looking to etch their name into the greater luminary and be known as one of the greatest incasters and illumineers of all time.
Thank you to Baker and Kawa. What a day it has been, Kim. I am joined by the lovely Kim here.
I'm joined by the wonderful Rebecca. I was just admiring how Baker and Kawa look like they're dressed up as Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, they do.
I was just like sitting there admiring, going, that is so perfect.
It's lovely.
We should tell them. We may not have been dressed up as, well, you're kind of Amber Sapphire.
I am a little bit Amber Sapphire princess.
For Amethyst. It's the color.
Amethyst
it's got
steel.
all the draw power.
Yes.
But to talk about cards.
Yeah, we're in the Fabled meta right now, as you all know. And Fabled has been such a wonderful set. Lots of reprints, lots of our favorite cards coming back, some really fantastic new cards as well. Yeah. There's a little bit of something for everyone in this set. I love that it's a wonderful jumping in point for new players, but also because of set rotation, of course, it has breathed new life into this game. It is, Kim, a whole new world.
It is indeed a whole new world. We may be missing our whole new world.
We are.
But we got a lot of new cards this set. A lot of new cards that are having a big impact on the current meta game. And one of those cards in particular being Dumbo, the ninth wonder of the the elephant in the room, the ninth wonder of the universe. Have you liked this card, this set?
I do. I love Dumbo. He's a great card. I think if you're playing Amethyst, you've got to be playing with Dumbo, right? We need the card draw. They took away our friends on the other side.
They did indeed.
But Dumbo, not only are you getting to draw cards, you're also gaining lore at the same time.
Yes.
And I think he's a really smart card in the game right now.
Yeah. And I feel like because we have so many evasive cards in Amethyst, being able to match Dumbo, if you already have an evasive character on the board, like your Elsa, like your Genie, if you're able to then play Dumbo, can really help these Amethyst players finish off the game, gain the lore, draw those vital cards they need to be able to finish out the game.
Absolutely. Dumbo's one of those cards that I've seen close out games, for sure. But Dumbo's not the only card that we've seen in this Fabled meta making a splash. Let's take a look at some of the other top cards that we have going on in Fabled right now. We have Bobby Zimmerowski,
the spray cheese kid,
the Leaning Tower of Cheese.
It's one of my favorite flavor texts because I love the Goofy movie so much.
It's so fun.
And I'm so happy it finally came. And I'm so excited just to get to play with these cards. And especially, I've seen it earlier being played in the Emerald Sapphire deck. Bobby Zimmerowski, a really powerful one-drop. You could potentially shift the Baymax on later on if they don't have their Clarabelle for turn one.
Yeah.
Bobby Zimmerowski, another great one-drop that can come in to be able to use potentially later on, but also can draw a card, discard a card, set yourself up for later on in the game.
Yeah, I've seen Bobby Zimmerowski coming down on turn one in so many of those Emerald Sapphire decks. A really, really great addition. And like you said, everyone loves a Goofy movie, right?
Yes.
And if you, viewers at home, have not yet seen a Goofy movie,
go watch a Goofy movie.
You are missing coming out. I mean, and there's so many great songs. Definitely go give Goofy Movie a watch.
Yes.
Another card that has been really wonderful this next set, and actually, I think this last round we saw this card coming out is Aurora.
Yes.
Another turn one
Yeah,
play.
our one
Aurora,
cost inkable,
this
1/2.
princess card, and she has this wonderful ability that whenever she quests, you pay one less for the next princess character you play.
Yeah.
And Kim, you, I know, are
I
a
am.
princess
I'm getting
lover.
ready.
And so tell me, how much do you love Aurora?
I love Aurora so much, okay? We might not be there yet. And everyone knows I'm rooting for Amber Sapphire Princess deck. Sapphire,
someday.
in my ink, my favorite ink color. I love it. Amber, Sapphire, but particularly Aurora in Amber Steel. This current metagame, Aurora, turn 1 Aurora. I'm setting the scene. I'm getting you ready.
Yes.
Turn 1 Aurora. You're going to ink a card next game. Quest with Aurora. You pay
And
1
Tiana.
less for the next princess character you play, meaning Tiana, the restaurant owner, can come out turn 2. And
Yeah.
I've seen it so many times, and it's just so immensely powerful on the board. And if you don't have your Troubadour, you can get Tiana out on the board. She can sing Strength of a Raging Fire next
She
turn.
can. Yes, I love it. I also love that you could play Aurora and pay 1 less for the 1-drop Mulan that's often found in that deck as well for free after you play her. So if you don't have that Tiana to follow up with, there's lots of options. And yeah, she also comes in an epic version. And of course, epic cards are a brand new rarity that came out with the Fabled set.
Yes.
And they are beautiful. In fact, the artist for Aurora
She is
here
She's
this
here.
weekend.
I met her last night. She signed my epic card.
Yes.
I'm so fangirling. I still feel like I haven't woken up from my dream, and I'm having such an amazing time getting to meet all of the artists, getting to just talk Disney Lorcana trading card game.
I
with
know,
everyone.
having the
It's so
community together.
beautiful.
Okay, we took a look at an Amber card.
We
Now,
did. The
Amber
next
Steel
card.
is being played a lot, and a Steel card is the new 2-drop uninkable Nala. And that Steel card is, I love her.
I love her so much.
I love her.
Even though she's uninkable, she's such a powerhouse.
So powerful.
Especially when you have no damage on her. She gets resist. She gets an extra
Extra lore.
You play her turn 2, Daisy Duck on 1, Nala on 2. You're questing.
You're
questing for 5 next turn. And then to bring us into, I know we both played a little bit of Amber Steel this set. And Nala and Daisy being those key cards. This Nala new card coming in, a card that has also come back is Penny, which I really loved
Penny's
having
great.
Penny because she
Yes.
quests for 2. But not only that, but when you play her, you can heal, and not only heal, but give your chosen character also resist.
Yeah, I think that resist is one of the most powerful keywords in Disney Lorcana, honestly. And you can see that you have the Nala with resist, you have Penny with resist. It's just such a powerful thing to keep your characters on the board. Your opponent is going to have to do a lot to get those characters banished. Of course, we also talked about Tiana, that restaurant owner, but Doc, I love this little dwarf. You know, you
amazing.
really need that card draw in this deck. There's not a lot of it.
We do have the Mulan, which helps.
Yeah,
if you
it
can
helps
draw a card,
filter
discard.
through. But yeah, having that dock and being able to discard, or if you have to discard your hand, hopefully you can empty your hand, right? You want to have an empty hand and just draw 2 cards. The Pluto, of course, a great bodyguard. Daisy, and that lady, though. I love Lady.
I love the lady. We've also seen the lady being played in Amber Emerald.
Yes.
Another deck that we haven't seen a lot, and I hope because it's a dog deck. I love the Lady and the Tramp. Maybe somebody can come in with the underdog deck.
Underdog
Pun
deck.
intended.
I love it. Yes.
Pun intended. Underdog deck. Play that lady. Because there's nothing like playing the lady when you've got 3 ink and then playing a 2-cost character for free.
Yeah.
And it feels like if you can play the lady, play the Nala like we were talking about.
Oh yeah, that's a perfect one for free.
And not only that, but Lady quests for 2.
And yeah, she quests for 2. Anytime that there's a card that says for free, I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it.
I'm gonna love it regardless.
Yes. Dogs are really fun though. I do love the different like dog-centric, like the Emerald Amber ink pair, but there's some different versions out there, and it's going to be interesting to see kind of what people have brought this weekend. You have a version of Amber Emerald that is more of the under the sea version of dogs. You have with the Scrump item.
You do.
And Scrump is fun.
Scrump is so
where
fun.
it's an item and you exert a character of yours powers to decrease the strength of your an opposing character, and then you can play under the sea. There's also the Chroma Dogs.
Yeah,
with the
Emerald
Emerald
Chromacon.
Chromacon.
Yes.
There's also a version I've seen that's playing Circle of Life. Have you seen that one?
I have not seen this one. I have
Yes.
tested a bit myself, and I've really wanted to make a Circle of Life work
Yeah.
with perhaps the Chip and Dale.
Oh,
because
Chip
when
and
you
Dale are
ink
so
a
fun.
card with Chip and Dale, and you can bring a card back from the discard, play Circle of Life, play a card for free.
Oh, for free. There we go. We got that for free.
If you can play a card for free, I tell you, I'm going to try it and I'm going to play it, and it is going to feel amazing. It may
will.
not be meta-defying or be the deck in the room to win, but it'll be fun, and that's the main. That's why I love
thing.
this so much.
Absolutely.
'Cause everyone just wants to have fun. We're gonna play our cards, we're gonna sing songs, and we're just gonna have the best time.
Yeah, and everyone out there really is having a best time. In fact, Kim and I were just out on the floor a little bit ago, and we got to meet some of the players who are here, and we played some mini games.
We did. We hope you get to see them.
We
soon,
hope you get to see that. We put our drawing skills to the test.
We did, and yeah, we will just all. I think it will be really fun for all of you guys, all of our
Yes.
Lumineers here to learn why I'm not an artist.
Yes.
why I've not been hired to draw cards.
Absolutely.
Draw cards. But I've got. It's been fun, and I hope we get to show you that soon.
Yes.
Well, going back to talk about new cards.
Yes.
Another card that we haven't talked about, which I'm really hoping for some alien synergy, is Lilo.
Oh, the Lilo. Best explorer ever.
And I've
She's
seen a
super
bit of
fun.
it paired up against with the Steel Stitch we had
Yeah.
previously. So I'm hoping someone in the room, just because I also love Lilo and Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch
I
is
think
great.
there has to be someone in the room playing a Lilo and Stitch deck. I know you're really into themed decks.
I love a themed
Have
deck.
you gotten the chance to test any like Lilo and Stitch
No,
combos?
I have not. Actually, I've never played a Lilo. I've never made a Lilo and Stitch deck. But there's some really great cards. You have that Nani Bodyguard that's really
Yes,
great.
we have Nani Bodyguard.
And we have some Davids. We have all the different Stitch cards. We have Carefree Surfer that's, back
do.
in set rotation.
He is back. This is why I've been loving this post-rotation meta, because I feel like all of the cards that we had previously that didn't get a chance to shine, like Surfer Stitch, like John Silver, Alien Pirate, finally are getting their chance to shine, and they can come in and they can just have their time in the
spotlight.
It's their time to shine.
Well, we can't wait to see what other cards and what other decks are shining this weekend that are
Absolutely.
glimmering with their glimmers, and see what decks make it to day 2. We're going to leave you now, and we'll be back for more shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the caster booth. I'm Kawa, that's Baker, and we've just finished a fantastic round 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. How was that for you, Baker?
Fantastic. Again, we're getting to watch the best players in the world. It's been a long off season. A lot of players just hungry and desperate to play some more Disney Lorcana TCG. So, yeah, we've had a couple of great matches so far. We've got plenty more to come. 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a slight change in our format for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Not only going back to best of 3, I say going back, that's very old school TCG terminology, but that is the format for the new season, and extra rounds of Swiss Cower.
I love it. I absolutely love it. That
More
was
games.
one of the things for me last year, is I absolutely loved the challenges last year, but on day 2, I wanted to play more. I've made the journey, I've made the trip. I'm here to play some Disney Lorcana TCG, and I think it's a phenomenal change. I think it's really great. It's 12 total rounds of Swiss now, and I think it just rewards player consistency as well. It's a lot of rounds of Swiss. You have to perform extremely well over a very long first day, and then continue that run
100%.
in the morning.
Yeah, so by the time we get our top 32 cut, again, another change, what was top 64, now 32, you have a pretty good percentile that these players have played extremely well through the event. They know their decks are built well. Again, there is that element of I think a shout out to Artabax, a very well-known player in the Lorcana community, who put it very well recently. You have to be lucky and good. You have to have a little bit of both, right? You need some favourable matchups. Winning a few dice rolls wouldn't go amiss as well.
We'd love to do that.
We'd love to win a dice roll or two. So a few things have to kind of go your way, but you put yourself in the position to benefit from hopefully getting that little bit of pixie dust that we need for some good luck. So yeah, by the time we get to our top 32 cut, it's a pretty sure thing that these are players that have really earned their way into top cut. We're going to see the highest levels of of competitive Lorcana. I am extremely interested to see what the meta breakdown is going to be for day 2. Again, we're expecting a lot of Blurple. I'm expecting some Emerald Sapphire in there. I'm expecting some Amber Steel, but I just want a few other decks to squeak in. Again, we talked about Amethyst Steel, which we saw, unfortunately, not able to combat Blurple in that matchup, but hey, around the room, other Amethyst Steel players could be having a better time. Again, I've cried enough about Ruby Amethyst. I mentioned the Emerald Amethyst deck that was playing the Floodborn Cusco as well.
Yeah.
Well, maybe some Ruby Steel. We should ask Moyen.
Yeah, maybe we should go and ask Moyen.
Yeah,
Moyen brought the Ruby Steel to the recent influencer content creator set championships in London in the UK, and he got top 8 with it. He really enjoyed it.
Do you know what I came? Top 9.
Top 9, a couple of times. A couple of times, yeah.
You didn't need to do me
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
mate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I am the 9th place king of the world, but we have some more Lorcana action for you. We've still got a little bit of time to fill before we get into round 3, but we know that you guys want to see some card games. We want to see some people throw down. So we're going to have some Pack Rush, the ultimate specimen. Joe Curley is going to show us how it's done. Tell the people, if they're just joining us, if they're brand new to Lorcana, what is Pack Rush?
Pack Rush is
I want to play.
Absolutely phenomenal. If you've got 2 packs, you can play some fast and swift Disney Lorcana. You open the packs, you use the marketing cards as starting ink. You draw 5, first to 15 lore wins. It's a fantastic thing to do. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes to play games. It's amazing.
I mean, usually, yes. I have had some long games of
where
Pack
it's like
Rush.
really tense.
It does get to a point where if you go through your entire deck, you just shuffle the discard and start again. I have had that happen before. I won't lie. There was a game I had against Joe Curley, and I did pull the Happy as a Clam Tamatoa a couple of sets back. That was pretty fun. But yeah, Pack Rush is a lot of fun. As Kawa said, 2 packs each, and you're basically good to go. We're going to head over to the feature match table. Who is going to be the opponent of the ultimate specimen? Let's see him.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Bring
6.
6,
7.
7. I'll go first.
Okay, good luck. No, please not that one. Here we go.
3.
Bear Pack Rush, 5 cards, first to 15.
First to 15.
First to 15. I've seen one of my foils already. Okay, I have a very good opener.
I don't know. I think my opener might be better.
Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. Do you know what?
I'll hope my opener is better.
Is this one of those I keep my hand kind of hands?
I keep my hand and wing it. No, I'm going to alter for 1, just
I'll
in case.
alter 2. I'll be risky because it's always, if you hit those uninkables, it can feel extremely sad.
Yes,
But
that's fair.
I didn't.
You didn't?
I got rewarded.
Okay.
Now we played Pack Rush last week.
Yes.
I had
Yes,
a dinner
we did.
bell.
You did have a dinner bell.
It was, when was it? It was in between the finals of the Core Constructed
And
in
the
Cardiff and the
Infinity?
Infinity final.
Yes.
So it's like a high stakes Pack Rush game.
It was. Is this the rematch?
This is the rematch.
This is the rematch. I did not have to do a single thing to destroy Joe Curley's board. He did that himself. The power of dinner bell.
Yeah, I used the dinner bell and maybe I shouldn't have. I'm going to give this a nice cut, like so. Always cut your opponent's deck.
Yes, always. And I won the dice roll.
You did.
So
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You said you were going to go first.
I will go first. So, for 1, I'm going to play Aurora.
Okay, lovely job.
And then I'm going to ink a Gaston.
Yep.
For 2, I'm going to play Cusco, Wanted Llama.
You know, when this game came out, I was like, why is Cusco a llama and also a king? But now I know.
Now you know because you've watched Emperor's
I've watched
New
it
Groove.
twice.
I'm so proud.
Draw.
Have you watched the sequel?
Not yet.
You should watch the sequel.
Okay.
Kronk's New Groove, I believe it's called.
You're going to ink the Enchantress.
Okay.
What would you say is a good stat line for a 3-cost character?
3.
Look at that. It's a 4-3.
It's a 4-3.
All he's got is
Prince
his charm.
Naveen. What?
The penniless royal.
Okay.
He's got no pennies.
He's
But he's got a lot of strength.
Yeah.
Your turn. And I'm going to warn you, I'm about to pop off. My next turn, it's going to be impressive. I hope.
Okay, so I was going to play this, but I just top decked an even better card that I have to do purely so that we can talk about its flavor text.
Oh,
So
get
for
out!
3,
Get
so
out!
for 3,
Go away!
I'm gonna smash
Yeah, go
Prince
away.
Naveen.
Go away.
And his flavor text, go away.
Go away.
My favorite.
That's my favorite.
Okay, but I love it. And then I will quest for 2.
Okay, you know I said I was going to pop off?
Yes.
I'm
Not
not
anymore.
popping off anymore.
Is that because I smashed
You made
Prince
me go
Naveen?
away.
I
Ready?
made him go away?
Drop! Ooh, okay. Okay, we can do something with that. So I think we'll kick things off here on the main stage by...
It's the ultimate rematch. Curly cards.
I'm a
Joe
bit-
Curly
I'm
is
a little
coming
bit
for my Pack
nervous.
Rush title. I previously beat him with Dinner Bell on the board. Did you top deck another Dinner Bell?
I'm gonna play
Oh,
Powerline.
okay, power line.
And... Boop! One jump
One
ahead.
jump. Oh my gosh, he's gonna ramp.
But I don't get to look. This could be the iconic.
It could have been the iconic.
Your turn.
Wouldn't that be so iconic?
That would be rather iconic, yeah. Now, Kim, as you're taking your turn, I've been, you carry on. I've been around the building. Looking at some of the players. Dinkan Pham lost his last round, so he's 1-1.
Whoa.
Frank Carston, I believe. Actually, I can't remember about Frank. Thea Timonili, both
Yes.
1-1.
Nice. I was previously talking to Rob Dahan,
Yep.
who after round 2, I believe he was 2-0.
Nice.
So he was doing
it was
pretty well.
actually Rob versus Sailor in round 1.
Yes.
That is...
That was crazy.
Wow.
So I want to play this card because I just pulled in. It's really beautiful, but I have to ink it so I can play this
it's
card.
not allowed.
And it's a foil Circle of Life
Are we-
into the inkwell.
So we're doing the one where whoever wins keeps all the cards, right? Right?
Sure, I have a play set.
I don't think we can do that.
I'm gonna quest with Aurora, so I go to 3,
Okay.
and then for 5, because Aurora, you pay 1 less. This is why I love this card so much. You pay 1 less for a princess character.
Yeah, but there's no way you have a 6-cost princess in your hand right now.
Yes, and so for 5, because
Rapunzel.
Aurora, I'm gonna play Rapunzel,
Yeah.
but you don't have any lore.
So I go to -1?
You go to minus. Can you
no,
go to
you
minus?
can't go to -1. You cannot.
Yeah, so then I'm just going to quest with Cusco because,
dokie.
well, I can't manage it. But 6 cost 5-4, and I paid 5 for it, and 2
Pretty
lore.
good.
And if you did have lore, it would be down a lore.
All right, have you finished?
Pass.
Draw! Yeah. Not exactly what I'm looking for at this moment in time, but I'm going to make it work. For 2, I'm going to play an item card. What's it going to be? Is it the family fishing pole?
Is it the family fishing pole?
No, it's
Oh,
a lantern.
okay.
I'm going to tap the lantern. Look at this lantern use. Instead of paying 3 ink, I only pay 2 ink for power line.
Oh, double power line
So you
on
know
the
I
board.
said I was going to pop off?
Yes.
It's because I was going to sing one jump ahead with my Prince Naveen
Oh, I see.
and then rush with my power line.
Oh, I see.
But you spoiled it.
Do you want to take out my Cusco so I can draw a card?
Do I want to take out your Cusco so you can draw a card? No.
Oh.
I will go for Aurora
Oh, okay.
and I will pass my turn. Look at that lantern use. So instead of paying 3 for power line, I got to save 1 ink.
See, my Aurora was that, but for princesses. But I got to play my princess. Are you sorry? Did you pass?
Yes, all yours.
Okay.
Top deck time. Oh, rubs
For the
the
magic.
table.
For the magic.
Rubs the table. The rub table always works.
Boom.
Okay. That's not good.
No, not for you. But I think then I just quest.
Ooh, interesting. Up to what?
6.
You're up 6 law. Maybe we could put this here.
6 lore.
Yeah.
So we know.
My turn.
Yes.
Draw. Ho, 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 ho. Now it's my time to shine.
Oh no, lantern's dangerous.
I think it's my time to shine.
You can still take out my Cusco if you like, so I can draw a card.
I might have to.
That would be nice.
I have a bit of a dilemma here. Cusco,
Okay. Because Impact Rush it is first to 15,
ready?
so I'm getting close. Okay.
Wait, actually, no, let me do it
Oh,
this
I
way.
draw a card off Cusco. Yes.
I was hoping you'd forget.
Never.
I tried using my...
It is May, so you actually...
Distract tactic.
It is a May trigger, so I actually did not have to, but I do
Nope.
choose to draw a card.
So look, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to pay 2 for Jafar.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tap my lantern
Yes.
and pass.
Okay.
I have one card in hand.
Ready?
It's a really good card.
Ready, set. Don't be great
What?
if I had a card to discard your card.
You don't.
I don't know. No, I don't. No, I don't. But like,
I got hit by the
how
Southern Chill in
great
Pack
would
Rush
have that been?
yesterday, Yeah.
Okay. For 5,
For 5.
I'm gonna play Maid Marian,
That's
Delightful Dreamer,
extremely strong.
to give Powerline -2 strength this turn, and with Rapunzel, I'm going to challenge
There you go. Nice play.
by Powerline.
Respect.
So then I will pass turn.
Okay. I'm getting ready. Set. Drop. Did you see that?
Do you use lantern?
I don't know what I'm doing. All right, we're gonna play. We're gonna speed run.
We're gonna speed run. We're gonna speed run.
Challenge. Pass.
Challenge. Okay.
Oh wait. Go.
Okay, let's go.
Speed
Speed
run.
round. Players are
Getting ready to come over.
getting ready to come over, so we're going to speed round this quest.
Okay. Pongo.
Pongo, pass.
All right, my turn. Draw. Okay, that's good. Tuk tuk.
Okay,
+2. Trade. Pass.
okay,
Oh wait. Tap my lantern. Pass.
okay. Oh, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Ultimate
I'm ready.
game-changing move. Make a potion, banish chosen item.
That's actually really annoying.
Yes, and then I will choose to quest.
Is that really what it does?
Yeah, you can
Banish chosen
choose
item
one, banish
or-
an item,
okay.
or deal 2 damage to chosen damaged
Yep,
character.
Okay, so quest up to what?
9.
9.
8 or 9.
How many cards in hand?
1.
Oh, that's interesting. Trade.
Okay.
Dutch
You did
Buhunderblick.
not.
Pass. Dutch Buhunderblick is the German
Okay.
Southern Show.
2.
Okay.
Be our guest.
This is one of the first song cards I saw you play in Disney Lorcana. Do you remember?
Be our guest.
Yeah, and we made
Yes,
the
I
house
did.
rule that every time you play a song, you have to sing it.
I did, and I made Kawa sing it.
Yep.
The first time we all played it, and sorry, I had to reveal it, and
Yeah.
then I will play it.
What? 2 legendaries?
2 legendaries. These are
And it's
amazing
evasive,
packs.
right?
It is evasive.
Draw.
Yes.
You'll go.
Okay. Draw. Ready. Set. Okay, I have to do this just for you.
Okay.
For 2.
Yeah. No, it's not Southern Chill.
Family fishing
Oh,
pole.
okay. Now I've got no
Quest.
chance. So good.
It's such a good card.
What are you at?
9, 10.
At 10.
10.
Draw. I mean, it's evasive.
It is evasive.
That's a problem.
Yes.
I'll quest for 1 and play Arna pass.
Okay.
I'm at 1, I think.
Okay, and I'm on 10.
Yep.
Quest to 11.
11.
For 2.
For 2.
I pay. No, it's 1.
For 1.
1. I exert.
Yeah.
Family fishing
You
pole.
banish it, in fact,
I
as well.
banish this item. I'm going to return chosen exerted character of mine to my hand
Yep.
to gain 2 lore.
13.
13. I will replay. Mickey Mouse.
Nicely done.
Pass turn.
Ready, set, draw. Oh, just what I needed. The Casa Madrigal.
What?
Pay 1, move in. Pay another 1, move in. Quest for 2. I'm at 3.
You're at 3. Okay.
I'm coming for you.
Okay,
Go,
I can
go.
see that. I can see that. We're nearly there. Cards in hand.
1. And it's the
1.
same card I've had in hand for so long.
Okay. I'm going to ink
Varana.
Varana because I was going to play it, but I just stopped acting.
More Queen synergy in your deck.
Even
Look at
better
that.
card. This was great. This was a Princess Queen. For 6, Robin Hood. When I play this character, an opponent has more cards than
It's
me
another evasive.
in my hand. He's evasive on my turn.
Okay, but have you
I
forgotten about
draw
my
a
Casa
card.
Madrigal?
Yes, I did indeed. But I can't do anything, and do you know what? I'm ahead, so I'm going to quest.
Respect. So you're at. Okay, I gain 1 for this.
Yes.
I go to 4. I draw,
That is so epic.
but I concede. But
You
quickly,
concede, that
let's
is
look at
fair.
the rest of our packs.
GG's.
Quick.
Quick,
And
quick.
also, Stefano, the artist, is here in the building.
He is indeed. You
1,
can go
2,
bring that over
3,
to him.
4. Max Goof, Pirate's Life.
I think I won.
All right. Well played, Kim. She beat me again at Pack Rush. We're going to have the next round of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
See you real soon.
Ooh, nice. Epic. That's epic, mate.
That's epic.
Welcome back to the caster booth, Illumineers. This is round 3 of the Disney Lorcana TCG Challenge in Bologna. I'm Kawa. I'm joined by Joe Curly Cards. How are you feeling about this event, Joe?
Having a great time. We just saw the nice little overview of the hall. I can tell you it takes a good 2 minutes to walk from
It's a long haul, mate.
to the other. It is a packed hall filled with Disney Lorcana TCG action. I'm very excited for round 3. Kawa, I was looking in the last round amongst the tables, looking for some of the top players.
Okay.
It is tough out there. Some of the best players in the world getting off to a slow start.
Oh.
Ding Kang Pham, the world champion, 1 win and 1 loss after the first 2 rounds.
Okay.
That just shows you the level of competition that we have here in Bologna, and it means that that every time you see a player with a good record, they have had to work particularly hard to achieve that.
Indeed, yeah. And there's, like you say, some great names. Like, we've got insane players out there. We've got Zan Syed coming over from the States. We have some very, very good European players who've, like, previous DLC champions. Frank Karsten. We have Ely, who we saw on stream on round 1. And now we are moving into round 3 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. What ink colors are you hoping to see here, Spessy?
There's a lot of Amber Emerald out in the main hall, certainly more than I expected. That's definitely a deck that I've got my eye on this weekend. I think it's the dark horse coming into it. We know there's those top 4 decks that we expect to see the most represented. That 5th most represented, I would anticipate, is Amber Emerald. Fascinated to see that. There's some very strong players out in the main hall there playing that color combination, and it's a deck I am excited to see. But I'm always excited to see any sort of spice. We'll have to wait and see what we have in store.
I was speaking to Baker, yeah, it's like even a little bit of spice within the kind of meta decks. That's what I love about these Lorcana. You kind of have that expression. There's always kind of a core to a certain deck, but then there's a couple of different flex slots that you can do, include some spicy cards. The players are starting off now. We'll be switching the camera view very, very shortly here.
And it's going to be Clarabelle down on turn 1. We've got David versus Timothy. We've got the Battle of France. And look at this family.
This is a Ruby Amber deck. I am extremely excited for this game, Joe.
Ruby and Amber. Now, Ruby, probably you would have to say, at least in terms of the meta that we're expecting to see, the least represented color. So a really rare treat to see Ruby. Ruby and Amber historically has been all about characters, Mufasa being a centerpiece card of that deck, but that is no longer the case. Ruby has a lot of singer cards now, and David has already inked 2 song cards. So that is fascinating to see. On turn 2, it's going to be a Mulan, which is a 3-cost character, but that princess synergy with Aurora.
Yeah, and we see on the side of Timothy here, I'm very much assuming this is an Emerald Sapphire build. We saw the Basil inked, and if that's the case, unfortunately, no turn 2 ramp is really, really rough here. Will we see a 3-cost Clarabelle or even a Pleakley come out? It is a 3-cost Clarabelle, so eventually, once Timothy gets to 5 ink, they may potentially be able to shift that 7-cost Clarabelle light on our hoofs.
Yeah, what an interesting start. But that Aurora, we're so used to seeing Aurora removed as soon as she's exerted. But Timothy with that Clarabelle, 1 strength, not enough to take down Aurora. So it's another look at this family into the ink. And David for 3, it's going to be a power line for 2. I had this in my pack crush just now. It's a Singer 4. So some songs that you might want to sing with power line and Ruby. Be King Undisputed comes to mind.
I did see a World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the hand of David, which honestly, in this matchup, seems particularly good. Fares really well against Clarabelle, against John Silver, so Baymax as well, yeah. And that 5/5 stat line is always super, super powerful within this meta, so I'm really interested to see how effective World's Greatest Criminal Mind will be here.
Yeah, and also worth mentioning the synergy that this Mulan support has with World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Support we're used to seeing buffing up your own character's strength, but you can actually target your opponent's characters with that support, giving them extra strength. Why would you do that? Well, suddenly a 3-strength character becomes 5, and World's Greatest Criminal Mind could get it. But here comes the Baymax shift from Timothy. It is Emerald Sapphire. Mulan taken out by that Baymax shift.
Yeah, no, this is really tricky, right? Because we see that David has the World's Greatest Criminal Mind in their hand, but they can take out this Baymax. If they don't have a second copy, they might actually need to save it for the potential shift Clarabelle. It's very, very tricky, right?
Absolutely. But David, really starting to... I'm thinking, what is going to be the win condition in this Amber Ruby deck. In terms of card draw, there's not going to be an abundance. Perhaps we might see eye to eye as the win condition in this deck. Of course, it is a goofy movie card, and we're seeing another Powerline Ink.
Is this a shift Powerline? It could be.
Shift Powerline Eye to Eye could be a really interesting win condition for a deck. It's going to be 3 Ink instead on a epic Powerline.
Okay.
This is a 4/3, which has Rush if you played a song this turn. And there's the world's greatest criminal mind. Baymax taken out. Powerline does now have Rush, but of course there's nothing to challenge. Aurora going to quest for 1. And David up to 5 lore now, I do believe. Timothy down at just 1.
I'm super excited to see more of the top end of this Ruby Amber deck. It seems like, I mean, there's a lot of power lines in the deck. There could very well be a shift power line. I'm just extremely impressed that the 2-0 start for this player is amazing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the Donald Duck into the board and 1 card into the ink, and it is going to be Clarabelle trading for that Singer 4 power line. So currently that Aurora, though, still ticking along nicely. David at 4 lore, Timothy trailing at 1, and Timothy getting that little bit of extra ramp. He missed the ramp on turn 2, but the Donald Duck does find ramp on turn 5. 4 ink for
What
David.
is it? It's a B-King! Very, very, very strong here. Has completely wiped Timothy's board. Now, Timothy being on 6 ink does have a few options if there is a potential John Silver. Could possibly ink to play Hades if that's included within the Emerald Sapphire deck.
Yeah, of course, Clarabelle is that other 7 cost card. And we're so used to Clarabelle drawing loads of cards, but when you're playing against Amber Ruby has a card draw problem itself, which interestingly also means that the Clarabelle is not going to be that good. We see Clarabelle inked. Is it going to be another Clarabelle
Potentially.
that comes down?
It's
going to be the
bend!
To my will. Both cards from David's hand discarded, and I believe now the card advantage is in favor of Timothy. 2 cards in hand, and David in top deck mode with just 4 ink available. The early bend to my will is crazy good value right now, but David just questing up to 8, keeps the card in hand. You would imagine then, Cree, it's a 5 or 6 cost card.
Yes, I'd have to imagine so. Basil, really great card here, able to bounce that power line back to hand. This Aurora's been on the board since turn 1, but maybe for not much longer. Pirate's Life was the card, okay. Double power line, the 2 cost and the 3 cost here. At least that 3 cost has a very nice stat line, the 4-3 body against the 5-4 body of this Basil.
Yeah, I think both of these power lines are really solid cards. That Singer 4 with a 3-2 stat line is outstanding. And a 4-3 card, again, I had it in my pack rush, like a Prince Naveen, and I was quite happy, but it has the potential of rushing. We see Clarabelle down for Timothy, as well as Basil. Of course, whenever that Basil quest, they're going to have to discard a random card, but currently, no cards in hand.
Indeed, yeah. Timothy dropping the Clarabelle, it is still quite a big body for David to have to deal with. And now I'm really interested. It's exactly what you said, Joe. It's like Ruby Amber does not have access to that much card draw. And we've seen some like really big Sing Together cards. Like, look, this family inked very, very early. So it's very unlikely that we'll see more of those off the top of the deck.
Yeah, David, 9 lore, 11 away from victory. Timothy down at 1, but has started to develop a board with some big, strong characters. 5 strength for both Clarabelle and Basil. Means if David does exert any of their characters, they're surely going to be removed. It's going to be a Pirate's Life into the ink. We have to talk about the value of this bend to my will. It might not have looked that impressive discarding just 2 cards, but David now in a position where he's having to just draw a card and put it straight into their ink. Leaves all of their characters ready.
Yeah, think about if that bend didn't come through and then the Look at This Family could have been sung by a couple of David's characters. It would have been absolutely crazy. And it's cards like that that you need within this Ruby Amber deck to really keep your engine going. You need to be finding these key cards, be able to close out the game. Because I do believe, Joe, the longer this game goes on, it's probably in favor of the Emerald Sapphire player.
Yeah, this is a really interesting moment with Clarabelle going to be singing You're Welcome onto that 3 cost power line. So David going to shuffle their deck and then draw 2 cards off the top of it. Basil going to be potentially discarding one of those cards when it quests. And of course, Clarabelle with the opportunity to draw from every card that David has in hand. But which card will be discarded. It's going to be randomized.
It is at random indeed. Very, very interesting to see. And it's a tough decision sometimes, right? Sometimes you don't, like, Basil's a bit of a weird card because it synergizes with Clarabelle for the on-play, but then for the quest it kind of doesn't. It was a Be Our Guest that has been discarded here.
Yep.
Oh, Hades' Infernal Schemer hits the board and sends that power line to the Inkwell.
It's a big turn for Timothy. That Basil and Clarabelle, big, strong stats taking over the board. David 11 away. He's got a long way to go, but does now have some extra cards available. Thanks to that, you're welcome.
Oh.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind coming through, cleaning up Basil, which does mean that David's hand is a little bit safer now, and it is going to leave that one card in hand, which they couldn't have done otherwise with Basil down on the board.
Yeah, let's see if Timothy has any more, like, big bodies. The Donald Duck comes down, and this card is very, very good within Emerald Sapphire. Like, very early on in the Fabled meta, this is the card that a lot of players kind of look towards, say, I need a little bit more card draw within my deck, and it also synergizes so well with the Clarabelle, allowing your opponent to also draw a card. Oh, here we go. Talk to me about it, Joe.
Yeah, well, we talked about what is the win condition going to be for David, and of course he's playing Ruby, and we know how good Maui Half Shark is. Half Shark down on the board, and that is suddenly a big, strong character for David. Worth noting, both players drew for the Donald Duck on the board as well at the start of Timothy's turn, as the Spray Cheese Kid is the first ink, as Under the Sea is discarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Having a look at the discards, seeing what actions are available. This is really, really interesting. If Maui Half Shark is able to challenge and get some stuff back, the value of World's Greatest Criminal Mind here could be really, really good to be able to take out the Clarabelle. And maybe suddenly if Timothy doesn't have a clean answer, like potentially bouncing this Maui Half Shark, won't be able to quest with a lot of their characters, but, you know, maybe has access to a You're Welcome, to some sort of bounce effect. We do see the 5-cost Donald Duck coming down, the ability allowing Timothy to put the top card of his deck face down and exerted into his Inkwell. So getting up there in ink, definitely ramping quite a lot. But right now it seems that they don't have the answer to the Maui Half Shark.
Yeah, and the Maui Half Shark, it's a card I'm sure Timothy's not played against too much in Fable, but of course pre-rotation it was all over the place. And this Maui Half Shark just exerting pressure on the board. No cards exerted for Timothy, but here comes the Half Shark power. Be Our Guest is played, and I see another shark. Of course, every time an action is played, you gain 1 lore for every Half Shark you have on the board. So if David can get 2 Half Sharks down and start stringing together some actions, then we could see them closing the game out quite quickly. Half Shark evasive as well. And there's not really any evasive cards usually in these Emerald Sapphire decks. David is 7 lore away from victory. This is a crucial turn for Timothy to try and close the gap.
Yeah, really needs access to some removal tools to deal with these Maui Half Sharks. I have to say, Joe, I'm loving this Ruby Amber deck right now. It is super unique. We can now see the win condition, right? It's definitely these Maui Half Sharks.
Yep.
You've got like the Pirate's Life and stuff that we saw inked quite early on. I'm a big, big fan of this deck right now.
Yeah, 6 ink is actually a lot when you're playing a deck which doesn't have any ramp and it doesn't have any card draw. But David's managed to get up to this Maui Half Shark and probably is not playing anything more expensive than 6. I would imagine this is as expensive as the deck gets. We see Tipo come through for Timothy.
Yeah, maybe Timothy's really trying to like empty the hand as much as possible. We do see that David has 2 cards available, so Timothy might be like, right, I don't have the answers right now. I need to dump my hand as fast as possible, take advantage of my Clarabelle to try and find the answers to deal with these Half Sharks.
Yeah, and it's 2 cards in hand for David, of course, going to be drawing up to 3. 7 lore away. The problem for Timothy here is if they start challenging this Aurora, we see You're Welcome onto a Half Shark. That's one way to deal with them. If you start challenging Aurora or even singing You're Welcome, this Donald Duck is now exerted, and Maui Half Shark is licking his lips looking at Donald on the other side of the board, ready to be challenged.
He is ready and waiting right now, and a lot of different options to be able to get. I did see one of the cards drawn there was another 1-cost Aurora. Not really some of the top end that David is looking for. Curious, yeah, I think Timothy's just going to say, you know what? I just got to put the pressure on you because if not, Like David, like you said, 13 can very quickly get closer to 16, 17, 18, and that Timothy should now realize there is some reach in the deck with some of these card inclusions like Pirate's Life.
And Timothy draws 3 for the Clarabelle there. That synergy with your welcome. David probably needs to win this turn. Timothy's board is questing for nearly 10, 11.
A lot, right.
Half Shark's going to take out the Donald Duck. Of course, the Half Shark ability is that you can return an action card from your discard to your hand. It's going to be World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Yep. And we have, the Clarabelle will be removed, but as we can see right now on the board, there's still 6 total lore represented for Timothy, so another character has to be dealt with somehow.
And it will!
And it's the Bee King Undisputed, most likely the Bobby Zimmerowski being sent to the discard pile. And David has one more turn, getting close to 16. This is like really, really tense right now, Joe.
Yeah, every single time an action is played, it's another lore gained. And David then, the Aurora continues to tick along. The synergy there with Mulan. We saw it on turn 2. We're seeing it again around 12 turns into the game. Timothy seemingly looking for an answer to this board with the vision of the future, digging 5 cards deeper into their deck to see if they can find an answer for David's board. They are 4 lore away, and we know that Pirate's Life is in the deck as well. So if David can even get to 18, a Pirate's Life could win them the game. So Timothy's going to want to try and deny as much lore as possible here and set up a win themselves for the next turn. I love the way Timothy played the last turn, but David's response was excellent.
Indeed, yeah. And Timothy's nearly going to have to deal with the entire board. As you said, if simply Mulan is just left remaining on David's side, can simply quest with that, play a Pirate's Life. It is John Silver giving Reckless to Mulan, but this Maui Half Shark is still there. I wonder if there's another answer for this card right now.
Yep, but that Mulan being given Reckless, it can't quest next turn, and it must challenge if able. Maybe David can sing something with that Mulan to sort of bypass that Reckless, but it's certainly not going to be questing. That I can guarantee. Tipo comes down. Timothy now with 3 cards still ready to go this turn. That's the Tipo, the Hades, and the Donald. But if they quest, the Half Shark can come through and take a challenge, and that could be disastrous. Timothy, though, challenges the Aurora. Donald Duck now is exerted, and the Half Shark will be able to challenge. Hades then also going on a quest. Timothy ties up the game. It's 16 lore apiece. What a game. Can David win from here? The Mulan is Reckless. It cannot quest, and it must challenge if able.
3 cards in the hand for David right now. If they're all actions, then David simply can win this game. Play all 3 actions, quest with the Maui Half Shark. Super, super curious to see what those cards in David's hand are. Starting us off.
Oh my goodness, the Shift Mulan.
God.
The Shift Mulan comes through. Now, this is still Reckless. When you Shift Mulan, you get +3 strength for this turn. So this is a 5/6. And when you challenge a character, you can target 2 other characters and deal that much damage. So this Mulan can remove 3 characters from the board here. The Hades is safe with 6 willpower. However, if David challenges Donald Duck, they can also take out John Silver and a Tipo.
This is absolutely huge. And David can then also utilize the Maui Half Shark, challenge in the Hades, banish it, trigger the ability to get an action card back. Oh my
shift.
God, what?
It's 8 strength Mulan!
This is
shift.
absolutely crazy. I've never seen the likes of this before. That's a total of what? Is that 8 strength?
10 ink spent for this play. Absolutely incredible.
Oh my word.
It's 17 lore to 16. Timothy with 2 Tipos down on the board. Mulan with 6 willpower means that both of these Tipos, even together, cannot deal with the Mulan.
That's absolutely crazy. Huge respect to David for seeing that line. I know a lot of the times you can easily overlook the fact that you can shift on multiple Mulans, right? Like once you've done an initial shift, you can shift a second time if the ink is available. And this shows to me what an experienced player David is.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even have enough ink available to play this Mulan. It cost 6, but it cost 5 to shift it. So just using that extra shift to get rid of the Hades out of the equation, so worth it. And just Timothy with just those 2 T-pos left on the board, it's such a big deal as this Mulan remains intact. And Timothy has to remove at least either the Mulan or the Half Shock this turn, or give one of them Reckless, or David can just quest to win.
Yeah, 3 cards available in the hand for Timothy here. Not sure what answers there really are, right? And both of these characters very much out of the range of something like a Heads Held High, Under the Sea.
Under the Sea, though, does come through, and it will deal with those Mulans, because they are back down
to 2 strength.
Indeed. The Half Shark remains. The T-pos are still on the board. They will not quest. A Pirate's Life would win the game for David here, but I believe they are in top deck mode. 1 card in hand. It's
Power Line!
And it's the Power Line from the starter deck.
With that rainbow foil. It looks gorgeous, Joe.
Single player deck, in fact, they are now called. David with the spiciest deck of the weekend so far. And I think that's a scoop.
Yep.
David winning game number 1 in what was, without doubt, the most spectacular game of Disney Lorcana I have seen the whole entire set.
I 100% agree. Out of all of Fabled, I never thought I would see that. The double shift Mulan, take out the Hades, take out the John Silver, and another character. This is why we played Disney Lorcana TCG.
Yeah, and I just love that we see this spicy deck building rewarded. It's my favorite thing to see, an unorthodox color combination. I have to say, when I've played Ruby, my favorite thing about Ruby has been the Half Shark and the Mulan shifts. Powerline is also so interesting, but you have to build your deck around him so much. You need so many songs for that 6-cost Powerline to be worth it. And when I played Ruby Sapphire, I ramped. I didn't really want to play like the 2 and 3-cost Powerline. You can't ramp when you're playing Amber Ruby, but you can play the Powerline on 2, the Powerline on 3, shift. Wow, I am so excited that we get to see another game. I'm
kind of speechless after that game, honestly. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing, but like huge props to David. Already 2-0. I am so curious to see how deep this player can get into this tournament. And you know what, Spessy? I want to see this player make day 2, make top 32. I want this guy to qual to the European Championships with Amber Ruby.
That would be quite the statement, wouldn't it? But we're going into game number 2, and it will be David on Amber Ruby going second, of course, after winning that game number 1. Timothy with the opportunity to go first and be on the play. Emerald Sapphire going to be looking for that ramp on turn 2, of course. See David drawing that Roxanne, which is also one of the cards, of course, from Powerline. I see a Pirate's Life in the mix there. Some Auroras, of course, which you saw.
Sisu, I saw. 3-cost Nicholas Sisu.
There's also that 8-cost song in Ruby.
Yeah, the sing together one, I believe you're able to like ready your characters. The song from Brother Bear, if I'm not mistaken. But on Timothy's side, we did see 6 cards have been altered. Usually that is the case. You have to be quite aggressive with your alter phase if you really want to be searching for that turn 2 ramp. Because last game, Timothy missed his turn 2 ramp.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, how significant that was. That is a really important point to make, of course. It is exactly what you want to be doing on turn 2, and it is probably the most crucial turn to miss out on in any Sapphire deck. We often see Sapphire players altering 7 cards if they don't have that turn 2 ramp play. So Timothy was not 1 jump ahead in game number 1, and David took full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, Timothy just taking their time, trying to figure out what they want to send to the discard.
Yeah, and some of these decisions are the most important and difficult that you make, particularly with a Bobby. It's very similar to an ink decision, right? When you're inking a card, you have to think many, many turns ahead. But this decision is even more complex in a way because you're also able to essentially ink your uninkables, kind of. Like you can discard it and get rid of your hand, your uninkables. So Timothy took a really long time over that. We see the Sail, the Clarabelle joining the party, and Bobby questing for 1. David inked on their first turn, but didn't play anything. And David now going on to their second turn. We might see a Roxanne developed, perhaps, maybe a power line.
Yeah, potentially a power line. Could be good to maybe start to set up that shift line. But we do see the Roxanne. A lot of people have kind of been comparing this to Mr. Smee if the effect is active, right?
You know, it was exactly what I was about to say. It is almost like a Mr. Smee if you can get that singer. But Timothy with the double ramp on their third turn is outstanding.
Absolutely love this play.
Why is it so good?
I'm a big Sapphire Emerald player. You're able to draw multiple cards, ink a couple of cards, and then that means most of the time this Clarabelle effect on play, if your opponent has more cards in hand than you can draw a card. A lot of the time it's active because you're inking more than one card per turn. This in particular as well, like, lines up the Shift Clarabelle line very, very well. Not only is the 1 cost, but also the 3 cost.
Yep, Roxanne does now have a singer on the board, and it is Power Line. So Roxanne is now a 3/3 that quests for 2, but it won't be questing. The Spray Cheese Kid will be challenged, and it's back on over to Timothy, and it's their 4th turn, but they have 6 ink. They're not 1 jump ahead, they're 2 jumps ahead. In comes the Shift Clarabelle.
Light on her hooves. This card, an absolute staple right now within many Emerald Sapphire decks. It's card draw. It's exactly what the deck needs. You ramp pretty fast. This card combos really well with a lot of the other cards, such as like Tipo, being able to basically put a card from your hand, face down, exert it into your inkwell. Some of the cards we saw already, like You're Welcome. A couple of these lists also playing like Mother Knows Bests for a little bit of disruption. Also combos quite nicely with the Clarabelle effect. Moving back over to David, what do you like to see?
The world's greatest criminal mind.
I think it would be very, very good if that's the case right now.
My mistake, actually. This Roxanne is still only a 2/3. This power line is not...
Yes.
It's not a singer. It's the 2-cost power line that's a singer. So this Roxanne is still a 2/3. My apologies for that. In comes Be Our Guest. David going to look for a character.
It was
finds
close.
it at the last moment.
It was close, Joe.
It's that 1-cost Mulan, possibly just going to be going into the inkwell.
Or setting up for a potential shift line here.
Yep. So it will come down onto the board.
Doesn't seem too bad right now.
And it will be a pass. Timothy with those 2 Clarabelles still remaining on the board. I'm sure they were a little bit worried about a world's greatest criminal mind, but it was not forthcoming. Sail into the ink.
A potential heads held high and under the sea combo could absolutely clear David's board right now.
7 ink. Could be a bend to my will as well. We saw Timothy play that bend in game number 1. It's 7 ink.
Is it? You might be calling it. You might be calling it, Joe.
Bend to my will, Clarabelle, Basil. So many options at 7 cost. Timothy perhaps deliberating over which of those to go for. Maybe they have a couple of them in their hand. It's going to be the Basil, and it's going to be the Mulan. Return to the hand for David.
Very interesting here, yeah. The important thing for David to be doing is constantly trying to pressure this Clarabelle on Timothy's side of the board. Like, I think in this situation, if David wants to basically like double trade, double challenge into this Clarabelle to banish it, Timothy's feeling probably pretty okay. Like, David's basically clearing his own board off here. But I do think that was correct with the Basil to send the Mulan back, because if not, then the shift line comes out and all sort of shenanigans start to happen.
Yep. Yeah, David at 4 ink can go to 5, so that Mulan shift could have come through this turn. It's going to be a double trade into Clara, but I'm sure David would have preferred to have used the world's greatest criminal mind to do this, but still deals with the Clarabelle for now, although there might be another returning soon. It's going to be a Pirate Cipher into the ink, 5 available. In comes Mulan for 1.
Pass the turn.
Listen, this Mulan doesn't look that impressive, but it's actually exerting a lot of pressure on the board in a similar way to the half shot. It's almost freezing Timothy's board. It's saying, okay, Timothy, you want a quest of your Basil and make me discard a card. However, if you do, I am going to shift a Mulan, and I will take out 3 of your characters in one swoop. But no, Timothy says.
Double Basil coming down, bounces the Mulan one turn. The next turn does the exact same thing. This Basil, an absolute powerhouse within this Emerald Sapphire deck. And now with 2 of them established on the board, when both of these bad boys start to quest, David's going to have to start discarding some cards. And maybe we even see the Shift Mulan discarded. It is at random.
It is randomized, yep. So David going to shuffle up their hand, but it's looking good for Timothy, isn't it? It's a very different game from game number 1, with Timothy finding that ramp.
It's the Half Shark. Okay. That's a pretty big target to hit still. I think Timothy's quite happy with that.
Yep, especially at this moment, because David could go to 6 ink this very turn. That shark could have come down. Does David have a second shark or perhaps a power line?
It's a second shark. Maybe Half Shark drops down onto the board. But again, like I said, I believe David just has 2 cards in hand at the moment, maybe 3, and between both of these Basils, might be able to discard them. And if they also have a way to deal with this half-shark, which they do, Hades Infernal Schemer coming down, this might be an absolute blowout for David right now.
It could be 20-0, and in fact, David just calls it there. He has seen enough. When that Hades comes through and puts your half-shark into the inkwell, it is a devastating feeling, but David ready to go for round 3. They've put themselves into a position. Listen, if I'm David and you say to me, listen, you go into game 3, you're on the play, I would take that every single time.
100%. I think we saw the power of the deck going first last game. Unfortunately, this game we didn't see something like the 1-cost Mulan or the Aurora come out, but I think if Aurora can come out, that start that we saw of Aurora into the Mulan seems really, really, really powerful. And it's a good thing to note because usually in a lot of the Ruby stuff, the only main shift line is this 1-cost Mulan, but now there's another shift target, and that's so important.
And it's often like this 3-cost Mulan is often too expensive to justify, but when you have Aurora and suddenly you can play it on turn 2, it makes a really, really big difference to your curve. And also with this Aurora, I actually did play a little bit of Amber Ruby myself. I play tested basically every single color combination under the sun. And one of the things I really liked as a concept with Amber Ruby is it's the deck which can get the shift Mulan through as quickly as a Sapphire deck can, because you can use the cost reduction from Aurora to shift Mulan for 4 ink. And against an Amber Steel deck, being able to shift Mulan on turn 4 is absolutely outstanding. But we go into game number 3. It's Amber Ruby, it's Emerald Sapphire, David versus Timothy, France versus France. I think I know who the chat's rooting for.
This honestly is the match of the tournament so far, right? I know it's only round 3. I know it's quite early, but this has just been so exciting to watch. I hope the viewers have been having as much fun as we are in the booth right now, and I am so hyped to see which player is going to come out on top here.
Yeah, the players shuffling up their decks for the final time, getting ready to go into game 3. So if you're David, I'm looking for the Aurora on 1. But how do you even win against Hades? I think you just have to ensure that Clarabelle isn't drawing that many cards. And the thing is, for a Clarabelle deck, when your opponent doesn't draw that many cards, it can be really difficult for you yourself as Aurora comes down.
Aurora coming down on turn 1, exactly what David wants to see. I can also see that there is that 3-cost Mulan in hand, and there's also a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. This is very similar to the hand that we saw in game 1, and I think this works out really, really well against Timothy. If the shift Clarabelle comes down, it's like a really, really, really big threat that has to be dealt with. And I also have to say, just the general support ability of this 3-cost Mulan as well is really, really great. Because you can use it with like this 4-3 power line. You can buff it up to take out something of like, 5 or 6 willpower. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I'm really happy to see it on show right now.
Likewise. And it's Timothy. Will we see that ramp on 2? Sail the Azurite Sea means that despite Timothy being the player going second, they are that 1 jump ahead, that 1 ink ahead now. David, drawing a card, currently at 2 ink, but can go up to 3 this turn. And that Aurora, of course, meaning that a Mulan shift is not far away, potentially. Powerline comes through. Not a Princess Powerline, so no synergy there. But it will be a quest for 3, and David up to 4 lore, Timothy still at 0.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. Like, this board seems to be starting off kind of similarly to, like, if Timothy had access to, like, a 1-drop plus a Tipo plus a Shift Baymax into Under the Sea, that could be quite good. We do see the Shift Baymax come out at least, and this will quite cleanly take care of the... I think I'm having deja vu. This is, like, very similar to what happened in game 1, right?
And look, this Baymax shift is brilliant, but you do lose the Clarabelle on the board, and David now has a perfect target if they have access to the world's greatest criminal mind. Into the inkwell goes that Mulan Elite Archer. There it is! It could have been sung by this Singer 4 power line, but David really valuing that extra questing power. Perhaps they didn't have anything better to use their ink on this particular turn, and Powerline just going to be questing for 1 alongside Aurora. It's 6 lore to 0. Timothy, ready to go up to that 5 ink mark. David could have, imagine if David could sing The World's Greatest Criminal Mind here and play a 4-cost character. I'm sure that would have been more ideal for them. Timothy with that Donald Duck, meaning that they can go to 7 next turn. Timothy is now 2 jumps ahead because of the power of the Sapphire ramp cards.
Yeah, and if we see a potential like shift power line, there could be some answers from Timothy. If a shift does happen, Hades, of course, like it's still a necessary answer, but it is important to know that if you play Hades on a character that's been shifted, both of the characters go into the inkwell, right? So you will be basically like kind of double ramping your opponent, but sometimes it's a necessity that has to be made.
Wow, it's Be Our Guest,
Whoa.
sung by a power line. There was 2 Floodborn power lines available, and one was picked up.
Will we
the rest
see a
of the
shift
bottom.
on the Exerted? We won't see a hard cast of B King, Undisputed, cleans up Timothy's board quite nicely. And now if Timothy can't deal with this 3-2 power line, he's very much aware that a power line shift may be in the works.
Yeah, and again, listen, against Emerald Sapphire, a lot of the time, people watching this might think, David's just going too slowly. How is this working? But this Emerald Sapphire deck relies so much on Clarabelle card draw, and when you're not playing against an Amethyst deck, the Clarabelle really, really struggles. When I've played this Emerald Sapphire deck, I've found matchups like this really, really tricky. Like this Emerald Sapphire deck, in many ways, it's tailored to deal with Amethyst decks. And when you come up against something unorthodox, it can become unstuck. Shift power line! What's going to happen?
Look at this. Family has been played. Lots of cards are going to be picked up here. Absolutely love this, and we are going to see the power line ability right now.
Yep, so it's going to be 2 cards added to hand, 2 characters. That's the Mulan and the Roxanne, but now the power line ability comes through where you're going to look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may play a song card for free. Imagine a B King Undisputed,
Pirate's
a world's
Life.
greatest criminal mind. Could have been amazing. Pirate's Life, not bad either.
Yeah, world's greatest criminal mind would have been probably the best outcome. That or B King Undisputed against this Baymax on Timothy's side of the board. And a 1-cost Mulan also developed here for David. Now, Timothy can simply challenge in and take out this power line. I mean, there's going to have to be some other options available for him if he wants to kind of come back into this game. Maybe potentially playing the Basil to bounce it back. Maybe just a Hades. But also making the trade is maybe all right.
Yeah, but the thing for David as well, he's going to be quite happy with that. The power line has done its job.
And may be able to, like basically get rid of Timothy's character.
Yeah, I mean, power line with that 6 strength is really impressive. Baymax surely going to be trading into it. I mean, the world's greatest criminal mind or B King from power line in that previous turn, I think might have swung the game in David's favor, but Timothy is still in this one. It's going to be 7 ink exerted. In comes Clarabelle. Baymax going to sing your welcome onto the power line. So both of the copies of power line will be shuffled into the deck. David then going to draw 2 cards, and of course Clarabelle going to take full advantage of that, I'm sure.
I do like this play. I mean, giving David a few more cards could potentially answer this Clarabelle, but at least if a Shift Mulan comes out, we know that it can't cleanly take out the Clarabelle, right? I did just see a B King Undisputed picked up, though. I think that's really going to help out against this board. So if we do see Shift Mulan, as I said, Baymax can be taken out. That would only be 5 damage put onto the Clarabelle Light on our hooves, though.
4 cards in hand for Timothy, thanks to that Clarabelle. We will see B King come through, the epic B King. Baymax will be selected by Timothy to be banished. Look at this family into the ink, and it's going to be the double quest. David just slowly chipping away at that lore total, creeping ever closer to that magical 20 lore.
I've been very impressed by how much pressure David's able to put on with this Ruby Amber deck. And we could see a couple more Maui Half Sharks come out as well. A Bend to My Will!
Wow.
Oh, okay, I think for David, the hand wasn't... I mean, it doesn't matter if the hand wasn't that great. It's still 3 cards that have been sent to the discard pile. So this top deck is going to be very, very important for David here.
Yeah, the Bend to My Will, amazing. Clarabelle no longer going to draw cards, but Timothy has 3 cards in hand after that sale. The card advantage is firmly in their favor, but they are 12 lore behind. And in comes Powerline. Not the Powerline I'm sure David was hoping for off the top of the deck. Aurora creeps closer. And what David's just doing here is they're just forcing Timothy every single time to challenge, and this means Timothy has still not gained a single law for themselves.
I think it's very interesting, the decision to play the power line here, because if it was potentially inked, it could have meant that a Maui Half Shark could be played if it's off the top. Now, in this instance, the Basil has sent it back, so if Half Shark is picked up, it could be inked right now. But I also really respect, I respect playing the characters, putting on the pressure. David's at 13 lore. This also might be the route to victory.
Yep. Timothy 20 lore away, but this is the time for them to start questing. David with 2 power lines on the board, only questing for 1 each. And you make a fantastic point that David is only at 5 ink. That bend to my will really starving him of resources, and that power line Floodborn or Half Shark off the top could be disastrous, as there's not enough ink to play them unless it is shifted, of course.
Looks like 7 ink is being exerted. Oh, yeah, Timothy changing their mind, taking it slow, evaluating the board state.
Yeah, 20 minutes on the clock. I think the time management, such a crucial skill in a tournament like this. Great time to slow down. John Silver coming through.
The alien pirate, Timothy, taking their time to figure out which power line they'd like to give Reckless. It's going to be the 3-cost one, this 4-3, that when a song is played against Rush.
Yeah, of course, Reckless means it can't quest and must challenge if able, but if David can top deck a song, you could sing instead. Clarabelle will actually take the quest for 2, and that is going to be all from Timothy. Top deck mode for David. What's it going to be? Well, it seems to be something interesting. Powerline will trade with Clarabelle, which Timothy invited them to do. It's going to be Roxanne. Now, Roxanne is a 3-3 right now and does quest for 2. As long as that Powerline singer stays intact, it's 13 lore to 2. Bobby the Spray Cheese Kid for Timothy draws a card and then will discard a card. It's going to be sailed discarded.
Looks like it could be a lot of ink being spent here. 5 on the Donald, ramping even more right now. I mean, this John Silver is the card that's going to put in work right now, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the John Silver's just such a good card to close out the game. Every time it quests, you can give one of your opponent's characters Reckless. And David right now needs to quest. Reckless is exactly what they don't want to be. Another top deck. This bend to my will from Timothy was so crucial. It's Be Our Guest being sung. That will bypass the Reckless keyword.
Yeah, I saw some of the pickups. I saw double power line and a Maui Half Shark available. So
only
David,
5 ink.
Only 5 ink. David could still take it, hope to play it the next turn. I'm not too sure, but I actually think that the John Silver may have targeted the power line here with Reckless, which kind of makes sense because you want to turn off that singer ability so that Roxanne can't quest for a lot. But right now, Roxanne can still just quest for 2.
Yeah, and there was all of those amazing cards shown, but the 1-cost Mulan was the card taken. Remember, David, no cards in hand, so Be Our Guest takes the 1-cost Mulan, and that is it. But David is basically just saying now, okay, if you quest, if you take a risk and I get lucky and I top deck my Shift Mulan, I'm back in the game. I can take out 3 of your characters in a single swoop. I love the decision making from David, finding a potential win condition, but Timothy respects it, and the Hades takes down Mulan. But now 6 ink is available for David, meaning that a top deck Shark or power line could be played onto the board.
Yeah, now we did see 2 of them. 2 of the power lines sent to the bottom of the deck after the Be Our Guest and also a Maui Half Shark. But there is the potential. I mean, think about it. There could even just be like a Pirate's Life. I know it's not enough to finish the game yet, but a couple of those, they could do it.
Timothy quests. It's 15 lore to 9, but there's no cards in hand for David. There's no cards on the board, and it's a look at this family. He can't play it. Timothy takes it 2 games to 1. Amber Ruby so close, but yet so far.
What a phenomenal game. I'm still thoroughly impressed by David's play. Clearly a very experienced Disney Lorcana TCG player. And just props to him for the innovation in the deck building, the maneuvering the matchup as well. I would be very keen to speak to them today if possible and learn about we just saw it face off against Emerald Sapphire, but I'm very curious to see how they feel that deck does into the Blurple matchup. But huge congratulations to our Emerald Sapphire player moving in. They are now 3-0
Great start.
after round 3.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for much more than that. And the star of the show for me, it was the Bend to My Will. That synergy between Clarabelle and Bend to My Will can be a little bit awkward at times, both costing 7, but the Clarabelle went down, cards were drawn, and probably one of the cards drawn was Bend to My Will. And then suddenly you're looking at your hand and you got 4 cards. The Bend comes through. You don't need any more card draw from Clarabelle. She's done her job. And just from there, you just win the battle of resources. It's like a classic discard strategy. I have more cards than you. I don't need many because you have none. The top decks just weren't quite kind enough there.
Yeah, I think it was very impressive that they recognized the perfect opportunity and time to play Bend, because I think sometimes players I want to get maximum value out of this card, but we saw there was 2 cards, maybe 3 cards both of those times when the Bend was played, and it was perfect. It was you couldn't have asked for a better turn, and it's also similar to when you play cards in Blurple, like Finders, Keepers and stuff. You kind of have to recognize, okay, I'm kind of taking a turn off to either gain some value myself, or in the case of Bend, deny my opponent a lot of value, you know?
Yeah, and those cards, I think it was 2 or maybe even 3 cards in hand for Ruby Amber. It might not sound like much, right? Like we've seen Bend to My Will hitting 10, 12, 13 cards in some particular spot. But ultimately, all it needs to do is it just needs to discard enough that it just gives you that extra advantage in terms of resources to close the game out. Amber Ruby doesn't draw many cards, so discarding 3 cards at once is so huge, particularly in this meta, right? We're used to You Have Forgotten Me, for example. That card's not in the game anymore, or not in core constructed.
Very sad.
It's only really Sudden Chill, Chip. There's not many discard cards, and none of those cards are seeing play. Bend to My Will is really the only one, and we're often seeing 1 copy of it in these Emerald Sapphire decks. And you can see why in this game 3, it has its moments. It's uninkable. It can be clunky. At times it's awkward. But when it's good, it will win you the game when you need it to.
I definitely agree, Joe, yeah. And there are some tools in the deck that can help out with its clunkiness. For example, Tipo, you have opportunities to kind of ink this. Bobby, exactly, huge. And I think this is just my personal opinion, but I still really like 1 copy of Bend, especially for the mirror match. I think it can literally end the mirror match on the spot. The only real way out, if that happens, if it's an Emerald Sapphire versus Emerald Sapphire matchup, is if you play Bend to My Will and the opponent happens to just top deck a Clarabelle of their own, suddenly they're back into the game, right? But having that 1 card can really break through that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an absolutely fascinating day here in Bologna. I'm excited to go and roam the halls again in a little bit and see how everyone's getting on. It's so nice to see all of those familiar faces from the Disney Lorcana community back together under one roof. Plenty more Disney Lorcana challenges happening this season. Of course, Milwaukee happening in North America in just a few weeks' time. I know that you're planning on going over.
Will you be
to
heading
that
over,
event.
Joe?
It's possible. I might be there. We'll have to wait and see.
I really want to see you there, mate. Yeah, I also want to take a very quick opportunity to say I am thrilled to be in the booth here with you, my friend. You know, I was very keen to cast last season, and I'm just absolutely chuffed to be here with you, Baker,
Likewise.
Kim, Rebecca, Erica. Yes, we have something very cool to talk about.
I am so excited.
Let's do it.
So, yesterday, the casters and the hosts, we got together and we tried to pick the best Disney Lorcana players. Each caster has 5 players on their fantasy team. And let me tell you, my team is unbelievable. It is so strong. I've been going around the hall. I've been telling everyone on my team, and look at that, Team Kim currently in the lead. Kawa, talk to me about your team. This is the order that the players were picked in. I can see your first pick. No surprises to see Jan Moy as your first pick.
I was very lucky. Yeah, we all rolled a dice to see who got to pick first, and everybody knows, of course, I wanted to show Jan Moy, my co-host of our podcast. Clearly, it seems to be he seems to be doing quite well. I think it was 18 points. My team is on. It would be great if we could throw that graphic back up.
I would love to pull that back
through
up.
it.
That would be great.
My initial pick was Mr. Jan Moy. Then I have Angelina, who won the recent event at Malmo Game Week. I have Keen Minahin, a local from back in Dublin where I play. Bennett, who has been absolutely a phenomenal player throughout Season 1. Really love to play those. Amber Emerald discard decks. And then my final pick was Ryan Walker, making his way, making the long trip across the pond to play here from the States. Really happy with my team, but I have to say everyone's roster's absolutely stacked in this draft.
Yeah, and I'll talk you through mine. I started off with the man I wanted to lead my team as the captain, Frank Karsten, of course, the winner of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Lille. Really, for me, it's just any excuse that I have to have a little chat with Frank. I will take that opportunity. One of the most fascinating Disney Lorcana players to speak with. Followed up by Tiago. I knew that Baker was about to pick him, and I snuck in. Tiago's had some outstanding results over in North America with Amethyst Steel. Not sure exactly what he's playing today. Theatin, of course, Disney Lorcana Challenge champion from last season from France. I've got Rob Dehaan, who is a good friend of Frank. He took down Sailor in round 1.
Wow.
Rob versus Sailor in round 1.
What a match.
And Rob took that one down. And finally, my 5th pick, I looked around the room and went, wait, nobody picked Zan yet. Lucky me. Dipped my bread. Zan Syed finishing off my draft. Let's look at the other teams. Baker with Zach, Sailor, Michele, Kendo, and Adam. That means in round 1, there was actually a Team Baker versus Team Spessy.
It's crazy.
With,
That's
Pierre
crazy.
versus Rob. Erica, she's got lots of Italians. Luca, Federico, of course, Earl, also known as Earlmeister, Ludovica, and Andrea. Kim
had some outstanding picks. The first one was Atlantis Ray, an extremely strong female player from the United Kingdom. Then has chosen Reese, who placed 2nd at the DLC in Lille.
He's a good friend of mine.
Closely losing out to Frank. Then has Zenon. Zenon is an extremely strong Austrian player, I believe.
Golden Mickey winner as well.
Yes, Golden Mickey winner, also placed extremely well in the European Championship. She also picked Harvey Parker Atchison. This is also known as Alphos. And then rounding off the roster with Eli, the previous DLC Bologna champion. Spessy, why don't you talk through Team Rebecca here?
Yeah, Rebecca's got such a strong team. Of course, Rebecca coming over from the United States, so no surprise to see 3 players from North America in their team, with Clara, who was, of course, a player at the North American Championships, Ed, the North American champion, Domingo, the European champion, Ding Kang Pham, the world champion, and Melissa from the Forbidden Mountain. What a team!
What a
The North American, the European, and the world champion all under one roof. That is an impressive team.
Insane. And honestly, I'm impressed by, I mean, everybody seems to be doing quite well in general right now, but Team Kim has started very, very strong, 24 points, and you are very, very close behind, Spessy.
Yeah, it is a really, really fun little thing we get to do. I know that when I'm going around the hall, I'm looking out for those players and letting them know that I'm rooting for them more than ever. But it really is just amazing, isn't it? Now, we're in Season 2 of Disney Lorcana Challenges. These players are much more familiar with us, right? Like in Lille last year when I was casting, I'd never heard of Frank Karsten before. And I remember a man who is now actually working at Ravensburger, Brendan DeCandio. He sent me a little message and said, look out for Frank Karsten. I've got a good feeling about him. And sure enough, Frank went all the way and took that tournament down. But now we're so much more familiar with these players. They're established. But let's not forget, there's a lot of new players looking to make their name for the first time here.
Indeed, yeah. And I think that's what I loved about Season 1 so much, was all of these players made a name for themselves. They're known because of their performances from the previous season. And for me, I love, creating a story, making a narrative around these players. It's an opportunity to highlight them and showcase their skill on the biggest stage in the world. And I'm so excited to see more of these up-and-coming players. Like you mentioned, Tiago, also, I think Baker's mentioned them many times already. Sky over in the United States, winning the very first CCQ in Denver. Incredibly talented player. And I think there's going to be so many players like that we'll see from this event. Like the first champion will be crowned here, and their name will be written into the lore books for Disney Lorcana TCG.
Absolutely. I'm just also fascinated to see how the meta is going to develop. Of course, Milwaukee is coming up very soon. But before we talk about Milwaukee, let's go on over to an interview which we have prepared for you.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm here with Kim and Timothy, who's just come off a 2-1 victory, round 3. Congratulations on a great run so far. A few questions that me and Kim would like to run by you. First of all, because we're going to get to the deck you were facing in a moment and how you reacted to that big Mulan turn in game 1, but we'll get to that. First, I'd like to ask you, what led you to your deck choice today? You brought Emerald Sapphire. Why?
Initially, I've always been Amethyst Steel player, but I was more the mid-range rabbit, and I really don't like dropping my hand and then hopping for what I'm going to have with dot.
Playing off the top of the deck.
And this was my choice because I think that I have always something to do or to dig for something at least. And always a bit of control of what I'm doing. So, yeah.
What do you think are your best and worst? What matchups do you want to see? What do you not want to see?
Amber Steel is quite a good matchup, in my opinion, with Under the Sea and Baymax. And what I don't want to see, for sure, Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, that's a pretty hard matchup. I played that same deck at an event the other week, and that's pretty tough. I have to ask you, though, and then we'll head over to Kim, because I'm sure you've got a couple of questions. What was your reaction to seeing that Amber Ruby deck? Was that like, okay, I'm good? Or like, what was the feeling there?
I had no idea about how to play against. I think I did a lot of misplay, especially on the first game, because, well, I was not in the Mulan mood, I would say, and not expecting that it could happen this way, the way it happened. But at the end, I don't think it's a bad matchup because they have big bodies. If you can control a bit at the end, you can slow them down, draw a lot of cards. They don't have board removal, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. You seem to get the opinion of remove the Mulan on site. Do not let that happen again. Game 1, a huge shift and then really blowing up your board. But from that point on, no, the 3-cost Mulan, you're not staying. The 1-cost Mulan, you're not staying. And just taking control. But you got to admit, pretty spicy deck from your opponent as well, right?
Sure. No, interesting.
An interesting one. Kim, what would you like to ask our round 3 winner?
I did have a question going in, like to this. Baker, so I was going to ask your reaction, of course, to this deck. Have you yourself been playing for long? And what made you choose to bring Emerald Sapphire?
Yeah.
Well, I've played for like competitively the set championships since the chapter 3. Well, set number 3, so
into the Englands.
I won my stitch.
Good. Good one to win.
And as I said, before I was Amethyst Steel, and I was looking for something with a bit of control of what I'm doing, and that's one of the decks I think that mid game you don't have the feeling that that's done. I know the end of the game. There is always a comeback, even 19-0 sometimes with this
Absolutely.
deck. You can come back. So that's why I decided to bring it to start on this set with.
Yeah, that's the good thing about it, right? Because, like you say, they could be at 19, but if they're topping, Hades, remove. Basil, remove. All these sort of things. So I think you're right. It gives you a lot of agency in the game. Kim, anything else you want to swing by, or?
I will ask... Final question, because you said yourself you only came into the Inklands set 3. You came into this game. Do you have any advice for any players? Obviously, we had rotation come in, a lot of new players coming into the game. Do you have any advice for them before we let you go and get on with the rest of your day?
Advice is I like sealed, and just to learn and to start, everyone can win against everyone in sealed, and so that's a good way, in my opinion, to start.
Learn the game.
I have friends. I bring them to the game by playing seal. They play only seal, not really competitive, but each chapter we buy our box and we play a seal together. So I think that's a good way to make people play with you and enjoy it without being a hard competitor and so on. So, yeah.
I think that's a fantastic point. Last thing I want to ask you, anyone that you would like to shout out, any thank yous, like maybe you've got a playtesting group or anything like that, just take the spotlight, anything you'd like to say to the community.
Shout out to my wife who let me come here.
Shout out to the wives out there that are letting their partners play TCG.
And then also to people I play a lot in Switzerland, in Geneva, or in France, also close to the border where I am. So to all the stores there, we have a lot of stores, a lot of people, great community there. So shout out to these people as well also.
Amazing. Timothy, great to meet you, my friend. I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your run. You got a very good score so far, so a few more of those, and maybe we are talking to our next DLC champion. Wouldn't that be nice? We're gonna go to a break. We'll be back very soon with some more Disney Lorcana Challenge action. We'll see you soon. Be prepared.
Yes, and welcome back to Bologna. I am with Kawa, and you might think that's all the action for round 3 that we've got for you. Well, you would be wrong. We have feature match number 2 coming right up, but we're not going to be starting from the first game, are we?
I believe we're going to be having game 3 happening right. Oh my God!
The
look at
best
these
game
games.
of all.
Baker is going to be so jealous. If this is correct, we have a Ruby Amethyst player versus Amethyst Steel right now. It's 1 game apiece. Very curious to see which player is going to be starting this game.
Yeah, and a big shout out to our wonderful production team who have been scouring the deck lists, looking for the spiciest decks to bring you all. And I'm sure that you could agree that we are very excited to watch Ruby Amethyst in action. I actually watched this matchup take place yesterday, and I have to say, I think it's a pretty good one for Ruby and Amethyst. Baker was playing Ruby Amethyst against a Amethyst Steel player, and when you're both playing Amethyst and neither player has access to ramp, it's really an open game, and you would just expect that Ruby has that slightly better top end, maybe like a Maui Half Shark, and it's going to be interesting to see how Georgios can deal with this from Greece up against Patrick from Germany. Great to see a Greek player here in Bologna on the big stage.
Yeah, players from all over Europe have traveled to compete at this premiere event, the first Disney Lorcana Challenge to be taking place for Season 2 of competitive Disney Lorcana TCG.
Very curious to see who will be going first in the third and final game. Amethyst Steel, Kim and I were talking earlier, and we called it the vanilla ice cream of the format. It's like it's a very standard deck. It just does what it does, and it does it very well. It's nothing flashy, it's nothing fancy, but it's just a good deck, particularly in the right hands. But when you're up against Ruby Amethyst is almost similar at this point. Ruby Amethyst, it used to be so much about be prepared, getting to be prepared and going from there. What do you expect to see in a Ruby and Amethyst deck?
Well, I've just seen one of the cards in the deck while the player's been shuffling, and I did see a 3-cost uninkable Prince John with this 5/5 stat line. Yeah, I do also, I believe I also saw a Vanellope von Schweetz.
What?
Which is a 3/1. By the way, I love Vanellope von Schweetz. It's a Sir Hiss, and you know how much I love Sir Hiss, mate. Yeah, but like it's Vanellope plus Lumiere can take out a Genie. It seems so strong, but Georgios starting off with a Palace Guard.
Yeah, I would wager on paper, as we see Mulan from Patrick, I would wager on paper Ruby Amethyst has a bit of advantage in this matchup, but with Georgios being on the play, it's surely going to be an extremely tight game. Palace Guard versus Mulan for now. It's going to be a Jafar on turn 2. This is a card which is evasive during Georgios' own turn. There's some nice Dumbo synergy with those kinds of cards. Patrick, I'm looking at the hand. I'm just trying to work out what the win condition might be. This Prince John, 5/5, it takes damage whenever your opponent plays a character.
Yeah, a couple of different options available. I can see the Rafiki there as well. Very much assuming, as you said, like, you know, the top end is going to be there in terms of the Maui Half Shark. If we see this 1-cost Mulan on the deck, you better believe there's probably a Shift Mulan in the deck somewhere too. We do see the Vanellope von Schweetz. The Jafar does contest this quite a bit, but I really like to see like the likes of this Jafar, also the 2-cost 3/2 Mr. Smee that have evasive on the Amethyst Steel player's turn, because not only do they synergize with their own Dumbo, but contest an opposing Dumbo quite well too.
3 ink spent on the Giant Cobra. Georgios has the option to trigger the ability and discard a card to gain 2 lore, but quite early in the game to be doing that. Of course, you want Cobra to finish the game, but the 4-4 stat line is strong, but does come with that vanish keyword, which could be detrimental if Patrick has the right tech cards in hand.
Yeah, there's a few options that Amethyst plays to be able to handle these illusion characters. One, probably the most notable, honestly, is Hypnotic Strength. So very curious to see if that card is included within Patrick's deck. There is also the 4-cost inkable action card that can kind of move some damage counters around. That is also a card that can be utilized to take out these illusion characters.
Yeah, we do see the Palace Guard questing for Georgios. We'll hopefully be able to bring you an update on that lore, as I'm sure that they are at more than 0 as it stands. I think the Palace Guard might have quested on turn 1 as well.
Correct, yes.
So I believe it's 2 lore apiece, and we'll try and make sure we keep track of that. 2 ink available for Patrick. It's their 3rd turn. So of course they can ink, and you probably expect to see that uninkable 3-cost Prince John. It's uninkable, you've got to play it at some point, but no, it's going to be Mother Gothel.
This Mother Gothel, very, very, very strong card. It's a 3-cost inkable. It has 1/4 stats. Quest for one of these dual ink cards, a Ruby Amethyst card, and it has a very, very unique ability that allows you to kind of manipulate damage counters. Joe, would you be able to explain it to the viewers?
Yeah, so it's the Vain Sorceress, and it's one of the most powerful Ruby Amethyst dual link cards in the artwork Rapunzel and Mother Gothel. Whenever one of your characters challenges, you may move 1 damage counter from chosen character to chosen opposing character. We know how good Belle is, and look at the synergy with the Mulan here, being able to move damage from your Mulan, but it's going to be taken out by the Giant Cobra. This Mother Gothel can just sit on the board, ready and waiting, doesn't have to do any challenges itself, but the double Cobra for Georgios is looking really strong.
Again, yeah, we will have that lore updated as soon as possible for you guys, but rest assured the players are tracking their lore as well, so that will be updated as soon as possible. We have the Prince John coming down onto the board, this 3-cost uninkable 5/5 stat line, absolutely huge. I think we've seen the power of just like this 5/5 stat line already, but more notably like this 5 strength, right? Elsa's can't really be played into it quite easily. We see Yzma, this legendary card, come down from the Azurite Sea, set 6.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful. You can exert her and draw up to 3 cards, and it's cards like this paired alongside Doc that keep Amethyst Steel players in the game, keep giving them the fuel, the resources, the cards that they need to stay in the game.
And look at the synergy between Prince John and Belle. That's why Prince John is in the building. The synergy there between the Mother Gothel and the Prince John, and the Belle and the Prince John, is absolutely outstanding. I think Belle, Accomplished Mystic, proving to be one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana TCG right now. I've been saying it almost feels like a Ruby card, so it's really fitting actually to see this Belle in a Ruby deck.
Indeed, yeah, a lot of the damage manipulation does happen within Ruby as well as Amethyst.
Yes, for sure.
You know, we have like the 4-cost Panic that can move 2 damage counters, but this Belle is incredible. We see the Doc played by Georgios here, and again, as I literally just mentioned, Doc and Yzma are the core cards you need to keep drawing cards, and drawing cards we keep doing with this Genie Wish Fulfilled hitting the board as well.
Yeah, and every card played, every character from Georgios is an extra damage on the Prince John, and usually this is a bad thing, right? Your Prince John, it takes more damage and eventually it's banished, but no, this Mother Gothel, remember, every time Patrick takes a challenge, Patrick can move 1 damage counter from one of their characters onto one of Georgios' characters. We're going to see the Cobra Quest. I believe Georgios is at 3 lore now. So I think it's 3 lore apiece. We will do our best to keep that updated for you as we go through this game. I don't believe either Cobra was triggered.
I'm not entirely sure. I think one may have been. Actually, if you look at the discard pile, yes, correct. Neither Cobra has been triggered.
So that's now going to be another quest. So it's going to be 4 lore apiece, I believe. And it's back on over to Patrick with the Prince John with those 2 damage counters.
Yeah, 2 damage counters. I love this synergy with the Belle and the Prince. John, and also this Mother Gothel, right? I think there's one that's really something interesting about this interaction with the Mother Gothel, which I don't know if you know, Joe, but let's say, for example, you have the Prince John, let's say it has 1 damage counter on it. Let's say the opponent has an exerted character with 1 willpower. Second star to the right comes down, drawing 5 cards. But I do want to keep talking about this Mother Gothel. If you're able to move the damage counter over to the opposing character before the challenge happens, then the opposing character doesn't, the strength isn't hit back into the character.
Oh,
a panic! Oh my god, we just talked about the utilization of moving these damage counters. It's not just a bell, it's also this panic, which makes so much sense in this deck.
Wow. Patrick is popping off right now, moving damage counters from their own cards onto their opponents. This panic card has just been unbelievably good in a sealed format. And it is interesting, isn't it, that it hasn't really seen much play. Overshadowed by Bell. Well, why not have Bell and Panic when you've got a card like Prince John and this 1-cost Mulan in your deck? We know that this Mulan's really good because we saw it in Amber Ruby, but you don't really want a damaged Mulan in Amber Ruby. You just want a shift target. Well, Patrick has a shift target and a way of just having a damage character to easily move those damage counters and use it as a control tool. It's so fascinating.
I can imagine Baker is sitting behind the scenes, extremely happy right now to see Ruby Amethyst doing so well. The Flinger Dingers deck, as he likes to call it. And yeah, I think a big reason why we see the Bell played so much is it fits into the curve of Blurple very well.
Yes.
But the Panic makes so much sense in this Ruby Amethyst build because we just see the pairing and the combo with this Prince John is extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's almost like playing 8 bells, right? Of course, it's not quite. And speaking of Bell,
oh my God,
there's one for Georgios. It is the Bell show. Damage counters being moved left to right. In comes a dock. Now, just to clear things up, it seems as though the law counters are the reversed way. So it's actually not 4 all. Georgios, to your left, is at 4. Patrick at 0. So we apologize for the confusion there. You see the genie questing for Georgios up to 6. So it's 6 law to 0. Patrick at 0, Georgios at 6.
Yes, thanks for that clarification, Joe. And yeah, we saw the dock come down. We saw some more cards drawn. And Georgios able to do a lot of challenging here. Seems very in control of this board right now.
Yeah, and as good as Patrick's plays have been, the Bell, the Gothel, the Mulan, all swiftly dealt with. The docks have been chained together. The genie's drawn some cards. Patrick, a big turn needed. It's Goofy.
Being able to challenge into that genie, banishing it. This Goofy is such a great card. It has evasive, it has rush, it has a 5/5 stat line. Probably the closest thing we have now to a Maui hero to all.
Yeah.
Maui has been rotated out. That was a staple in Ruby Amethyst for many sets. And yeah, now we have this Goofy card, which seems to be quite good at dealing with a lot of these evasive characters, which are very dominant within the meta at the moment in many different decks. There's Amethyst is like the biggest ink running around at the moment. And yeah, even into this genie that's just been played from Georgios, this Goofy may even be able to handle that once this genie also becomes exerted.
Yep, one genie dealt with by Goofy, but another one comes down. There's a couple of 1-drops. The Royal Guard and the Palace Guard guarding the board of Georgios. Not worried about be prepared anymore. You can go as wide as you like, and it's up to Patrick to see if they can answer the board. Georgios is at 11 law. Patrick, to your right, is at 0. Those law counters are in reverse. So it's 11 law for Georgios, 0 for Patrick, with this Goofy and Panic on the board. Patrick has an abundance of cards. That second star to the right came through. But what can they do with them? How about another Goofy?
Yes, able to challenge into the Bell, really utilizing the power of these rush cards, which honestly we don't have many of them within this meta at the moment. So I'm really happy to see these cards being utilized so well. Yeah, it's so funny, you know, if you looked at this board a couple of sets ago, the Ruby Amethyst player sitting comfortably on 7 ink. There's a very wide board. As you mentioned, Be Prepared has rotated out. So Georgios is able to go as wide as they like, put on as much pressure as possible. But I have to say, Patrick's been doing, like, you know, as much as they can to deal with this board. And a Dumbo comes out. You're able to utilize the Dumbo effect here. I'm curious to see if they actually just decide to quest with the Genie. They do, in fact, utilize the Dumbo ability, so they pay 1 ink, gain a lore, draw a card. Captain Hook also coming down. A little bit more questing happening, and suddenly, Georgios is at 15 lore and so close to closing out this game.
Patrick needs a bell. They need a panic. They need something like this. They could actually play 2 panics right now if they have enough ink, and they just top-decked a panic, I do believe. Lumiere comes in, 1 extra strength to all of your characters. Suddenly this panic has 3 strength and it can take out the dock.
It's very, very notable indeed. That helps with those break points for willpower.
5 ink available.
5 ink left. It's going to be the panic, I believe.
But you can only move 2. I said it's like an 8th bell, but it can only move 2 damage counters. Bell can move 3. So Dumbo is safe, but Genie is not. As the Goofy challenges, it got healed by Panic, and then Goofy finishes the Genie, the second Genie going down to Goofy, and then it's Palace Guard and Goofy trading. Patrick is 5 lore away, but they can only quest for 2 next turn. Sorry, Georgios is 5 lore away, but Patrick does a great job of keeping them at bay for now. Georgios can go up to 17, but we know that Giant Cobras are in the deck, and those can gain 2 lore with their ability.
I believe we've seen 2 played so far to the board, and I have to say the bodies have been fantastic. We haven't seen Patrick have too many different ways to deal with these illusion characters.
Georgios is at 17 lore. If you're just joining us, the lore totals are reversed on this one. It's Georgios, 17 lore in the lead. To your left, 0 lore on the right-hand side for Patrick. Yep. The Hypnotic Strength comes through.
Trying to just cycle a few more cards, looking potentially for that Giant Cobra. White Rose is found. And now all Georgios needs, even if the entire board is cleared, is a Giant Cobra off the top. I'm not too sure if there is an extra card in hand. That is another condition that has to be met. Yes, there is 2 cards in hand available for Georgios.
Hades!
And the Hades comes down, looking for some more answers. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
The ruthless tyrant Hades. When you play this character and whenever he quests, you may deal 2 damage to another chosen character of yours to draw 2 cards.
A very nice card inclusion I just saw in the hand of Patrick is actually You Can Fly, a song that gives chosen character evasive this turn. So the Goofy challenges into the Dumbo, clears it off. The Panic will take care of that Royal Guard. But now there's actually a few different outs here, Spessy. There's the Cobra. There's a second White Rose.
Georgios is at 18. They can quest up to 19. Can they win the game this turn? It's 19 lore to 3. What do they have up their sleeve? 2 cards in hand, 1 card in hand.
3 cards in hand,
it's
3 cards.
5, it's Elsa.
Okay.
Not the best at this moment. And it's going to be a Calhoun as well.
Very tricky cards to deal with, though. Neither of them being exerted either. There's no brawl in this format. There's no real way to do direct removal against opposing ready characters. We kind of had to see Patrick have their own Elsa, other different ways to exert characters, and I just don't know if it's going to be enough. But I have to say I've been extremely impressed by Patrick's deck. Nevertheless, like seeing the utilization of these panics, these bells, I think if they were able to extend the game a little bit longer, they could have held out. They've done a phenomenal job so far, but I think the Calhoun and the Elsa might be exactly what Georgios needs.
Panic quests for 2.
Okay.
Then Hades quest for 2.
Okay.
Deals 2 damage to Panic, draws 2 more cards. Patrick still looking for an out. Calhoun, White Rose, and Elsa standing strong. All of those cards have to be removed this turn by Patrick, or it will be a win for Georgios.
I did see a Shift Mulan picked up. Imagine we had the possibility to do a Shift Mulan. We could clear the entire board, but unfortunately, we don't have a shift target for that to be played. And I believe this is the get. I believe that's the game. Players extend the hands. Handshake has been received. And yeah, congratulations to Georgios. Put on an amazing show there. That really showcased the power of Amethyst Steel. We previously mentioned it did look like Ruby Amethyst might have been favoured in that matchup, and I'm still just extremely impressed by the different lines that Patrick showcased within that deck.
Yeah, that was so much fun to see. And again, we talked about this Amethyst Steel deck almost being like the vanilla ice cream, right?
Yep.
But that's not a bad thing. This was a really, really good performance. It's just a solid deck. You've got plenty of good cards, not a single bad card. The docks got chained together, and they did the job. Commiserations, great performance from Ruby Amethyst. But we are going to head on over to a interview.
Take it away.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. We are just coming off of round 3 and we are joined by David. A pleasure to have you here, sir. I insisted on speaking to you, David. That result didn't go the way you would have liked, but you're now at 2-1 running an extremely spicy deck. Some Ruby Amber singers, some of my favorite songs in that deck, Be King Undisputed, The World's Greatest Criminal Mind. I have to ask you, what brought you to that deck choice today? What was your reasoning for bringing Ruby Amber?
When I saw this meta, I really didn't enjoy it.
Didn't enjoy it, fair enough.
So when I see a power line, I know I need to play it.
Yeah.
Because just it's Earth card.
Yeah.
So I have studied the meta.
Yep.
So purple steel, amber steel, and I see a potential to for power line. We don't see it, but I run Sisu. So I think if I can win versus amber steel, purple steel, I have a small chance to go on second day. So.
And you've got some really nice answers to some of like again against the Emerald Sapphire, the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, taking out that Clarabelle or even the Basil or the John Silver. Lots of really good targets for that song at the moment as well.
Yes. Firstly, I haven't that card in my deck list.
Okay.
But 2 days before the DLC, I thinking about my deck list and change a lot of cards, and I include this card 4 times in 4 copies.
Well, we saw it put in a lot of work, along with the Mulan Elite Archer. That first game, a humongous blowout. The casters were going they were hyped as heck, and everyone was super. That was a really, really cool move. And then you saw from game 2 and 3, your opponent was removing every Mulan on site. I am not letting that happen to me again. What do you think went wrong there in game 3?
When we start the game, I don't have a good aggressivity, and versus Baja Blast it's really difficult to go in end game with a little board, and I think I haven't the ressource en anglais. Ressource en anglais.
Say it again.
Ressource. The capacity.
Okay.
To come back.
Just didn't go your way. Kim, what would you like to ask our Ruby Amber player?
So you did mention earlier this is your first DLC. Welcome to Bologna. I'm super excited to have seen your deck. I've been rooting for a princess deck, and when you played the Mulan Elite Archer, I was screaming. I was here for it, and I'm rooting for you, and I hope that you go on to do well. Being able to bring a spicy deck like that, Amber Ruby, why did you think coming into this matchup in particular, you mentioned you feel more confident into Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel. Do you feel like Sapphire Emerald is a tougher matchup for your deck?
Yes, Sapphire Emerald is really difficult. Purple Blue is okay. Depend on how much Hades my opponent have. The other is okay.
The Powerline cards are super spicy, brand new in Fabled. It was really great getting to see you showcase them, playing a variety of songs. Again, we mentioned the removal songs, but Look at This Family, Be Our Guest, obviously Pirate's Life, a plethora of really good songs. So I know a lot of people were really rooting for you in that match, just because how often, I don't think we've talked about Ruby Amber once today. Like we got the core decks like Blurple and Amber Steel, and then maybe like some rogue decks in the room like Ruby Amethyst, Emerald Amethyst, but I don't think anyone was expecting Ruby Amber. So 10 out of 10 for you for, you know, bringing something so original, and like so far a very good record. That one didn't go your way, but you're 2-1 now. We're really rooting for you the rest of the day. Before we let you go, is there anything you'd like to say to the community? Any shout outs maybe to a testing group or whoever you'd like?
Just trust in your heart. I think when we play with a deck we enjoyed, we are better than when we play just meta for play meta.
I love that. He didn't like the meta, as it was like, let's make something cool, and you're 2-1 with it at the DLC. That's already really good. My friend, we wish you the best of luck with the rest of the day. I, for one, hope we see you in the later rounds. We're going to take it back now to the casters. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you to Baker and Kim for that amazing interview. Ruby, Amber, Joe, who would have thought it? Like, it was so amazing to watch, a privilege to cast. I was so surprised when the inks were revealed, and it was like a phenomenal game. I think they played extremely well, and I really wish the player the best of luck in their future rounds. As I said, I'd love to see them make it into day 2.
Yeah, definitely. I love the spicy decks. I really, really do. And I'm hoping to spot some more spicy decks as we continue on in day 1, but also in day 2. I love those top cut spicy deck lists. Those are my personal favorite things to see, but really, really excited to have some more Disney Lorcana action. But for now, we're going to go on over to Baker and Rebecca, who are going to be breaking down the meta, I think, a little bit for us with a deck tech. Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
But
maybe it's us, but we'll go there very soon. Yes,
we're going to go there soon. So what's been your... We're going to go to an interview, in fact. I've been informed. We're going to go to an interview.
Okay.
So we're going to go over to the interview now.
Illumineers, we are finished with round 3. That means that we have some players that are halfway to making it to day 2. 18 points is that magic number, Baker, and there's plenty of players out there who are still in the running for that day 2. I'm excited to see how the rest of this day goes.
100%, yeah. Some players, as you say, just need 3 more wins to proceed into day 2, and also from those 3 wins will have secured themselves.
That Mulan charging ahead, alternate art.
She's absolutely stunning. There's also a plane.
We have her
with
right here.
There she is right there.
So shiny, so
I don't know how long
shiny.
it's gonna stay there, but
Yes.
it is a heck of a prize to take away. So yeah, we are well and truly underway. I've got to ask you, Rebecca, how are you enjoying being back for season 2 and over in Europe as well?
You know, it's been so long since the community's been together, and a DLC, a Disney Lorcana Challenge, and it's been amazing. It's been wonderful watching these matches. We had that spicy Ruby Amber deck. I know you loved it. You loved it.
I was kind of rooting for it. I'm not going to lie.
Yes.
Like King, the world's greatest
I
criminal
love
mind.
it. But, you know, that's one of the things I love about Disney Lorcana Challenge. You know, there's the meta decks that are out there that you know are going to be there. You know you're going to see Amethyst Sapphire. You know you're going to see Emerald Sapphire. But having these decks show up at a Disney Lorcana Challenge that are so unexpected, some wild card decks. That is part of, for me, one of the things that makes these tournaments really fun. And, you know, you kind of want to root for those players, like you said, see if they can squeak out a win.
Oh, there was some really nice messaging there, though, from those 2 interviews we did. The first player who won was talking about how they play a lot of sealed stuff, and that's how they a good method to get people into the game. And, like, it's a tradition whenever there's a new set, him and his friends will go buy a box and they'll just sit around the table, play a bunch of sealed. And again, it's a good way to like start learning the game without taking it too seriously, which I think, again, he's clearly
like you're dipping your toes in.
Absolutely,
yes.
But clearly a very serious and talented player, but also appreciates the more casual, fun aside. I mean, it's always fun, right? But like playing with those decks and cards that you don't normally see. But likewise, the second interview that we did, again, only joined the game in set 6, Azure at Sea, and said post-rotation, I didn't like the meta. So I was looking for something fun that I felt like actually could still win some games. And now he's 2-1 in the Disney Lorcana Challenge, lost that last match, but still could be in the running to go all the way.
Yes. You know, the other thing that I love is walking around. You know, there's 2,000 players here. Plus, we know there's a lot of attendees as well. Is we have so many different players who have been playing since first set, the first chapter, and we have players who have joined later, you know, Azurite Sea, or just the last couple of months. We have older players, younger players, we have families here. It is just such a diverse community, and I love seeing all the players here. And that's one of the things that just brings me joy. You know, the most joy is seeing the community together, and it's wonderful being here in Europe, meeting. You asked about that early. I mean, I've never really traveled to Europe, first of all, and Italy is beautiful. It's gorgeous here, and there are so many people that I have interacted with online, and you know, the internet is wonderful for connecting with people across the globe. But now being here in person and being able to meet the players has really, really been tremendous. So
I am sure that there are so many players here who have been keen to meet you and dressed out as Snow White.
Snow White.
10 out of 10 for
Okay,
effort.
listen, I haven't said this on stream yet, but this is, I went with the first Disney princess for the first Disney Lorcana Challenge of season 2. That was my inspiration.
Just perfect, aren't you? Just practically perfect in every way.
Thank you.
What's that from? I came dressed as Ruby
Ruby
Amethyst.
Amethyst. It's perfect. It is the perfect villain outfit, the Ruby Amethyst.
That's what we love to see.
Yes.
And we just watched a match where Ruby Amethyst doing pretty well and seemingly quite well positioned. And again, I said, like, we're not in our former glory days, but there are certain builds of Ruby Amethyst that can have some favorable matchups in our meta.
Yeah.
So maybe with the right bracket, we might see
We
some
might
of these
see
purple
more
players
Ruby
making their way
Amethyst
in.
coming. But
We've got a different deck that we're going to talk a little bit about. But we're going to do that very shortly because we're throwing it back to break, but we'll be very shortly back with another game.
Round 4.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to Bologna, where for the very first time I'm joined by Rebecca Quest in Europe, ready to cast some Disney Lorcana.
I am so ready to cast some Disney Lorcana. I'm so ready to cast with you, Sebastian.
Yeah, it's so exciting.
It's very exciting. There's been some amazing matches today.
Yeah, there really has. What's been your favorite moment of the day so far?
You know, the Amber Ruby deck.
Yeah.
I think that was something that none of us were really expecting, and I loved that. I love that we had something a little unexpected, a little fun, those Mulans.
Yep.
It was a great match. It was really fun, so that has to be my favorite moment of the day.
And of course, this is your first time over in Europe for a Disney Lorcana Challenge. How has your experience been in Europe? Is it similar to American challenges?
For the challenge? Yeah, very similar. It's the community coming together. Everyone's all a buzz out there. Lots of great vibes, meeting the artists, playing their games, rooting for their teams. It's so fun when you walk around. You see everybody with their group of friends or families that are here. Lots of young players.
There really is.
Which is fabulous to see. As you know, my son plays.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's so fun seeing the families out there. And I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of the Illumineers that I've interacted with online, but this is the first time that I'm able to meet them in person. So I'm so grateful that I've been able to join you all over here in Europe.
Well, we're so happy to have you. It's so much fun, and I'm so excited for another round of Disney Lorcana action here in Bologna. And look at that. The players are sat down and ready to go. And we'll see very soon who we have. We have Germany versus Italy. We have Frankie versus Sebastiano. Fist bump to start things off.
I love the fist bump. You know, the camaraderie is just really wonderful in this game. Everyone has such sportsmanlike behavior. It's really wonderful to see.
Absolutely. And often players with a big smile on their face, win or lose. It's all about having a little bit of fun. I can see Sebastiano with some amethyst steel cards, I believe. No, in fact, I see a dual ink ruby steel.
Ruby steel. I think
like
we have
the fuse.
Frankie, it looks like he's got an amethyst steel deck over here. So something that we have seen, but that ruby steel deck, you know, I think ruby steel is one of those decks that I've always wanted to be really good, and I have seen some players in this fabled meta that are trying to crack that code. Can we make Ruby Steel work? And so I'm going to be really interested to see what Sebastiano has in store for us.
Absolutely. Ruby Steel, again, not the most orthodox of color combinations. The card draw perhaps a little bit lacking. Doc is surely going to be the centerpiece card draw option in that one. I'm also seeing the new legendary Mickey Mouse from Fabled, which I believe is going to be mulliganed away, but that's a really exciting Ruby card. Frankie, listen, we know what you get with Amethyst Steel. It's going to be good, solid cards, no bad cards in this deck whatsoever.
I know you are a fan of the Amethyst Steel deck. Now, you know that deck really well. Based on what you know of a Ruby Steel deck, what do you think this matchup is going to look like?
It's a really good question. I think it'll be a big fight for board presence and control. Frankie and Sebastiano, I would imagine, are both playing Strength of a Raging Fire.
If not, I would be surprised.
Yes. So it's going to be about who can develop their 3-cost character to sing Strength, who can make the most use of that. You'd still imagine, though, Frankie would have the advantage of the evasives with cards like Elsa and Belle, but can Sebastiano get enough out of those Ruby cards? Cards like the Fuse, that dual ink Ruby and Steel action. It's an uninkable 1-cost card, and you deal damage to an opposing character for however many exerted characters you have. It's almost like a weaker version of Strength of a Raging Fire, but you can only play it in Ruby Steel. If you've got 3 characters exerted, you pay 1 to deal 3 damage. That could be really impactful.
I forgot, did you see who won the dice roll?
I did not, but I'm sure we're going to find out soon enough. Yeah, Frankie versus Sebastiano. Germany versus Italy. Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Steel. Who is going to be kicking things off in game number 1?
Who is going to come with that Strength of a Raging Fire in this game?
I'm looking at Frankie's hand. I think there is a pretty good curve there. I can see a 1, 2, and 3 cost character.
We've got that Calhoun in there. We've got the Genie that is evasive on your turn.
And then on the other side, it's quite hard to get a peek, but I'm quite excited to see what surprises Sebastiano has in this deck. Ruby Steel has some amazing dual link cards. That 5-cost Mushu comes to mind, Rebecca.
Oh, the one that gives Rush, Reckless, and Evasive.
That one's
right?
actually a really good. That one's a 6-cost.
Oh,
We
that's a
do
6
see
cost.
it,
Excuse
but the
me.
5-cost one is the 4/4, which whenever one of your characters challenges, you gain 2 lore.
Ah, yes.
There's some really good Mushus in Ruby Steel, but you don't see them very often because Ruby Steel's not the best often, or not the most represented.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, I really feel like where Ruby still struggles is the card draw.
Yeah.
You really need a better card draw engine. You have the dock, but that's where it struggles.
Certainly. We are 4 minutes into the 4th round, and we haven't got a card on the table yet, but I'm sure we will soon enough. Honestly, Rebecca, I think if you're ever going to take your time, that first ink decision, I think, is often deceptively one of the most difficult and important decisions in the game. Planning ahead multiple turns in advance.
I would agree. I've talked with so many players that say turn 1 and even turn 2 are sometimes the most instrumental points in a Disney Lorcana game. That's where you're really setting yourself up. Even you're altering your opening hand, choosing what to ink, and making those first few decisions are really setting you up. But these players don't know what each other is playing.
No,
do you think
of course.
that Frankie is going to be so surprised?
We're going to have to zoom in on that facial expression. I think they've been given the all clear to kick things off. Frankie versus Sebastiano. It looks as though Sebastiano will be kicking things off, inking a Mickey Mouse and playing down a Captain Hook. I believe that's Pluto. It's got some Pluto synergy, this Mickey Mouse. I'm pulling up the Disney Lorcana trading card game app, and I'm going to make sure I know what each of these Mickey Mouse cards do.
And of course, that Captain Hook is our challenger. He's been around since Set 1, but he had this reprinting in the last set, right, of Jafar with this beautiful alternate art that you see. And over on Frankie's side, we have the Palace Guard coming down. Of course, that 1/4 character who does have that vanish ability as an illusion. So if he gets targeted by an action, he will be gone. And I am certain that Sebastiano has some great actions that he could use in this game.
Yeah, we did see light the fuse in the hand before the altering took place. So that's going to be one option, of course, but perhaps even some others. It's going to be Mulan into the ink, and for 2, we might see that Calhoun.
There she is, absolutely. You know, what Ruby Steel does great is challenge.
Yep.
It doesn't have great card draw, but it challenges so well. We have the Captain Hook challenger out. Now we have the Calhoun. And we are going to quest for 1 here with the Captain Hook.
Yeah, I love this decision, Rebecca, because this is just getting the absolute maximum value out of your cards on the board. It's tempting to just leave that Captain Hook ready, just in case Frankie has some sort of rush character. Of course, it is closed deck list, but Sebastiano knows the card pool, knows that there's no rush characters that cost 2 in Steel or Amethyst, and gets that 1 extra lore. Maybe that 1 extra lore proves crucial when we reach the end of the game. We'll have to look back and see if that simple little quest for Sebastiano on the second turn makes the difference.
It absolutely can. You know, it's all those little micro decisions that lead up to a victory. Do I quest? Do I hold? Do I challenge? And of course, that Captain Hook was probably safe with just that Palace Guard and only the 1 strength. We have another Calhoun coming down on Frankie's side of the board. The Calhoun show-off here.
Yeah, and I'm really fascinated by Sebastiano's deck. We've seen a lot of Mickey Mouse cards so far, and there are a couple of Floodborn Mickey Mouse cards in Ruby, which I may be expecting to see now I'm looking at the list. I'm wondering if we might see the Mickey Mouse Pirate Captain, which has some amazing pirate synergy, and it is a Floodborn, so it might explain why we're seeing so many cheaper Mickey Mouse cards for Sebastiano. It's going to be the Genie on turn 3. It's a 3/4, which is evasive during your turn. Great Dumbo synergy, but there's no Dumbo in a Ruby Steel deck, of course.
No, but this is a great answer for Dumbo, which is surely to come over on Frankie's side. Sebastiano knows that, so developing that Genie now before that Dumbo can come down is really fantastic. And of course, Genie will stay on the board, even if he does take care of Dumbo, having that 4 willpower. And I tell you, Joe, the difference between 3 willpower character and a 4 willpower character is quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
It can be.
It really can make the difference.
Look at this.
We're not playing a mirror matchup, but it's starting to feel a little bit like it. Calhoun and Genie for both players. It's that Palace Guard and the Captain Hook, the only difference for now. But these Calhoons are just exerting so much pressure on either side of the board. As soon as you exert something, Calhoun will be licking her lips.
Who is going to give first?
Yeah, and without Be Prepared in the game as well, we are seeing some of these board states where we could see extremely wide boards, and then at some point someone will just pull the trigger and go for it.
Yes. Oh, it will be interesting. Like you said, there's that Light the Fuse. I do see Strength of a Raging Fire in Sebastiano's hand.
It's going to be a sleepy bodyguard.
Comes into play exerted. 0-4, protecting his characters. You know, I love those, all the dwarf knights.
Yes.
They're so fun.
They really are. And it's going to be the strength.
That's the strength. And getting rid of the genie. What are your thoughts there? Genie, not the Calhoun. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting decision, that is for sure. Prioritizing the genie, I suppose just getting rid of it while they can. But I think we might be about to see the Light the Fuse. So it's not the genie or the Calhoun, Rebecca. It's both. That's what Sebastiano had planned.
Love it so much.
And 1 ink was spent for that. So Sebastiano not only removing the characters of Frankie's, but that also means that Frankie's own Strength of a Raging Fire is going to be less impressive. Nothing to sing with it and less characters. So Sebastiano gets off to an early lead, but that is a great response from Frankie with the Madam Mim and the Calhoun. A great use of 4 ink.
Yeah, that Light the Fuse card, such a fun card. That came out in Reign of Jafar, and I remember when I saw it, I went, oh, that's only 1 ink for this?
Yes.
That is such a deal on this action, dealing 1 damage for each exerted character you have in play. It's kind of like having another Strength of Raging Fire.
Yep.
So when you're playing this Ruby Steel combo, then having to have, you can have 4 strengths and then 4 Light the Fuses. That is 8 cards that you have access to for removal.
But Sebastiano, we talked about card draw maybe being the weakness of their deck. There is only, I believe, it might only be one card in hand.
It looks like it's just 1 card in hand.
And it's 3 ink currently as well. And Sebastiano hasn't inked for turn. So it's a big decision. If Sebastiano is sat on an inkable card, do they ink it? Or do they just try and continue this game at just 3 ink? If you do that decision and stay at 3 ink, you have to really try and wrap the game up quite quickly.
Did we know? I did not see that 1 card in hand. Do you know what it is, Joe?
I'm not sure.
I hope for Sebastiano's sake it is a dock. That's what you're going to want to see. Frankie over here taking his time, or is it? Oh, it's still Sebastiano's turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the quest with Sleepy Bodyguard, but it's worth mentioning. You mentioned that 4 willpower, Rebecca, so much better than 3. It's out of the range of that Calhoun, but that's why Frankie's playing the Madam Mim.
That's why he has the Mim down, giving that extra strength. So now, yeah, Madam Mim, such a fun card. 0-3, Challenger 1, and all your other characters also gain Challenger 1. And of course, that means only when your character is challenging that you get that strength that can come in very handy.
Yeah, it certainly can. The bodyguard for Sebastiano, of course, must be challenged first. But Sebastiano not exerting their own Calhoun, almost inviting Frankie to exert some of their own characters, such as this Calhoun, to then punish Frankie. It is a fascinating battle, almost chess-like here, with each player just wanting to wait for their opponent to make a mistake.
It's like Sebastiano's sitting there saying, go ahead.
Yep.
I invite you. Come, take out my characters and see what happens.
Yes, Frankie with a few cards in hand, 5 ink. It's Elsa and it's Doc. It's surely going to be the Elsa.
Yes.
5th Spirit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ink.
What's going to be exerted from the Elsa?
It's got to be the Calhoun. Yes, it is the Calhoun.
And this Elsa with 3 strength, essentially because of the Mim. Calhoun also with 4 thanks to the Mim, so sleeping on the job, has been taken out. Not a very good bodyguard in this case.
He's taking a nap in the discard pile now. And then that Elsa going into the Calhoun has that extra strength from the Madam Mim. and able to live on with just taking 3 damage.
Yeah, this Madam Mim getting so much value. That turn 4 play from Frankie, 2 ink on a Calhoun, 2 ink on a Madam Mim has really turned the tide back in their favor. Sebastiano getting off to that great start with strength and light the fuse, but the card draw problem that we discussed seems to be causing them some issues. Only at 3 ink. Frankie's at 5.
He is at 5, which, you know, an Amethyst Steel deck can do a lot, actually, on a short supply of ink. So I've seen Amethyst Steel decks running on just 3 or 4 ink for much of the game. But can the Ruby Steel deck do that? I'm not sure.
It's going to be Mulan into ink, and for 4, it's going to be Philatites.
Oh,
I love this
card
card.
is so fun and such a great character. Really great hero synergy, which he does not have any heroes out on the board because Genie is an ally.
Okay, good to know.
But
just inked a hero, of course, but had to ink in order to play this Philatites.
Yeah, if he did have any hero characters out, they would all get Challenger +1. That is one of his abilities. You gotta stay focused. And then Shameless Promoter is whenever you play a hero character, gain 1 lore. But unfortunately, Sebastiano sitting here with no cards in hand.
It's such a fascinating card because Amethyst has a lot of these cards like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, which can gain lore without questing, but you really don't have many of those, as we see Genie challenging Elsa. You don't have many of those in Ruby Steel, but Philatites gives you a way of gaining lore without questing to maybe close out the game. Not necessarily what you want, though, when you're at 5 lore, but it could be a great way of closing out the game.
One of the things I love about this Madam Mim, too, is that was a card that came out in Azurite Sea.
Yep.
That was a few sets ago. And now that we've had this shake-up with the meta, with set rotation and everything, we're seeing some cards that didn't maybe see a lot of play coming into these decks. And now we're here at the first Disney Lorcana Challenge, and we see this Madam Mim really making a difference here for Frankie.
Absolutely. Sebastiano, no cards in hand. Frankie with just 1. But do you know what card it is, Rebecca? It's a pretty good one.
Doc?
I think it is.
That's if you're going to have 1 card in hand with a deck like that, you want it to be that little dwarf.
And Frankie's just going to be hoping to draw anything not called Doc off the top. That double Doc is the last thing you want to see. It's going to be interesting to see the top deck
And we did
for
have
Frankie.
We did have Genie going into the Calhoun there, which I think, you kind of want to get Calhoun off the board for sure. The Genie lives with just taking 3 damage and then says, pass over to you.
Big top deck moment for Frankie. What will they draw to accompany their Doc? It's a Captain Hook.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and play those both out and draw a couple new cards. Frankie, let's see what we get.
Yeah, and Frankie does have the option of inking the hook instead of playing it, but I think I agree with you, Rebecca. I would just put that hook down on the board. 5 ink's a lot of ink for an Amethyst Steel deck.
In Amethyst Steel deck, you don't really have many cards over 5 ink, if any. I think Elsa's really kind of going to be the top of your deck there. So he did play the Captain Hook out, and the Doc drew his 2 cards. I did not see what he pulled off. What does he have there?
I did not
Let's
either.
get a peek. We've got something going in the Genie and the Inkwell and Strength. I think is it a strength?
It certainly is. And Philatites is swiftly dealt with.
Wow, that no-nonsense instructor. Frankie says no nonsense here, and you are going to be banished. And then we are taking our Palace Guard into the Genie.
Yep, that Madam Mim continuing to put in work, and that will be their last action of this game number 1. The Madam Mim has done a lot of work and finishes off their job by taking out those 2 Genies. The Palace Guard, of course, getting that 1 extra strength. Captain Hook will take it out. And Sebastiano, 1 card in hand. Is it a good one? It's a pretty good one.
That's a pretty good one. I'll take that good dog any day. Pluto, he is a bodyguard. He's just a 1/5, but when he has no damage, he gains 4 strength. So he is sitting there as a 5/5 bodyguard.
Frankie finds the Dumbo off the top of the deck.
That's not a bad top deck, wouldn't you say?
I think that's pretty good. I'm sure Sebastiano would quite like a Dumbo off the top of their deck.
Yes.
But of course not an option in a Ruby Steel deck.
Now, what tools do you think Sebastiano has here to deal with this Dumbo? He has those Light the Fuses and Strength of Raging Fire, but I don't know what other tools he might have to deal with an evasive character.
Quite possibly cards like Jafar the 2 cost. Another Pluto.
Pluto.
It's not going to be able to contest the Dumbo, but that's a double bodyguard for Sebastiano, which means Captain Hook is extremely well protected and just going to be poking behind those Plutos, safely waiting for his moment to strike.
He has a whole bunch of guard dogs there, and they are good pups indeed. Looks like we are triggering Dumbo's ability, breaking records, which is exerting Dumbo, paying 1 ink, and you can draw a card and gain a lore, which I love. I love that you get to do both.
Yes.
You get to draw and gain lore, and then all of your other characters gain that ability too.
Yeah, I think Frankie loves it as well, but I'm not so sure Sebastiano does.
No.
At this moment in time, that Dumbo refilling Frankie's hand. It is 5 lore to 7. Sebastiano still in the lead in terms of lore. They need a good card, and they need it right now. Still no sign of the dock, Rebecca.
No sign of the dock. He must be playing those. We haven't. Did you see any in his opening hand that he altered away? So we don't actually know if he has them in his deck, but I can't imagine he's not playing them and running 4. You would hope to see it, but I don't think that's it. He is thinking here,
I would even imagine in the altering phase, if Sebastiano sees a dock,
you keep it.
You keep it.
You keep the
in
dock.
a lot of other decks,
Absolutely.
you might get rid of it, but not in a Ruby Steel deck, I think. Particularly as we saw Sebastiano also playing the 1-cost Mulan. You could discard it a dock if you... It's Sleepy.
It's the Sleepy again. Not coming in as bodyguard right now because you don't need to. You've
Sleepy
already
just
got
never
those.
does his job.
You know, it's always sleeping on the job. And Frankie probably feeling pretty good right now. He has that Dumbo. He has the card draw. He even got a card off of the Genie that he played last turn. He's got more lore on the board, and he is behind in lore, but I don't think it's going to last for long. I feel like we're getting to a turning point in the game here.
Yeah, as Dumbo is going to come through again. 1 ink spent on that ability. 1 lore gained and 1 card drawn. Love the sequencing from Frankie. They draw a card before they make any other decisions. The card you draw off the top gives you more information to work with so you can plan out your turn that little bit better.
Yes, I remember when I was brand new learning the game, a really great, fabulous player said to me that you always do the unknown before you do the known.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a really great concept for me to learn, that you always do the unknown before the known. And speaking of unknown, into the unknown, there's no into the unknown, but you know who sings it? Is an Elsa. Elsa sings it, and he does have an Elsa in hand, that 5th spirit. I think that I also saw another one of those Madame Mims.
And for Frankie, is it their time to quest? We've seen them waiting patiently, but the Genie and Doc are going to quest for a total of 3, meaning that Frankie is just 1 lore behind Sebastiano. The gap is extremely narrow, and Frankie playing another character card there just off the edge of our screen.
Was that the Bell? I think he had a Bell in hand, the Accomplished Mystic, the 5-cost character, 4/4, quest for 2, and moves damage. But I saw it in his hand, but I can't tell if that is what he played down there.
We'll get it tidied up. It's going to be Wendy,
darling. I love Wendy. Okay, she's a pirate, and she is evasive, and so she is a great answer for Dumbo over here.
Definitely.
And she gets an extra lore, I believe, when there's a
pirate
or
a captain. It's one of the 2.
And so we do know that he has that Captain Hook on the board.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Sebastiano with some pirate synergy in the deck. Captain Hook feeling better than ever in many ways, but I love Sebastiano's game plan here. Just start questing. They need to win, and they need to win quickly.
Now.
They are only 6 lore away, but maybe Frankie can just start ignoring a lot of Sebastiano's characters and start questing themselves.
I don't know. Because, like you said, 6 away, and Wendy quests for an additional lore when you have a captain on board, or when you have a pirate on board. So he has 6 lore on the board right now. So Frankie needs to do something.
Yep, and those bodyguards, Plutos, are there protecting the rest of the board. But let's not forget, Sleepy is also a bodyguard, which actually means
3 bodyguards to go through.
Yeah, but Sleepy can be targeted. You can just ignore the Plutos, deal with the Sleepy. Interestingly, the bodyguard text of Sleepy almost a disadvantage at this particular moment. as Frankie could take out the Sleepy and just consider ignoring the Plutos at this moment in time.
It was the White Rose that Frankie saw off the board. So that's that 3/3 character, quest for 1, but you gain 1 lore when you play that character. I love the White Rose. We don't have Merlin Goat anymore.
No.
The White Rose will do.
Doc is going to challenge the Sleepy Pluto, not protecting the sleeping bodyguard. Fun to see the players.
And there's the bell, taking out that Wendy.
Wow.
Not surprising at all that Wendy was definitely something he needed to take care of. It was also because Wendy could challenge the Dumbo, right? Being an evasive character, and he does not want to lose that Dumbo on board.
Yeah, I love the play from Frankie here, just taking 1 challenge with the Doc. Moving, it was Doc onto Sleepy, by the way.
Yes.
And then that 2 damage counters from Sleepy moved on over to the Wendy. This was an incredibly efficient turn from Frankie. They got as much questing in as possible, and now they are inches away from victory. Sebastiano, 1 card in hand off the top. Doc comes through!
Doc! We love to see a Doc coming through. What do we got, Sebastiano? What do we have? We only have 2 ink, though. That is...
Is it too little too late?
I think
Doc
it
showing
might
up at the
be.
last possible moment. But like the Fuse, could put in some work. Strength of a Raging Fire as well.
There is 9 lore, though, right now,
Yeah.
Joe, on Frankie's side of the board. There's 9 lore. He's sitting at 15. I don't know that there's a way for Sebastiano to take care of 4 lore
If you can
off
deal
the
with
board.
the Genie and the Bell with a Strength and like the Fuse, you could then maybe take a challenge as well with Pluto. So it's possible, but extremely unlikely in this position. Only 2 ink available for Sebastiano.
Man, that Doc, like you said, is it too little too late? He was waiting for that Doc to show up in his hand for so long.
And this was Sebastiano on the play going first. So this would be a huge win for Frankie, as Frank Carsten likes to call it, breaking serve, being the player going second. You have a bit of a disadvantage. It's an uphill battle, so it would be a huge Game 1 win for Frankie if they can secure it.
Absolutely.
Sebastiano just making sure that there's nothing they can do, almost a nod of acknowledgement, accepting their fate perhaps.
Giving a little nod of, okay, yep, I see what you have over there, Frankie. What can I do? I have 2 ink available. We know that Light the Fuse is only 1 ink, so it's possible if he has that in hand, we could use it. We're going to quest here with Sleepy. Going to 15.
Yep, 15 lore each. It's 15 lore all. It's been a nail biter. Captain Hook will challenge the Madam Mim.
Yeah, having the Dumbo and Genie there as evasive, so really, like you said, without Strength or Light the Fuse, the only characters he can deal with are Doc and,
The White Rose,
White
which we
Rose.
forgot about.
I did forget about that.
I forgot
up there.
about it, I have to say.
I forgot. It was hiding up there underneath their graphics.
Yeah, the board's still questing for 8 for Frankie. Pluto is going to challenge the Captain Hook. Now the board quests for 7. It's going to be a Light the Fuse.
Light the Fuse on Genie.
But the board still quests for 5. Sebastiano can't deal with it.
Can't quite deal with that board. That was so close, though.
If the other card in hand was another Light the Fuse or a Strength,
that would have been it.
It could have been enough.
Yeah. Oh, Ruby Steel making a show here for us at Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. So close to taking Game 1, but it did go to that Amethyst Steel deck. What are your thoughts, Joe?
It was such a nail biter, wasn't it? But Ruby Steel got off to such an explosive start.
It really did.
Lighting the Fuse, the Strength of a Raging Fire, but then being at 3 ink and just not being able to refill the hand with Doc, not inking, just wasn't quite able to turn that early advantage into a victory. It started off so well for Ruby Steel. We saw the power of the Ruby Steel Light the Fuse card, but then we also saw the weakness of Ruby Steel, that inconsistent card draw proving to be detrimental.
Yeah, we know he has Doc in his deck, but having just that one showing up so late in the game really did not do him any favors. It will be interesting to see in Game 2 if he can find that Doc a little sooner. Will that make a difference for him? Because that deck was doing a lot there early in game, like you were saying.
Yeah, and being the player to go first when you're doing a steel versus steel game, you get to develop your 3-cost character first. You have the opportunity to sing strength onto your opponent's 3-cost character, and you can get off to such a quick start. I'm sure we'll see something similar, but I think the big question really is, can they turn that into a victory this time?
Yes, yeah. The card draw is going to be a problem, but we also have the Mulan. That's the other card I wanted to talk about. So, but I didn't see any other card that in this game. We don't know what else might be in his deck, but we have Docs, and then there is that 1-cost Mulan that when you play, you can draw a card and then discard a card. So that could come in handy too. We only saw one Mulan last game, but it actually went into the inkwell.
Yes.
So this time, let's hope that Sebastiano can find some more cards. Frankie, of course, finding that Dumbo is going to be instrumental to keep his hand refilled.
I can tell you, Rebecca, there is no dock in Sebastiano's first 7 cards. So the altering phase, we talked about the first turn ink being the most important decision and the most difficult. It's probably the second most. The most difficult and most important is probably how you alter. So many decisions you have to make at this stage, planning ahead for the rest of the game.
I do see, it looks like there might be a dock in Frankie's hand, and there was also a white rose. I'm not certain on the dock. And then he only kept 3, putting 4 back. And Sebastiano, there's that Mickey. He does have a Light the Fuse in hand. Oh, there is a Sisu. Did you see that?
Oh, the 3-cost Sisu. We haven't seen that for a little while, have we?
I love that Sisu. She quests for 2, and then she gains strength for each card in your opponent's hand. That is the one card that you're like, go ahead, draw as many cards as you want.
Yeah. And Sebastiano altering 2 cards. So interesting, just valuing like a solid, consistent hand over being a little bit greedy perhaps, and altering a few more cards to try and dig a little deeper for that dock.
Like Mama Odie says, you got to dig a little deeper.
Absolutely. We're going to see the players cutting each other's deck. We've got blue sleeves versus red sleeves. What's your favorite color sleeve?
You know, I use black.
Yeah.
I love black.
Pink for me.
Pink?
I love pink
there
sleeves.
There you go.
They're my go-to.
I also use purple, so either black or purple.
Got red versus blue sleeves on this occasion. Frankie.
There's that fist bump. Yeah. We are going to be off to the races here soon. Sebastiano going to be on the play again since he lost game 1. Again, we are in round 4 here if you're just joining us at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, Italy. The first Disney Lorcana Challenge of season 2 with a Moana down in the inkwell for Sebastiano, followed up by that Mulan that we were just talking about, that 2-1 character, draw a card, and then discard a card.
Yeah, and there's a Fire the Cannons in Sebastiano's hand. So
I was wondering if he was playing that. We didn't see it last game.
Yeah, you've got to decide at this stage, do you actually want that Fire the Cannons? Or because you can't ink it, so if you want it, you have to keep it now. If you don't want it, you have to decide now. And of course, you don't know what Frankie's going to play on turn 1. But Sebastiano inking the 1-cost character. I didn't see what got discarded there. Didn't catch what that was.
Yeah, that Fire the Cannons is a great card. That is, again, a card that has been around since set 1, and it was reprinted here in Fabled in the latest set from Disney Lorcana.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's such a great card. Just deal 2 damage.
I got to say, it's one of my favorites. Sebastiano's turn 1 ink decision of the Moana is interesting. Frankie, though, doesn't open with a 1-drop of their own. Imagine Frankie opens up with something like a Rafiki here. Sebastiano could have theoretically played that Moana that they inked, if they inked something different, and then used to fire the cannons onto Frankie's 1-cost character. It could have been a great opening, but Sebastiano didn't want to go for that line. They inked the Moana, and it's really worked out for them here with the fact that Frankie didn't have a 1-cost character.
How much do you think that is going to affect Frankie's game here? We have missing that turn 1. Can be so dangerous.
Missing
for you.
turn 2 might be even worse, Rebecca, and that's what's happened to Sebastiano. Maybe it's even twice as worse because you have twice as much ink.
Twice as much ink, yes. Yeah, I've heard people say, you know, it's the player that spends the most ink that wins the game.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that. It's the Madam Mim.
Missing turn 2 does feel really bad, though, I have to say.
It's a slow start for both players. And again, that 3 willpower, meaning that she is safe from the Fire the Cannon. Sebastiano at 2 ink. It's their 3rd turn, so they can go up to 3. but it's a slow start for Sebastiano. We think back to game one, it was explosive, Rebecca, to begin things, but it's just not the same on this occasion.
Yeah, I feel both players are off to a little bit of a slow start. Both of them having missed a turn. Frankie turn 1, Sebastiano turn 2, and not the ideal lines that you want to see out of either of these decks.
It's really fun. We've got Germany versus Italy as well. That Wendy Darling, I saw Sebastiano explaining to Frankie exactly what it did in the last game. Really fun to see players from different countries coming together as Sleepy into the ink. And there is that Sisu. Particularly good when going first, as the extra card in Frankie's hand is 1 extra strength for Sisu. That is a huge Sisu.
It is. Right now it is, let's see here, how many cards does he have in hand?
I think
6?
it's 7 maybe.
So if he has 7 cards in hand, that is an 8-4 character on the board right now.
Have you ever played Sisu in multiplayer Disney Lorcana? Because
it's for
unbelievable.
Yes, it's for a card in all opponents' hands.
I think I've seen a 30 strength Sisu.
Oh my goodness.
In multiplayer Disney Lorcana.
That sounds so fun. I love multiplayer. It's one of my favorite formats of
Likewise.
Disney Lorcana.
Madam Mim, ready and waiting. That Mulan is available to be challenged. Sebastiano almost baiting and tempting Frankie in.
An Yzma I saw going into Frankie's inkwell there, playing that evasive Genie, or Genie who is evasive on your turn. And I'm trying to see what else that Frankie has in his hand. Can't quite see it. We do have a strength. There is another Yzma. So he had 2 Yzmas in hand, and I believe also that Bell Accomplished Mystic is hiding there in the back.
Rebecca, I loved this quest last turn from Sebastiano with the Mulan. Again, it's another one of those quests which a lot of players wouldn't want to take, but Sebastiano predicts that Frankie doesn't want to exert their Madam Mim, and therefore the Mulan was safe to quest, and they were absolutely right. So just gaining that 1 extra little bit of lore, every lore matters in this game, and it was a great decision in hindsight from Sebastiano to get that 1 extra lore from Mulan.
Yeah, I think last game we saw that the first Madam Mim that Frankie had out, that she did not exert for multiple turns because her value of just staying there on the board, giving your other characters +1 strength is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Suddenly that Sisu, which I'm sure Sebastiano wants to quest for, is looking like a great trade option with that Genie, which will have 4 strength in Frankie's turn with the Madam Mim synergy.
Yeah, this Genie is another one that has been fun seeing in so many decks. The 3/4 is great stat line. Having the evasive on your turn, great stat line. Genie truly is a satisfied dragon.
Yeah, and a really fun turn here with the Mickey Mouse Night Watch being inked and the Pluto being played. This Mickey Mouse card has Pluto in the artwork.
We got Strength and a Raging Fire there.
Yeah, the Madam Mim dealt with, so Sisu safe to quest. But this Mickey Mouse that was inked, your character's name Pluto, gain resist 1. The Pluto and Mickey synergy in Sebastiano's deck is not something I've seen before.
I love that. And that Mickey also quests for 2. That's a great card.
The flavor text on this Mickey Mouse Night Watch. G. Donald was right. It's spooky out here in the dark.
I love that. He needs that guard dog with him.
Yeah, and Pluto is certainly guarding Sebastiano's board right now. The Genie cannot challenge Mulan and Sisu with the guard dog on the watch.
Pluto is such a good boy, and I really do. One of the things I love about Disney Lorcana is all the synergy that they have with these characters that we know and love, like the Mickey and the Pluto going together and having that great flavor and synergy is just really fantastic. And I would love to see some of that happening in this game. Another Genie coming down from Frankie.
Yeah, Genie down. It was Yzma inked. Interesting to see the 4-cost character inked and the 3-cost character played.
Yeah, he had 2 Yzmas in hand, actually, and both of them have gone into the inkwell. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Frankie's just really valuing playing around the Light the Fuse there. That 1 extra willpower that the Genie has. Yzma could have been potentially hit by Light the Fuse, but the Genie is safe.
For now.
For now. And Frankie's just looking to develop as many characters on the board to contest, stop Sebastiano running away from this one early. The Yzma's great card draw, but Frankie doesn't need that right now, just values that 1 extra willpower over the ability of Yzma. But there we see Sebastiano questing for 4, jumping from 3 up to 7. It's 7 lore for Sebastiano, and it's Frankie still on 0.
We are sitting at 4 ink here, and he draws another Yzma. 3 Yzmas that he's seen this game, and by the look on his face, I think he would have rather have seen something else.
Yeah, but at least it's ink. You can always ink an Yzma if push comes to shove. 4 ink available for Frankie.
I believe he does have a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand there, so if he challenged into something here to get some damage... Oh, but then we have that Pluto,
Yeah,
so he can't... That Pluto!
It's such a problem,
Oh,
right? And you
such a
don't really
problem.
want to move damage counters away from Pluto. One thing we could see Frankie do is challenge Pluto with a Genie and then move just 2 damage counters off the Pluto onto the Mulan, for example. But even that doesn't sound great right now. But there is a strength of a Raging Fire. That's going to be a great way of turning Pluto's strength from 5 down to just 1.
Interesting.
And the Genie finishes it. I love this play from Frankie.
Yes, and there is the...
And there's the bell.
There's the bell coming down, moving that 1 damage that was on Genie to take care of that Mulan on the board. I did not see that.
No, I've got to say, Rebecca,
that was
I
great.
couldn't have done that if I tried.
Yes, no, that's why they're playing there, and I'm over here. Frankie with a wonderful turn there, and also having that bell on the board now. She is the belle of the ball, questing for 2, and he really needs to, I mean, that was a big turn, I feel like, for Frankie.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really cleanly done. And again, Frankie, just with that 1 dock in hand, he's been inking all those Yzmas and relying again on the power of dock. Sebastiano, the lack of dock was the problem in game 1. We see Sisu challenge the Genie, but it's only a 3 strength Sisu right now. Wow!
Oh.
It's going to be light the fuse and it's going to be fire the cannons combining.
Okay, I loved that. You know, Frankie did a lot on his last turn, and Sebastiano said, well, then I'm going to come and do a lot on my turn. I'm going to take care of both of your Genies, leaving Frankie with just that bell now.
Yeah, just bell remaining. As impressive as it was from Sebastiano, it wasn't the most efficient play I've ever seen.
That Sisu, it was unfortunate to be challenging with just a 3 strength Sisu. That is not what you really want to be doing with that character. You really want her to be higher strength. And another Genie coming down, followed by that Calhoun, which we know is so powerful. And
yeah, Bell going to take the Sisu out as well. And it's 1 card left in Frankie's hand, so the Sisu only doing 2 damage back to Bell. And the Frankie's card is, Rebecca, a dock.
A dock.
Frankie seems to be the master of just a one dock player.
You know, he's held on to that dock for so long, and I think that's brilliant, though, right here. When you're an Amethyst Steel player, that when you're relying on dock for your card draw, you want to wait until the moment when you really need it. And Frankie has been able to play this game holding on to that dock so that when he needs it, he knows he can play it.
And the first law of Frankie's game number 2 comes through. Genie and Bell questing up to 3, beginning to close the gap. Sebastiano responds with a Genie. They're at 4 ink and 1 card left in hand.
I am certain that Sebastiano is wishing that he had that fire the cannons for Calhoun right now.
Yeah, I think you could be right. The Calhoun is causing them a lot of problems. 7 law to 3.
Have you seen Wreck-It Ralph?
I have.
I love it. Calhoun, of course, being from Wreck-It Ralph, such a great
I need to
movie.
watch Wreck-It Ralph 2, though.
Oh.
That one's on my watch
Breaks
list.
the internet. We have a Genie coming down for a card draw and getting a Captain Hook. He also has a Diablo in hand, which is fun. More card draw for Frankie.
Yep, now 2 ink with that Diablo going into the ink where it's going to be Captain Hook. And it's 1 card in hand for Frankie. And it's that dock again, just continuing to hold on to it for as long as they can. No need to use it just yet. And Frankie's Amethyst Steel deck doing what it does best, just putting down really good cards and consistently drawing. It's just a good deck filled with good cards. It's not spectacular, it's not fancy, but it's getting the job done.
It really is. And questing for 5 here. And so that'll take Frankie up to 8. We'll see that updated on the board here shortly.
Taking the lead.
Taking the lead and taking control of the board here. He has 4, 5, 6 characters on board. He has 9 lore on board. How do you think Sebastiano is? What are his outs here?
Well, that's a very good question. I think that one of Sebastiano's outs is they have to hope that Frankie's card in hand is not too powerful. And you just have to start trying to deal with the evasives, right? Like these 2/4 genies
That's really
are very awkward to deal with. So some strength of a Raging Fires, those kinds of cards. And it will be a strength, but it's actually going for the Calhoun.
Interesting.
That just shows you the power of this 2-cost character.
And Sebastiano did find his duck this game, so he's drawing 2. He still has 4 ink on the board.
But the facial expression, Rebecca, from Sebastiano is not one of happiness, not too happy on what Doc showed him. That double card draw off Doc is so powerful, but Sebastiano was hoping for some different top decks there. Tapping the table, Sebastiano.
His fingers, you can see them.
Yeah.
He is thinking, the wheels are turning, and he passes turn.
2 ink was still available. We saw they weren't best pleased with what they drew, and now we can see why. Not playing anything else after that Doc. Palace Guard comes down for Frankie, and it's finally time for Frankie's Doc.
There he is.
And
Doc.
Sebastiano's not happy to see that.
Look at that. A Lawrence and then a bell in hand. That might be it here. I don't know if there's a way for Sebastiano to come back from this. He is questing for 1, 2, 3.
It's a big quest.
4, 5, 6, 7.
And then I think Frankie also challenged the Genie here to take that out. It is still on the board, but the Captain Hook, I think, went into the Genie here. We'll get that cleared up for you, I'm sure. It's 15 lore to 7, though. Yep, that Genie's gone.
One. Yep.
And now it's going to be Sebastiano. They have to remove some of Frankie's characters. Frankie has Story on board. They're going to get to 20 unless Sebastiano can remove a bunch of their characters. It might just be too much of a mountain for Sebastiano to climb at this moment.
We have evasive characters. We have both Genie and Belle have 4 willpower. These are characters that are going to be quite difficult. Sebastiano says, I can't do it, extends the hand, and that is game with Frankie and his Amethyst Steel deck taking it in 2 games to nothing.
Yeah, and not only that, Rebecca, this was Frankie on the draw in both games. That is the best kind of win that you can get in Disney Lorcana.
You know, that's what they say, is a deck that can win on the play, fantastic.
Yeah.
You want to win on the play every time. But when you have a deck that can win on the draw, you know you have something good. And we saw that Amethyst Steel deck was really able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Steel has a real strength of the Raging
Fire.
Fire.
Of the Raging Fire?
In that sense, right? You have your strength, maybe fire the cannons. Calhoun in particular, a great way of gaining lore while still controlling the board. Most of the time in Disney Lorcana TCG, you have to quest to gain lore, but that Calhoun, being able to challenge and gain lore at the same time is the kind of tool that really is powerful when going second. You accelerate your win condition by gaining lore while also slowing down your opponent.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing that I loved seeing that game was that Doc.
Yes.
Right? It stayed in his hand for so many turns. He was waiting for just the right moment, not playing it too soon, seeing what he could do without playing that Doc until he needed it. And I think that won him the game.
Yeah. And I have to say, if I'm looking for a bodyguard in the future, I think I'm going to avoid one sleeping around.
Oh, yes.
It wasn't the best performance on
the
this
best of
occasion
Sleepy.
for Sleepy. I have to say, I love the card, Rebecca. We see Jim Deere being played a lot in the Amber
with that
Steel
same,
decks.
yeah, the
It's
0/4.
the same stat line. Personally, if I'm playing Amber Steel aggro, I would go with the Sleepy. I just think it's more fun because it's got the same stat line.
Thing. Yeah.
It's doing very similar things.
You
but
know,
we do tend to see Jim Deere, which is interesting.
That's true. You know, that is something I actually do love about this game. And people say, oh, why are you printing another card? It's the same thing. But there's so many Disney characters out there, so many glimmers that they can create. And so now you have options. You can play Jim Deere or Sleepy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a tough matchup, I think, for Ruby Steel. If you look at the wider meta, I would imagine that Amethyst Steel might be one of the trickiest because they're quite similar decks
Very
in a
similar.
sense. But it's Amethyst versus Ruby in a sense, right? And I mean, we just saw the power of cards like Dumbo, we know Dolores Madrigal, Yzma, all of these kinds of card draw tools. And if we look back at this game, what did the Ruby cards really do in this match? Light the Fuse was fantastic.
The Fuse was fantastic.
But outside of that, I think even the Madame Mim in Amethyst was a big star of the show.
That I feel like Madame Mim was kind of an MVP in that deck. Actually, I mean, there were so many challenges that he wouldn't have been able to make to banish characters on the other side of the board without that Madame Mim. I feel like she was just really instrumental.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to be jumping over to some more things very simple. While we've got a little bit of downtime here, Rebecca, I want to ask you about your experience in Italy so far. Have you had much pasta?
I have. I've had so much pasta and I loved it. It's so delicious.
We had a lovely meal, didn't we, on Thursday night? And I ate a lot of pasta.
You did.
There were so many different dishes. And we don't have food like that in the UK.
There have been many times that I have taken a bite of food and put it, and I go, oh,
yeah.
that is fantastic. I also got a chance to wander around Bologna here, a beautiful city. I've never been before, and so
lots of red rooftops in Bologna.
Yes, yeah, the old buildings,
they're quite
wonderful.
famous for the red roofs.
I went into some cathedrals or basilicas, as they're called here, and I went and climbed up to the historic clock tower in the city center. It was wonderful.
I already said this fact on stream earlier on right at the start, but did you know that Bologna used to have its own time zone up until the 18th century? The day would start at sunset. So when the sun set, the day would start. So it would change a little bit every day.
You know what? I think that I read about that at the clock tower in the museum, and that it was 12 o'clock was at sundown.
Yeah.
And then
so interesting.
They changed it so that 12 o'clock became midnight later on.
Absolutely amazing. I'm really enjoying my time here in Bologna. It's a lovely city, but I particularly love this convention center just because of the people within the building right now, the Disney Lorcana community, the Illuminators from all over the world. It's so much fun to see everyone under one roof again.
And you were here in the same building, in a different floor last year. Of course, there were 4 different DLCs across Europe. It's been a while, though. How has it been for you having a break and finally being able to come back to a Disney Lorcana Challenge?
So good. And what's amazing is over the break, I've been to so many community tournaments in different countries, in Sweden, Germany, all over Europe, and just seeing all those different people from those different communities, like the Spanish community, the Italian community, and all coming together. It's just amazing. But look at this. You thought we're done with Disney
I love the
Lorcana
play
action.
from Frankie here, just taking one challenge
got more
with
action.
the
It's
dock,
game 3.
moving. It was dock onto Sleepy, by the way. And then that 2 damage counters from Sleepy moved on over to the Wendy. This was an incredibly efficient turn from Frankie. They got as much questing in as possible.
You know,
and now they are inches away from victory. Sebastiano, 1 card in hand off the top. Dock comes through!
And I was
We love to see a duck coming through. What do we got, Sebastiano? What do we have? We only have 2 ink, though. That is.
And
is it too little too late? Doc showing up at the last possible moment. But like the Fuse, could put in some work. Strength of a Raging Fire as well.
There is 9 lore, though, right now.
Yeah.
This is interesting. All the decks that we've seen, Joe, are steel decks.
I don't know.
Last year's
It was
away
Amethyst for Sebastiano to take care of.
Now here we have Emerald
versus Amethyst.
Okay, Rebecca, you know we talked about being an aggro deck potentially.
Yeah.
It's actually not. Because I'm actually seeing it's the player to the right-hand side is actually the Emerald Steel player, so there's a bit of a issue with the graphic there. But we're going to keep you posted on it. But it's actually a slower build with cards like Clarabelle, and I see the Hey Bumbling Rooster.
I saw
as well. The Emerald Ramp option.
Yeah, he says that when you play this character, if your opponent has more ink than you, then you get to add. You may put the top card of your deck into your inkwell.
You may, and if I'm playing it,
I will.
Yes. And Hey maybe not going to be particularly good against Amethyst Steel, but it's so strong against Sapphire decks. Sapphire decks get that 1 jump ahead, and the Bumbling Rooster just takes full advantage of that. But this Emerald Steel deck, I saw Max Goof in there, and recently I was at the Disney HQ in London, where we had a content creator set championships, and LD won the whole thing with Emerald Steel playing Max Goof.
I love it.
We're going to see Lennart kick things off with a Captain Hook down on the board.
Jim Hawkins in the Inkwell. Actually love that Jim Hawkins. Great card.
Yep.
The other card that I see in Joss's hand that I love is that Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I love that card.
I actually got my hands on a Glimmer Foil Tinkerbell.
Yes, the new one, which
Yep.
you can get in the collection set. The Disney Lorcana collection set, if you don't know, is available now everywhere. It came out yesterday, actually,
Brilliant.
October 3rd. And so it's available, and it comes with a portfolio, a lovely portfolio, a little collection guide, some packs, and that Glimmer Foil Tinkerbell Giant Fairy.
There's also a Elsa
gift box set.
gift box
Yes.
set out as well. We do see the Fire the Cannons. This is my favorite opening
Look at that.
for Steel. This
Yes.
is my favorite opening, Rebecca, in the whole game.
One
One
drop.
drop on turn one, another
One
one
drop.
drop on Fire the Cannons. It is so strong as you get off to such a quick start.
That's a 1-1 boom.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I miss Befuddle as well for these reasons. Like, it's similar kind of
Befuddle
play.
is a very similar kind of play. That is a fun card. It's just sending the character back to the player's hand. But
Yep.
yeah, Fire the Cannons, I think. I love that play line.
It's going to be the Jim Hawkins down on the board. This is the one that whenever you ink a card, it gets Challenger 2, which means it can get up nice and strong. It's going to be 2 ink available for Lennart, but we're going to have to see if they have ink in hand. You would expect that they do, of course. You're looking probably to develop a 3-cost character and then start trying to get Strength of a Raging Fire through. I can see a Genie in hand. I think it's the ink decision causing Lennart some considerations.
I do see on Joss's side, he has the Floodborn Jim Hawkins, which is a shift 3. So he could very well shift next turn and have a 5/5 character on the board on turn 3.
Yep. Wow.
We're going to quest with that Diablo.
Diablo questing for 1 is the second law for Joss. 2 law to 0 as it stands in this game number 3, round 4. Both players with a record of 2-1-0 so far, so a great start for them.
Have we seen that giant cobra into the inkwell? He's thinking about it, and he is putting the giant cobra into the inkwell.
Yep, and developing the Genie. Maybe a little bit worried about the vanish keyword and worried about Joss taking advantage of it. Interestingly, Joss draws into an Ursula Deceiver. If you see this Genie come down, you're going to be tempted to search to see if your opponent has a Strength of a Raging Fire, but it looks like it's going to be inked. Are we going to see the Jim Hawkins
Come on,
shift, Rebecca?
Shift. No. Oh, okay. Prince Philip.
Prince Philip, a 3-2 with Ward.
Ward,
a very strong keyword, and we don't even see the Jim Hawkins taking the challenge onto Diablo here, which is really an interesting decision. Lennart just wanting to leave everything ready and waiting. We saw Joss play a Genie on 3. Well, how about an Amethyst Genie on 4? The Genie is on the job.
He's on the job, getting you a card. He's going to be questing for 2. He's evasive. I love that Genie.
Yeah, really fascinating to see what Lennart has up their sleeve with this Jim Hawkins. It is now going to pass on over to Lennart.
The other thing that's fun about this Jim Hawkins, if he does, in fact, shift it, is when he comes into play, he deals 1 damage to a character.
Yep.
Or location. But I love that. It's like a little mini Fire the Cannons.
Yes. It's a card I liked a lot when I was playing sealed format.
I agree. That Jim Hawkins won me multiple games in a sealed tournament that I played in.
Now we could see the Hey Hey, Rebecca.
Oh, that is the Hey
So
Hey.
while Hey Hey is a 3-drop, it's often played on turn 4 when going second. Joss is at 4 ink right now. Lennart hasn't inked for turn, so they could play Hey Hey right now and get that extra little 1 jump ahead in ink. Will they do it, or are they going to play a 4-cost character instead, perhaps?
You know, he has that Clarabelle in hand. I know he's going to want to get up to that. So
Clarabelle's the only inkable card outside of Hey Hey, Rebecca. I think that's the issue here.
That's the issue. Okay, you're right. Because beyond the horizon, that Jim Hawkins, and I can't see what the other card is.
It's Hey Hey time!
It's
What a moment, the bumbling rooster. I am so happy to see it.
Also inking Clarabelle.
Yeah,
So
really
now
valuing all that ink.
all that ink. And just passing, not going to quest, not going to take out that Diablo.
Yep.
That is the second turn in a row now that Leonard has decided
Yes.
not to do that. What are your thoughts on that? You know, Diablo just sitting there, keep on gaining lore for Joss.
Yeah, I think it's like a good example of how the game has changed in feel without Be Prepared. There's a lot of these sort of standoff moments. Leonard is just waiting for their moment to strike, almost inviting Joss to just exert their full board and to take advantage of that. It's really high-level decision-making that goes into it. Lots of planning ahead.
Yes.
And it's going to separate the good players from the best.
Oh, Elsa coming down. We are exerting that Jim Hawkins.
Rebecca, I think that Elsa is the best card in Disney Lorcana right now.
The best.
I think it's the
you
best.
You think it is the
it's
best.
So impactful. Being able to exert a character. It
Having
has
the rush.
Evasive.
It's, yeah. You might have me convinced. You might have me convinced. I do love her, and she's beautiful.
She really, really is. Particularly that new gift set, Elsa, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing players putting into their deck very, very soon. In fact, I've seen a few out here in the hall today.
You know what we have not seen yet on Josh's side of the board is a Strength of the Raging Fire.
Yep. Here is going to come Jim Hawkins.
He is going to go ahead and play it. Yeah, we don't get the shift, which means we can't quest or challenge right away, but he is deciding here who does he want to put that 1 damage on. And it's going to be that Genie, and then taking it out with Prince Philip. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and then we see Hey take out the Diablo finally.
Finally,
Just
you know.
can draw for Diablo. I'm wondering if they missed the trigger there.
He may have, because he just drew for turn, and he's going into his turn.
I might have missed it, but I didn't see a draw off Diablo.
I think he did. I think he only had 1 card in hand,
Perfect.
actually, and so now he has 3. Yeah.
Thanks for clearing that up as Genie comes through. But yeah, it's a really interesting decision, Rebecca, for sure. Taking Prince Philip into a 3 cost. Prince Philip quests for 2, Genie only for 1.
But you want to be questing,
and then
right?
Strength. I think it's a sign that Leonard doesn't like their position.
Yeah.
They feel like they need to equalize the board.
Yeah.
Strength comes through. The questing now. Joss is turning up the heat. 8 lore to 0.
And of course, this is game 3 if you're just joining us. So whoever wins this game takes the match, takes the points. Both players sitting at 2-1, and all the players are shooting for those 18 points to get it to day 2. So this match is very important.
7 ink spent on a Sing Together card. That uninkable Beyond the Horizon. I'm sure that Leonard would have liked to have played a Clarabelle, but the uninkables for Leonard have let them down. Clarabelle was inked earlier on. Beyond the Horizon played for 7, and I'm sure that Joss likes the look of that. In comes another Elsa.
Again, going into that Jim Hawkins with both the Captain Hook and the Elsa. Questing here safely because he has completely cleared Leonard's board. I have to say, playing that Beyond the Horizon, you having to use his ink, that had to not feel good. You do not want to be doing that. But Joss just really being able to control the board here. Leonard falling quite behind.
Joss does not have Story on board. They can only go up to 18, but that would mean that all it takes is a giant Cobra, and Joss can get exactly to 20 unless Leonard can remove one of Joss's characters. For 3, it's going to be Prince Philip. If Joss has the Cobra here, it will be the game.
We have 2 cards in hand. We're going to draw. Is any of them a Cobra? Palace Guard, I think he just drew off the top. What else does he have?
There's 5 ink. But even if Joss doesn't have the Cobra right now, it's such a big lead. It's no Cobra.
No.
It's going to be the Captain Hook and the Palace Guard. And surely it's just going to be a big quest from Joss.
You've got to at this point. He's sitting at 13 lore. Leonard still at 0 lore. He has got to feel very safe in his position. Questing here for 5, going up to that 18, like you said, and Story on board unless Leonard has Be Prepared hiding in there.
Well, there is another uninkable 7-cost song, but it's Beyond the Horizon. Prince Philip inked. It's going to be hard cast. 7 more ink to draw 3 cards for Leonard. Leonard has spent 14 ink on drawing these cards.
And he says, no, that's it.
That's it for Leonard. It is game to Joss from France. Amethyst Steel taking down Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel, were you expecting to see that kind of Emerald Steel build here today?
Maybe. I think Emerald Steel is like one of those decks, Rebecca, which because it's not played as much, it's not necessarily as agreed upon what is the optimal build, right? When we see these Sapphire Amethyst decks, we know what to expect. But I think when you see decks like Amethyst, when you see decks like Emerald Steel, or you see a deck like Amber Emerald, because they're not played as much, there's many different routes you can go down it. So I'm not super surprised. I know that there are some players out there playing an aggro version of it as well.
Yeah, that's the one that I've seen that I'm familiar with. So I wasn't expecting that, but that was fun. But we do have an interview for you now.
Amazing.
So we are going to go over there from our first featured match and have a little chat with the players. So let's go on to that interview.
Welcome back to the DLC here in Bologna, Italy. I am with Kawa and a gentleman named Frank who's just come off a huge win, now 4-0 in the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I want to get right down to brass tacks, Frank. Why did you choose the deck that you brought today? Why did you sleeve that up?
Honestly, why did I choose the purple steel? I was thinking about what I'm playing. I was playing earlier green purple. I tried it, but it doesn't work anymore like this. And I think purple steel has like a 50-50% matchup against everything. So yeah, that was my deck choice because of that.
Yeah, it's a deck that you feel like you always get to play the game, right? Like some decks, they can just brick, or if you don't hit, say, turn 2 ramp or something, it's just over. Whereas Amethyst Steel plays a very fair game. Have you been on that deck since rotation, or have you piloted and played with a few things?
I absolutely tried every deck. I was on blue steel. I tried this. It was interesting. Then I also tried green purple. I tried pretty much everything. But like you said, purple steel just works pretty much always. If you get the dock, you get the card draw, you have the Dumbo, you have everything you need to get in card draw. But also with the strength, you can like push everything away. So yeah, that's the point.
And that's brought you to 4-0 so far in the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Cal, anything you'd like to ask our friend Frank?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly impressive because for me, I've seen a lot of Amethyst Steel within the room, and there's also a lot of Sapphire Amethyst as well, right? So that's a matchup you're definitely expecting. But it's quite a tricky matchup in my opinion, right? Because usually what happens is the later the game goes against Sapphire Amethyst, their top end is usually a lot bigger. You really need to be hitting your docks. You need to be hitting your strengths. I'm curious on maybe specific builds that you've tried. For example, in the past, have you tried more of the illusion builds that we've seen with the Treasure Guardians versus maybe the Madam Mim builds and more like the Laura's Madrigal? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I tried different builds for the deck. So like I said, the Illusioner, it works really well, but then you have like Hypnotic Strength, you have some other things which just like defeat the illusion too easy.
Heads held high.
Yeah. So and after that, I talked to my teammates and they're like, okay, Yzma. And then I tried Yzma and like, okay, you always have a constant card draw if you need it, or if they don't get an answer like a Dumbo, and that's the point. I tried pretty much everything. I tried bigger bodies to get inside when Monster was more in the decks or TikTok. But now, like smaller character, more and going just bigger. Like I said, purple, blue, sapphire.
Yeah, Sapphire Amethyst is very trickier the later the game goes on. But huge congratulations to you, 4-0 at the moment.
That's a fantastic score. You got the Mulan already. I'd be interested to ask Frank, we were chatting with you just before we started the interview and you said this is your first trading card game, which is welcome to the world of TCG. How long have you been playing Disney Lorcana TCG?
Since set 1.
Okay, since the first chapter.
Yeah, since the first chapter. And I tried just Lorcana the first time and I fell in love pretty much all the time. Disney and card game, what could be better? So.
Oh, then I have to ask you, what's your favorite Disney film?
Ooh.
Oh, these are the real questions now.
No, pretty much it's easy. It's The Lion King. It's my childhood, and I always cried when Simba lost Mufasa.
I mean, I found that bit quite funny, but
yeah, that's why you're the villain.
Exactly. Frank, congratulations on 4-0. That's a fantastic score. You are now 2 wins away from locking in your day 2.
Yeah, Never expecting that, but yeah, I'm really excited.
Oh, it's a fantastic start. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you'd like to shout out, whether that's maybe people you play test with? Just take a moment to spotlight your community and anyone you'd like to thank.
I like to thank the whole community, like with streaming stuff, like to help me. My teammates, which always support me to train together, talk about it, and also especially for my wife and my kids. If my wife wouldn't care about the kids, I could not be here. So that's the biggest support, and that's the biggest shout I can do.
That's great to hear. We've had that a couple of times today. Players saying like the biggest thank you has to be to the wife, you know, because if it wasn't for that support, then I wouldn't be here today. So.
Absolutely.
Shout out to wives, husbands, anyone that is allowing your family member, friend, whoever it is, to play at Disney Lorcana. Frank, it's been great to meet you, mate.
Thank you.
I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the day. Maybe we will see you in day 2. We've got more Disney Lorcana coming up very soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. I'm Kawa, joined alongside Baker, and we are super excited to be talking about the meta game breakdown for this event. Baker, we're going to talk some data.
I love a bit of data, mate. Very quick shout out. You see those prizes just showcasing
Oh my God,
It's got me drooling at the mouth, but what has really got me excited, as you say, is the meta breakdown. We're going to take a look at some specially prepared screens. A shout out to our production team here. A humongous operation backstage in the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. But yeah, I'm very interested to see if there's going to be any surprises here. What would be your prediction for like something that might catch us off guard, whether it's something that's less popular or more popular than we would have guessed?
I would predict that we're going to see something like Amber Emerald within like 5th place, but I would like to see it at like a higher amount. Even if it's still within 5th place, I'm really curious on the count/percentage of how many of those decks are represented within this event. We did see some other stuff like Ruby Amber, Ruby Seal, Ruby Amethyst.
Got me going.
Oh my God. Did you see the double shift Mulan was absolutely insane.
I did. We're running World's Greatest Criminal Mind, Be King Undisputed. I swear he's trying to impress me. It worked. Let's make that clear. No, I love that. And again, like, still murmurings of the Emerald Amethyst decks in the
Yes.
But here we go, Kawa. Here is our meta breakdown. And to the surprise of absolutely everybody in the community, this is the most shocking thing we've ever seen. Amethyst Sapphire, affectionately known as Blurple. 683
My God.
pilots in the room, nearly double the 2nd place in combination.
That is over 25% of the entire metagame, I do believe.
Yes, it is.
That is absolutely insane, but not really to anybody's surprise. But what you said, yeah, it is over double, nearly over double the 2nd place, which is Amber Steel. We then have Emerald Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, and then Amber Emerald. I will say, this is pretty much exactly what I expected in terms of the order of the ink pairings. Would you agree?
I would. I want to give everyone a moment of silence for Joe Curley, Emerald Ruby, zero
no.
pilots on that deck. We're going to have to ask him about that next time we see him. And oh, how the mighty have fallen, Tower. One Ruby Sapphire deck. This was the deck that was terrifying the Lorcana community, winning everything, the power level seemingly far beyond anything else. And now we are down to one very brave soldier out on the floor. What a surprise.
Yeah, this metagame breakdown, super interesting. Amethyst Emerald as well, you mentioned. 16 players have brought this, and super interesting if we can take a look at that deck list at some stage. Amethyst Ruby, we did see one on the second feature match of one of the rounds, so super cool to see at least some Ruby representation. But let's move a little bit under at least the Amber Emerald section. We've got Emerald Steel and Sapphire Steel. So these are the decks that, in my opinion, this is kind of the section where someone could have cracked the format, if that makes sense.
100%. You look at the Emerald Steel deck there, 46 pilots. I want to give a shout out to Lorcana Deck Lists, otherwise known as Stephen, who won the London Content Creator Set Championships a couple of weeks ago with Emerald Steel, and put out a fantastic video talking all about that. And it feels like it's well positioned for the aggro matchup. It's Emerald Steel, again, as you very well know, Kawa, a discard heavy deck in the past, but becoming more of a tempo build these days. I'm seeing some things like Lewis, and obviously taking advantage of the Emerald package of Clarabelle. And when you get to play Strength of a Raging Fire, your deck can't be that bad, surely.
Yeah, no, I think Emerald Steel is super interesting, and there's actually still multiple different ways that you can build it. For example, LD's build that we saw at the Influencer Content Creator Set Champs was very tempo orientated. It had like Mother Knows Best, it had like the Max Goof package, which was so cool. I was
absolutely
so happy to see that. It was so cool, and like
we love a singer.
The power level of Max Goof was really showcasing that deck. When, I mean, we talk about Strength of a Raging Fire. How about another one? And how about another one, right? Another one.
Just being able to get these back from the discard is just, you've got to know that Max and Power Line are cards that are waiting to be broken. We lost a lot of songs with rotation. We still have a few. Pirates Live, Criminal Mind, obviously Strength, probably the best one that we've got. But I think with a few more sets, some more powerful songs, things like Power Line and Max Goof are really going to find their full potential. But I want to bring your attention, Kawa. Sapphire Steel, quite a lot of pilots in the room. And I was just talking, I know you were, to someone out on the floor who's currently 4-0 with Sapphire Steel. And hey, maybe there's more, but there's at least one player doing very well. Does this surprise you?
It does surprise me. I haven't looked into the Sapphire Steel builds that much, but I do believe, if you remember, we were casting a third-party event over in the States at Inking.
Yep, absolutely.
And I believe this is the same player who's flown all the way over to Bologna. They finished around the top 16. So clearly, they're trying to crack the meta. They're trying to break it. And from what I've heard, they feel pretty good into Blurple. And that's the matchup you want to feel pretty good into.
Absolutely. If there's one match that, again, if you want to hedge your bets, I always refer to someone like Ed Chu, right? And I'm going back to the North American Championships. This is pre-rotation. But built a deck like purely targeting the Ruby Sapphire builds, right? With max Tremaines, max locations, and saying this is going to be the most popular deck in the room. If I run into enough of them in my Swiss run, that will get me to top cut. Maybe that's good enough. Chu going all the way with a deck just kind of targeting one specific matchup. So it is a tried and tested formula. On that conversation of Ruby Amethyst, though, I have to bring it up. Slightly more pilots on it than I maybe would have expected.
Really?
And this is the thing, right? Like I've been saying for a while, Ruby Amethyst, we're not in our former glory days by any means, but there are a couple of decks that can have some very good matchups, right? And there's a couple of different versions of Ruby Amethyst. For an example, you can play a Shark build. We don't have the Peter Pan Shadow Finder anymore, but Shark is still a very, very decent card. And we're also seeing what's become known as Flinger Dingers, where you play things, everyone's playing Bell, but you play things like Panic, who can move damage counters, things like that Mother Gothel, who can move damage counters. And I think this could give you a very good aggro matchup into Amber Steel or Dogs, which are both very popular decks. And at this point, with 19 pilots in the room, 19 of my brothers and sisters out there, I believe that one of them is going to make it all the way to top cut, and I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, and I think, like, obviously the huge representation of Amethyst Sapphire comes at no surprise to anybody. However, I think everybody that decided to bring it, in my opinion, as all of these players should have expected, there's going to be a lot in the room. if you're bringing Blurple, you better expect a lot of mirrors. So I'm really curious to like talk to players and see what different options they wanted to include within their deck. Because if they really thought the representation was going to be that big, and clearly it is, so there's a couple of different things that you can try to do to make the matchup maybe a little bit easier. So yeah, I'm super excited to see all that data. I hope the viewers enjoyed it. I hope you guys are staying informed. And we are shortly going to be throwing it over to the casters. I believe it's going to be Kim and Erica in the booth for round 5.
Us Queen.
Benvenuti, Illumineers.
Welcome back, Illumineers.
Did I say it right?
Benvenuti. Benvenuti, Illuminatori
Erica,
is perfect.
Erica has been teaching me Italian, and I'm ready to go.
Yes.
I'm ready for round 5, ready to be transported back to the great Illuminary for our Illumineers to summon their glimmers. Are you ready?
I'm ready, and I'm so excited. It's an honor to be here with you, with Baker, and with the other guys. But now the next turn is ready.
Yeah, we're ready to get straight into round 5, folks. And I'm here joined by the fabulous Erica, who is from Italy. And we also, if you want to watch the stream in Italian, you can go over and watch the other girls in
because
Italian.
during the morning, I'm in the Italian channel, and in the afternoon, like this, I'm in the international channel. And this is a great challenge to me, but I'm so happy. Yes, it will be fun.
It will be amazing. And we're going to have a Sapphire Steel versus Emerald Sapphire.
And
Erica,
we have an Italian player,
we have
Luca.
We do indeed. It's going to be Emerald Sapphire versus Sapphire Steel. And we talked a lot about our predictions. And one of your decks you were talking about was Emerald Sapphire. How do you think Emerald Sapphire plays into Sapphire Steel?
Yes, of course. I think that Emerald Sapphire is a good choice to this tournament. Yes, because it's a great choice for this meta and for the strategies. Because it's a complete deck with some removal, for example, Under the Sea.
Yes, absolutely. Especially
it's one of my favorite cards.
Especially, and I hope we get to see a lot of maybe ally synergies here in this blue steel deck. We know there's Jasmine and the all-important Strength of the Raging Fire could definitely come in here to help if Nikolai is able to have enough characters on board to be able to sing.
Do you like Steel Sapphire?
Steel Sapphire?
Yes.
Purely because Jasmine has been enchanted this set, and you could play the enchanted Jasmine.
So incredible. It's
shiny
so
cards.
incredible. And yes, this is the 5th round. And okay, we start.
Yeah, and we know both of these decks running Sapphire are going to be wanting to aim for the turn 2 ramp play, whether that either be Tipo or whether that be Sail. But unfortunately, Luca is just going to ink a card and pass.
In the deck, in the ink.
Yeah, would have definitely loved to see. We do see Bobby Zamorsky.
Yes, because don't have a card with 1 cost. And Gongolo.
We do see Bobby Zamorsky in the hand, 2 of them, which meaning Luca did have one previously, ideally.
Yes.
Knowing he's against this steel matchup, doesn't want to play Bobby Zamorsky, knowing, my opponent could play Fire the Cannons on my Bobby Zamorsky. Spray Cheese Kid.
And in this moment, yes, Sail of the Adrid Sea is the best choice for Luca. I see Tipo in the hand of the Luca, but I think that Sail the Adrid Seas is the better choice because because Luca can draw on another card with Sail, yes. And Bobby, the other Bobby, in the ink.
Yes, and I love the use of being able to use Sail over Tipo, as you can put the ink into the inkwell unexerted, meaning you could be able to use that ink. But we're going to see Luca ink his second.
Yes.
Bobby Zamorski, he's not going to play it and use his ink.
Yes, of course, of course.
And really
Because
interested to see what Nikolai is going to
Luca
do
have
here.
the yes, Luca had the possibility to play Bobby, but
Yeah, we're going to see.
But
He's
have
going to
another-
sail that
have
Azurite
another
Sea.
plane.
Yes, it's going to be Strength of the Raging Fire into the inkwell.
yes.
Not going to be. I'm going to just quest with our happy.
And now, okay, and this is the moment of Luca.
Yeah, we know in these Emerald Sapphire decks,
Yes.
ideally, a lot of players are going to want to hit their turn 1 Clarabelle, hit their turn 2 Tipo, get characters established on the board. So going into this turn, ideally, Luca, if he did have that
But
Baymax
I'm not
shift, he would have been able to
sure.
do that.
Yes, but I'm not sure that in the Luca hands there is a Clarabelle.
No,
Because
I don't believe so.
I don't see a Clarabelle. I see a Baymax.
Yeah, he's going to
Yes,
do
Baymax
Vision
is a
of the
Groot.
Future, perhaps to get that Baymax, but unfortunately, no characters on the board for Luca here, meaning he's not going to
Yes.
be able to play that shift line.
Yes,
he didn't,
Vision
he-
of the Future gave Luca a complete vision of the first 5 cards of his deck. Yes.
Yes, and we did see that Baymax perhaps could potentially establish a character on board this turn, could ink a card, choose to play the Tipo perhaps, and then next turn be able to shift Baymax, which could help him here. He could sing the You're Welcome. He's going to ink the You're Welcome, and that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see Tipo, Growing Sun being played. Do you know what his favorite
And have
text is?
and another ramp. Oh.
Yes.
Have
Mom, look, I'm
another
still
ramp
growing.
Or no. Go with ramp.
Ideally, yes, Luca is
Okay.
because Sapphire players are going to want to get up to that 7 ink to be able to play the Basil, to be able to play the Clarabelle, or even
Yes.
6 next turn. You could potentially bring in that John Silver, Alien Pirate.
Of course. John Silver is a great card of Emerald Sapphire because give Reckless to Oppo characters in the board, and I'm so excited for the next. And now?
Yeah, it looks like a really difficult, uninkable hand here for Nikolai.
Oh.
Yeah, Gur going to...
For example, the name of this card, of the first card, is Vincenzo Santorini. It's a typical Italian name.
And he's gonna sail the Azurite Sea. He's gonna be
Yes.
able to ink an additional card this turn, meaning he's gonna ink the Pete, ink the Vicenjo. Did I say it?
Vincenzo.
Vincenzo.
It's a difficult name.
It is. But I'm learning so much being here. It's so exciting. He's going to be able to play.
And quest with.
Yeah. Play a card.
With a card. Oh, draw
Quest.
a card
We're
for
gonna quest.
Luca.
We're going to play with the dock. Did he? And I believe he didn't trigger the ability. He still has a lot of cards in
Yes.
hand.
And now?
And meaning Luca next turn could be able, if he did pick up that Baymax, we could potentially see a Baymax shift here, which would help him.
Shift on Tipo.
Yeah,
yes.
could potentially shift on Tipo, could choose to sing, could choose to just quest and gain a bit more lore. And Nikolai having 2 characters
It will be
on
possible
board.
shift on Tipo to prepare for Under the Sea with another characters. Yes.
Or even this turn, perhaps, maybe he just pays the 6 ink. Maybe he just plays the Baymax. And then next turn could potentially sing with the Baymax and the Tipo under the sea.
Yes, of course.
It's going to be Clarabelle,
Clarabelle,
Contented
little
Wallflower,
Clarabelle.
into the inkwell. Oh, he's going to choose to challenge with Tipo. Not going to choose...
Oh, John Silver arriving.
It's the John
Yeah.
Silver Alien Pirate, meaning Luca being able to play this card is going to give the opposing character Reckless, going to give that Doc Reckless, meaning
And
Nikolai is not going to be able to quest next turn.
Every moment that John Silver quest gave an opposite character's Reckless, and this is a good things for the Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Nikolai here to be able to get rid of this John Silver. Like,
Yes.
we know he plays Strength. We know he plays Fire the Cannons, but he
This is
doesn't
the
have
new
5.
Scar.
This is the new legendary Scar coming into play, but he has Strength. So he could potentially sing Strength of the Raging Fire, but it's going to
Yes.
need to get at least 5 characters on board to be able to sing it or
Yes,
play
of
it to
course.
deal with this John Silver.
Of
But this is our new
course.
scar. Have you gotten the chance to test with this scar this set?
No, so because I don't testing more the. Oh.
Yeah, but
oh.
Nikolai isn't going to get a chance to use that new scar at
Yes.
all, which gives your ally characters +1 strength. Lucas straight in there with the "You're welcome."
Scar had
meaning
2
the
minutes in the
scar-
game.
Yeah,
yes.
that scar is going to get shuffled back into the deck.
And now
Nikolai going to draw
Baymax.
2 cards, and Luca also going to be able to play that Baymax.
And draw 2 cards.
Yeah, we
and
see
now-
Hades in the hand, but unfortunately, is
Nikolai
he on
have a
6?
great-
I'm not too sure. I
Nikolai
think
have a
he's on
great
6 ink here. He would be
hand.
able.
Yes.
And we've seen previously, Nikolai did have an unfortunate uninkable hand.
Yes.
That You're welcome, helping Nikolai here, giving him 2 inkable cards.
Yes, because
so
Nikolai
this turn,
with You're welcome, draw 2 cards.
yeah, so meaning this turn
Yes.
could potentially, we are going to see it, exactly what I was going to
Had
say.
it on-
Going to
yes.
ink the Pleakley, plays the
Playing
Hades,
at it,
Infernal
yes.
Schemer, and going to send that John
Yes,
Silver
from John
into
Silver,
the inkwell.
of course. And now,
And just a Baymax left on the board for Luca. A lot of ink here to play with. If he does have the Clarabelle, could potentially play the Clarabelle this turn. Nikolai having
I
3
hope that.
cards in hand.
Yes. Oh,
but it's going to be
Donald
Donald
Duck.
Duck, Perfect Gentleman. I heard you telling the others earlier that Donald Duck is different in Italian.
Yes, it's Paperone.
Paperone. It
Paperone.
sounds
It's
so
a strange
beautiful.
name with a different sound.
Different
yes.
sound. I love this so much.
Yes, Paperone.
Donald Duck meaning both
I'm in love
players.
with this card. Yes, because help both player.
Both players get to draw a card, especially teamed up with cards like
Yes.
Clarabelle, meaning if Luca's able to establish a Clarabelle on board next turn and this Donald Duck can stay around. This
another
Donald Duck
Hades
is not
on
going to
Donald
stay
Duck.
around.
No.
Hey, another Hades Infernal Schemer coming in for Nikolai. Going to send that Donald Duck. Is not going to stick around to
Sorry,
help.
Donald Duck.
No. Or Paperoni.
Paperone.
Pepperoni.
Yes.
Gonna go
Sorry,
into the
Paperone.
inkwell.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately here, because cards like Donald Duck being able to give your opponent more cards means other cards like the Glimmers,
Nicolau,
Clarabelle
Yes.
can Luca would have been able to draw more cards at the end of his turn with Clarabelle.
But where is Clarabelle?
I haven't seen a single one, unfortunately.
No.
But we just see a vision of the future coming in, so maybe he's going to search for that Clarabelle. Maybe he will find it. Still 6 ink to play with. Could still ink
Luca
a card
can see
this turn.
the first 5 cards. Yeah.
And I do believe there was 2 Clarabelles. I'm not sure if he took one. But could potentially, we could still see a Inca card coming in
Yes.
for Luca. Could use all 7 and play a Clarabelle. Meaning
Okay.
next turn he could set up for a potential Under the Sea. But that's not going to help him here. He's going to need a heads held high Under the Sea. As
Yes,
both
but the
Hades
body of
have
AD
3
yes.
strength.
Yes.
But it's just going to be vision of the future and past for Luca.
no.
Possibly
No.
setting up for something. Maybe he's potentially
Yes.
setting up for an Under the Sea. Maybe he could potentially
Okay.
sing Heads Held High with Baymax. We could see him sing Heads Held High with Baymax
Yes, of
and then
course.
hard cast Under the Sea. And that would definitely help Luca back into the game here.
This is
Nikolai having
Tinkerbell,
4
yes.
characters on board, meaning next turn he's already at 5
It's a
lore.
great board. Nikolai have a great board. It's so strange
Yeah.
because
But there's that 2 docks in hand. It's going to be just a dock, no trigger.
Under the Sea is well not the removal for all Nikolai's characters. Yes.
And being Nikolai here, you definitely have to be fearing the Under the Sea.
Yes.
You know your opponent, they're playing Emerald Sapphire, they're going to run cards like Heads Held High, they're going to run cards like Under the Sea. If Luca's able to sing
of
Heads Held High and then hard cast to play Under the Sea, it's going to completely get rid of Luca's board, which is, I like his decision to keep the dock in hand and do a dock no trigger. Just in case Under the Sea does come, he will be able to play a dock next turn, draw 2 cards, or whatever he top decks could potentially play that as well, or maybe ink it,
Yes,
play
of
the dock,
course.
and then draw 2 cards.
Of course, but in this moment, the situation for Luca, it's so difficult. Oh, John Silver, but
Yeah, we didn't.
don't
we're-
see a
We're not going to
Clarabelle.
see. No, we're not going to see a
No.
Clarabelle. We're not even going to see the Heads Held High Under the Sea like we talked about. It's going to be John Silver, Alien Pirate coming in. It's going to be able to give Nikolai, one of
Okay.
Nikolai's characters, Reckless. I believe one of the Hades is going to
Yes.
get Reckless. Oh, Baymax is going to be used here. He's going to challenge and send Doc into the discard.
Banished. oh, oh, oh.
We see a strength of the Raging Fire in Nikolai's hand. I would love to see a Sing of the Strength of the Raging Fire. Could deal 4 damage, could finish off this Baymax, or could we see really, really spicy play? Play the Doc, no trigger, but no! Yes, exactly what he's going to do. He's going to Sing Strength with the Hades, going to deal 4 damage, finish off the Baymax, and then play the Doc, draw 2 cards. I do really like this play, being able to use all the cards in your hand, whatever you draw. Now he's going to be able to play, and here's the Scar. We've seen Luca previously, got rid of it. Got rid of it with your welcome. He's back. And this Scar, I really love this Scar. It gives all ally characters plus 1 strength.
Okay. The situation is terrible for Luca, but I don't think that Luca have a removal or answer for the Nikolai birds.
No, unfortunately. We could potentially here see, like we talked about previously, and we've seen a lot, but no, unfortunately, Luca is going to say, no, I have no outs. We didn't see a single Clarabelle come into play, unfortunately. So Nikolai is going to take game 1.
Yes, we didn't see Clarabelle.
We didn't see Clarabelle. Was unfortunate that Luca decided, and I'd really love to find out. I love to think why, and I know definitely playing against Steel it can be scary, and maybe he didn't want to play the Bobby Zamorski round 1 or game 1, turn 1, because he knew that his opponent could potentially fire the cannons on it. But we didn't see any fire the cannons coming out for Nikolai at all.
Yes, to play Bobby. Yes, of course.
And had a Bobby. I believe he had 2 Bobbies in his hand going into round 2, meaning he could have potentially played a 1-drop after he played Sail the Azurite Sea, but he chose to ink it, which is really interesting. We didn't see a single Clarabelle, meaning maybe he played Vision of the Future, just didn't.
And this is a problem
because take the Clarabelle.
Yes, because Clarabelle is a key card in the deck, and it's so difficult if the players don't see Clarabelle. The face of Luca.
Yeah,
the face of Luca is, it's so sad.
Well, unfortunately, game 1. But we're going to go to game 2. Could Luca take it back, or will Nikolai take this win? Well, we will see. We'll find out. Will we see the Clarabelle this time? Ideally, in this Emerald Sapphire deck, you're going to want to be able to play your 1-drop, play your turn 2 ramp, turn 3, you have 4 ink. You're going to be able to shift the Baymax, and then next turn set up for potentially your Clarabelle shift. And the best thing, because this Sapphire Steel deck is going to want to go fast. It's going to want to go fast, especially against these control type decks. And I know that you're used to playing a lot of control decks like myself, and we're scared of these aggro decks.
We are
We are scared of these aggro decks. But we know they're going to want to go fast, and Nikolai here, he is going to be on the draw, meaning Luca's going first.
Of course.
And we know that. Luca's going to want to hit his turn 1. He's going to want to hit his turn 2.
Yes.
And he's going to want to shift the Baymax to be able to take control of Nikolai's board very early on, to be able to maybe get his Clarabelle. I really want to see that come in for Luca this time.
I hope for Luca that Luca will see Clarabelle in the new game. Yes, because if Nikolai will win this game, Nikolai will win the round, the 5th round. Yes, of course.
5th round, we're bringing you 8 rounds today. All today, such a great day here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna in Italy. Are you enjoying yourself today? You get to be on the English
I'm so
stream.
happy. Yes, this is my first time on international channel. This is my first experience with international caster, and
I'm so happy to be here with you.
I'm so happy to be
I've
here
learned
with
so
you.
much from everyone, and it's so exciting. I am just getting to be here in Bologna, and the atmosphere in this room is incredible. And a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes doing everything, and our judges out there just doing amazing work.
Yes, we are an amazing team. And now
we're already into it. I believe Luca, unfortunately, just inked a card and passed. We didn't see a 1-drop coming in for him.
Okay. Oh, Jasmine, the bicolor Jasmine in the ink to play Happy.
And Happy being evasive on his turn does help with like the possible evasive threats, but not in this matchup. Can potentially help him in if he has matchups
It's
like
a strange
like
power.
Sapphire,
Yes, it's a
Amethyst,
strange
and
power,
stuff like
yes.
that. We is gonna see turn 2 ramp. Bobby Zimaruski going into
Another
the
Bobby
Inkwell.
into the
I
ink.
believe he did have a Clarabelle in his hand. The one drop
I hope that's a
inkable.
Luca.
Could potentially ink a
Clarabelle.
card. If he does have another one drop
Yes.
in hand, could potentially ink another card here. And this is why I love Sail over Tipo sometimes, because you're able to utilize the ink that you ink that turn, because unlike Tipo, it doesn't go inexerted, so you're able to use it. So we could
Yes.
potentially see him
And
ink a
Sail-
card,
Yes, and Sail give us
use the
possi-
card, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Clarabelle coming in potentially and helping Luca here
potentially
set up. He's going to set up for the possible shift that unfortunately we didn't get to
Legendary
see.
Clarabelle.
We didn't get to see game 1. So Luca being on the play here definitely helps him. We're going to see Strength of the Raging Fire into the Inkwell for Nikolai.
play Tipo,
Play Tipo,
yes.
Growing Sun. Mom, look, I'm still growing.
So funny.
Yeah, 2 characters on the board for Nikolai. Luca with Clarabelle on the board next turn.
Yes.
What kind of 4-drop do you want to see here for Luca? Definitely maybe a Donald Duck. If he doesn't want to shift Baymax, maybe he wants to save the Clarabelle for next turn when he is 5-ing.
Yes, I can see the hand of Luca, but I think I think one of possible choice is another ramp, for example, or another Clarabelle, the Clarabelle with cost free,
Yes.
for example. Yes.
Yeah. Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower.
Another
Could see
Sail.
that, but it's gonna be. It is
Yes.
gonna be another Sail. Could ink 2 cards, and we could still see the 3-drop Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower come in. Which, if his opponent, if Nikolai has more cards in his hand, it would help Luca draw an additional card, perhaps to find the Clarabelle if he doesn't have that shift. Heads held high going into the
Heads held
Inkwell.
high, yes.
Yeah, and he's just gonna pass. No quest. Going to want to save that Clarabelle, possibly for next turn, because we all know, and Nikolai probably knows here too, and he's probably fearing next turn. Yeah, we see Nikolai this turn possibly going to want to sing Strength to get rid of this Clarabelle, stop Luca from being able to shift next turn.
It will be a difficult situation for Luca if Nikolai play Strength.
You see
Yes.
it. Sail, the Azurite Sea is going to come in for Nikolai, going to be able to ink
Yes.
2 cards, and exactly we're going to see the Strength come in, going to deal 2 damage to take out that Clarabelle, saying, no, Luca, I don't want you to shift, because if I was in Nikolai's position here, definitely the steel cards you want to see is Strength of the Raging Fire or Fire the Cannons. Strength definitely coming in at the right moment that Luca needed it to be able to get rid of that Clarabelle.
Yes, I didn't see Fire the Cannon in the Nikolai hand.
No, I don't.
For the moment, yeah. The other Clarabelle.
The other
yes.
Clarabelle.
This is Clarabelle is a great Clarabelle because give the possibility to Luca, to players that look one top card of the deck, and
because if your opponent has more cards in their hand,
yes, of course,
you can
have
draw an
more
additional
cards
card,
in your hand.
but also just helping him get more bodies on the board, potentially setting up for the Clarabelle shift later on, or just more to get buddies on the board to be able to compete here with Nikolai, because we already know
in the board.
yes, we see the Jasmine, the dual ink Jasmine. Have you gotten the chance to test with this card?
Another ink with Sail, the Azure Sea, and Nikolai thinking. Thinking what is the best choice for the moment.
Yeah, because he knows right now he has more characters on the board. He's going to want to keep it that way. Tipo here going to quest. Could potentially
Tipo
quest
going
with
to
Happy
quest.
as well. We're just going to quest with Tipo and pass back to Luca, who, if he does have the Clarabelle, we could see it happen. We didn't see it game 1, but we could see it game 2. And Luca really needing here.
Yes, but now Luca have the right number for shift Clarabelle because have 5 cards in the ink. Yes, of course.
Yeah, could also perhaps ink an additional card.
Of course.
And then maybe have John Silver, Alien Pirate, to give an opposing character Reckless.
Shift
We're not going to see
Baymax.
any of that at all.
Oh!
Clarabelle is going to challenge Tipo and Baymax, and his shift ability being if you shift this character, you can clear all damage of it.
Yes. It's a good ability
Absolutely.
for this Baymax.
Mhm.
I'm so in love with this ability.
Yeah, and Luca being able to clear a character off Nikolai's board, helping him restabilize and gain control. But that Jasmine is going to quest, meaning Nikolai is going to be able to trigger its ability.
Yes. And now?
I've really
This
liked
is an
the
important
use of
moment.
this Jasmine card in these decks because the ally synergy that we didn't previously maybe get to utilize before, people are
Did
finally
you
getting to
testing
use
this
it.
Jasmine card? Did you test this Jasmine?
I love Sapphire.
Okay.
I've tested a bit of everything, and I
Okay.
think next to Amber Steel, I've really enjoyed playing
Oh.
Sapphire Steel, just
Okay.
purely because you can do the Jasmine shift, and it's so much fun.
Yes. Because it's
getting
so beautiful
it's
card.
so beautiful, and
Yes.
getting to use this new Scar and the Jasmine together in just ally synergy has been working so beautifully.
Yes, of course. Okay.
Yeah, Nikolai going to be taking
Yes.
a Pleakley into his hand from Jasmine's ability. We're going to ink the Pleakley, not going to play it. Oh, to play Vincenzo!
Yes, Vincenzo on the board. I'm
Yeah.
so happy because Vincenzo is a usually name in Italy, and yeah, that's a typical name in Italy, and it's a famous name in Italy.
And such a great character in Treasure Planet. And this
Yes.
Vincenzo
Vincenzo.
Glimmer
Yes.
coming into the board for Nikolai.
Vincenzo.
And such a powerhouse of a card for
Yes,
him.
of course.
A 2 strength, 8 willpower with 3 lore. But it's going to be Hades Infernal
Yes.
Schemer coming in for Luca.
Okay, this is the moment of Nikolai, and Nikolai thanks. Oh.
Yeah, we're going to see this new legendary
Scar.
Scar come in, giving ally characters +1 strength.
Oh,
But Nikolai is going to be able to
Nikolai
quest here
use
for
Vincenzo
3.
to quest. Of course, of course.
Of course.
It's a better choice because Vincenzo have a great body. 2-8 of body as a big body.
Yeah. And Luca here is going to find it difficult to get rid of this Vincenzo as it has such a high willpower.
Yes.
Would love to see another Hades perhaps come in to be able to send that into the inkwell, or another card which we've seen previously in other games, like You're Welcome, being able to come in and get rid of the card, shuffle it back into the deck. Yes, it will give your opponent more characters.
Yes.
But
Luca decided to play another Sail the Azure Sea. Oh, it's interesting.
yeah,
Thanks.
he's going to be able to draw a card, could ink 2 cards. So if
I
he
think
does
that
choose
the
to ink 2 cards,
yes.
perhaps
I
he was
think
trying to draw into the Hades Infernal Schemer,
Yes.
another one, to be able to play it. But it's going to be tough here to get rid of this Scar and this
Yes.
Vincenzo on the board, and just a Hades on the board for Luca. And it's 7 lore. 7 lore in the lead for
Yeah.
Nikolai. Already has that game 1 win. But Luca being on the
7
play
lore
this turn.
is so many lore for Nikolai because Luca is 0 for
And
the
if-
moment. Yes.
Yeah, if Luke is not able to clear any of the characters next turn, Nikolai is going to be able to quest for 5.
Oh, it's so dangerous to Luca.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, Louis.
It's Louis.
Louis is
Louis and Nick
Louis.
Wild coming into the board. That's Louis, and he has the support ability.
Yes.
But he also quests for 2.
I'm so happy for this meta because I saw so many support cards in the different deck, and it is beautiful.
Yeah, we've seen the Basil previously in other Sapphire decks coming in.
Yes.
And this support mechanic, I've really loved how this post-rotation, it's really getting its time to shine.
Yes, this is the moment of support. I think that the deck of Luca not have a good things for him.
Yeah, and normally in decks like these, the Emerald Sapphire is going
Yes.
to want to ramp as quickly as possible and gain as much ink in their inkwell to be able to play the big 7-drop cards like Carabel, like Hades, like Basil to bounce the opposing characters back to their hand. We could potentially here see an Under the Sea. And we could see a heads held high Under the Sea, which would really help Luca get back into the game and clear Nikolai's board. We could see Hades sing heads held high. We're just going to see him hard cast Under the Sea. It's going to only send
Under the Sea, to banish Vincenzo, but no, because
it's not actually going to do
there
that
is
at
a Scar,
all. Because Scar has the ability to give your other ally characters +1 strength. So unfortunately, Under the Sea is not going to send anything under the deck. So Luca is going to be having to choose here. Very unfortunate play there.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, these new cards are tricky as well. If you haven't seen a lot of them.
Yes, because Scar have a great ability and
coming into tournaments like these, you're not expecting to see a lot of Sapphire Steel, and Luca really threatening a lot of lore here next turn.
Yes,
going
and
to
now
be
Nikolai
able to quest
stop
here.
all song, all action. Oh, this is a difficult choice.
This is why I love playing with Amber Steel and Sapphire Steel. Knowing exactly when to play the Pete at the right moment is so key to be able to stopping these Emerald Sapphire decks, especially. But he did have the Carabel in hand. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to play it in time.
arrived in the
just unfortunately a little bit too late. Would have loved to see maybe a heads held high, perhaps another Hades, or even the Basil, the 7-cost Inkable Basil to be able to bounce cards back to his hand. Perhaps a You're Welcome to be able to get rid of that. But that Pete coming in on the board.
Welcome in the last match.
No, unfortunately not. But that Pete coming in at such a good time to be able to stop him from playing any actions next turn. Unfortunately, even if he had another heads held high on his sea, he didn't. Unfortunately, he had a Clarabelle and a Donald Duck in hand, wasn't able to do anything to stop Nikolai having Story on board to be able to quest for the. So it's going to be round 5, playing Sapphire Steel. Okay, coming into this something not expected. I've seen a lot of Sapphire Steel.
No, but I'm so happy for the Sapphire Steel. I'm so happy because it's one of the most favorite deck of Italian community. And I have a question for you.
Okay.
What is your prediction for this tournament?
My prediction. Okay, so I talked a lot with Joe about this earlier, and I have predicted Amber Steel.
Amber Steel will win?
I think so. We saw Amber Steel take the win at the first DLC in Lille last year, and I've lost my Ruby Sapphire. It doesn't play the way it did, but we know there's some Ruby Sapphire in the room, which would be really awesome. And we ourselves put up a little team, a little fantasy draft between all of the casters and hosts here. And when
you are on the top.
When we checked in with it earlier, I was on the top. Am I still on the top?
Yes.
I am still on the top.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to shuffle Eric.
I am in the last position, but I don't have one player because one player dropped the tournament.
Unfortunately, one of Eric's team members, because we did this yesterday, we put it together. It has been so much fun, and I've been cheering for everyone in the room, and it was so much fun when we got to draft our teams together because we all had a list of players.
It was a funny moment.
Yes. We had like the whole full list, and we all had very similar players in mind. And
I'm so jealous for Michele Cirelli.
Yes, I kept giving out to Baker and Spessy and Kawa and Rebecca because they kept taking all of the players I really wanted for my team, but I think I put together a pretty good team. Not gonna lie, and I'm so happy for myself right now because I'm in the lead. Not to brag, but it's so much fun.
You have a great squad. You have a great team.
Squad. I have such a great team. And Atlantis, I've seen her previously. She in my opinion, has played so great over Season 1. Okay. She was able to get top 32 in Lille last season, but she has been working so hard, and I'm so proud of her. She played last week in Cardiff CCQ.
Yes.
We saw her get top 16. But everyone here today, they're playing so amazing, and players are just so excited to get to be here, get to play. I am so excited to get to be here.
It's
get
a
to
great
cast,
immersion.
Get to cast with you. Hi. I have learned so much, and it's just been so much fun. And even we have this fabulous Elsa.
Yes.
Can
I
this is one of the
show
prizes.
this beautiful playmat? Wow.
I think you have to.
This is a beautiful Elsa.
Oh, we have a backup game coming in very shortly. I'm excited. But what was your prediction coming into this? What deck did
for
you
the
think?
win.
Yes, for the win.
Oh, it's a good question. I think is one of the most strange deck for
Okay.
this tournament is Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
I'm in love
okay.
with Emerald Sapphire, and I think that Emerald Sapphire have a good choice, good strategies, and yes.
Because I know we lost our Be
removal.
Prepared. We lost our Sisu in the core constructed, but we still have that under the sea, which
Because
is really
we were
nice
a
to see.
player to
Yes, we were.
Ruby Sapphire.
But
to
we're not going to
item
see.
Ruby Sapphire.
We're not going to see your prediction in this game. Our second feature match going to come in, and it's going to be Amber Emerald versus Amber Steel.
Oh.
And I've tested a lot of Amber Steel. We played a little bit against each other yesterday, and this Amber Emerald deck, I like to call it the underdog deck because it plays a lot of dogs.
Yes. Yes, of course. And the deck of Thibaut is a correct pronunciation? I think so. I think it's the new Amber Steel, more aggressive with, yes.
Especially with our new cards we got this set, not the Tiana, we had her before, but she's
Yes,
getting
of
her
course.
time to shine. The Aurora and the Nala coming in this new set 9 Fabled, those cards can be really strong against these decks. But these Amber Emerald decks are potentially playing those removal songs like Under the Sea, like You're Welcome, can come in, can clear the other player's board, because we know for Amber Steel they're going to have a lot of low strength characters, and that Under the Sea comes in, it's going to clear.
But what
all
do you
the
think
characters
about
with 2 strength
Tiana
or
card?
less. Tiana, personally, because I've been playing a lot of her, I love her.
Okay.
I know you haven't liked her. You've been testing a lot of Amethyst Sapphire.
Yes, I know.
And how do you feel about? How have you been feeling about Tiana?
Oh, Tiana is a good choice, a good card for all players that play Amber Steel. But it's yes, it's unthinkable, but it's a great and good choice for all player of Amber Steel. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and I do like. I've had a lot of fun testing. I've tested a lot of decks to try and find my deck this set. And in my testing, I have tested a good bit of Amber Emerald. And I have had a lot of fun playing it, because you can play cards like Bobby Zimmerowski to draw a card. And the card I've seen here in Andrea's hand, the Lilo, the Bobby Zimmerowski could be used to discard it, and you could play it from the discard. We're going to see Lady.
Lady in Italian is Lily.
Lily?
Yes,
That
Lily.
is so beautiful.
Because the title of the film is Lily e il vagabondo.
That is so pretty.
Yes.
I've learned so much already. Yeah, we're going to see that turn 1 Aurora coming in for T-Bolt. Going to be able to play Princess character for 1 less. So we could see perhaps the Mulan, the Steel Mulan coming in. Going to be able to draw a card, discard a card.
Oh, another lady ding.
It's going to be that Tiana, the turn 2
hi, Tiana.
The
Hi,
reason
Tiana.
why I've loved this new Aurora card is exactly for this reason. Being able to play this Tiana turn 2
This
is
new
so
Aurora
strong.
is so strong in combo with Tiana. Yes.
And this lady, if she has 3 strength or more, is going to be able to quest for +2. So this turn, if Andrea Alberto,
Andrea is correct.
Andrea
of course.
Alberto,
Andrea Alberto Mucci.
is Italian.
Yes, it's Italian.
Is going to be able to quest for 3 if Lady had 3 strength. But no, we're going to see the Ursula Deceiver,
course.
another reprint card this set. Would have been able, if T-Bolt in hand had a strength of the Raging Fire, would have been able to discard a card from hand, which ideally is great for him to stop the Tiana singing a possible
singing
strength
as-
of the Raging
yes,
Fire.
Yes, because I saw. Oh, Nala.
Yeah,
Nala
the
is another good card for Ember Steel.
Yeah.
Because I have more lore.
Yeah, when she has no damage on her, she's going to be able to
Yes,
quest for 3
For
and
free. It's
has
insane.
resist 1 when there's no damage. But T-Bolt's going to be able to quest with the Tiana here.
Oh, improvise in the ink. And another Nala.
Yeah, it's the other Nala that we had previously, just a 0-4, 0 strength, 4 willpower. But she is such, the high willpower makes it difficult to get rid of. Meaning, even if T-Bolt here had a strength, he's going to need to establish another character on board. But then you're going to be like, do I want to waste my strength of the Raging Fire on the Nala? But that Nala's going to be hard to get rid of. Or we could see a bigger tramp
It's
come
the best choice for Thibaut quests with all characters.
He's going to want to put on the pressure here. We do see fire the cannons, and then it's going to be double
Double
fire
the
the cannons. It's going to send the tramp.
Tramp,
We see
bye-bye.
we do see Lady Miss Park Avenue in the hand of Andrea, meaning he could play that next turn and take back 2 characters from the discard with 2 cost or less.
Oh, and I'll pay for free.
Going to play for 3. We're going to see the Emerald Chromicon come in.
Oh.
I've really loved the use of this card in particular because
It not usually see this card.
we
during
haven't
the
really
game.
seen
Yes.
it previously, but in these Amber Emerald
Okay.
decks, we're seeing a lot of this card, which is why it's going to be calling a Chromodog deck.
Chromodog deck.
Chromodog deck.
That's a
So
good
that if
name.
Theobald decides to banish any...
the next game. Yes. Okay.
Okay. We're not...
Okay, we're
something
here.
happened. Okay.
Yes, it's so fast game. Yes.
Extremely fast, especially with Amber Steel. We know that's a fast-paced deck. They're going to want to race their opponent when you're against, especially when you're against the more controlled decks like Emerald Sapphire. They're going to want to hit their turn 1, hit their turn 2 ramp. They take a bit of time to get started. Whereas a lot of these decks, these 2 decks in particular, they're so fast-paced.
Yes.
They're going to be going extremely fast, which is why it's so great to have that we get to bring you, and I'm so happy we get to bring you like 2 feature matches to get to showcase you some of these great cards and some of these underdog decks that I was talking about that we don't really get to see because they're so fast paced. We don't want you sitting here staring at us the whole time.
Yes, the next game. I think that this deck after Fable, after the first rotation, are so fast. And now we have another games with Thibaut and Andrea Alberto Mucci.
Another card I particularly like in these Amber Emeralds decks is Go Go Tamago. And she, when you play her, do you know what her ability is called? Stop whining, woman up, and you can play 2 to gain the lore equal to the damage on an opposing character.
Wow. I'm in love with Go-Go.
Go
Yes.
Tamago.
Go-Go.
Does she have an Italian name?
No, the name is similar. Yes, because the name it's Go-Go Tomago. But the pronunciation that the Italian people use is Go-Go Tomago.
Go-Go
and
Tamago.
Not Go-Go Tomago, yes.
From Big Hero 6.
Big Hero 6 is the same, yes.
Both players going to be altering their hands. Andrea keeping a lot of cards here. He's going to want to be playing perhaps a 1-cost lady.
Yes.
Could see a Nala come in. Perhaps he's playing the Daisy. We didn't see a Daisy come in. But ideally for T-Bolt here, he's going to be wanting to play his Aurora, if he has his Aurora. And we could potentially see the turn 2 Tiana come in again. If he's able to play an Aurora, quest with the Aurora and play a Princess for free. Or another really strong 2-drop is that Nala, the 2-cost uninkable Nala with no damage, and I see it in his hand. But does he have a 1-drop? He's going to be able to play.
Nala without damage is so strong. Okay. Andrea thinking. Hi, Andrea. How do you feel about this new deck after rotation?
Amber Steel.
Yes.
I miss a whole new world.
Okay.
I do.
Yes, of
It
course.
was a lot of fun, and
Me
I miss
too.
Ariel. But I feel like because it's so paced, people think, oh, you're just gonna turn your character
Yes, of
sideways,
course.
and that's why I love it, because it's those decisions players need to make to be able to decide, when do I quest, when do I sing, when do I turn my character sideways to be able to quest, to be able to sing, because you're gonna leave yourself open for your the other player to be able to come in and challenge and banish your characters. Have you yourself gotten to play any Amber Steel or these decks?
Oh, yes, but I don't testing more Amber Steel because it's not my favorite deck. Do you know? Do you know what is my favorite deck? Of course. And now we can see a Lily or Lady is the same on the Andrea board.
Yeah, and I like this one-drop Lady because setting up for the future Miss Park Avenue coming in.
Yes.
If Andrea has cards that in his discard, she would be able to take them back into his hand, and also helps refilling his hand. Mulan going into the Inkwell. The turn 1 Daisy Duck can be so great against decks with the Emeralds, because we know they have Under the Sea. We know they have You're Welcome. Being able to play Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, hit the big prize, Daisy's ability. If Theobald is able to quest with Daisy Duck here, if he can hit an Under the Sea and send it to the bottom of the deck, can definitely help him.
The
stop
trigger
his
of Daisy is
opponent.
insane, yes. I think that we will see another fast match.
I believe so. It looks like both players here. It is 1-1. I believe we are in game 3 of this.
Yes, of course.
Because must have been fast. We jumped straight to game 3. There's also the 1-drop Rhino in hand for Theobald. Could play the 1-drop and then further on set up perhaps for a shift Rhino.
Yes,
But he's going to play Ursula Deceiver. Andrea going to be able to see the hand.
Yes.
No songs in hand. Not going to be able to discard anything, but does get to look at his. Going to be able to look at his hand to be able to see what perhaps he's going to do next. We do see the Jim Deere, who is a bodyguard, a 2-cost bodyguard, going to be able to perhaps play that this turn. Going to be able to protect his Daisy. Is not going to be able to be taken out by any challenges.
Of course. I saw in the Thibaut hand a shift of Rhino.
Yeah,
yes,
he
I
does
think
have
it's
the
a shift
shift
of
Rhino,
Rhino.
and we did see previously the turn before
Yes.
he did have the 1-cost Rhino, so
Oh.
could play the 1-cost this turn, and then next turn perhaps shift Rhino.
Oh, whoa.
And having that 4 strength shift Rhino, and he has resist
Oh no, it's
too.
a little Rhino. Sorry, it's a little. But
I believe he has both.
I can see a shift Rhino, a big Rhino.
We're gonna
Lady in the
Lady into the ink. He's gonna exert 1 ink. Could we see him play the Rhino? Gonna be able to -1 strength off an
Yes.
opposing character. Yes, that's exactly what we're gonna see. The 1-drop Rhino is gonna come in, gonna -1 strength off the Lady, and then next turn, Theobald could be setting himself up to be able to shift Rhino, and that Rhino having resist 2 when he has no damage.
Oh!
Such a wide board here being set up for Andrea. 2 ladies.
0 free.
Yeah, and whenever you play a character, a lady gains 1 strength. So if Andrea here is able to ink a card, perhaps, and well, he could have. He's going to choose to pass, but I would have loved to have been able to see maybe him ink another card. But we're only on turn 2, so that was not going to happen.
I know.
But next turn, if Andrea is able to perhaps play a tramp to give his lady more strength, we could see him quest for a lot of lore here.
Yes, and Thibaut getting the ink.
We see a Fire the Cannons in the hand for Theobald. Could see that. It's going to be Jim Deere going into the Inkwell. We could see Shift Rhino here. Could potentially challenge that Ursula.
Oh.
And Rhino having resist 2, meaning he's not going to be able to take any damage. And we could still see Jim Deere that has been put into the inkwell. That 1 ink remaining after this shift Rhino could be used to use
Rhino
this
challenge
fire the cannons.
Ursula, of course.
Yeah, but I do like the decision from Thibault here to just say, no, play it slow. I'll get rid of the Ursula. There's 3 ladies on board. And a Daisy Duck, Donald's date just came in, keeping this fire the cannons to be able to use it. With the tramp coming in, he's going to be able to give a lady +1, plus the number of strength of other characters in play, meaning the lady's going to be able to take out that Rhino.
Whoa. And T-Bone have only Daisy here in the bird. But Andrea have a strange, great
Having
bird.
a wide board state here, Andrea was able to regain control, get rid of the Rhino, and we're going to see Nala coming in, and it's going to be the fire the cannons. 2 damage onto that lady.
Yes,
And
fire the cannon is here.
Yeah, we're going to quest with that Daisy Duck.
Oh. Okay.
Or not a quest, he did challenge with the Daisy Duck, as the lady has 3 willpower. We are going to see that shift lady, Miss Park Avenue coming in for Andrea Alberto. He's going to be able to return 2 character cards from his discard into his hand, which cost 2 ink or less. Yeah, Andrea really being able to keep his characters on board here. That lady coming in, that lady shifts, and she's a 5 cost but can shift for 3. And just going to be a Tiana coming on the board for Theobald. Doesn't want to quest with the Nala, not going to risk being able to take that out. And it's going to be another Ursula Deceiver.
Welcome to
Andrea
Tiana.
wants to have a look at that hand. No strength so far for Theobald. Not going to be able to clear these characters very well.
Yes. It's so hard to Thibault because Andrea have so many characters in the board, and and have just 8 lore.
Being able to play so many 1-drops so early on, really filling up his board state, and then being able to shift Lady to bring more characters from his discard back to his hand, just really gaining the control of the board state here. And just a Tiana and a Nala left on the board for T-Bolt. Now, this Tiana, if she does quest, would give -3 strength to opposing characters.
Lily and another Nala.
Yeah, this lady, this 3-cost inkable lady, gonna come in, gonna be able to play this Nala for free, and any card that says play for free, I love it. And both of these having 2 lore, Nala gonna be able to quest for an additional lore if she has no damage, also has resist +1 with no damage. Thibault really building back up a board here, going to put back on the pressure for Andrea.
I think so. In the Andrea hands, there is on a go Tomago.
I believe so.
Yes.
With such a wide board state here for Andrea.
Yes.
It's going to be difficult for Thibault to be able to come out. Yeah,
of course.
Doesn't even need to trigger Go Tamago's ability. He's just going to play it to the board, being able to have Story on board, then potentially next turn he's going to be able to take this game 3. Unfortunately for Thibault, there's not a whole lot he's going to be able to do to be able to get rid of this, sadly.
Yes,
we lost our big board wipe tools like grab your swords to be able to deal 2 to each opposing characters. We're going to see Penny go into the inkwell. He's going to play the duck. Perhaps he's looking to draw into the strength of the raging fire. And he did. Playing the duck, he top decked that strength of the raging fire. But is it too late? It's 17 lore to 5, and unfortunately, it's just a little bit too late for Thibault. Andrea's going to take the win. The strength just didn't come in when he needed it, unfortunately. And being able to build up such a wide board state, those tramps coming in to give his lady more strength to be able to take out the opposing threats on the other side of the board. And being able to know
for the strength. Yes, of course.
And why I love some of these underdog decks, because your opponent not really going to, yes, we expected a lot of Amber Steel, yes, we expected a lot of Emerald Sapphire, we also expected a lot of Sapphire Amethyst, perhaps.
Yes,
But we didn't expect a lot of Amber Emerald going into this, perhaps. So maybe not as Amber Steel into that matchup quite difficult, because both players are going to be wanting to build such a wide board state. They're going to be wanting to quest as quickly as possible to be able to defeat their opponent. But also, he didn't even need an Under the Sea.
Yes.
He didn't even need to use it. He had so many characters on board.
Yes,
he
because
was just
Under the Sea is a key card for the deck.
Yeah.
And I saw I saw Under the Sea in the Andrea hands for one moment.
Yeah, but we're going to be able to join our fellow casters and hosts over to the interview area to get the winners over there to find out their thoughts on the deck.
Yes.
So we'll see them over there.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. I'm with the wonderful Rebecca, and we are also joined by a gentleman who is now on a pretty good run. We've got Nikolai from Germany. My friend, first of all, congratulations on another win. One step closer to hopefully cementing top cuts. But we've got to talk to you about your deck choice, because it's not one of the most popular decks in the room. Sapphire Steel in the past has been incredibly popular back in the days of Fortisphere and Popsicle and Tamatoa, but you have taken it into post-rotation. Loved seeing the Scar Future King, loved seeing the Vincenzo. Please tell us why you brought that deck today. What led to that decision?
Because I love Steel. I think Steel is the best color in the game to make damage, to deal damage on every character from the opponent. And I think Scar was in this new set is an incredible card, incredible character. I love his ability. Your allies becomes +1 strength, and you can banish them and draw 16 cards maybe. One game today I draw 17 cards.
17?
17 cards.
Didn't deck out.
But I didn't deck out, yes. And it's makes so much fun. And the best other color for Scar is Sapphire.
Yep.
So I can use this ability and made ally deck. Yes. So I can, yes.
A lot of great support characters in there. Is it Huey, Dewey, or Louie? Which one is it with support?
Louis.
Is it Louie? Excellent. So that's it. How many scars are you running?
4.
4. Okay, so you're all in on the Future King. Rebecca, please take it away.
Okay, speaking of 4, you have 4 Sail the Azurite Sea, and you played all 4 Sail the Azurite Sea in the first game. What were you thinking as you were drawing and playing Sail over and over again?
I hope for another card and for the other card, and then it was another Sail, and then okay, I can ramp onto Hades Vincenzo with Sail. And I had a dog as well in hand, so I knew I can play dog when I need it, but I can ramp first and hope for Vincenzo or Hades.
And how is playtesting this Sapphire Steel deck?
Yeah, how long have you been on this list?
I want to know, how are you feeling about the different matchups today? We know there's a lot of Amethyst Sapphire out there. You were playing against the Emerald Sapphire. How are you feeling about playing this deck in this room today?
Against Green Blue, Sapphire Emerald, it's a little bit difficult actually, because when I draw 17 cards with Scar, Clarabelle on the other side
also draws a lot of cards.
Hey, me too. I will also draw 17 cards, and then it's not really strong for me, because when I play against this deck, I want to keep my hand small, so that Clarabelle can draw much cards. But against Blurple or Purple Steel, I can draw until 17, 20 cards and because they can't change my hand, my cards in hand. But against really fast decks like Amber Steel or Emerald Amber, it's really hard. But when I have the curve and the best card in my deck is Tinkerbell, MVP is Tinkerbell, because when she is there, nobody is questing on the other side and to deal to damage to another character when she banished one is really important.
Do you think that people are underestimating Sapphire Steel?
Yeah, I think they are thinking there's just Purple Steel or Blurple and that's the best deck. But I think Sapphire Steel is also really strong. And I think when I have the curve, when I can ramp until to 7 ink and have my cards like Hades and Vincenzo, I think I can beat them. I can win this game.
Win most matchups. Amazing.
That's great. And you have won all your matches today so far. 5-0. You are one match win away from making it to day 2. How are you feeling right now?
It's really amazing, unbelievable, because it's my best stats from a big tournament. My last tournament, DSC, was in Bochum last year, and I had 3 wins. And but I practiced much in the last year, and now I'm really happy to be here, 5-0, and now one last match.
One more.
One more. Do you have like a group of friends that you do playtesting with and practicing?
Yes, I have a team, Team Iconic.
Yeah, you can shout out your team. That's fine.
Yeah, we most of them are here. We are together, flew together here from Germany, and we are a lot of testing, practice, and play against each other, help each other, and make a lot of fun when we have a team where 10 people in our team, and make so much fun when we are all together, our practice days, and can help each other, and yeah.
Amazing. Before we let you go, Nikolai, other than your team, is there anyone that you'd like to shout out? Any thank yous? Anything? Just take a moment. The spotlight's yours.
Yeah, I would say thank you to my girlfriend, Miriam. She was also in stream in Bochum last year. And yeah, to all my friends of my team, Team Iconic.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for chatting with us, and good luck the rest of the tournament. And we are going to go wrap up this little interview, and we'll be back with more.
We've got more Disney Lorcana. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Illuminateers. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. I am so excited to be here. Finally, we get to cast a game together, Kim.
We get to cast a game together. We're bringing you round 6. Players are getting ready. They're sitting down. I'm super excited.
I'm so excited.
We're over halfway there today. We're going to see players who are able to score the points of 18 or more, making it into day 2, and then we'll go into top 32.
Indeed, yes. And like this is round 6, there are some players that could go 6-0 here, securing them their spot in day 2. Kim, I just came from an absolutely crazy game. I was watching some of the matches happening on the floor, and I was looking for my good friend, Moyen. And I couldn't believe who he was playing. It was Moyen versus Zan Syed. It was absolutely crazy. By the time I joined them, they were on game 3. The game went to time. And Zan got the win in the end. It was the crowd of people. There was people standing on chairs trying to watch this game. It was absolutely insane.
Was the game over before time, or did it go to turns?
It went to time. It was about 1 or 2 turns, but the game was incredibly intense.
Crazy.
But these are the pairings, these are the matchups that you want to see. For example, you played a lot of the DLCs last year.
Indeed.
You did very well. You were in your feature match, round 1 at DLC Birmingham, and you played a player called Vincent.
Yes.
Vincent was also just playing round 5 versus
I have to go see Vincent.
versus a very, very strong player, the world champion. So there's all of these games happening as well. But I do believe, tell me a little bit more, you just finished casting a Sapphire Steel game. How was that?
Sapphire Steel, and I loved the inclusion of the new scar.
Yes,
You got to see a little bit of ally synergy, being able to utilize that. The dual ink Jasmine coming into play was able to just do its thing so fast. They were able to gain so much lore so quickly. Unfortunately, the Emerald Sapphire player just didn't have the Clarabelle shift line, wasn't able to do the heads held high, sing under the sea, to be able to do the thing that Emerald Sapphire does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Emerald Sapphire player. I know the struggle sometimes if you don't hit your shift Clarabelle. Sometimes like you literally need the head high and under the sea combo to completely clear the opponent's board.
We also had such the powerhouse of a card, Vincenzo. And is it Vincenzo? Because Erica told me that it's a very popular Italian name as well. So she was really happy to see that card come in. And he has 3 lore, ultimately sealed the Sapphire Steel players.
Yeah. So this is the deck that we're talking about on screen right now. So this is Emerald Sapphire. You guys have seen it all weekend.
Yeah,
couple of games on
cards.
broadcast.
A lot of, I believe it was among the top 3 of the most represented decks here this weekend, which I'm not surprised to see. Originally, it was my prediction coming into this weekend for it to win, but I've changed. I changed my mind. I changed my mind when I was talking about it with Joe earlier on this morning, and I believe Amber Steel could take the win today.
I think so.
I didn't ask you your. I know you've been playing a lot of this deck, the Emerald Sapphire, and I've talked a lot. I've asked all the other characters, what the other casters and hosts, what their prediction is coming into this weekend. What was your deck prediction coming into this weekend, and what deck do you think is going to take the win here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna?
It's very tricky. I think the safest answer is always Blurple, Sapphire, Amethyst, but as an Emerald Sapphire player, I would love to see that. I do want to highlight, Kim, we have some artist spotlights we want to talk about here.
Because not only are we celebrating the main event here this weekend, but there's so many side events happening, and there's meet and greets with artists and the players, not even just players, but we've so many attendees here this weekend, and you can go meet the artists who designed your favorite cards and get them signed.
Meet the game developers as well, which is super cool.
With the game developers, and I was talking to some of the game developers earlier on today, and we have Levi and Tomo, and I was talking to Tomo earlier, and she was like, played against one of the players who pulled an enchanted Hades right in front of her, and his girlfriend was standing behind him just screaming, going,
oh my God,
enchanted Hades, because it's such a stunning card.
Oh yeah, that enchanted is absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, it's great to see game devs come out to these events. I'm sure, you know, they'll switch it up as we get to like DLC Milwaukee, the future challenges within Europe.
Yeah.
It's just such a unique opportunity,
and it's
right?
so beautiful for them as well to be able to come and see the European community. And it's been so long since Worlds, it's been so long since EU Continentals. It's probably the last time we really all got to gather here.
Yep.
And the atmosphere is just immense. And I've been loving just getting to walk around the halls. I've got to chat a bit with the artists. I got my Aurora Epic signed.
Okay.
And we've so much coming in the future as well.
Yes, whispers.
I've heard some whispers.
Whispers are coming. Whispers in the
Whispers in
well.
the well.
We're going to have a little bit of a preview on October 14th
Yeah.
on the official Disney Lorcana Twitch channel. More information coming very, very soon. We can see this stunning art of Ariel. We have the Detective Mickey making a return. We also have Gargoyles. Kim, I know you've been a big fan of Gargoyles, rewatching it kind of recently. Have you been enjoying it?
I've been loving it so much because there's such key, and because we've been doing a lot of traveling. I watched a lot of it on my flight on the way over here. I had to run from one plane. I had to get 2 flights to get here. I had to run from one plane to the other plane, but I had to pause my Gargoyles right in the middle of such an intense scene where I'm like, when I watch the show, I'm just like, that could be a Lorcana card. That could be coming.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard the whispers. I want the whispers of the well, and I'm so excited. So be sure that you tune in to the Lorecast to be able to find out what's coming.
Indeed, yeah. I'm super excited for Whispers in the Well. You know, like, Fabled has been absolutely amazing. Like, this rotation has been essential and critical for the core constructed format. Really brought Blurple to the forefront, but like you think about it previously, and Sapphire Amethyst wasn't like one of the top decks, right? So it really changed things up. We looked at the metagame breakdown earlier, and the deck that did the best in the previous challenges, for example, Ruby Sapphire, one of your favorite decks, there was one brave person
I saw that
playing
there was
that
one
deck.
person,
Yep.
and Ruby Sapphire has my heart, and it has my heart for a long time. And I do hope there's going to be a huge Infinity side event
Oh, yeah.
happening tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope those people get to bring back out their Be Prepared, bring back out their Sisu, their Hirams. Bring it back, bring it back.
Yeah.
It's going to be so much fun
Hirams
to
and
see.
Fortispheres,
But
yeah.
I'm really proud of that brave person.
Oh, yeah.
Still
Oh,
bringing
yeah.
Ruby Sapphire.
Huge props to them.
Coming the two. I believe there was 2 Amber Rubies.
Yes, there was. And one was on feature
one
match.
was on feature match, and that
yeah.
was amazing to get to see that. I got to interview him, and it was super interesting to hear his thoughts about the deck. I love the surprise factor.
Oh, yeah,
If you sit down, as soon as you sit down, because we've played a lot of these DLCs last season, and it's super excited to get to be on this side of it.
Oh, yeah.
To watch from this side, to get to bring it and share it with you Illumineers at home. It's so exciting, but I love the surprise factor of getting to sit down across from your opponent, not knowing what they're playing. And the last thing you're going to expect them to pull out is an Amber card and a Ruby card. And they'll just take you by surprise, because you're not going to know how to play around that. It's not something I've tested against. I'm sure it's not something a lot of players here have tested against. And I've been loving to see that. But you know what there was?
What?
There was 4 Amber Sapphire decks in the room.
So you were very happy.
I was very happy. I'm very excited, and I hope perhaps one of them will make it into day 2.
Yeah, moving into the future as well, like you have to remember, Amber Sapphire, for example, has some pretty good cards in my opinion, like Restoring the Heart, which is a dual link card, another dual link card, Ludwig von Drake,
Yes.
which is really, really great. As we start to get more songs and more actions, that card is going to be particularly good. But yeah, taking another look at this meta game breakdown for day 1 here at DLC Bologna. Of course, Blurple, the most represented deck of the day. Amber Steel following in second place, then Emerald Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, Amber Emerald, and the Emerald deck is, I think, is performing quite well. I'm super excited to see, tomorrow morning, and then as we get to the top 32, what's the conversion rate? How many of these Sapphire Amethysts have made it? How many of these Sapphire Steels, Emerald Steels make it in today?
Maybe
2?
that very one brave Ruby Sapphire player will do it. Maybe they can do it. Maybe they'll make it.
From what I heard, one of the players on the floor was telling me that at the time I asked, I think they were 3-2. So they're not out yet.
They're not out.
They're not
Absolutely
out yet.
not. Players needing to get a total of 18 points to make it into day 2 tomorrow. And then, of course, after more rounds of Swiss, best of 3, we are going to cut into our top 32, which I just can't wait to see what decks will be.
It's going to be amazing.
Are you surprised? Definitely, I'm not surprised by the amount of Amethyst, Sapphire
No.
that showed
I'm
up today.
not.
I expected to see a lot of it.
I'm not surprised. I've heard some people say that they expected like a little bit more, a little bit less. I think there's a decent amount of Amber Steel. And Amber Steel is the type of deck that can really tackle Sapphire Amethyst, this Blurple deck, especially if you win your dice roll, if you're on the play. It's pretty good. But, I mean, with any deck, you need to be hitting the key cards that you need, right? You need to be hitting your Strength of Raging Fires. You need to be hitting your Docks. Dock is like the most essential card to keep your engine going. And I want to give another shout out. I feel like Baker shouted this player so much, but they really deserve it.
They do.
Shout out to Sky over in the United States, the winner of the previous CCQ. Because what I love about these players is, like, you know, Sky won this event. He has an amazing Amber Steel deck, but he's constantly innovating, constantly trying more things. So, for example, in his most recent list, we saw the inclusion of the Lilo Escape Artist.
Yes, we did.
That 2-cost incubable 1/2 that quests for 2. Once it's in the discard, you can pay 2 to replay it, but it enters play exerted. And that's just like sometimes the little bit of pressure, the last bit of lore that you need to close out the game. So,
especially because you can play it before drawing your cards. If you've no cards in hand and maybe you're hoping to top deck that Dock, but you have 4 ink available, you don't know if you're going to top that card you need. So you have the chance to play the Lilo Escape Artist before you top deck their card. So if say you're on Amber Steel and you're on 18 lore, and if that Lilo is able to stick the board, perhaps they top deck a Pete, going to stop your opponent playing any actions. If that Lilo is able to stay on the board, could seal the game for that player.
potentially, yeah. And of course, like, there's a lot of characters on the board. Lilo does come in exerted, but like eventually, while Lilo keeps coming into play exerted, your opponent also can't progress their win condition. They can't keep questing. They have to constantly keep challenging this Lilo, banishing this Lilo. And it's that constant pressure that is really difficult for a lot of these decks to deal. I've seen Blurple players play Hades on Lilo just because they need to put it into the inkwell so it doesn't keep going to the discard pile so it can be replayed. Same thing with Into the Unknown. I mean, if you can Under the Sea Lilo, you're pretty happy because it's not going to be coming back.
It's going away. But even with the Amber Steel players being able to play that 1-drop Mulan, they're able, if they have it in their opening hand and they have the Mulan instead of the Aurora, they could play the Mulan, discard the
Lilo's
Lilo,
active
draw a
instantly.
card, and Lilo's just chilling there for whenever you may need it, just in case.
Yeah. And we saw some spicy Amber Steel builds as well. And that's what I love about Disney Lorcana TCG. It's all of the spice that you can add to these decks. So let's take a look at this deck tech here on screen. These are many of the key cards that are played within the current Amber Steel builds. We've got the Aurora combo so nicely with the Tiana. Nala, the new powerhouse from Fabled. Absolutely amazing card. As you mentioned, Dock is a very key card draw
Being
engine.
able to play this lady, family dog, and being able to play cards like Nala or Penny for free. It's so great, so strong in my opinion. Something I talked to Erica a lot about is how this new Nala, 2-cost uninkable, Undaunted Not Lioness, because if she has no damage on her, she has resist 1 and gains an extra lore. So if you have her on board, you're questing for 3 with just the Nala. You don't even need to have three Auroras on the board to quest for 3. You can just have a Nala and quest with your Nala.
It's like the perfect card that you need if you kind of get to that 16, 17 lore threshold and you're like, I need like a card that quests for a lot to really try and seal the deal. But yeah, like there's so many cool inclusions. We saw the 3-cost uninkable Moana, the Amber Moana. It's a 3/4 quests for 2. And it's just like a very well-statted body. And that combos so nicely with this 1-cost Aurora.
Yeah, another card I've been wandering the halls. I got to see a bit of Amber Steel, and I love a bit of spice. And it's Mulan, free-spirited, I believe.
Yes.
And she has the support ability.
Oh, yeah,
and
the Amber one. Yeah,
the Amber one in Amber Steel. And we've seen so much of the support being utilized this set post-rotation because we obviously lost a lot of our removal tools. But the cards like Basil being utilized in Amethyst, Sapphire, and even Sapphire.
Emerald, some of them,
well.
because some of them play the Basil shift line,
Being able to use the Basil, teaming up with cards like Elsa, to be able to rush in and team up. That Mulan coming in to be able to use the support, just to give your characters that extra bit of buff, because we know that a lot of characters in Amber Steel, in particularly, have such a low
amount of strength.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
That can it can be hard to be able to deal with your opponent's board.
It's hard to challenge.
clear it.
Yeah, it's hard to challenge back up, and a lot of the time, that's not really what the deck wants to be doing. But sometimes you need it, and that's why we see inclusions like the 3-cost Inkable Jafar, the 3/2 that quest for 2. When you play it, it gives a character challenger +2. So many different things, so many spicy cards that people can play, and kind of these like different tech cards depending on what matchups you expect to face the most. But I am super excited to get into round 6. Trust me when I say we'll be bringing the game to you as quickly as possible. Players are still getting set up. I think the time on the last round went pretty long. Some players are making sure that they finish their games.
There's a lot of intense players,
Yep.
a lot of intense games going on. You said earlier there was people standing on chairs to see Zan and Moyen face it off, and it went to time. So I'm sure people are just inputting scores. Players are making their way over. We're going to bring you round 6. 8 rounds, still a lot of more rounds to go.
Indeed.
And I can't wait to see what decks are going to make it into day 2.
Yes, 100%. It's been so amazing, and I want to take a very quick opportunity to say I'm so happy to be casting with you, Kim. 2 years ago, we first discovered Disney Lorcana. We played at Gamescom, which is a big convention within Germany, and it was just fantastic. We sat down, we did a demo. The staff were lovely, and it's brought us on this journey here. Last year we were players, we were competitors. The atmosphere, the vibes, everything about this game is so amazing, and now we're here. Being able to provide this awesome show for you guys.
Yeah.
So I'm extremely honored. Not only you, we have a fantastic crew of casters.
Yeah.
We've got Joe Curly Cards. We've got Baker Lorcana Villain, Rebecca Quests, Erica. It's the dream team, in my opinion.
It really is. I'm so grateful to be here, get to cast with you. It was such a dream of mine just to be able to be here, getting to share the Disney Lorcana TCG where everyone transport everyone into the great Illuminary and watch our Illumineers here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna summon their glimmers to be able to gain lore.
Yeah, 100%. And I know a big thing that you're very focused on is I am so happy to see there are so many amazingly strong female competitors for this season of Disney Lorcana. We talk about Angelina, right? Recent winner of Malmo Game Week. We have Atlantis Ray, who you picked within your fantasy draft.
She's on my fantasy team, and not to brag, but last time I checked in, my fantasy team was doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
And I know I was pretty sad because when we rolled our dice, I got 5th.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time it got around to me, you took my first few players. Baker took my first few players. Spessy took my first few players.
But Atlantis was always your first pick,
But Atlantis
right?
was always my first pick,
Yeah.
and I love her so much. She previously, I've talked about her a little bit earlier on as well, and I got to see her I wasn't able to talk to her yet today, but I saw her playing, and she was hyper focused. She was ready, and I'm so excited because, in my opinion, she's worked so hard, and she made top 32 last year in Lille in the first European DLC.
So close.
I talked to her a lot last week at the Cardiff CCQ. She was able to make top 16. And honestly, why I'm so grateful to be here as well, to try and inspire so many other girls just to come in, because it can be so daunting coming in here. There's a lot of men, there's a lot of guys, but at the end of the day, we're all one big happy family, and that's why I love the community so much, and I'm just having so much fun getting to wander the halls in between, casting games for you guys at home, sharing the love, and just getting to take pictures, getting to see the games, and just getting to be with everyone.
100%. I've said this multiple times. But the community for this game is absolutely outstanding. It's like no other within the trading card game space, and yeah, it's like I can rock up to a tournament. Of course, we're competitors. We want to compete. We want to do our best.
Hungry. We're
but
ready to
I
go.
know maybe I don't have a good run. Maybe I'm having a bad day. I know I'll still have a fantastic time at these events like the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, because I'm surrounded by friends I've made along the way through playing this game, and I like the community is so incredibly special, and I'm just so thankful to be a part of it.
Yeah, and not only if you're not competing in the main event here today, there's so many side events. You can win prize tickets. You can go and take yourself home. So much stuff on the prize wall. There is even uncut sheets. Have you seen them? On the prize wall, there is uncut sheets. Yeah, there's a common, I believe an uncommon. Me and Rebecca had a scope out. We went we went to have a little wander.
Mhm.
You can get yourself this.
Okay,
beautiful
okay. This
Elsa
pin is really,
Is
really
on-
nice. Yes.
Is on the
Prize
on
wall.
The, on the prize
Yep.
wall, and then the mats that we've seen in our little interview area. This one, I believe it's.
This is like
this is like top 16.
Yes, correct. Yes.
But you
The
can
Mulan.
win the Mulan or the Simba
Yes.
off the prize wall. Because I know we jammed so hard. Yes, I believe the Elsa playmat is top 16, and
Check out these other prizes
check out
as
these
well,
other prizes.
right?
You can get
For-
first place will also receive a foil rare uncut sheet. But if you're not even playing in the main event, don't worry, because if you're jamming side events all weekend, that's so exciting too, because you can get yourself I believe there's a common, there's an uncommon, and there's a rare sheet just chilling over there on the prize wall,
It's absolutely
waiting for you to claim them.
These prizes, though, this is what players are here to compete for. We have the Elsa Ice Maker Challenge Foil promo card, the playmat that you mentioned, Kim. And this is the prize that a lot of
Everyone's
players
going
want.
for.
Top a golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor serialized card. There's only 500 of them made, so players are very eager to get their hands on these. Of course, foil, uncommon, uncut sheet, a full foil set included enchanted and epics. We saw those given out at the last season of challenges as well, and it's just so cool.
We have epics as well, not only enchanted. So you're gonna players coming in top 2 is going to be able to take out not just the enchanteds, but so much more than that, because the epics, they're truly epic this set. But even just for participating in this event, you're going to receive your enchanted Pegasus, a gift for Hercules.
Yes.
And in my opinion, one of my favorite enchanted cards this set, but it's also an epic.
Yes, it is indeed.
But I'm
and this
so
is
happy we have this as an enchanted. Top 64 is going to be able to claim the Simba Pride Protector. And a lot of people in the room have already been able to claim their Mulan Enchanted. Because if you got 3 wins in the main event, you've already secured your Mulan.
Yeah, all of these promo cards, absolutely amazing prizes to play for. I'm a little bit jealous I'm actually not playing in this event myself, but of course, it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be casting this fantastic event. It's the first one of Season 2. We will also be having Ghent in Belgium within Europe. I believe that's going to be taking place in March 2026. And also, Kim, that's going to be 4,000 players, double the amount of players that are at this event.
Yeah, and if you are in this room with us this weekend, the atmosphere in here is already amazing. I hope we get to see what it's like in Ghent with 4,000 players, even more people in the building, just sharing the love of our Disney Lorcana TCG.
Yeah, and we also have the Infinity Disney Lorcana Challenge happening in Dortmund, I believe in June of 2026, and I'm very, very excited to see what's going to happen there, because not only are we going to have all of these new sets, such as Whispers in the Well, we're going to have Winter Spell, which you saw a little bit of a teaser for. We've been teased Toy Story and Pixar. I am unbelievably excited for that.
Yes, me too. I'm super excited just to get more Lorcana to play with.
Yes,
so
indeed.
many more cards, so many more abilities, and just I'm excited to see what happens. How many more decks can we build and just have fun with? So many more to play. We're going to be bringing you round 6 here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. I believe this is Rob Dahan.
Yep.
He's been performing really well. I believe earlier on he was against Sailor, I believe.
Wow.
Managed to 2-0 Sailor, I believe. It might have been a 2-1. I'm not sure. I was talking to him a bit earlier on, but he's doing really well. And he's on your personal favorite deck this set, and it is Emerald Sapphire. And I believe he's doing rather well in this tournament, and I'm really excited to see how he's doing.
This is great to see. Yeah, Rob Dahan, we've spoken to him a lot. Fantastic player, performed extremely well at the previous challenges. I believe he won an LCQ to qualify for the European Championship. Back then, he was a big fan of Amber Steel, but now we can see he's on Emerald Sapphire and currently 5-0. Kim, the winner of this game is going to secure their day 2 spot. They're going to be 6-0, 18 points in total, but we do have a mirror match.
We do, and a mirror match for these colors, these ink colors in particular. It's definitely a tricky one. Not something I myself is very, very versed in. I've played a lot of Amber Steel against these decks. Definitely something I'd like to hear your opinion on. Going into this, are you still going for your Clarabelle shift line? Are you still going to be wanting to Under the Sea? Because knowing your Clarabelle and your Baymax have such high strength, you're going to need to be, in order to be able to Under the Sea, you're going to need to sing heads held high first.
Indeed, yeah. I think this This mirror match is very, very tricky, and there's a lot of different cards that can be included to try and help out. But of course, you know, if you are going first, it is an absolutely huge advantage, because basically it means that you can kind of sing some of your songs first, do some of your shift lines first. There's not that many ways to interact and potentially stop the shift line, but there are some stuff like, you know, there's like Mother Knows Best, and there's so many different lines and so many different versions of these Emerald Sapphire decks. You've got some that include Pleakley with a lot of different one-drops, mainly being the one-cost Clarabelle and also the Bobby Zimmerowski, the Spray Cheese Kid. So a lot of the time Pleakley's played in that build.
Yep.
Rob the Hand starting off here with that one-cost Clarabelle. And the one card I do want to mention that's going to be probably pretty important. Oh, it's actually...
No,
it is.
There's just a bit of error graphics.
Yes.
Don't mind that, guys. It is going to be a mirror. I believe Christian and Rob both playing Emerald Sapphire. It's going to be a mirror. And what I think you really need to try and get in this matchup in particular is you're going to need to hit your turn 2 ramp, exactly like Rob has done. You're going to want to get up to 7 ink. You're going to want to be able to get your Clarabelle on board, draw more cards than your opponent, and maybe perhaps do the all-scary, all-important bend to my will to be able to discard your opponent's hands, because that's definitely going to help them here, especially in the mirror match.
In the mirror match, it's kind of why you play the card, honestly. It's pretty good against Blurple, but it's so good in this mirror match. It's great to see both players have hit their turn 2 ramp. So, yeah, even the Sail, the Azurite Sea, there's so many different options that you can go for. For example, after Rob has ramped here, there's the potential to do stuff like you play another Sail, the Azurite Sea, double ink, and then establish a 3-cost Clarabelle. So then suddenly you've got like 2 different shift targets that if one of the shift targets is temporarily dealt with, then you guarantee the Clarabelle shift on the other one. But yeah, I do want to talk about Bend to My Will for a little bit. It's kind of the card that just breaks the mirror. The only way that the Emerald Sapphire player whose hand just got discarded can come back is they kind of just need to top deck their own Clarabelle, right? And then draw their cards back up. That's like the one thing that if they get it, they're back in the game. And right now, Rob has indeed established that 3-cost Clarabelle. So if Christian has a way to deal with one of these, for example, I mean, I don't know, maybe he runs an Improvise, can buff up the Clarabelle. It still wouldn't be the best, but there's a second Clarabelle on the board for Rob the Hand. So that's really going to secure the shift line, but I'm not too sure if Rob has it in hand currently.
No, but definitely that Clarabelle Contented Wallflower going to be able to come in. Rob's going to be able to draw an additional card into his hand, as Christian does have more cards in his hand. Then Rob, this Kita, I really want to hear your opinion on this Kita. We've seen a lot of French players playing a lot of this Kita. She has Ward. When you exert her, you can look at the top 2 cards, put one in your inkwell and one at the top of your deck. Another great way for players to be able to filter through their decks, to be able to perhaps find that bend to my will. But it also has Ward, so it stops perhaps your opponents in the steel matchups being able to Strength of the Raging Fire on it.
It does a lot. And honestly, in the mirror match, I think it's pretty good too. Like, you know, we need to remember there's cards like Mother Knows Best. There's cards like Hades. There's cards like You're Welcome. So playing this, I actually think in this exact situation, Christian playing the Kita, let's say, for example, Rob established like a Donald Duck and was able to sing You're Welcome, or even with this 3-cost Clarabelle, like sing a Mother Knows Best. This is actually kind of the situation right now. And in this situation, Rob could be saying, right, I don't have the Clarabelle shift. I'm really looking for some stuff myself. But if there was a 4-cost Donald Duck, or if there was a shift Clarabelle, yes, you could still sing the You're Welcome on the 1-cost Clarabelle, and that would deny Christian their shift line. But you can see the value of Kita and the value of Ward in this deck for sure. It also just keeps you rampant as well, which is great.
Yeah. And I think being able to do even You're Welcome on your own card, Rob wasn't able to do on Kita. Kita has Ward, could have potentially done it on Clarabelle, but the last thing Rob's going to want to do is give his opponent more cards when he doesn't have Shift Clarabelle in play to be able to get himself back up to the same amount of cards. But it's going to be the Shift Clarabelle coming in for Christian, and he's going to be able to sing Under the Sea to entirely clear Rob the Hand's board and sending all of those cards under the sea, under the deck.
Under the deck, indeed. So yeah, Christian had the shift line for the Clarabelle. Really interested to see the response. It's a Basil, so will bounce both of the Clarabelles back. The 7-cost Clarabelle, Lightner Hoofs, and also the 1-cost will be returned to Christian's hand. I'm very, very curious to see if we will see a bend to my will from either player right now.
Both players would have the ability to play bend to my will. Well, I believe Christian, if he inks a card, would have only been up to
Indeed.
6, so wouldn't have been able to play Bent.
indeed,
If Rob has the Bent, my will, he could play it. We're going to see Scrooge McDuck coming in, a 5/5, a 4-cost 5/5. Such a powerful body to have
huge.
on the board.
Absolutely huge. Like, think about this. It's like this 5/5 contests the Basil pretty well. Also against all of like the Sapphire Amethyst, the Blurple decks. This 5/5 body is just so strong. And as you mentioned, the best way that Rob can deal with these characters outside of stuff like Hades, Mother Knows Best, and You're Welcome is the Heads Held High and Under the Sea combo. Now, I'm curious if Christian wants to establish any more characters, because technically if Rob really wants to, it might not be the best thing to do in the situation, but it could be okay if he has the cards available in hand, has the 7-cost Basil on board, can use that to sing Heads Held High, ink a card, and then hard cast and Under the Sea from hand.
Yes, could definitely see that coming in to play as nothing as even drawing a You're Welcome or Mother Knows Best. He's not going to be able to clear this Kida off the board. And in order to be able to use Under the Sea to be able to clear Christian's board like Christian just did previously to Rob, he's going to be needing the Heads Held High in his hand, sing it with Basil, and then be able to hard cast play Under the Sea. But we're not going to see that at all. It's going to be Basil challenging the Kida. Gonna have 3 damage left on the Basil, but he's gonna be able to play the Clarabelle, gonna be able to draw up to the same amount of cards at the end of his turn that his opponent has.
Yeah, so 3 cards in the hand for Rob, 4 for Christian after the ready, set, draw. I actually think this play by Christian to play the 1-cost Clarabelle is pretty important because it's able to trade in to the 7-cost Basil. Could have been punished if the Heads Held High Under the Sea did come out, but the Hades Infernal Schemer comes down as the perfect answer to Rob's 7-cost Clarabelle. And I'm really curious, like, I've played a lot of Emerald Sapphire. The count of Hades in these decks varies greatly depending on the versions. If you're playing Pleakley versions, if you're playing non-Pleakley versions, and Hades is just like a super solid body. And I think in this exact situation, it worked out very well.
And I also really like it because it has that 3 strength. It's not going to be able to be targeted by Under the Sea. So neither Hades nor Scrooge McDuck is going to be able to be targeted by Under the Sea. For Rob to be able to get rid of these cards, he's going to need a Mother's Knows Best or perhaps a You're Welcome in order to be able to clear the board. Christian really being able to utilize all the cards he had really took control of Rob's board.
7, I believe this might be a Hades. It's another Clarabelle for Rob. But this will keep Rob drawing cards, which is exactly what he needs in this situation. I would hope that he can maybe pick up some Hades of his own if he does run them. But it's so important that you constantly need to keep playing characters to the board because you have this like Heads Held High and Under the Sea combo. You need to be able to have that active as much as possible because as soon as your opponent keeps building up their board but then also kind of clearing out your characters, it's extremely difficult to kind of do. You need 14 ink to like hard cast that combo. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, you do. Well, having the Clarabelle and the Bobby Zimmerowski on board here, meaning he would be able to sing together next turn Under the Sea. Well, that wouldn't do anything to Hades or Scrooge McDuck that Christian has here on board. Rob would first need to have that Heads Held High.
Indeed, yeah. So interested to see how Christian's going to play this. And the thing is that Christian could have his own combo in hand as well and do it to Rob. But first of all, going to establish this 4-cost inkable Donald Duck. This is in many versions of the Sapphire Emerald deck. Probably in all of them, to be honest. This card is just amazing. It allows your opponent to draw a card and yourself to draw a card at the start of your turn.
Yep.
And just quest for 2. It's a 2/5. It's a solid body.
Yeah, especially paired up with cards like Clarabelle, meaning that your opponent's going to draw an additional card. You can sing with it. You can sing You're Welcome. Give your opponent more cards and then trigger your Clarabelle at the end of your turn and be able to draw up just as many cards as they have in their hand.
It's actually like kind of pretty nice as well if they draw a card and you do something like Bend to My Will. We do see the Hades Infernal Schemer come out on the Donald. Very interesting here from Rob. Really valuing, okay, I do not want my opponent to draw that many cards. And it kind of makes sense because the less cards they draw, maybe the less answers they have to this Hades that's on the board now and also this Clarabelle. Whoever has a Clarabelle on the board right now should be having the advantage, right? Yes, this Scrooge McDuck and this Hades, they're still questing for quite a bit, but yeah, Clarabelle is going to challenge into the Scrooge McDuck, and Rob saying, you know what, I'm very happy this Clarabelle's got me enough value that if Christian wants to challenge back in with their Hades, he's very happy for that to happen.
Yeah, and then just going to be able to quest with Bobby Zimmerowski. Spray Cheese Kid.
Yeah, Bobby actually quite a good card. Also a card that's not played in every Emerald Sapphire, but it's just really good at filtering out those uninkables and trying to draw you to maybe your next combo piece, stuff like that. So I really like this card as an inclusion. It also makes more sense the more copies of the Universal Shift Baymax that you play. If you've got a few more 1-drops, you can more consistently do that at the start of the game and potentially have a very early Under the Sea.
Yeah, I really like it as well. If you don't have your turn 1 opening Clarabelle, but you have your Bobby, and maybe you go your Bobby into Tipo, and then potentially being able to shift your Baymax, and then you can sing with Tipo, and you shift a Baymax on Bobby Zimmerowski against those matchups like Amber Steel that go so fast, and you need to be able to build up your board, being able to play Bobby instead of Clarabelle if you don't have it, just opening yourself up to more options to be able to use your Baymax and then be able to sing Under the Sea with your Baymax and your Bobby. Or your Baymax and Tipo.
We do see this Basil come down onto the board. Christian going to take their time to really think about what card do they want to be bouncing here. This is a really tricky Basil. I feel like Hades is still going to take the challenge into the Clarabelle, but every other thing that can be bounced, they all have on-play effects, right? Bobby draws a card, Clarabelle draws a card, Hades removes something, puts it into the inkwell. This is a very, very difficult
tricky.
Basil.
And if you're Christian here, you're not going to want to give your opponent back his Hades, but he is going to have to do it. It's going to quest for... It would have quested for 2 next turn, but now we could potentially see Rob replay that Hades now back to the board. The Hades is Christian's own Hades. Infernal Schemer is going to come in. It's going to challenge that Clarabelle. Clarabelle is dealt with. However, the Basil came in, and the Basil bounced Rob's Hades back to his hand. So we could see a Hades come in for Rob to send perhaps the Basil into the inkwell for Christian.
Yeah, I'm just very curious to see what else Rob can do here. He's going to start off with a Vision of the Future. I can see a Hades, a John Silver, a Clarabelle, another Hades, and I did not catch the final card there, unfortunately. But looks like he might be playing Hades this turn, although he could have also taken the John Silver. John Silver might be able to help out a little bit more, but I have a feeling he probably took the Hades because as soon as Christian wants to establish more Clarabelles, more big threats, Hades just deals with them so
exactly what we're going to see. Bobby Zimmerowski going in to challenge and get rid of that Hades Infernal Schemer, and then Hades Infernal Schemer of Rob's own coming in to get rid of that Basil.
So I want to talk to you about something, Kim, here. If we keep having this Hades into Hades into Hades into Hades, I did mention earlier, Under the Sea heads held high is 14 ink. If all these Hades keep coming back out to play and being bounced all over the place, it won't be too long until both players are potentially at that ink. I'm going to do a very, very quick count here for both players. I believe Rob right now is at 12, and Christian looks to be on maybe 10 or 11 as well.
This is why I love Sapphire so much, and why Sapphire always has a special place in my heart. Because I just love having so much ink. Players have so much ink to play with. There's so many possibilities of what they could do.
Yeah, I think it's really good, especially when it's paired with card draw, like with this Clarabelle, because you can have a lot of ink, but if you don't have the cards to spend it, then you can't do too much. Yes, this Hades is
Clarabelle lighting her hooves, not gonna stay on the board for Christian for long. Another Hades coming in, and we're really having this little bit of a Hades off.
Yeah, we kind of saw it coming off of the vision. We saw it was very likely that the Hades was picked to deal with the potential Clarabelle, and now, as I said, Christian doesn't have too much on the board. But if we're getting close to that ink threat, if the exact cards are a heads held high and an Under the Sea, there is some potential to deal with the board. And I think, honestly, it looks like Christian might be looking for that as one of his outs right now. Is not able to establish many characters to the board. Rob is going to be questing for at least a total of 6 right now, taking him up to 15. So I feel like Christian might be recognizing, okay, I need to make sure I can get up to 14 potentially, and that might be the only way that I can clear the board. Also, still has 7, might be able to play another Hades of their own. It's another Clarabelle.
I love the versatility of your welcome, being able to use it on not only your opponent's characters, but in this case, your characters. 1 cost Clarabelle coming into play, and then being able to hardcast play your welcome on the Clarabelle really helps Christian find the cards he needs to be able to deal with this board. However, Rob has 4 characters on board. It is 9 lore, 2 6, and we're going to see a Shift Baymax come in on top of Clarabelle. Could we see a Shift Clarabelle as well?
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, we will!
This could just be simply Quest for 8.
Yes.
You're going to sing your welcome. This is amazing. But now it's going to be Quest for 6, taking Rob up to 15, and there's going to be 8 lore represented on the board. I believe there's only 2 cards in the hand of Christian right now, and I'm telling you guys, I really think some of these cards have to be a heads held high and an under the sea. Again, I'm going to do a very quick ink count check. So there's 5 there, there's another 5, there's 2. It might not be enough.
No,
it looks like it could only be 13. I'm going to double check my count.
We know Rob is a very skilled player. He's played in a lot of DLCs. I've been talking to him earlier as well. He said he's been performing really well, and clearly he's on 5 wins.
And it's a scoop. It looks like it's a scoop. Yep, yeah, it's a
scoop. Such a board like this, unfortunately, Christian not going to have the answer he needed to get rid of it, because I believe the only way he would have been able to clear the board was definitely like being able to play a heads held high under the sea. But I don't know if he had enough ink available to be able to do it.
It looked like he was on 12. Could have been able to ink to 13.
Yeah, Rob really showing the power of control that Emerald Sapphire deck is able to do.
Yeah, we saw plenty of copies of Hades in Rob's deck as well, which was really nice to see. It's a card that can deal with Clarabelle very nicely. And we also saw
in
a lot.
The mirror.
Yes,
I know you're so obviously coming in here, Rob, expecting to see a lot of Amber Steel, expecting to see a lot of Amethyst Sapphire. Emerald Sapphire was up in the top 3 of the most represented decks.
Yes.
So obviously not expecting to see a lot of mirrors, but you have to be prepared for that mirror. And definitely playing a lot more Hades can definitely help you with the mirror.
Yeah, I think it does help out against the likes of Blurple as well. Having Hades, as we said already, it's like it's okay against Amber Steel. Sometimes they can get going super fast, but against it's just a solid card to have in the mirror match. But then also, yeah, against the Amethyst Sapphire too.
Yes, absolutely. And like the power of control is something I love. Control decks myself, and
I'm surprised you haven't been playing it because it's very similar.
You've been playing
That's true. That is true.
You have been playing it, but
Yeah.
I've loved trying to play something different, and it's not like my normal play style. I've been playing a lot of Amber Steel, but I think after that game earlier, I really want to try Sapphire Steel.
Sapphire Steel, yes. I mean,
I think so. Because I pulled an Enchanted Jasmine, and I think I need to play her.
from set 8, Reign of Jafar, you've pulled an Enchanted Jasmine.
Did I pull an Enchanted Jasmine?
I think you might have.
I think I did.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Yeah.
So I think I just need to play Sapphire Steel. But now I'm scared to go up against decks like these. This Emerald Sapphire, Rob really showing how great you can be. Board control, I might have to take the deck away from you.
Yeah. That's interesting as well because we said, yes, shifting Clarabelle is a key component of making sure that this deck is successful in its game plan. And Rob, unfortunately, didn't have the shift Clarabelle early, but still managed to come out with the win there.
Yeah, and like we talked about like the cards like Bend to My Will being used, and most players playing maybe 1 or 2 ofs to be able to prepare for the mirror. But Rob didn't even need to play that. It was like a little Hades off. Christian had a Hades. Rob had a Hades. Oh, you have another Hades. Here's Basil. I'll give you back your Hades so you can play it again. And here's the all-important Clarabelle 1-drop coming in for Rob. Turn 1, game 2. Christian gonna be on the play here. Unfortunately,
Yeah, no
didn't
1-drop.
seem like he didn't have a 1-drop, which isn't gonna be great in the mirror.
Yeah, but can play Sail here. Maybe can find a 1-cost Clarabelle. Maybe a Bobby if it's in the deck. Something would be nice here. But at least, I mean, the more crucial thing is the turn 2 ramp was found. But I do think that Christian would like to see maybe a 3-cost Clarabelle Contented Wallflower coming out, or maybe just a Donald Duck, try get some more cards. Rob, I mean, let's see if he has the ramp. From what I can see, it looks like there's no ramp.
Oh,
there's no
unfortunately
ramp.
no ramp. It's going to be Vision of the Future. Perhaps he can look for a ramp next turn, maybe play another 1-drop, or perhaps get him there. Unfortunately for Christian, no 1-drop. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, he did have the ramp. Not going to be a Tipo, not going to be able to establish the body on the board. And I do like the use of Sail because you can use the extra ink that you put into your inkwell. But unfortunately, Christian just didn't have a 1-drop to play. And Rob, not here having turn 2 ramp, could this hurt him on later on?
Yeah, no, I think if you miss turn to the ramp here, it's like, yeah, Christian doesn't have any characters on the board, but it's super early. He's going to play this Contented Wallflower. I mean, what can Rob do against this? It's like pretty much, I mean, the shift Clarabelle has just been drawn here, so I think Christian's in a fantastic spot this game. Like, literally the only thing that comes to mind to me to deny the shift is like, I don't know, a hard cast, Mother Knows Best, something like that, and that's not really what you want to be doing.
No, it's going to be
But now
Sail
the Sail
that
is
Azure I
found.
see come in. He's going to be able to ink 2 cards. we could see another vision, or perhaps maybe a Tipo, and maybe he could
Maybe a second
maybe
sail.
he could play a second sail. Definitely going to want to get up to that high ink threshold to be able to play those big characters.
Is this a second
to be able
sail?
to control the
It's not.
board? No,
Okay.
it's going to be a vision of the future, perhaps looking for those key characters. Maybe he's looking for a shift Clarabelle of his own to be able to play next turn.
Potentially, I did just see a bend to my will as one of the options within the vision of the future, and I really wonder how much Rob values that card right now, especially being a little bit behind. Yes, if Rob has the shift Clarabelle, that would be nice, but the problem is Christian does the shift of his own, can sing Mother Knows Best, can sing You're Welcome. I mean, singing You're Welcome on this one-cost Clarabelle, Christian's going to be so far ahead, I feel.
Yeah, I think if Christian is able to even shift Clarabelle here and then sing You're Welcome, he's going to draw so many cards. And maybe draw himself with his Clarabelle into a bend to my will of his own.
Yeah, that could be absolutely detrimental for Rob here. Now, again, that'll be a few turns till that happens. Christian can only ink up to 6 right now, but can start establishing some bodies like some John Silvers. Like John Silver is a bit of a weird card in the mirror match because it's just like this 5/5 that quest for 2. Giving something reckless is like okay, but usually maybe they can just get around it by singing, stuff like that. So John Silver is like definitely a little bit of a weird card. More so included for a lot of the aggro matchups. That's why that card is quite good.
But I do love John Silver is getting his time to shine in the spotlight. We previously had him in set 1. He was reprinted this set, and I love how he's getting utilized in these decks. Great for those aggro matchups, but maybe not so great in the mirror. It's going to be You're Welcome on the Clarabelle coming in for Christian. Rob clearing that board. Okay, both players. They've got clear boards now. We can start again, but Rob did have to hardcast that as he had no characters on the board.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Like, getting rid of that Clarabelle in general is pretty good. And again, as I said, can only ink up to 6, so it's not like Christian can even necessarily replay it right now.
Yeah, and we previously saw him have the Bend to My Will in the Vision of the Future. Could he maybe have taken the Bend to My Will, maybe waiting to get to the 7 ink to be able to play it? Because he knows if he has his Clarabelle, he would be able to keep drawing cards, but Bend to My Will would be able to completely discard Christian's hand.
But this is the tricky thing, because Rob is now on the draw, not on the play. It means, again, can only ink up to 6. So all Christian has to do is, if Christian literally just plays their 7-cost Clarabelle light on its hooves, then, I mean, if Rob plays Bend to My Will then it's terrible, because Rob still has loads of cards in hand. The Clarabelle will just trigger at the end of the turn. So you have to try and find the opportune moment. I have a feeling the Bend wasn't kept. Like, it's not a great start from Rob, but Rob might recognize, okay, it could still be the mirror breaker that I need if they can somewhat stabilize this mid game right now. But having a quick look at the hand, I can see most of the things in there. I can't see a shift Clarabelle.
Yeah, Tipo Growing Boy coming in to help Rob get up to that all-important 7 ink. We could see a Hades come in next turn, going to be able to ink a card as well. So he's on 7 ink. We could see a Basil come in next turn. We could see a Hades. We could see him just play a Clarabelle and have 3 characters on the board instead of shifting it.
Yes, it is possible.
But Scrooge McDuck, is he going to quest? Is he going to sing? No.
Seems like
no,
it might
Christian's
be
just
a You're
thinking.
Welcome.
It is. Yeah, it's going to be a You're Welcome Scrooge McDuck. Who knew he was such a great singer?
He is a great singer indeed. And again, this is like the mirror match. It's just back and forth, back and forth. It is like a Clarabelle off right now as well.
Christian realizing he doesn't want to leave that Clarabelle on the board for Rob. If he has that shift, he doesn't want him to shift that Clarabelle. No. Because then Clarabelle would be able to challenge. She would be able to sing. And that would not be great for Christian. So being able to You're Welcome on the Clarabelle definitely helps him. Oh, it's a You're Welcome. Rob's going to draw 2 cards. And Christian does have the Bend to My Will. Rob's going to have to discard all of the cards out of his hand.
This is an absolute blowout for Rob the hand. And again, the only way we recover, like I said, is Rob really, really needs a Clarabelle. Unfortunately, it was a sail, the Azurite Sea. It's not going to be enough. And now Christian can really take control of this game. Christian now wants to go as wide as possible. Rob doesn't even have the possibility to do the heads held high under the sea combo to clear the board. So I think Christian should just be starting to play as many characters as possible right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Christian definitely
Oh
going to
my
want to be
God.
putting on the pressure. He needs to quest as quickly as possible. And that's, I've been loving this deck now today. I've changed my mind. I love this deck. I want to play this now. But it's got, was that a Basil? That's a Basil. He's going to send a Scrooge McDuck back to hand, stopping Christian questing for another 2 lore. But Christian is going to still want to put on that pressure. It's not going to be great for Rob unless he top decks the Clarabelle to be able to draw just as much card as his opponent's hands.
I think Christian needs to realize, though, that this Basil, if there's an option to remove it, which it might be a Hades here, yeah, Hadesing this Basil is crucial. And I'll tell you the reason why. If that Basil's left up on the board, there's already 1 card in Rob's hand. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but it's very important to explain to the viewers the combination of heads held high and under the sea. That Basil, the detective, can sing heads held high, and then Rob might be able to hard cast the under the sea. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, there was 8 ink available, so that was a possibility. Hades coming down, just trying to take his time to figure out what is the best target. I think Rob's like, I mean, I'll just pick anything at this stage. I need to start taking out your board a little bit.
He's just going to take a 2 quester, but Christian already on 9 lore. It's 9 lore to 1. He's going to be able to quest here for 7. It's going to bring him up to 16.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, if Christian has a Basil, if they have a Hades, if they have a You're Welcome, just keep denying the character and the singer value on the board. Basil comes down. It feels like Rob just locked out of the game, and that's the scoop.
Yeah, it's gonna be a game 2 going to Christian, and we're gonna go to game 3. It's round 6. These players, if one of these players win this, we know one of these players is gonna win this game, okay? And whoever wins this game is gonna secure their spot tomorrow. They'll be on 18 points, so there's a lot to play for. I love when it goes to game 3. I have to say, we get to show you more.
Yes.
And I love to see more, and especially in this mirror. Not something, okay, we've seen a lot of Emerald Sapphire here today, but not the mirror in this case. And it's so interesting for us to just see those decisions, talk about those decisions that the players are making. That bend to my will coming out definitely helped Christian take the game.
Yeah. It's really, really interesting, the mirror match of these decks, and it's like exactly what I talked about there. It's like, yes, the bend was probably the pivotal moment that Rob kind of lost the game. Again, Clarabelle had to be top decked, but even it's like the simple realization of, I can just keep establishing characters and keep questing, keep going wide. The value of like leaving a potential 7-cost singer, 6-cost singer for this like combo is huge. So you like these players, I mean, they're 5-0 at the moment, so they really understand the meta right now. It's all of these little things that make the difference. If you just kind of question and you don't respect the value of that card on the board that can sing this combo, it's a different game. It can simply reverse. Imagine the combo comes out and the Clarabelle is drawn, you're straight back into the game. So I'm really curious to see how this game 3 is going to go. And yes, this is going to be the deciding game.
Yeah, we're going to see which player is going to secure their spot into tomorrow. They can just maybe, they might just play the rest for fun. Why not?
I mean, there's different things. What, you mean the next 2 rounds?
Yeah, the next 2 rounds, if they get their 6-0, they'll just play the rest for fun.
I mean, it's still very it's still very important because all of the points matter as we go, you know? Like
it does indeed.
I think these players are going to keep going as much as possible, but they're going to be feeling pretty good, whichever player comes out here on the 18 points with that 6-0. Now, of course, Rob lost the game. They're going to be on the play.
Yeah.
I mean, do I have to ask you what they're looking for? They're looking for ramp and they're looking for shift Clarabelle, right?
Yeah, even if it's 1-cost Clarabelle or their 1-cost Bobby Zimmerski, Spray Cheese Kid coming in, they're going to be wanting to hit their turn 2 ramp. And unfortunately for Rob, last game, he didn't have that. He had to turn 2 Vision of the Future, and maybe that's what lost him the game.
From what I can see, having a quick look at the hand, I'm pretty sure I saw a shift Clarabelle.
Yeah, it's going to be a turn 1 Bobby Zimmerski. He's going to be able to draw a card, discard a card. I don't know if I saw turn 2. Oh, he does have 2 sails on hand. He is going to be able to have his turn 2 ramp this game.
Yeah, and the Bobby coming out here, great example, you know, under the sea this early on, kind of a clunky card. So it's like the perfect card that you actually want to discard with the Bobby right here.
Yeah. Clarabelle on the board for Christian, but Rob Dahan is going to sail that Azurite Sea, going to be able to ink an additional card, and that card is going to be John Silver, Alien Pirate.
A card that we mentioned is probably not that valuable in the mirror match. So in this situation, it's kind of like the perfect inkable.
Yes. And especially right now, Rob's going to be wanting to ink. He's going to want to get up to that high ink threshold as quick as possible to possibly be able to do a bend to my will like Christian did on him the last game.
Potentially, yeah. Sometimes it's hard because sometimes you play Vision of the Future, Bend is in there, but it's not the card that you want at the moment. And if you only play one, then suddenly that Bend to my will is at the bottom of your deck.
And it's also uninkable if you take it too quickly off something like that. If you have it, you don't want it sitting there if you use all your inkable cards, because it's an action. It's not a song. You're going to have to pay 7 to use it.
Yeah, so Tipo was found for Christian. Both players have ramped. I'm assuming this is, it's the Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. This card reads, if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you may draw a card. Fantastic card. It just basically replaces itself at most time and combos so well with what this deck wants to do a lot of the time, such as if you're going to be ramping, means you're going to be playing Tipo, putting a card from your hand, face down exert into your inkwell. If you play Sail, sure, you draw a card, but you can double ink. So a lot of the time, this Clarabelle should be pretty active, and this is the perfect shift target setup. Now, there's a couple of different ways that Christian might be able to approach this. Yes, they can shift their own Clarabelle first. However, if Christian plays a card such as the Universal Shift Baymax, could be able to shift that and sing a song, but I'm going to opt to play their own Clarabelle Contented Wallflower here. So now 2 shift targets available, and I actually really like this play, because if Rob wants to do a shift of his own, wants to sing something like You're Welcome, can only get rid of 1 Clarabelle. So Christian kind of, by doing this play on turn 3 at 4 ink, can guarantee their own Clarabelle shift, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I did see that Universal Shift of Baymax in Rob's hand, but he's on 5 ink. He doesn't need it, and he has the Clarabelle Shift available.
Oh my God.
And he's going to be able to play it.
Yeah, imagine he somehow was able to keep this Under the Sea. It would have been extremely greedy, of course, but if he could have sang Under the Sea here, would have cleared Christian's entire board.
Absolutely, yeah.
Would have been absolutely crazy here. Christian probably going to be establishing their own Clarabelle Light on her hooves. And if they also have a song to pair with that, such as You're Welcome, they're going to be feeling like they're in a pretty comfortable position, honestly.
Yeah, other nice songs that these Emeralds decks are running is Mother's Knows Best and could potentially bounce the Clarabelle back to hand. And it is going to be the Clarabelle Shift coming in, and it's exactly what you were talking about, Kawa. It's going to be the You're Welcome going on that Clarabelle. Also, for Christian, meaning he's going to be able to draw those extra 2 cards that Rob was going to have in his hand.
Yeah. It's very back and forth. It's kind of who gets the shift, who has it. I mean, because we saw, like, Rob had the shift.
Yeah.
But, I mean, probably would have still sang You're Welcome because wants to get some extra cards in hand, but unfortunately didn't have it. Even if they had it, would not have denied the Clarabelle Shift. But Rob's not feeling too great at the moment right now.
No, we did previously see him ink a John Silver Alien Pirate. Rob is going to be able to ink a card, get to 6 this turn, but he's going to play the Donald Duck, and he's going to be able to ink a card off the top of his deck, and then he's going to be able to ink an additional card, play the Clarabelle, and now he's on 7, which meaning next turn we could see him play the Hades, and I believe he does have the Hades in hand.
Yeah, saw the Hades. There's also Basil as an option. I would be very curious. I mean, I don't know if Christian has it, but like could even potentially like shift another Clarabelle to guarantee, okay, if you've any way to take it out, it won't be removed. If Rob also has the combo, I believe, yes, can utilize the Donald Duck and the Clarabelle to do the sing together, and then also just hard casting Under the Sea.
Yeah.
It's a potential there's so many different lines in these decks, honestly. Is this another You're Welcome? Oh my God, this could be. It is. It's
going to be another You're Welcome. Oh, and this time it's going to be on the Donald Duck. Going to send that Donald Duck back into the deck. Rob's going to draw 2 cards. Doesn't even need a heads held high Under the Sea. With the amount of You're Welcomes being available to Christian right here, really showing the power of not only being able to use it on your own cards like we've seen today, but being able to use it on your opponent's cards. And it's going to be the John Silver Alien Pirate coming in. I believe it gave Reckless to the Clarabelle, meaning if Rob is able to shift his Clarabelle, it's not going to be able to quest next turn. Could, though, be able to sing
at least, which is very, very important indeed.
But unfortunately, Clarabelle being a 1-cost right now isn't going to be able to sing, meaning this Clarabelle has Reckless. It's going to have to challenge into one of Christian's characters.
Yeah, and the combo's kind of out of reach right now. Can't really do like a whole shift heads held high under the sea combo here, unfortunately. So really curious to see what Rob's going to do. Like, could play the Hades and the Clarabelle, but then, like you said, would have to like send the one-cost Clarabelle just into the Contented Wallflower.
Yeah. Does have enough ink, could potentially just play the Clarabelle for 7, but are you choosing that over the Hades? Because Rob really needs to come back here and try to do some damage control, deal with some of Christian's board. Otherwise, Christian is just going to keep control of the game.
Yeah, you know what's a little bit scary here is kind of no matter what Rob does. I mean, the Clarabelle's pretty good. Okay, actually, establishing the Clarabelle here, I was going to say I was kind of afraid of the Bend to My Will coming out from Christian. We do see Under the Sea come down. It's not as impactful as Rob would have liked. Again, no heads held high. However, this does mean that the Clarabelle did not have to challenge, meant that it could sing, will still take advantage of its ability, drawing some extra cards at the end of Rob's turn.
Yeah, but leaving this Clarabelle and John Silver on the board for Christian, meaning this John Silver is going to be able to quest next turn. For Christian, this John Silver, he could choose to give Reckless to Clarabelle, meaning if Rob doesn't have a song to sing for Clarabelle, this Clarabelle is going to have to quest. They're going to have to challenge, and potentially is going to be able to be taken out by the John Silver.
I mean, one removal on this Clarabelle, like a Hades, even a Basil to bounce it back. That's why I was saying that I was wondering, oh my god, oh no, okay, this might be happening. We're going to see the double challenge into Bend to My Will. I'm calling it right now. There it is!
It is
there
exactly
it is.
that.
Absolutely
what
insane.
A play.
I was like looking at this line in my head. I wasn't really saying it out loud because the whole point was the previous turn. If the Clarabelle was played, it was very obvious if Christian had the Bend to My Will, he would play it. But with the Clarabelle remaining on board, if he left that there, Rob would just draw straight up. So I was like, I wonder if the double challenge would come out and just a hard cast bend, and it happened. It's a line I saw in my head. I wasn't too sure, but it's really rewarded Christian here. Christian in a very dominant position right now. Just needs to keep going as wide as possible. Rob very much in need for another Clarabelle of his own to come back into the game.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Rob. Even just being able to establish his Clarabelle, he was able to draw up to the same amount of cards as Christian. That Bend to My Will coming in at such a pivotal moment for Christian to be able to keep control of the board. We're going to see a vision of the future. Rob's going to be able to search the top 5 cards of his deck, maybe find the Clarabelle, and he found it, meaning he is going to be able to draw back up to the same amount of cards that Christian has in hand. I believe it's 4 cards in hand, so Rob's going to be able to draw up to 4 cards, and then we're going to have a pass back over to Christian.
Yeah. I mean, Vision is the card you want to see off the top, right? Even back in a previous pre-rotation, like Vision helped find such essential cards like Be Prepared, like Sisu. And in this case, not only does it find Clarabelle, other situations, I need to really find an Under the Sea, a Heads Held High, a Hades, stuff like this. So Vision of the Future, an incredibly, incredibly strong card. Allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck and put one into your hand, and the rest go on the bottom in any order you choose.
No, the game's definitely not over yet. 5 lore to 2. This Clarabelle coming in at such a great time. Vision of the Future helping Rob to find the Clarabelle. Clarabelle coming in, being able to play the Clarabelle and draw backup cards. Oh no, it's the Heads Held High into the Under the Sea. Gonna clear that board for Rob. The Clarabelle didn't stay there for very long, did it?
No, it didn't stay there for very long. However, it did its job. It gave Rob a few more cards. Having a quick look at the hand. Not sure if it's exactly everything that he was looking for. I did see a 5-cost Donald. I saw You're Welcome. Maybe also a Tipo.
Yeah,
but Christian with a very dominant board still.
Yeah, the You're Welcome could help him get rid of one of these characters, or maybe he'll play a character of his own and then You're Welcome it to perhaps draw 2 cards and help him get back into the game.
Yeah, Rob's definitely not out of this game. As I mentioned, like finding that Clarabelle was absolutely huge. What would be crazy if we actually get to the stage where somehow Rob can like Bend to My Will back over to Chris. I've never seen that happen in a mirror match. Usually the person who does the first bend is like in such an advantageous position. But now that the Clarabelle's been played, Rob got his cards back. We could see the reverse happen, but Rob definitely has a little bit of stabilizing to do still.
Yeah, Tipo, growing Sun going into the Inkwell. We're going to play another Tipo. Just 1 card left in hand, I believe, for Rob. Just a Hades left on the board now for Christian. That You're Welcome coming in was able to get rid of that Clarabelle, which did give Christian 2 extra cards to play with.
Yeah, but kind of had to do it.
He had to try to regain control of that board. Something Christian has been doing already so far this game. Very well, yes.
I can really tell both of these players are extremely well versed in these decks. Clearly because they're 5-0, of course.
Yes.
But like, I personally, I don't think I've seen a single misplay so far. Both of these players playing like they're top tier players. And yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game still. Of course, Christian has a little bit of an advantage right now, but Rob could find some perfect cards to keep on top of this. So Christian's going to play their
Donald Duck of his own.
Donald Duck here and a Scrooge McDuck as well.
It's a Scrooge McDuck coming in. Has my Scottish accent.
It's pretty good.
Thanks.
I do enjoy
Joe's been
it.
teaching me.
All right, let's see what Rob has in store for Christian right now. It's a very quick exert. Tipo will be questing. Very interesting. What is this? It's You're Welcome on its own Tipo.
Yes. So he's going to quest with the Tipo, sing with the Donald Duck, hoping to draw 2 cards that maybe help him. Being able to sing with the You're Welcome with the Donald Duck here, I really like, because it leaves Rob with all of his ink available to be able to play whatever comes on top.
Yeah, could be looking for Hades, could be looking for Basil. Again, I don't believe players are at the full threshold for the heads held high under the sea, but this is what Rob could be looking for. I did catch it. I caught a glimpse. I caught a glimpse of a heads held high.
Oh, the Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower also coming in, gonna help.
And that big Clarabelle.
Gonna help him draw a card. And the Clarabelle, light on her hooves, gonna come in next. Gonna help Rob draw more cards here too.
Feel like Rob could be in a pretty good position. As we saw, we both caught a glimpse of that heads held high. Not sure if the Under the Sea is there as well, but this will enable Rob to draw a lot more cards. This game is not done by any means, Kim.
No, it's 3 lore to 9. There's still just over 17 minutes left on the timer. It is round 6. Whoever wins this is going to be going into day 2 for sure.
Guaranteed.
There's a lot on the line here right now. You're not going to be wanting to go 5-1 into round 7. No, knowing you still have to win one more game to get into day 2.
Yeah, sorry, just doing a quick ink count for Christian. It's 12 at the moment. I'm constantly looking at that because it is very important if we ever get to the stage. However, right now maybe it's less important because Christian does still have the characters on board if he wants to do the combo, of course.
Yeah, it's going to be
Is it going to be happening? It looks like
oh
it's
my
happening.
God, it
it's
is.
going to be a heads held high and an Under the Sea coming out for Christian. Absolutely wiping Rob's board, sending all those cards to the bottom of the deck, Kim. And again, I'm having another look at ink. It's only possible for Rob to get up to a total of 13, 12 ink available right now. So Rob basically has to hold out for another turn. But represented on Christian's side of the board is 7 total lore. And right now, Christian's at 13. Christian is threatening this game.
Yeah, Christian has story on board, like we've been saying. I'm trying to make it work. He has story on board. Unfortunately for Rob, all of his characters got sent under the sea, under his deck. Okay, Hades is going to be able to come in here. He's going to be able to get rid of a character, meaning next turn, if Rob is able to stabilize here, stop Christian from questing for the win, next turn, if this Hades is able to stay in the game, we could see Rob do the heads held high under the sea back.
Potentially indeed. And this John Silver actually very much going to help out. We said this card wasn't that good in the mirror. I mean, in this situation, it's very close.
In this situation, this is exactly why you play it. It'll stop Christian being able to quest here for 5. He'll only be able to quest here for 3.
Up to 16, yes. Up to 16. It's, of course, still pretty close. Rob does still have an absolute mountain to climb to get all the way up to 20 lore. Let's see what Christian has to say about this. Christian's own Hades coming out. Interesting, it looks like. Okay, it's just going to be the other Hades.
Also, why I really like John Silver here is because he still costs 6, meaning he can still sing that all-important heads held high in order to be able for Rob to hardcast Under the Sea. But will this John Silver stay on the board? Because ideally for Christian, he's going to want to maybe have a You're Welcome to be able to get rid of this John Silver. And we've seen Christian being able to pilot this deck so extremely well, gain control. He's going to quest up to that 17. But can Rob pull off that all-important...
16, just to be clear.
16.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, it is going to be 16. But can Rob pull off that all-important heads held high under the sea?
He needs it right here more than ever. Again, we saw the heads held high is in the hand. I'm not too sure if the under the sea is there. Rob might be really, really looking for it. Let's see what happens. There could also be a vision. It looks like Vision's coming out.
Okay,
Let's
Vision's
see.
coming out.
Let's see. Oh,
Will
it's a
it
Clarabelle.
be
It's a
an
you're welcome.
under the sea?
Clara. It's a Hades.
It's a Hades.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Rob would have still needs to clear a lot of characters on Christian's board. Unfortunately, I don't think if he doesn't have the under the sea, we saw the heads held high in the hand.
There's a couple of options Rob still has.
There's a few
right?
options.
Can play this 3-cost Clarabelle Contented Wallflower to draw. Actually can't. What am I saying? There's only one card in Christian's hand, so is unable.
It's not gonna help him
unable
here.
to play this Clarabelle to draw. I'm just so used in this mirror match that both players have an abundance of cards in their hand, but right now Christian only has one. I think this vision of the future, finding that under the sea, was absolutely crucial, and unfortunately, it did not find it.
No, would have needed to clear the Donald Duck, the Scrooge McDuck, and possibly also the Hades to stop Christian from winning next turn.
Yeah. I mean, we can see the John Silver quest come down. I know there was a Hades potential pickup by Rob, but then, there's still a Scrooge, there's still a Clarabelle, there's still a Kida, and that's 4 lore. That's exactly how much Christian needs to close out this game.
Yeah. And even if, because we know John Silver is going to be able to quest, okay, we're going to do the Clarabelle. We're going to You're Welcome it back into the deck to give himself 2 cards. This John Silver still on the board, meaning he would be able to sing heads held high. Rob really going for the play here that he needs to win. To be able to regain control, he's going to be looking for the under the sea. And was it the under the sea?
I don't think it's there. The hand is extended.
Unfortunately, he didn't get it. It was another heads held high that You're Welcome gave him, sadly. Just not the under the sea he needed to be able to regain control. Could have possibly been able to clear in perhaps 1 or 2 characters. He had a Hades in hand. John Silver would have been able to get Reckless, but Christian's still going to be able to quest for 4. He was on 16.
Yeah, I actually thought that so I believe the choices out of that vision of the future was it was like the 3
Hades,
Clarabelles, but it was Hades and You're Welcome, so it's like choose one or the other.
Yeah.
If there was the option to have the Hades and You're Welcome, Rob could have delayed the game long enough so that Christian couldn't quest out to win that next turn.
You had to do it. You had to do the Clarabelle. You had to do the You're Welcome. He had to go for the almighty, trying to get the under the sea off You're Welcome. I think Maui would have been proud.
Maui would have been proud.
But it didn't
indeed.
pay off, unfortunately.
What an incredible game. We really saw the power of the bend to my will in that game. It's been described as a mirror breaker. I think it really, we also saw an example there, though, of, it really helps out in the mirror match, but if the Clarabelle comes back as its top deck off the top, it can literally, you can draw all of your cards back up, regain some control into the game, and you're not out once that happens. But such an interesting, I'm so glad we actually got to cast
It was absolutely phenomenal, and we saw the power of Hades, but not only Hades. The power, we lost a lot of our board wipe tools, but we got to see the power of that heads held high under the sea. And I know I talked a lot about these decks before to a bunch of players playing them, and a lot of people are choosing not to run the spicier version of not playing heads held high, but I really love the heads held high, especially against the mirror, because these the characters like John Silver, the Basil, the Clarabelle, they have such high strength. Under the sea is going to do nothing. You're going to do nothing to get rid of them under the deck. You need that heads held high to be able to reduce the strength down.
Yeah, I also agree with you, Kim. I think it's actually quite necessary. I know some players have been opting to maybe take out the heads held high and just play more high-value cards, maybe more copies of Hades, Infernal Schemer, maybe more John Silvers, but usually there's enough of them within the deck, 3 to 4 copies anyways. But I think in general the heads held high is quite important a lot of the time, and we really saw it utilized extremely well, and it truly was like a Clarabelle Wars plus the You're Welcome and the Hades back and forth. We didn't see either player actually get to that 14 ink and have to hard cast both songs.
It's so
but
hard. Something we've seen before, especially to help end game, was players on the likes of Ruby Sapphire previously before rotation, being able to get so much ink to be able to do the whole Tamatoa dime combo. This time, players are trying to get so much ink to be able to do the heads held high under the C combo. And maybe we'll see it this weekend.
Maybe we will. It's like not really something that you see a lot, to be honest.
No,
and
but it's mighty powerful.
It's not that players want to hard cast these cards.
No,
like
they don't want to.
keep
They
in
don't want
mind
to.
that's exactly the importance of having all of these big bodies on the board that act as these singers. Like these cards are songs for a reason, right? We want to be able to sing these songs
together
for free and sing them together. It's very important that both of these cards are sing together
Which is
cards.
really nice because so early on you're establishing all these lower cost characters.
Yes.
And you're trying to build up that board, especially in post rotation.
Yep.
We're building up the board, getting ready. You have so many characters on board. If they amount to the 8 cost, they're going to be able to sing together.
Yep.
And that's why it's beautiful.
Yes, I have just been informed we are going to go to a feature match 2 right here. Oh my god. Okay, if this is correct, it does look like an Amber Emerald mirror match.
Does this mean both of our feature matches were mirrors?
It seems like it.
It seems like it. Okay.
It seems like it.
Okay, both having Emerald, both feature matches having Emerald, meaning both feature matches going to have Under the Seas.
Yes, potentially. Not all of these versions of Amber Emerald run it, but a lot of them do. You are correct. A lot of them indeed do. And both of these players, by the way, are also 5-0.
Yes. Also, these players are both. I believe both players are also Italian. And
Amazing to see.
I think we previously saw Andrea Alberto. I believe I casted a backup match previously with Erica.
Very, very, very cool to see here. We have Gabrielle is already 1 game ahead, and it's kind of no surprise. It does look like this might be the... Wow, actually, never mind. I was going to say this is kind of like the Sea Dogs Amber Emerald that people know and love within this set, a deck that's been very well popularized. But I'm looking at Gabrielle's hand, and there's some spice.
Is
they're
this
playing
a
some
Princess Dogs deck?
They're playing an Aurora holding court. They are
That's
playing that Tiana restaurant owner.
We still have that Go Tamago.
The Darting Dynamo. What is her ability, Kim?
Oh, no whining.
Stop whining.
Stop whining. Woman up.
I love
it.
I love the name of her ability. If you guys aren't familiar, Go-Go is a card that when you play it, you can pay 2 extra ink to gain lore equal to the damage on an opposing character card. And that card, like, honestly can steal some games if your opponent isn't too aware. It's actually very important that your opponent can try and challenge and then banish their own characters within that challenge so that Go-Go doesn't get too much value.
Yeah. And your typical 1-drops in Amber Emerald are not normally your Aurora. It's normally your Bobby's and Maruski, perhaps your Lady 1-drop. Aurora, not something typical in the common Amber Emerald deck.
No, yeah, you've got like your Cursed Merfolks and stuff, which are like very, very aggressive cards. So very curious to dig deeper into these decks and see the differences between them. I know another card that has been quite common is the Emerald Chromicon, and I really want to talk about this card, Emerald Chromicon. It's a 3-cost uninkable item, one of the few items being played in the meta at the moment, and I have to say, it seems to be extremely good versus a lot of the Sapphire Amethyst, the Blurple decks. A lot of the time, they kind of play one character at a time. They play a Genie, they play an Elsa. Elsa can deal with a lot of these Sea Dog cards, a lot of these Amber Emerald character cards. However, the Emerald Chromicon says, okay, whenever one of my characters is banished, I'll just bounce it back to your hand. Although it's important that it is during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, during your opponent's turn, which is really... I was walking the halls earlier, and I have to mention this game I saw just while I was having my little wander, having my roam about the halls, and it was Amber Emerald versus Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
And they were using the Clarabelle ability. When you pay 2, you can banish an item.
Oh, yeah.
The 1-cost Clarabelle, which... Because I know a lot of decks now, we're not seeing a lot of items. We're not seeing as much Benjas, but Judy Hobbs is back. I haven't seen a Judy Hobbs come in. But you being able to utilize Clarabelle's banishing ability, really showing we're using the whole card. It's not just there for the shift, but you can also banish stuff in this instant. Great for using against the Emerald Chromicon.
I think that's a great point, Kim, and it's like stuff like that sometimes is forgotten about, right? If a card is played and like you kind of forget about the ability, oh, I just want to play this for like the shift line.
It's not just a 1-drop. You could play it turn 3 and be able to pay the extra 2 to be able to banish the Emerald Chronicon, because obviously that's cost 3. They're going to play that on their
if you're on the draw, you can do that. Yeah, it's. I mean, it doesn't really fit into the curve too well. You never want to be. I mean, because you want to be ramping, and then you want to be doing different stuff. And if you're on the draw, it doesn't work out too well. But there are opportunities, probably a little bit later into the game, where you can most definitely do that for sure. So I'm super, super, super excited, as I said, to dive into this game.
Yeah, our players here just having to get ready, just having to redo a sleeve, might have fallen on the floor perhaps. And it's going to be that Turnwood Pegasus evasive card. Not your typical card you're seeing in this deck, is it?
No, but I mean, I can definitely see why it's in there. It's an evasive threat. It's a little bit difficult to deal with. I mean, in the mirror match, at least, there's not many evasive cards that are played that come to the top of my mind, at least.
But I love the use of it, especially because just for participating in this event, players are going to receive the enchanted version of this card.
Yes, the promo version of this card, the DLC promo. It looks absolutely stunning.
Yeah, and Andrea here, currently 5-0, showing this Pegasus can use it. Folks at home, you can use it. If you come play in DLC, you can come play your enchanted Pegasus in your deck.
Yeah, it's a very, 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 very good card indeed. Now, we did see the Daisy established for Gabrielle.
Yeah, we'll be able to perhaps quest this turn. It's going to do the ability Big Prize and going to be able to reveal the top card off the deck for his opponent. And will he be able to send back perhaps You're Welcome, Maybe Mother Knows Best, perhaps even an Under the Sea to the bottom of the deck.
Oh my God, I think I'm seeing what Gabrielle is lining up here. This looks really cool. There is an Under the Sea in the hand for Gabrielle. There's a lady on the board. This does mean if Andrea just keeps playing characters to the board, and it's very likely they're all going to be under 2 strength, Gabrielle can say, okay, I mean, I do think he needs to find an inkable card.
He does.
But if that's found, you can shift the lady and sing under. But a lady shift of Andrea's own comes out here, so maybe this line actually isn't the best now.
No, maybe not, but unfortunately, no cards in the discard, meaning the Lady Miss Park Avenue is not going to be able to trigger any cards. But no, it's not even going to be an inkable card drawn off the top of Gabrielle's deck. It's another Tiana. Is that 3 Tianas in the hand?
This
no
is dire.
Inkable cards,
no inkable cards.
He's not even going to be able to play the Tiana. Not even going to be able to shift onto that lady to be able to do Under the Sea. Even if he wanted to, it may not be great now because it means that his opponent's Lady Miss Park Avenue, but it's simply going to have to draw a card and pass.
This is crazy. And a second shift. Lady Park Avenue. Andrea coming out of the gates. Absolutely steaming a rapid start for this player right here.
Clearly knows that his opponent has a rough hand. And a top deck of another uninkable
I can't believe
card.
this is, I need to take a moment here. This is kind of crazy.
Kawa's Amber Emerald Heart is hitting him hard.
Broken.
He knows how
broken.
tough this is. Amber Emerald, Andrea's version really showing maybe you don't play the princess line.
I mean, listen, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you get unlucky with uninkables, but this is a bit crazy. And like all of the cards, there's 3 cost Tianas. You could have done the shift lady. A single inkable card is all Gabrielle needs. And it's looking really rough.
Good.
And now the Under the Sea is gone.
The
Oh
Ursula
my
Deceiver
word.
coming in. Andrea is going to be able to look at Gabrielle's hand. He's going to be able to discard that Under the Sea.
my God.
He even just gets to
Don't
see
show
how
me.
bad,
Don't show me.
how
Oh
bad
my
the deck
God.
is. Oh my God. The hand, his poor hand. And that was another
No,
uninkable
I can't, Kim.
card.
I can't. Oh my God.
Oh, so unfortunately.
Oh my God, I can't.
It does seem like Andrea here going up to 14 lords, 14 lord to 0. Gabrielle previously taking the win game 1. Andrea definitely seeming like this is unfortunately just going to go to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Gabrielle for playing it out. They know, they recognize they have a lot of time still.
Yeah, for the funsies, why not?
But
Guys,
this
we're here
is
to play.
like, I mean, listen, it's not over until it's over. However, it's looking a little bit dire. There's the scoop. There's the scoop.
Yeah, so definitely unfortunate here for Gabrielle. I hate to see it.
I'm about to like
hurts.
hyperventilate. That was absolutely crazy.
It hurts.
I can't believe that changed from like, oh my God, this is like one of the coolest openers. You can
like,
shift a lady, sing the Under the Sea.
We were so ready.
and it just became uninkable, into uninkable, into uninkable, into uninkable.
And then into another uninkable. Didn't even want to quest with those those daisies, because that would have given his opponent possibly more cards. Ursula Deceiver coming in, going to discard that Under the Sea. That was unfortunate. It was going to go to game 3 for them.
What a roller coaster of emotions! I've honestly never seen something change. I was so hyped to see such a potential early Under the Sea, and then it changed from like I'm lost for words.
Because we can see Under the Seas. We can see Under the Seas in Emerald Sapphire happening with the likes of Baymax and Tipo, and they're able to sing when Baymax gets shifted. I really thought we were going to see an Under the Sea happen here. For Amber Emerald.
It didn't
but
happen.
Unfortunately, just an uninkable hand, which just happens sometimes. And
Yeah.
it's just unfortunate.
It isn't. I'm sure Gabriel has shuffled his deck thoroughly.
Yeah.
And
As you can see a Bobby Zimaruski. Unfortunately, not even a Bobby Zimaruski spray cheese kid here to save him, to go into the inkwell to be able to shift a lady.
Yeah, really, really rough. And I mean, even if the lady shift was possible, I mean, it all came down to the inkable. Yes, I don't think we discussed it previously, right? I don't think the shift under the sea line was going to be played there in the end, especially because Andrea established
his
own
own lady,
Yep.
Miss Park Avenue,
Yep.
came in. But even just to get that body on the board,
Yep.
she's a two-quester, would have helped Gabrielle be able. But even just to have an inkable
Just
card,
establish a Tiana instead. It's great,
He had
right?
so many Tianas, just
Yeah.
one inkable
Tiana
card.
after
It could
Tiana
have been
after Tiana.
a turn of Tiana into a new Tiana, just one uninkable card, unfortunately. But it doesn't look too bad. Okay, we see a Bobby Zimaruski, we see a Pluto, and the Pluto, not a typical card we've seen
This
really
is
much.
a very, very spicy build.
Yeah, I love it.
I am here for it. I am here for it.
Yeah, and it's really going to help Gabrielle here, knowing he lost the last match. He's going to be on the play. Being able to establish this Pluto, possibly going to help him cheat out the cards earlier on.
Yeah, be able to play them at a reduced cost. And honestly, let's have a little think about all of the one-cost cards available here for Andrea, because Pluto has 2 will player. If this Pluto can stick on the board and be utilized at least twice, you've gotten so much value from this card.
Is that 4 1-drops in his hand? Like, he could do a Pluto, or he could choose to do an Aurora. He could do a Bobby Zimaruski. But there's also a Daisy Duck Donald Dates in the hand. 4 1-drops. I like the options.
Yeah,
I like
no,
to have options.
I
Options are so great.
I think the Pluto is going to come down.
Yeah,
I think it's been a card that hasn't been seen too often, but I think it's a fantastic card. A card that a lot of players have been sleeping on. I will admit, granted, it's a great card at the start of the game. If you draw into it later in the game, it does not feel as good.
No.
However, I have just seen this is very, very important. So Andrea is running Improvise. So Improvise, I mean, I say they're running it. They've just inked one and they've just discarded one. But if this Pluto is exerted, I guess Gabrielle has to think about, sure, it could be taken out, but at this stage, you play the Pluto to use the effect. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be exerted for the effect right now. I'm curious to see what 2-cost card is played here. It's just going to be a Daisy for free.
Double 1-drop.
And
okay.
an Aurora.
Triple 1-drop. Okay, it's only turn 2. This Pluto helping Gabrielle being able to build such a wide board so early on, establishing that Aurora, meaning he could even play a Tiana for cheaper if he cheats it out.
This is absolutely crazy, Kim. So currently 4 characters on the board for Gabrielle. We see a Lilo. We see a 7-cost Tramp here. Tramp can be coming down on turn 3. This is kind of crazy. This is absolutely nuts in my opinion.
This is absolutely bonkers. It's only turn 3. This Tramp being able to cost 1 less for each
Didn't even need to
other
ink, because the
Didn't
Pluto
even need
effect.
to ink. He just paid. He paid 2.
Yep. And oh my God, another Tramp picked up this. Wait, is that 2 Tramp? I am about to freak out. This is kind of crazy.
Yeah,
oh my God.
We'll draw 4 cards. Gonna have to discard 4 cards.
Yes, but keeping these
the
Tramps,
Tramp,
like this board is so big, you're basically just playing 7-cost, 2 6s for free at this stage, and they quest for 2.
Yeah.
What an incredible start for Gabrielle here.
Yeah, definitely a hard decision there. He was obviously contemplating what to discard. But yeah, you have to keep the Tramp.
I think you do keep the Tramp. Now, it's actually interesting as well that all of the characters, I mean, yes, you do want to kind of quest with the characters. Andrea only has the ability to take out one thing, probably the Pluto with the Bobby and with the Daisy, but that's going to keep 4 characters on the board. All that has to happen is Gabrielle draws an inkable, and then another tramp comes down. Even has the option to ink one of the tramps right here.
Yeah, we're going to see Ursula
Oh, he sees what's
He's going
coming.
to see what's coming. It's 2 tramps in the hand. And a card we talked about earlier was that Emerald Chromacon.
Yep.
No point of him playing it here because Gabrielle just putting on the pressure. He's going to try and crest. He's going to want to race. With this many characters on board,
Yeah,
you're
like,
going to have to race. And even being able to establish this 7-cost tramp, meaning if he is able to, perhaps if he doesn't top deck the Under the Sea, but maybe he plays the tramp and is able to draw into the Under the Sea, he would be able to completely wipe out Andrea's board.
very interesting here. Deciding, yes, this makes sense. So the lady, again, this character, for however many characters you play, gets some extra strength. So between the lady, the Bobby, and the Daisy, able to take out both the Pluto and the Aurora. So now let's see. It's these tramps are costing 4 now. This is an absolutely massive difference. I don't like. This is a lot trickier now for Gabrielle. Suddenly, that 1 less character is absolutely huge here.
Yeah,
I think
very interesting decisions here because obviously he did want to try and play that tramp, potentially looking for an Under the Sea to be able to completely wipe out Andrea's board and just gain the lead
crazy.
here.
Would have been crazy.
But now, Andrea having 5 characters on board, and Gabrielle left here with now just 4 characters on board.
Yeah, I think Gabrielle maybe doesn't want to be too greedy. Probably will opt to ink one of these tramps. Maybe not, but I think you kind of have to, at this stage, you kind of want to be on 3 ink. But we can't forget, Andrea, I did see in their hand, they also have this 7-cost Amber Emerald dual ink tramp ready to go. And they'll be able to play it for a nice little cheap amount of 2 ink.
But this tramp having 2 strength, but it has quite a high willpower.
Yeah.
Meaning it will be able to
do some challenging,
do
yes.
some challenging.
Very
It will
important
be
here.
able
Very
to take
important
out
here.
the likes of Bobby Zimmerowski, but being able to survive because it has that 6 willpower.
Yeah. I think Gabrielle just kind of evaluating their options, seeing what the best play, because like they could use between the tramp and the Daisy, could use it to take out the opposing Daisy, and then Bobby can finish off Bobby. Maybe really wants to try and take out one of these dual link Amber Emerald ladies as well. So a few
And
different options.
His opponent knows he has 2 tramps in hand.
Wow, okay, it's
That
gonna be a
Ursula
pass.
Deceiver, he knew those 2 tramps were in hand and knows, maybe I just start putting under pressure. Andrea going to just possibly play more cards to be able to just quest and put on the pressure on Gabrielle and hope Gabrielle tries to do something to clear his board.
Yeah, this is super interesting. I think if any character, yes, this is very, very good for Andrea here, playing their own
Going
tramp.
to do a tramp of his own
Yeah.
for 2, like we previously seen Gabrielle do. Going to be able to draw, I believe, 5 cards, but he's going to have to discard 5 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Andrea plays their own copy of Under the Sea, but I think this is what Gabrielle's thinking. If they top deck an inkable card, and as long as 0 of their characters are disrupted, removed from the board, they can simply ink, get one of these tramps down, and if they happen to find an Under the Sea, the entire board is swung away, swept to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, going to have to draw 5 cards,
Oh
discard
my god.
5
Oh my god. If this is
cards,
an Under the Sea,
and this is another
there's no
tramp
way.
coming in? I'm going to be able to, this time, not draw 5 cards, but draw 6 cards?
Yeah, 6 cards. Now, I do say if that's an Under the Sea, granted, Andrea cannot play it this turn, cannot sing it this turn. This is so weird. It's so interesting because, like, at the same time, they're playing to the board. Yes, Andrea's board looks absolutely massive right now. If we see Gabrielle play their own 7-cost tramp, it will mean if they find the Under the Sea, as I keep saying, the entire board's going to be swept away.
It doesn't look like he found it, meaning he's gone through so many cards already. Maybe, and he wouldn't even be able to play the Under the Sea this turn if he did have it. So being able to filter through those cards, okay, I didn't draw the Under the Sea.
But they're just making a very wide board,
giving
right?
himself more opportunities to perhaps draw it next turn when he will be able to play it.
Maybe. I mean, I also don't know if it's in the deck, right?
We also don't know
some of
if
these
it's in the
decks
deck.
don't run
Yeah,
it, but I would
we don't
assume
know.
there might be a few
Yeah.
copies in here.
But even being able to just take the time and build up this wide board state, there's not much Gabrielle is going to be able
What
to
is the
do
card?
here.
It's a lady. Okay, it's an
Okay.
uninkable added to the hand. So this is actually quite good. Let's hope it's an inkable
Yeah.
this time.
Luckily
No!
for
Oh my God.
Gabrielle,
Oh my
there
God.
is still the inkable
There is still the
traps.
inkable trap.
He's going to be
Thank
able to ink one.
goodness.
And we could potentially
Oh.
see that Miss Park Avenue coming down, and he would be able to return 2 cards from his discard to his hand. But we're not going to see that at all. We're going to see
Let's
another
see, let's
trap.
see, let's see,
He's
let's
going to be able to drop
see.
4 cards. But he is going to have to discard 4 cards. Okay, it's going to be the Lilo.
Yeah.
And I like when this Lilo goes into the discard like this, because
Yeah.
then it gives Gabrielle the option at the start of his turn, next turn, just have the option to maybe play one of these Lilos.
Yeah, but I think this might be it for Gabrielle. Like they were really, really relying on getting the under the sea here to completely wipe out Andrea's board. I've done a quick count. I believe there's 11 lore represented on Andrea's side of the board. They're currently at 10. I just don't see how Gabrielle's able. I mean, of course, right, there's some characters available for challenging still, so not completely out of the game yet. But if the under the sea was found,
Yeah.
it would have been like literally game-changing, literally game-changing.
Yeah, and that's like, it's something really interesting because a lot of these characters in the Amber Emerald decks have such low cost strengths,
Mhm,
like
yep.
such low strengths
Yep.
in general. He's going to have to use a lot of characters at once to even just deal with one character. Now, Bobby Zamaruski has 1 damage on it. He did play the Tramp, meaning that this 1 cost lady is going to have 1 strength. So that would be able to take out Bobby Zamaruski and survive. The Tramp does have 2 strength, would be able to challenge, and then along with the Daisy Duck and his own Bobby Zamaruski would be able to perhaps clear something. But it is 10 lore, 2-4, but still, there's 27 minutes left on the game. Game 3, players, you're gonna need to take the time to just decide, how am I gonna deal with this?
Yeah, I think they have plenty of time available here. It's the thing is, it's the under the sea not being found super tricky. So now Gabrielle's forced to be in a position where, you know, they have to make these kind of desperate challenges. And also, it was like I'm telling you, the fact that they had to ink that other tramp was really rough.
Yes.
I did see again. This looks like the 4th one that was picked up. So if somehow Andrea is able to, you know, stay in this game an extra turn, then they do have another opportunity potentially to find the under the sea. But again, I'm going to do a very quick count. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore represented on the board for Andrea right now. We can't forget these ladies. I do believe if the ladies have 3 strength or more, they're going to be
Yeah.
able to quest for a little bit more.
Yeah, but it's going to be a Lilo coming into play for Andrea. He would be able to just quest with everything here.
Yeah.
Get up to 18.
Yeah, because like making challenges at this stage doesn't do so much, right? It's like you can't actually stop the potential.
knowing-
Yeah, you can't stop the under the sea. However, I mean, what you could do is, I mean, it's so unlikely. It would have to be the 4th tramp. 4th tramp has to be played again. You know, filter, discard.
Could we see it just being top decked
Let's see.
off the deck? Will we
Not
see
another
it?
uninkable,
I'm
come
ready.
on.
Not another uninkable. Okay, it's a go-go. Time a go.
okay,
Unfortunately, I
okay.
don't think it's going to help him here. He was going to need to get that under the sea.
Yeah.
Are we going to risk it
I mean, this
for
is-
all the dog biscuits?
I mean, this makes sense to play this tramp right now. We'll only have to pay a total. Oh yeah, actually he's able to play this 1 cost tramp for free. I think this is very valuable as well. We'll be
Yes.
able to buff up one of their characters, give them some extra strength, might be able to help out with some challenging. This also lets them just draw more cards.
just draw more cards to be able to
right?
filter through that deck.
Let's see.
He's going to be searching for the under the sea,
2,
knowing
come
it
on,
is
come
kind of
on.
the only way that's going to help him clear this board. Will we
Really
see
wants
it?
to see it.
Is
Come
there one more? Come
on,
on,
make
come
it happen.
Oh, unfortunately,
no.
not the under the sea he needed.
I think that might be the game. There's like
Unfortunately,
nothing
yeah.
more that can be done. They look through so many cards of the deck. Huge props to Gabrielle for
Yes.
really
He's
recognizing
stuck
what they
in
needed
there,
to do.
like,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
Real, like both these players piloting these decks so well, and we've seen the players on Emerald Sapphire piloting their decks really well. And to be 5-0, 5 wins in round 6, you have to be proud of yourself for that regardless. But these players
Yep.
know how to pilot their decks inside out. Gabrielle realizing the only way he was going to be able, his only really big out to be able to take this match back was to be able to play Under the Sea on Andrea's board, but unfortunately the Tramp's just not going to give it to him.
Yeah.
He's not going to have it, and even we saw him hesitate trying to take that last card off the deck. He's like, please let it be.
Yeah.
And you know what? I was there with him. How are you doing over there?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
We know, a lot of Illumineers know that you have been a huge Amber Emerald supporter since quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
This post-rotation Amber Emerald, a lot different to what you're used to. But I've really enjoyed getting to watch this match.
Yeah, and I think it's a deck, I believe it's the 5th most represented deck within this tournament today. And I think it's putting up great numbers. Like, not only were these two players 5-0, but again, during one of my breaks, I was scouting the top tables, and I saw a lot of these Amber Emerald decks doing very well. So I would not be surprised to see a couple of them make it into day 2, and hopefully also make it into top 32 tomorrow. So I want to say a huge congratulations to Andrea there.
Yeah, going 6-0. He's going to be going,
it's locked.
You have to be feeling really good now going into round 7. No, okay, I am gonna play my games. I know I have my spot, but every point matters.
Yeah, a little bit of the pressure is off, perhaps, but they still want to keep doing good.
But you want to still be doing good, and you've got to feel good. You've got to play good. And these players going into round 7 now, 6 wins. Truly masters of the Illuminary. They know how to conjure their glimmers. They are masters of their decks for sure.
100%. Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. I think it's been very interesting. We just had like back-to-back mirrors of like 2 very different types of decks, and I just really felt for Gabrielle there. Like the Uninkables, I was literally losing my mind. I've never seen.
I really felt for him. The Tramp into another Tramp. Unfortunately, no Under the Sea. It was really his out to be able to get it, and we didn't even know if Andrea was running it, but he didn't even need it. He was able to keep that control on the board. Didn't even need that Emerald Chromacon like we were talking about before. Was able to discard that. Like,
the thing
so
is,
early
with the Emerald Chromacon in the mirror match, it's actually not very good because, as we keep pointing out, a lot of these characters in the deck, they have very low strength. So how often are challenges going to be made? Challenges that banish opposing characters. Not very often. You're more so relying on a lot of these Under the Sea type of effects to keep you in this game. So we are going to be going to a card drawing segment. This is news to me. Do you know about this?
If this is what I think it is, me and Rebecca were up to some little shenanigans, and if it's what me and Rebecca were doing, you're gonna learn very quickly why I get to cast the games and not draw the art for this game.
For Disney Lorcana TCG.
It is very bad, but it's super. It was so much fun, and at the end of the day, all the players, we gave them prizes. It was super fun, and just getting to be on the floor and interacting with people. And
I'm excited to watch
this. Just getting victims to play my games with Rebecca on the floor. I don't know if they managed to do any more, but if that is what I think about it, I think it is. I'm super excited to show you guys, and we're gonna bring you to that really soon. Yeah. Really now.
Yeah,
basically.
let's head on
over to that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. I am joined by the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley, and the lovely Rebecca. And we're going to try and have a little bit of fun here. Now, you may notice that I've got some large pieces of paper.
You've got some goodies over there,
I've got
Baker.
some goodies.
Uh-oh,
I'm
terrified.
You should be terrified already. I'm kind of terrified. I know what we're doing and I'm scared. I've got 3 cards here. I haven't looked at any of them, I promise you. And we're going to take it in turns. You're going to get a piece of paper. You're going to pick a card at random. And you're going to draw the card in a way where hopefully the other 2 can guess what the card is.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you feeling?
7.5.
7.
-7?
I'm not feeling confident. We'll give it our best go, won't we?
All right, so we'll start off with Rebecca. I'll put the cards face down for a moment. Here is your... Okay, so something to lean on and a sheet of plain white paper.
Excellent.
Put those aside for the moment.
There's 5 different colours: yellow, purple, blue, green, and orange.
Yeah, we needed all the colours of the eggs.
Can I can pick my marker color based on my card?
You can change. You can use as many colours as you like.
Okay, fantastic.
You can guess, and if you are in chat, please guess along. Let's see if you can crack it before me or Joe can. All right, so choose a card. Keep it to yourself. Don't let any of us see it. She's taken that one. All right.
Can I look? I'm worried about ruining the game.
All right, you might want to turn at an angle so that we can't. Unless you want to just have a. She's okay. She doesn't need to see it anymore. So should we try and guess while she's doing it, or should we wait for her to finish?
I think we should.
Okay,
I
let's
think
do
we
it.
should.
All right. So chat, if you beat me and Spessy, let us know. I don't think it's going to be that
lean
hard.
forward.
Hey, she could be the best drawer in the world,
so
and
I'm
it could be
seeing-
super easy.
It's yellow and blue are the two colours.
It's Baymax. I don't know if there's yellow on
Oh,
Baymax, but I know
it's-
there's blue.
Maybe it's green. Is it green?
Oh, is it green?
We'll have to find out.
All right. I'm so ready. Let's go. We're not timing you. We're not that harsh.
Flounder. Yes. Let's
All right,
go.
the undisputed king straight away.
Yes. Can I keep it? Yay. You can keep that one.
I think you need to sign it. I think the various citizens of the land of Lorcana will be very, very pleased
That
with
was
that.
so good, Rebecca.
So, like, is that say something about Rebecca's skills or Spessy's that you guessed
or
it
your
that
lack
quickly?
of skills.
Yeah, that is also perfectly reasonable, to be fair. All right, Joe, you guessed that one correctly. It's going to be your turn. Don't let us see the card. Rebecca's going to give you the thing to lean on.
Okay, I'm going to throw it out there.
Yeah, you keep your picture. Just give him the board underneath it.
I'm going to throw out there. This one is a lot more tricky.
Here, I'm just gonna
Okay,
turn
you
this
have a
over.
fresh piece.
Yeah.
No, he gets a fresh one. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think these are going to be collector's items. This is Lorcana
This
law
is Lorcana
that we're making
law. We
right
have
here.
to sign these.
Okay.
This is going to be difficult.
Okay.
Is it?
I'm excited.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready for the difficulty. Difficulty? That's
Difficality.
definitely not
I
a
need
word.
to have another one.
Oh, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, how are
Look
you?
away, Baker. No cheating from the villain.
'Kay.
Again, let us know in chat if you think you've got it. Joe was pretty good at guessing Rebecca's very quickly.
That was very quick.
It was very good. We're
Okay.
starting off with orange. Okay.
Orange. I need to look this way.
Look at this family.
Look. Okay. Oh, a house?
Is this a house?
This is Casa Madrigal, the family Madrigal.
I can't even see it.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
All right, we've definitely got a house.
Yeah. Is that Mickey with the flat? No, wait, what is? No.
Is that meant to be
Hair-
Clarabelle?
No. A house with.
Chat, I hope you're doing better than me and Rebecca
Chat is
are
doing
because
better.
this is not going well for us.
I
And
don't
who
know.
knows? Like
Why
Joe
did I
could,
say Mickey? I
Joe
don't
could be
know.
like a world-class artist.
Okay,
and
this is a close-up on Fred. I don't know.
Is it Mirabelle Madrigal?
You can't do. Oh, this is Bruno. Bruno.
Oh.
Bruno Madrigal. This is.
And these are the stairs and everything.
No, it's Is it We Don't Talk About Bruno? No. Is it Bruno's Return? Yes. Bruno's Return.
Okay, so you have both successfully guessed each
Bruno's
other's.
Return. Yes, perfect.
All right, so
wait,
you-
I get this card.
You
I think
do.
that's it. This is mine.
You need to sign that as well, Spessy.
Yes.
That's a collector's item now. Okay, so they have both successfully guessed each other's. I'm not so confident here. I'm going to put the mic down and hand over to you guys.
Excellent. Wait. What are your drawing skills at? How confident are you on this?
I've never been less confident of anything I've done in my entire life, Rebecca.
Okay, well,
but
then
we're going to give it a go
that's
anyway.
going to make it more fun for us, right? Okay, we were looking at the card. He's looking
be
at the
prepared.
card. It's be prepared. Okay, we definitely need.
Do I have to put the card down to draw?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, you have to put the card down.
You're not gonna be able to
Commit
do
it
it
to
otherwise.
memory, and then give us your best
Okie dokie.
sketch.
Let's
I cannot
see
wait.
how this goes
He
then.
doesn't look confident.
I'm absolutely not confident in the slightest, okay?
The facial expressions that he's making right now are fantastic. We're in for a treat. We are
You're in
we
for
are in
something.
for a treat, I can tell.
Right.
All right, here he
Okay,
goes.
here we go. Yes, make sure chat can see. Make sure chat can
And
see.
don't forget to get involved in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, we've got
He's got an orange pen.
what? Well,
That's a lot of little peaks, but it must be quite difficult. Some sort of pattern, an orange pattern.
What?
Oh,
is-
it's the golden hop.
no,
Oh.
no. It is the troubadour. No, the holding his thing. I don't know. The lute thing.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I mean, I'm guessing it's amber based off the color.
Yeah, I would. That seems like a safe guess. This is. My goodness. Is this a piglet? Is this a piglet? No. With a hat. This is... That's a nose, maybe.
A
That's
nose?
no.
I don't think that's a nose.
No, what is that a tea kettle on somebody's head?
It looks like a flower.
It looks like I'm lost now.
Okay, that's a mouth. It was a nose.
It was a nose.
Coda.
No.
Ben-Eye.
This is an eyeball. See, I said it was a nose, and it is a nose.
It is a nose.
What is it on, though? What is the...
I don't think it's Winnie the Pooh.
This is a very interesting creature that we are getting here. We've got,
Got a lovely haircut.
Oh, is this a power line?
Yes!
It's a
The
power.
hair
It was
was
the
good.
guitar. That's the guitar. It's the keytar. It is
The Amber was throwing
I
us
get that one
off,
too.
but I think Rebecca is the champion of
I am
this.
the champion. There you go. Perfect.
No one else would.
The best. Rebecca had the best drawing and the best two guesses, I think.
I mean,
so.
Flounder, you have to admit,
Yeah,
that
but it was
one,
so efficient.
That was perfect.
How would you have even gone about drawing that?
It's honestly, that is a good effort. I'll give you that. That is a good effort.
That was
I got that it was a musical
perfection.
instrument early on as
That
well.
was- Well, we hope that you enjoyed guessing along in chat, and we hope that you are enjoying watching all these excellent matches. We are going to be back with more Disney Lorcana. Until then.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. And I am joined with our local Italian caster, Erica.
Hi, guys.
Lovely to be
Welcome
on the
back.
desk with you, man.
Oh,
We've never done this together
yeah.
before.
Yes, no,
What
no,
treat
this is the
for me.
first time.
What
yes.
a treat for me. What an honor. It's going to be fantastic.
It's been honor for me.
Oh,
yes.
my dear. Do not judge me for the drawing that you just saw on the previous segment. But I saw the power line and I was like, mate, I can't draw as it is. I don't know how you expect me to get through this. If it wasn't for the punky hair.
Yes, Baker is a good singer, but it's not a good drawer. Yes, sorry, Baker.
It's
I don't know how with your voice, but
it's
no.
not in my skill set. But is it kind of like, you know, when you do karaoke, the best ones are the people that can't really sing. So is it kind of similar? Like the best drawers are the ones that can't, the best artists are the one that can't really draw.
Yes, but the characters, it's a complete characters to draw.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So rest assured, guys, I am not joining the Disney Lorcana artist team just yet, but we have more Lorcana action coming up. We are going into round 7. Only 2 rounds left to go, Erica.
Only 2 rounds, yes. And yes, this is a so hard competition because it's a 7 round. Wow.
Going into round 7 and then 1 left to go, and then it's not over. If you've got those 18 points and you've qualified for day 2, you've got 4 more grueling rounds of Swiss to get through before we cut to a top 32. Only the creme de la creme will make their way all the way.
Creme.
I can do rolling R's. I'm just not very good with languages in general. But
That's so good.
I'll take that as a compliment. But we have a very exciting match coming up, and this is one that I will admit I may have pitched for and pushed for a little bit. We're going to be seeing the new kid on the block that all the Lorcana players are talking about come visiting us all the way from the United States, went back to back at very renowned third-party events. We're going to be watching Tiago on his signature deck at this point, Amethyst Steel. Now, I'm not sure how much, again, Tiago is very new on the scene. He's not been playing the game for a very long time, but won back-to-back large third-party events with this same deck, so I think that shows a lot of skill. He is 5-1 at the moment in this tournament, so I knew the people would be very keen to see him, so we're going to be checking him out. It's going to be a fantastic match. I'm not sure who he's facing yet, but we'll find out shortly, but I can... In fact, I'm not going to confirm yet because I don't know if the players are mic'd up yet, so I won't go too much into detail. But yeah, I am very excited for this match.
What do you see for the next match? You prefer see on a Blurple deck or another space deck?
I mean, if I had my way, then we'd be watching a Ruby Amethyst mirror match. But
Ruby Amethyst?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm not saying it's top tier anymore, but I'm always going to root to see a Ruby Amethyst match. But not sure how the audience would feel. You let us know. Would you be passionate about a Ruby Amethyst mirror match at this point in the tournament? Maybe that's what we're going to get. I'm not sure, but still plenty more Disney Lorcana action. If you are only just joining us, welcome to DLC Bologna. It's been an incredible incredible day. It's
Yes.
so great to be back, like walking amongst the community. Have you had had much chance to walk around and see old faces?
Yes, of course. I saw more people from our community, and some people from Italian community are here for this tournament. And yes, it was beautiful. Talk about some things, some emotion, and
It's an emotional time.
Yes, yes. I hear some different story about incredible people, and I'm so happy.
It's like a family reunion. It really is.
Yes.
It's so great to see some of these faces that I haven't seen in months or since last year even. So I am so happy that we are back in Disney Lorcana season. Lots of events happening over the course. Well, we've got Milwaukee later on in the month, and then we've got a full schedule next month. Are you excited for Infinity? We've got a little way to go.
Of course. Do you know what is my favorite deck?
Please tell me, what is your favorite deck?
Ruby Sapphire.
You're a
of
Ruby
course.
Sapphire stan. Yo,
Yes, I'm Ruby Sapphire as my lovely deck.
I am
but
sorry.
With after rotation, as
You've fallen off.
Yes,
I was
I
just
can
about to say
play
that.
Ruby Sapphire as so hard to play Ruby Sapphire during a competitive tournament. But so it's my
It will
favorite
be-
deck. I miss Sisu. I miss a big Sisu.
I missed one particular card, which no prizes for guessing what that is. But
And what is your favorite deck before the rotation?
oh, absolutely, Ruby Amethyst. I
Yes,
was a
of
Ruby
course.
Amethyst stan
With
throughout.
Developer.
The only time I ever played Ruby Sapphire
Yes.
was when it was starting to get like really become one of the top tier decks, and I wanted to be better at casting it. So I was
Yes.
like, okay, well, there's no substitute for actually getting in reps with yourself with like paper. So I enjoy playing decks that are rising in popularity so that I have a better understanding of the play patterns and the lines. So like recently we had you were there, the Content Creator Set Championships in London, the European one. I played Emerald
Yes.
Sapphire because, again, this is a deck that is seeming very
Did
good.
you play Ruby Sapphire during London Championship?
I played Emerald Sapphire during that
okay,
championship with
Emerald
Clarabelles
Sapphire,
and all
yes.
that sort of stuff. Because, again, I knew it was going to be quite a popular deck this weekend, so I wanted to make sure that I had a better understanding
Yes,
of the
of
lines
course.
and the play patterns, and feels pretty good. So I do make an effort to play decks just to like understand them better so I can cast them better. But I'm sorry, you can't teach an old villain new tricks. I am always going to be rooting for some good old-fashioned Ruby Amethyst.
And what is your prediction for the winner
For
of
what
this
will win
tournament? Yes.
today? Oh goodness me! Shall I go? Shall I be a little out there? You know what? I'm gonna go Sapphire Steel. We watched a match not too
Okay.
long ago. Sapphire Steel playing Vincenzo and Scar Future King and a bunch of allies.
Yes, Vincenzo is a great card,
Yep.
and it's not a usual card for the Italian player. For with this chapter, with this fable. But I think so. Vincenzo is a thing. It's a great and a big card because I have free lore.
Free lore is pretty
Yes.
big. He's inkable, and 3 damage.
And a great body.
3 damage is pretty significant in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. The likes of Dumbo, plenty of characters where Vincenzo is just a swift and efficient answer. So in these Sapphire Steel decks that are ramping and like putting extra ink
Yes.
into the Inkwell every turn, when you've got these multiple, here's a Scar, here's a Hades, here's a Vincenzo, like just constant
Yes,
answers.
Scar is a new greatest card of
Mate.
the new fabled.
I need the Enchanted, Erica.
Yeah.
I need to get that Enchanted Future King holding the skull like Hamlet himself. It's absolutely
Scar is your
stunning.
card.
I mean, Scar's my boy. Jafar as well. Very like people know
Yes.
I've got a very soft spot for Jafar, and of course, Professor Red. Just villains really, but those are my top 3: Scar,
Yes, but
Radigan,
Scar
Jafar.
is so
Who's your
beautiful.
favorite villain?
Hade.
Is it Scar?
Hade.
Hades.
Yes, Hades, but in Italian it says Hade.
Hade.
Hade, yes.
Hade. Very good. What's the sub name? The Infernal Schemer in Italian.
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll check. We'll check that later. We'll see if we can work on my Italian together.
We'll check this.
So yeah, that's going to be my out of the box prediction because we saw Sapphire Steel deck doing very well. Who knows? Maybe it's got the tools to go all the way. I'm going to put the same question back to you. What do you think?
Oh, my prediction is, for me, the best deck will be Emerald Sapphire.
Emerald Sapphire.
Yes, I'm in
okay.
love with Blarpool, with Sapphire Amethyst, but I think is Emerald Sapphire have a good removal, like Under the Sea, for example.
Yeah, that's the new way to wipe the board.
Yes, and I'm in love with Clarabella, for example.
Clarabelle is one of the best draw engines that we have in the game. Just the advantage that it can generate, combining it with cards like You're Welcome. I'll tell you, my first time shifting Clarabelle, singing You're Welcome and drawing 5 cards was mind-blowing. I was like, I get it. Emerald
because
players,
you find some response.
I understand why you've been doing this for a while, because it felt pretty good, to be honest. And again, it's a deck that's got, like, you run things like Basil, the undercover detective, who we actually have the artist for in the room today. I got mine signed in the hotel last night. John Silver, and again, you get to play Hades. And I really think Hades, or Hudder?
Hade.
Hade,
Yeah.
there you go. I think
Hade.
I think
Yes.
Hade is the premier removal in the game, which is surreal to say because obviously Ruby has always been known as the removal colour with the likes of Medusa and Tremaine. I miss you, my chair lady and desk lady. I miss them very much. Obviously, be prepared. And even things like Brawl. So we're used to Ruby being the banishing colour, and there are still cards in Ruby that banish. We got a reprint of Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and there are various other things, but I just don't think you can compete with Hades, like being a 7-cost character. Yes, we're ramping them. We very rarely care. Like the text says, is there a downside to this? I guess, but like, I'm going to do it anyway because it's just hard removal. I'm sticking a 3/6 character on the board that quests for 2. I think a Sapphire is just absolutely, I mean, they've been eating for a while, but they're cooking right now.
I'm in love Hade in combo with Madame Mim Elephant, for example. Yes, in the Blarpool, because in this month I played Blarpool, and I'm so in love with this deck, but yes, my heart prefer Emerald Sapphire.
Okay, so the version of Emerald Sapphire that we're seeing, like the meta deck, again, it's Clarabelles, you're playing all the removal options that we talked about. I really want to see a spicy version using the Big Hero 6 cards. You know, like the Fred, the Floodborn Fred.
Of course, I'm in love with Big Hero 6.
It's such a good film.
Yes, and the power of Big Hero 6 after the shift. Yes, because remove the damages, of course.
Yep, and Hero Hamada, who was a set championship promo a couple of seasons ago. It's pretty cool ability when for your characters that have a card underneath them getting ward and evasive. That's pretty good. So I would love to see Emerald Sapphire be able to dive into that, but the list does seem mostly pretty settled at this point in time. Is there a deck that you thought we would see more of today that we haven't?
Oh, another Emerald Sapphire, for example, and I will see the Blarpool or the mirror of the shoe Blarpool, yes.
But is there a deck that you think there's not a lot of them in the room, but you are surprised? Maybe a deck you thought there'd be a lot of, but the numbers aren't quite there. Anything like that?
Oh, for example, I think that, for example, one deck is Amber Ruby.
Amber Ruby. We saw
Amber, yes.
We saw one of those.
We saw one Amber
on
Ruby
stream.
And yes, I think, wow, this is incredible.
It was
with
pretty
the
cool.
double shift of Mulan. It's an incredible moment.
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Cinema.
Just and like getting to play again. It's great to see these new cards like Powerline find their worth. But here we go into match time, and you can see on the left-hand side there. We'll have the player names in a moment, but I can tell you this is Tiago, the new kid on the block, so to say, who is finding a lot of success in Lorcana. So I'm very excited to see him pilot this deck, and of course an opponent that is also 5-1. So clearly no slouch when it comes to Disney Lorcana. I'm excited, Erica.
Yes, I'm so excited, and I can see the type of the deck and the ink that will play this player, for example, because I'm so curious.
It'll be interesting to see. I think the players are just waiting for the all clear from the judges, just letting them know, yes, the stream can see you, and we are very keen. If you're in chat right now, let us know if you're excited for this match. We see the fist bump, and here we go. So we have Tiago going up against Andrea. Do you know much about this player?
No.
No, a new one to you,
I don't know Andrea Ferroni, but this is the moment.
It will be great to see him. He's 5-1 at the moment, same as Tiago, but we're off to the races. We're going to see the Captain Hook going into the Inkwell, and down comes Diablo, both serving very...
Pete in the Inkwell and the Dizzy Duck
so
on the bird.
We have Amber Steel. So Amethyst Steel, I feel like, is quite well positioned into this deck. We did just see Tiago inking the Captain Hook, which is good in this matchup, but the Diablo established gets a really free quest here. I don't expect Daisy to challenge this Diablo, and Calhoun is a perfect card to add on top.
Yes, Calhoun is a great steal card for me. And now this is the moment of Andrea. And But
I would expect this Daisy to give a lot of gifts to Tiago because Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel doesn't tend to play a lot of non-character cards. You'll have the full strength of a Raging Fire. You might have Hypnotic Strength in the deck as well, which is a card that I think he'd love to see. But I think I do spy, Erica, the Jafar Aspiring Ruler in the hand of Tiago. I might be wrong, but if so, that's a great card to have, but Andrea not going on a quest, saying, no, I don't want to give you any cards. I respect the fact that this Calhoun could be boosted up with a Jafar or a Hypnotic Strength. I'm going to wait a little bit because we've just established this Troubadour, who I expect would love to sing Strength for a Raging Fire on the Calhoun.
The Troubadour is a good card.
It's great, yeah.
Another Calhoun is so hard to Andrea.
And the Captain Hook, which, again, this is this is where you want the Captain Hook, right, against Amber Steel. Or even the mirror match, just this fantastic body that hits for 3, a Chapter 1 classic, and great to see the Chapter 1 art there as well.
Yes, this is the draw of the first chapter.
That was the first Lorcana card I ever saw, Erica, and I was like...
I'm in love with this draw.
I mean...
Yes, I'm in love with this illustration, but...
It's beautiful.
The new is so beautiful.
Oh, I like the new one as well. Like, again,
I like Buff.
That was my reveal card in set 8, so I'm very fond of it, but... We've got to admit, we've all got a sentimental spot for this forceful duelist. But down comes the Mulan Disguised Soldier from Andrea. This is a 1-cost card, 2/1 quest for 1. And on play, you may draw a card and discard a card, which is great for getting those uninkables out of your hand, for digging. And there it is. We're going to be a man. And down comes the Calhoun, but Tiago says, oh, well, I've got another one here and a Captain Hook. So... The Troubadour.
Oh, okay. Quest with Daisy.
No, it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Yes, and activate the trigger of Daisy, of course. Oh.
That's pretty good. Fire the cannons to remove.
Of course.
You want to get rid of these beat sticks, right? Because now Andrea has presented 2 quite tough characters to get through. The Troubadour having resist 1, so the Calhoun on its own is not enough to get over it. We will need a Jafar or a Hypnotic Strength, or indeed, Erica, another card I just saw in Tiago's hand. I'm trying to sell it anyway, is Avril Mim or Skater Mim, but the actual name is Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, who provides Challenger 1 to all of your characters. So that's a nice way that Tiago can power through this Daisy. But this is what I'm talking about, Erica. Finding the right time to quest. There she comes.
Oh.
To wreck the day.
Oh, this is Madame Mim. I'm in love with this is Madame Mim.
She's beautiful.
Yes, Diablo. I think that this Diablo is one of a great choice because, yes, when you banish this Diablo, yes, you can draw a card.
You can always quest. You can normally quest safely with this Diablo. But that being said, if you're running Strength for a Raging Fire, you do want to get these numbers up. So just establishing as many bodies as possible is super important. We're going to ink the lady, and down comes the Tiana.
Tiana's come.
What do you think of this Tiana, Erica?
Oh, I think it's a good, strong card, and I'm so happy because with Fable, after rotation, Tiana have your place.
She's become playable.
Yes, I have a place, yes.
In a meta without brawl.
Of course.
Tiago just going to give us a close-up of his haircut there, which has actually stolen the focus away from the board, but that's fine.
I see the hair of Tiago. So beautiful.
I respect it. But yeah, Tiago really taking his time here. And yeah, I think Andrea has played this perfectly. We talk about, Amber Steel decks sometimes just feel like, just turn them sideways. But it really is not that simple. Just that early turn from Andrea, not questing with a Daisy Duck, waiting until he could Strength for a Raging Fire the Calhoun. Yes, Tiago did have a backup.
Dumbo!
The 9th wonder of the universe!
What is your opinion about Dumbo?
I think it's fantastic. I think it could verge slightly onto being a quote-unquote win more card, because you do need to have like a bit of an established board to be able to take advantage of it. It's great if you've already got evasive characters down. It is like, the thing is with Dumbo is it's immediately targeted, and here's an example that Tiana is going to sing Strength for a Raging Fire, because this is the thing. It's lovely to play Dumbo when you already have an evasive or two.
Yes, another evasive,
and you have enough ink that you can immediately trigger the Dumbo ability, so that even if the Dumbo is removed, you've already gained something out of it.
For example, in Blair Pearl, is usually play Dumbo after play another character evasive, of course.
That was huge. We saw the Mulan go into the Calhoun. Obviously, the resist 1, meaning you're only doing 1 damage, and then a fire the cannons coming down to finish it off. We're going 2 for 1 there, but that shows you, Erica, just how important this Calhoun is, being at, like, more than anything, the fact that it's got 3 strength, because the current board, Madam Mim and Diablo, they're great cards, Erica. They're not great at challenging, really. Because this is it now. And this is so impressive to me, Erica, because Andrea has created a situation. He knows when to quest.
Yes, that's a great situation, yes.
He's waiting for those turns where he can remove the prime character, and he knows that Tiago now has to make a choice. But even then, it's going to be hard to hit these numbers, right? Especially because we have the Tiana tax now online.
But I'm in love with Tiana. And yes, the board of Andrea. Oh, it's
Here comes Yzma, the conniving
Yzma,
chemist.
yes,
Forecasting 3/3 quest for 2.
It's another card for draw more
For
card,
draw.
yes.
Absolutely, because these Amethyst Steel decks want to empty their hand, play a lot of these low-cost characters out, so you're relying on things like Doc and indeed this Yzma who can exert, and you can draw up to 3 cards. So pretty good, but...
Some player thinks Yzma is a good alternative for Dumbo, for example.
Absolutely. Here we see Andrea playing down the Pluto Guard Dog. It looks like a 1/5, but I can assure you he is not. When he has no damage on him, he gains +4 strength. So this is a 5/5 bodyguard. So now Tiago has to get through this Pluto before he can deal with anything else, and the Tiana tax is still active. It just goes to show you how important Strength for a Raging Fire is in this matchup. And there it is.
Oh, yes.
We were able to play the Captain Hook. That gets us up to the Magic 4. And then I believe it was just a hard cast of Strength for a Raging Fire to get rid of that Tiana. And then we can put 1 damage on the Pluto because we got Challenger 1 from the Madam Mim. And now the Yzma is going to finish the job again. She's hitting for 4 because of the Challenger. Expertly handled by Tiago. But if he didn't have the strength...
Another Diablo.
that would have been mad. Yo, let's play Diablos.
Yes,
let's boost our numbers. But I really just want to state how impressed I am with the way Andrea's piloted this game so far. We're only going into turn 5, but he has really shown an understanding of his deck, of the matchup, and knows how to get the most out of his characters. Again, you want to create the most awkward questing turns for your opponent, well, challenging turns for your opponent. Here's
for
the
you,
Power
this
Hamster.
is a good matchup for Amethyst Steel or not?
I would say this is a good matchup for Amethyst Steel because it has the Strength for a Raging Fire, which is so pivotal for the Tiana.
Yes, I agree.
It has all these beat sticks like the Captain Hook, the Calhoun. We've got things like this Madam Mim, which is boosting those characters that hit for 3, like the aforementioned Calhoun and Hook. And now they're hitting for 4.
Yes.
So I do like the matchup for Tiago, but again, Andrea demonstrating a great understanding of his deck and already at 6 lore. But Tiago's 8 as well. They're both pretty aggressive decks, Erica.
Yes, of course. Of course, the Tiago deck. I'm in love with the bird of Tiago in this moment, and this is a hard situation for Andrea. I'm so sad for Andrea, but
Sure, but he's doing well.
Still.
Like, this is by no means over. He's doing very well. I think only 1 card in hand, though, which I haven't been able to catch what it is yet. We did see Tiago play down that genie, draw a card. Andrea is going to challenge into the Yzma.
Yes.
The Power Hamster has resist 2 while there is no damage. So only taking 1 damage from that Yzma, who has 3 strength. Again, Madam Mim providing challenger is only when you are challenging the opponent. So we break through. Now there's 1 damage on the Power Hamster, but it loses that resist 2.
yes. And we have now Lilo.
Lilo is a pretty good addition to these Amber Steel decks. Again, we're down to like no cards, Erica, right?
Yes, yes, it's a no card, and it's have a card. I think this card is more difficult to challenge because come back every turn.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Again, when you're low on resources, just being able to immediately play this Lilo from the discard and say, hey, have an answer, have another answer, have another answer. But Tiago so far is the ultimate pop quiz champion, providing answer after answer with these high-strength characters. Doc as well coming down for a little. And that's it. Andrea's just going to pack it up and sees the writing on the wall. Tiago takes game 1, but again, I want to show respect to Andrea. Like, I think,
yes, of course.
I think just in those few turns, I really think you could break those down, and Amber Steel players could learn an awful lot from that. Again, it's not just turning them sideways. You create these awkward situations. Didn't quest with that early Daisy.
Yes.
There was no point. It would have just been immediately answered, whereas if we can build up a couple of characters, Strength for a Raging Fire on the Calhoun. Yes, Tiago had the backup one, but it was still the right play because then potentially we were going to get an
Yes,
extra
of course,
quest out
Diago
of it.
had a good control of your deck. and
Absolutely.
yes, this is a key for win the match, for example, because buff deck are aggressive.
Very aggressive. But I
Yes.
would say Amber Steel slightly more aggressive as opposed to Amethyst Steel, which is slightly better at combating
Yes,
the
of
board.
course.
So,
Yes.
but we're going to see it the other way around. Tiago was on the play that game, started with the Ink hook and played the Diablo. I do wonder if he knew his matchup, if that would have been the other way around. I think on the play, Diablo is the right choice more often than not. Because Hook
Which
is
you are on the play, yes.
yeah, because Hook is like, it's only certain matchups you really need the Hook. Any other time you would rather just be questing with this Diablo. I mean, Hook can quest too,
Yes,
right?
Hook is as everywhere a good choice because must have free for challenge.
Absolutely. But
Yes.
now that the players know what they're up against, and I would even wonder, like, Tiago has made a bit of a name for himself recently. I spoke to him myself as well, did an interview, and he's becoming kind of known for the Ink combination he likes to play. Maybe Andrea already had a good read that Tiago was on that deck, whereas Tiago
Yes.
might have had absolutely no idea what Andrea was playing. So I'm going to be really fascinated to watch this alter, or at least as much of it as we can, and see how the players adapt now that they definitely know what they're up against.
Yes. This is a good match.
Oh, mate, I think
I
it's...
was so happy.
Again, these are two of our core four. Some people want to say there's 5 decks, which could be reasonable, and we'll certainly find that out by the end of the weekend. But I think it's great seeing two of our high-powered decks with two fantastic pilots, watching them go toe-to-toe.
Yes,
round
we are ready
7.
for the second match.
Andrea will be on the play here.
Of course.
And looks like they're considering the alter. The player that's going first is meant to alter first. That's the small, advantage. And again, it is small. But the small, extra, good luck charm, I suppose you could call it, of the player going second is that you get to see how many cards your opponent altered. And maybe that influences how risky you want to be. Maybe you want to play it safe. That being said, Amethyst Steel tends to be a pretty safe deck. Like we've been saying it all weekend, you normally get to play the game. You don't... There's some decks can just brick, right? Whereas Amethyst Steel, it plays a fair game, boss.
Yes, this is a good things for Andrea. And yes, I hope that the deck of Andrea have more good answer for him. Yes.
That would be great. And we're going to find out very shortly. Not sure what was altered. In Tiago's hand, I can see a couple of hooks, a Palace Guard. We've got that 3-cost Genie, Satisfied Dragon, one of the best cards in the game at the moment as far as I'm concerned. So well statted, but Andrea's going to ink that Troubadour. And down comes the Holding Court Aurora.
We've got the, I'm in love with Aurora,
beautiful.
yes.
We've got the artist in the room today as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Make sure you go and get that sign. We're going to ink Bell, Accomplished Mystic, and down comes the perfect 1-drop for this matchup, Captain
Captain
Hook.
Oak, of course.
Absolutely. Holding his lantern with Tinkerbell in it. You know that's Tinkerbell in his lantern, yeah? Very cool. This Aurora, of course.
Mulan.
Oh, a free Mulan if you want.
Mulan is another good choice because you can draw a card and choose a card that you can discard, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting those uninkables out of your hand. Again, Amber Steel wants a perfect curve here, right? So just helping you craft your hand a little more particularly. And again, we played her for free because Mulan is a princess. We're going to repeat from game 1 and discard the Nala, inking the Pluto, and then we're going to double 1-drop the double Daisy. We're going super aggressive right away. This is huge. I expect the Captain Hook to potentially answer the Aurora. Then again, maybe he won't because the Mulan could answer the Captain Hook, and then maybe you don't have a good enough character to answer the Daisies, which are more formidable threats, questing for 2. We do have an Yzma making its way into the Inkwell. I was trying to get...
it's mine the Inkwell, yes, of course.
I was trying to see if there's a strength in hand for
to
Tiago. Well, not to play just yet, but again, to build towards it, right? So that we can make a nice wide board and hopefully take advantage of that. We're going to play another Captain Hook. So I do expect this Captain Hook to challenge into the Aurora.
Palace Guard, it's okay.
Yeah, Palace Guard is a great illusion. It does have the Vanish keyword if targeted by an action immediately removed, which obviously is a negative, but on the plus side, they're very well statted.
Yes, and do you like the deck that play a vanished character?
I love the deck. I do not like the idea of playing it in a meta with heads held high and these things that are going to immediately target. We're going to Ink Pete, and down comes the Tiana. And are we going to see a quest here, or is Andrea going to hold off until he can get this Tiana sideways? Because there's no Singer 3 on Tiago's board. So if he wants to play Strength for a Raging Fire, he would have to ink. He wouldn't be able to play an additional character. So I think this Tiana is perfectly safe at the moment. So maybe we see a couple of quests from the Daisies. You could still answer her with like both Captain Hooks or one hook and a Palace card. But no, Andrea's showing resilient patience and saying, no, I'm going to chill for at least a turn longer.
Yes, it will be difficult to Tiago choose the next step.
He does know that Tiago is on that Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, which, like, again, if we'd have quested with both the Daisies here, all we need is the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary to come down and then both the Captain Hooks remove the Daisies. So I really like being patient here from Andrea. Again, you're meant to be a fast deck. That doesn't mean you have to be questing straight away. And again, Andrea, maybe...
Genie. This Genie is so interesting because in the turn of the player is evasive. And yes, it's so good.
It's so cheap as well. Like in Amethyst, you have to pay 4 if you want this this text on a card for Rider. But in Steel, you get to play this fantastic card. Gets evasive on your turn, as Erica said. 3/4 body is amazing.
Yes.
Andrea inking the Mulan, and we do have Doc, who's going to call in for some drastic measures, and we're going to discard our hand and draw 2 cards. Hopefully we find a Strength here. That would be beautiful. Like being able to sing Strength here on the Genie Satisfied Dragon. Daisy's going to take out Captain Hook.
Captain Hook, yes,
Yo, I really like this. Mulan trading into the other one. Is this the turn to turn him sideways? Andrea's going to let us know. 3 cards in hand. Again, you got to respect the Strength for a Raging Fire, and that Satisfied Dragon will happily be a man. It'll be a dragon, really.
Yes.
There's the fire, the cannons. Yeah, only does 2 damage, but as we said a moment ago, Erica, that vanish keyword, if targeted by an action, you are back to the storybook.
Yes. Yes.
Or the discard pile, but in Lorcana lore, it's a storybook. So there you go. Inking Yzma.
Another Yzma in the ink. Yes, 4 Kaloon. Oh, double Kaloon.
That's a pretty good follow-up. Again, this Calhoun, 2 cost with that 3/2 stat line and gaining 2 lore if she banishes a character in a challenge. I love cards like Calhoun that are good on the draw. I mean, it's good on the play as well, but it's a nice comeback mechanic, right? Andrea playing down that Troubadour.
The Troubadour. And...
the 1/16th Wolf Rhino. And Andrea will get to choose a character to get -1 strength at the start of the next turn. He's going to pick that Calhoun. And again, that's a very significant ability because now this Calhoun, even if boosted by a Madam Mim Challenger 1, will not be able to one-shot the Daisy or the Tiana. We're going to quest for a couple of Daisies, and there's a couple of very good
double
presents.
trigger of Daisy, of course.
Again, like I said, this Amethyst Steel deck is running Strength for a Raging Fire. There might be a Hypnotic Strength or 2 in the deck, but other than that, it should be all characters. Yeah, you see the White Rose in hand, the Giant Cobra,
the
all this.
board of Andrea is so cool. It's so good. And now Tiago play Madame Mim. And...
Yep, going to give Challenger 1.
Yes, with Kaloon, challenge Tiana, but...
Yeah, there we go. Yes. So this Calhoun gets 4 strength, well, challenges for 4 courtesy of that.
It's an important choice, yes.
And then we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Challenge the Tiana. We'll pay the 3 ink to pay the bill, as it were, of the restaurant. And then the So this Calhoun
and Calhoun gain more lore to this.
For sure, yeah. This Calhoun did have -1 strength. Does get the Challenger 1, though, courtesy of the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. So it took a double challenge there. The Genie Satisfied Dragon had to assist, but still, we got the Daisy off the board. But Andrea at 12 lore here, Erica. It's all
yes. Andrea is at 12 lore, and Tiago is 8. But the match is not finished.
It's by no means finished. Andrea absolutely in the lead, but Tiago not too far behind at 8 lore, and a very formidable board here. Double Calhoun, Genie Satisfied Dragon, and of course, the Skater Mim. Real name, Tiny Adversary, Madam Mim, just to be clear to our audience.
And another Genie.
Yep. Genie, obviously, as soon as rotation was announced, a lot of players were like, wow, Genie is like one of the best cards in the game at the moment.
It's one of the best cards of the game, yes.
Absolutely.
I agree, of course.
Down comes a Calhoun
Another
as well.
Calhoun.
And this is it, like Amethyst Steel sometimes will just sit at 4 or 5 ink, but Tiago going up to 6, so he is able to extend here. We're going to go on a bunch of quests, and I think that's going to put Tiago neck and neck with Andrea. Oh, is it only 3? Yeah, he did quest at 4.
12 and 12, yes.
Math took a hit there, but yeah, we're
Had the
neck and
same.
neck now. Andrea is going to pay 1 for the Mulan.
Play for 1 Mulan, of course.
Draw and discard. What can we find? There's 3 lore on board from our questers.
But it's a hard choice.
It is.
Oh, another Troubadour.
Do we have the
Troubadour
shift
is
Rhino?
bench, yes.
Do we have the shift? There's 1 card in hat.
But Andrea, don't find the shift of Rhino.
Maybe he's got it and he's just considering what he wants to do here. It is only 2. Have you seen the card in his hand?
Yes.
What was it?
This is a difficult moment for Andrea.
Yep. This is the long. Yeah. Okay. So
of course.
really thinking about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, it's thinking about, am I doing this turn? Do I want to wait and maybe just play, like summon this Rhino without shifting it? But we are going to shift. We're going to challenge into the Calhoun. Obviously, she has 3 strength, but resist 2 on this Rhino is going to make it so we only take 1 damage. But worth it to get the Calhoun off the board. But Tiago...
Tiago draw a card.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's going to be game. That's going to take us up to 14 lore. We can quest to 16, 17, 18. The challenge here finished. And then that goes to the 20. And Tiago takes a 2-0 victory against Andrea.
I'm so happy.
It may have been a 2-0, but...
I'm so sad to Andrea, but...
Absolutely.
Yes, but Tiago had a great match.
Absolutely. Again, like when you see a 2-0, you think, oh, like it was a wash. But Andrea played really. I'm honestly so impressed with that play. Honestly, like sometimes just not turning them sideways is enough to impress Lorcana Villain. But I really want to emphasize this. Like I think a lot of newer players in the game could really learn a lot from just watching back that match and just dissecting every play, why he chose to turn side quest at certain turns, why he didn't, and how Tiago reacted to the board, just establishing these multiple characters. I don't think we saw a Strength or a Raging Fire in that game from Andrea, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, a 2-0 there. Congratulations to Tiago, who is now
Tiago.
6-1 and has secured his 18 points. He will be progressing
Tiago,
to day 2.
Yes, closed the match in a great way.
Fantastic.
So impressive.
Again, that giant Cobra. It could have been a white row. I think you needed the Cobra to get to exactly 20, but still, what a match. That was fantastic. Very shortly, we're going to be going to a backup match that we have for you. I know you guys want to see as much Lorcana action as possible, and so do we, don't we, Erica?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. Oh, and there we go.
Oh.
I have power, apparently.
We have a mirror match.
Oh. So I want to give a special shout out on the left-hand side here. This is Melissa, who's come all the way from the United States, also known online by her gamer tag, Lizard Kitty. She's a wonderful person and one of the best female players in America. In fact, I'm just going to say it, to rephrase that, one of the best players in America.
Whoa.
So we saw the turn 1 lady from, is it Michelle on the right?
Michelle.
Michelle.
I think it's Michelle,
okay.
but it's not sure.
So we saw the turn 1 lady.
Fagundes.
And the response from Melissa, we see that Bobby Zimmerowski, dude, Mazer, and he's going to draw a card and discard a card. We just saw Mulan doing that same thing, but Melissa discarding that Glimmer Foil Lilo Escape Artist, who loves to be discarded, Erica.
Yes,
she loves it, mate.
Yes,
she feels at home.
I'm so sad for Lilo, for discard of Lilo, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see Melissa in this match because. I didn't see
She's
never
wonderful.
Yes,
She's wonderful.
never female today.
Oh, there's been some lots of really strong women in the room today performing really well. Melissa on a fantastic score. I saw Atlantis, who made top 8 at the recent CCQ in Cardiff, Wales. She is also on a very positive score. So we got some queens that Oh, okay. I thought we were packing up then. I was like, surely it's not over yet. Surely not.
The game. No.
But the Ursula did come down. That's going to force Melissa to show her hand, and Michelle can discard a song. There were no songs to be discarded. So passing that to Melissa, who's going to play that lady. I know that Melissa is a humongous fan of Lady and the Tramp. Lewis, very cool as well.
Ink. Yes, I'm in love with Lewis, but
And here we have Merryweather, a very interesting character making her way into some decks who on play, you can pay, I think it's 1 ink to do to give a character +2 strength. I'm just going to confirm that. I think the text is similar to that. But she's finding a place at the moment in some of these Emerald, Amber, Dogs decks. Let me just double check that. I pride myself on card knowledge, but
Yes,
sometimes I get caught out. Sometimes.
Oh,
Look at that D.
Ursula is here.
The D100 Ursula as
Yes,
well.
and
yo.
Under the Sea is this card.
Under the
with
Sea.
Ursula, yes.
Such an important card in this matchup.
It's a sad thanks to Michelle, but it's so... Okay, this is... Oh, with Lilo, Michelle quest with Lilo. And have another 2 lore.
Oh, mate, I did have it right. When you play this character, you may pay 1 ink
Yes.
to give chosen character +2. I need to trust myself more, Erica. But yeah, fantastic to like not only just provide some nice challenges, but you'll notice the 1-cost lady when she has 3 strength. Well, not the one we're seeing at the moment, but there's another lady, the 0-3,
Yes.
who when she has 3 strength, she quests for 3, and she gains a
Yes.
strength for every character you play. So just playing the Merryweather gives a +1, and then if you trigger the ability, suddenly that lady is questing for a whole lot of lore.
Yes, of course.
Down comes
This is the moment of Melissa.
the Tramp
and-
Street Smart Dog is so good.
Oh,
Drawing
this card.
4 cards and discarding 4 cards. Just being able to scalp and craft your hand perfectly. And you pay 1 less ink to play this Tramp for every other character on the board. But this is the thing though, Erica. This deck is so susceptible to that Under the Sea. So removing
Yes,
one of those early
of
was
course, Under the
huge.
Sea is a key card for this deck.
And Michelle's going to say, that looked like a pretty good move. I might do the exact same thing, playing my own Tramp for a cost of 3. Going to discard, draw 4 cards and discard.
Yes.
And now these Lilos are a questing.
Quest for 4, yes.
And Michelle is off to the races. 7 lore on board already. So Melissa now is in the catch-up position. She does have a slightly wider board, though.
I see.
I see the sea.
I see Melissa.
Do you see the
hand
sea?
Under the sea.
Do you like the sea?
Yes.
Do you like the seaside?
Of course.
Down comes another Street Smart Dog. We're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. But don't worry, we are also going to discard 6 cards. But again, just crafting your hand to have the exact pieces that you need, whether that's removal options, whether that's high questers, whether that's, again, removal options, the Under the Sea, or just you want something that quests big. So this Street Smart Dog is so good. And that 2 strength in previous meta, Brawl would have just said, see ya. But the thing is, it doesn't even matter. You play this Tramp, you immediately get value.
Yes.
Oh, an Enchanted Tramp going into the
Yes.
discard there. Very
I
nice.
think that this is a... Oh,
So
Daisy.
despite Michelle being...
Yes, of course. Yes, this is a perfect moment for Under the Sea.
And here we go. Under the Sea.
I'm in love with it.
I'm coping, okay?
I'm in love with this moment. Thank you.
Kendall Burdett said that I was down bad. And yes, I am.
Yes.
But this has just
Good
completely
thing,
changed the
Melissa.
momentum. Completely changed the momentum of this match.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of Lilos that are now back in the deck, not in the discard pile where they would like to be. Lilo can escape the discard pile quite
Yes.
nicely. Not so good at escaping from the deck until you've drawn
from
her.
this moment for Michelle, it will be difficult to change the situation because the Under the Sea of Melissa is so hard.
It was huge. Again, we talked about how impactful that could have been from Michelle's side of the board. Melissa was able to get rid of it and play her own, and she is very much in the driving seat. She walking dogs right now.
yes, of course. Okay.
Lots of quests. So that's
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, these ladies quest for 2, and there's a Tramp on board.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's taken us up all the way to 12, apparently. Unless I met 13.
30.
I may have mathed wrong. We're going to get a Daisy Duck
Yes.
quest to 15. That's going to get a trigger.
Oh, 70.
That was a character.
Oh.
I think it was a Bobby. Maybe.
Wow.
But Melissa threatening, as Joe would like to put it, story on board, looking to get that story start and take game 1. We are still in game 1.
Oh.
Wow, this is all the gas. The Little John, Erica, with that 0-4 stat line.
Little
Very cool.
John. is a good choice, but it's unusual.
It is unusual, and that's going to be it.
Oh, okay.
Melissa taking game one. Dogs versus dogs, but really coming down to who could establish that under the sea faster, and Melissa was able to get there. It's just unfortunate that when Michelle played the Ursula, wasn't able to hit that under the sea, but it speaks, Erica, to the power of the street smart dog being able to draw.
Yes,
we saw draw 6 here,
the things that changed the situation when Melissa played under the sea, changed completely the situation and the game, and
sweeping those characters to the bottom of the deck and just saying, my board is so wide, mate. What are you going to do about it? And Michelle was like, I'm going to go to game 2. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
But yeah, dogs versus dogs, I think, is a super interesting matchup. Like, I think a lot of skill expression, like, again, I'm not an expert dog pilot, okay? I think I understand it well enough to cast it. I don't know how good I would do like at the players' table, but these guys, they brought these decks to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. You got to think that they're experienced. I know for a fact that Melissa is very experienced on dogs. She loves Lady and the Tramp. She was always going to play it, so she's just just a positive that they happen to be very good cards.
Did you test the dog deck?
Yeah, just dogs.
Yes.
I mean, it used to be Sherna dogs, right? But we don't have the Sherna anymore.
And what is your opinion?
I think it's incredibly strong. I think it's got good matchups into Blurple. I think it can, it can out-aggro the other aggro decks.
Aggro deck,
and again, you have Under the Sea, which we don't have a lot of decks left that are doing unfair things. There are a couple, of course, but Under the Sea is one of the most quote-unquote unfair things you can do. And I don't mean like literally unfair as in, oh, this card is broken, we should ban it. I'm not talking like that, but I mean when you can just for one card potentially answer a multitude of characters on board and just completely sweep the tide quite literally in your favor. And not many decks are doing these quote-unquote unfair things, and Under the Sea is a way to do it.
Yes, Under the Sea is a good card. And now this is a moment. It is the first moment of this match.
Yeah, we're in the altar phase at the moment. Michelle is going to be on the play, so he will do the altar first. If you're new to the Disney Lorcana trading card game, the game will start. Both players draw 7 cards. Whoever's going first chooses how many of those 7 that they want to put to the bottom of the deck, and then draw back up to 7 before shuffling. And then the second player going second does their altar. Like there is an advantage to going first. We're all aware of this. So a small sort of silver lining of going second is you get to see how many cards your opponent chooses to alter. If it's a lot, maybe you say, okay, like that was a big alter. I'm confident that you might not have the best hand. Maybe I can take a few risks. But if they say hold 7, gulp. Down comes the lady.
Yes, I think that in the mirror is be important.
Another dog that I was not expecting to see. We've got Pluto, a 1-cost uninkable. You may exert him. This is not an on-quest ability, but you may exert him.
Oh, Daisy is so good.
To pay 1 less for a character. But here we see Michelle immediately off to the races. We're going to play a couple of 1-drops. The Tramp, who is a 2-cost character, but you can pay 1 less to play him if you have a lady on board. Love the synergy between these love dogs. And, of course, the Daisy Duck. An incredibly aggressive opening from Michelle. What's this Pluto going to do? We're going to cheat in a 3-cost character?
Maybe discount a character to Pluto.
Play 3 1-drops maybe? That's on the table here. And this, again, it makes sense, right? Because the Tramp Street Smart Dog likes a wide board. And this Pluto can help you go all the wider.
Of course. I see a Tramp enchanted in the Melissa hand.
Yep, doesn't surprise me. I know that Melissa is an enchanted hunter. She loves to bling out her deck. We already saw the D100 Ursula, the Glimmer Foil Lilos, and hey, we love to watch shiny things. But we're going to see that Pluto exert, meaning we pay 1 less for a character, so paying 2 to play the lady, and she then gets to play a character of 2 cost or less for free, which in this case is going to be Gogo Tamago, a 2-cost character who on play, you may pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on chosen character. That's not being triggered at this time, but it's also evasive, so can be tricky to remove. And again, I keep saying this, but it is, I think, the script of the deck widening the board so that you've got this Tramp that you can play very cheap and start to craft your hand.
And now this is the turn of the Michelle.
Yes, last time played an Ursula and no luck that time. So maybe it's going to hold off a little bit. The thing is, like, is there much point? Because you know the street smart dog can just find the pieces when you need them. So It'd be really interesting to see how Michelle wants to play out this turn. He's going to ink the Ursula, and we're going to see the shift lady.
Shift lady.
Miss Park Avenue, ain't she pretty? She's going to return, well, she has the option to return up to 2 characters of 2 cost or less from the discard to the hand. In this instance, there were no cards in the discard to remove. We're just playing her as a quote-unquote beat stick to take on Pluto.
Michelle have a hard situation, yes, because
I do think I see an under the sea in the hand.
Under the sea in the hand of Michelle, yes, but it's not the
time for it. No, not the time for it. And
no.
again, this lady
It's
with
so
4
early.
strength, not going to be able to sweep her away, I'm afraid. Melissa taking her time again. There's been a really good pace of play from these players, showing an understanding of their deck. Down comes Zimaruski, dude.
Yes, Bobby drawing discard a card.
Yo, item of Leaning Tower of Cheese, or when? Or at least the cheese spray? I need it. I need it in my life. He's going to discard the Clarabelle, the 3-drop, who lets you draw a card if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you, which at the moment is not the case. Michelle down to just 2 cards. So I'm sorry, miscontented Wallflower. This is not your time.
No. But,
Still thinking this over.
Yes.
We're yet to play anything. Well, we played the Bobby for a cost of 1. Melissa going to exert another ink. It's looking like it's going to be the Tramp, who, of course, we can pay for a cost of 1 because we have a lady on board. And this Tramp is going to give plus strength for every other character on the board, which is going to be plus 3 strength to the Go-Go Tamago and immediately answer the Tramp straight into the discard. I think to prevent a shift, maybe, into the Dapper Rascal, potentially. Down comes the Lilo.
Little Lilo with 2 lore.
Absolutely. She is an escape artist, followed up by a Daisy Duck, Donald's Day, all the aggression. Melissa's going to ready, set, draw, as is the custom in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. Again, really good pace of play from these players so far, and you can identify where these really tricky turns are, right? Where they're just taking those few seconds more. We're going to ink, and we pay a grand total of 3 ink to play down the Street Smart Dog, drawing 4 cards. We can discard 4. You've got to think that Glimmer Foil Lilo is going to be the first thing in the discard, and it was a safe bet.
Ursula in the discard.
Yep.
And
the D100.
What is the next? Oh, Daisy. There's in the discard. Yes.
So that was that 3 cards discarded so far? The Lilo, the Ursula, and the Daisy. We drew 4. So Melissa really thinking over what's this last card going to be. It's going to be the Lady Miss Park Avenue, but we do have Under the Sea in hand, and it looks like the time.
Oh, this is the moment.
The seaweed is always greener
Good
on the
things,
bottom
Melissa. Good
of your
things.
deck.
I'm so happy for Melissa.
Yeah,
I will be. Yes,
she's done
will
great.
Be, she won.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is Queen season, Erica. We got a lot of really strong female players in the room performing really, really well. We'd love to see some of them making it into Top Cut tomorrow. The lady's going to take out the Enterprising Dog. Enterprising Dog? I think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. Chat will tell me off if I'm wrong. I'm sure. Not that I'm looking at chat, but I will rewatch the stream later and then I will see if I was told off.
Yes, this is a
Yep, back comes the Lilo.
Oh.
Yep, just paying 2 ink in the set phase of ready, set, draw. Just get her on the board, just demand answers and just increase the amount of lore we have on board.
I see another Go-Go Tomago.
Do you really?
And this is a good choice.
Is there
for
a play
Melissa.
here
Yes.
where we try and put another 2 damage onto the Miss Park Avenue? Because that's open here. This Street Smart Dog hits for 2.
Okay.
Go-Go Tamago's going to quest for 1.
Yes.
Nice,
And
nice honest quest for 1. Yeah, Melissa really thinking this over. Like, I think she's wondering if it's worth, like, because obviously if you wanna just put 2 damage on the lady, we're going to go for 1 damage.
Okay.
And then just going to finish it off with a Street Smart Dog. Yeah, I think there was a consideration there of if she wanted to try and trigger an extra 3 lore off of the lady, but deciding it's more important just to remove this character from the board. Again, she's a singer, right? So that could have been disastrous potentially, although I think... 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that Under the Sea was on the table. So I think absolutely right to get rid of Miss Park Avenue.
And I think Michelle is a top deck.
Yep,
Really?
seems that way.
Oh, yes. So, so bad for Michelle.
Played the hand out.
Oh, shift lady.
And Melissa is just going to refuel her hand here, putting 2 characters from the discard into hand of 2 cost or less. One of them is going to be Donald's date. Sorry, Donald, she's needed.
Yes, this is another good
And
situation
Ursula?
for Michelle, of
No,
course.
Tramp.
No.
Yeah. Inking the Ursula, we do not need you. Our opponent's top decking, so if he draws Under the Sea, he's... Well, you can't play it because you don't have the singers for it anymore. So yeah, Ursula Deceiver, the Inkwell is the best place for it at the moment. And Melissa in firm control of this matchup.
Yes. Another Bobby. Drawing discard a card and discard another Bobby. And Melissa prepare
playing
our
Bobby,
characters. Yes.
Playing Bobby when you have no cards in hand is certainly interesting, but I think it makes sense in this matchup for the Lilo. If you can draw the Lilo and immediately discard it, then I think that's value immediately. We saw an an Emerald Steel deck earlier who played Bobby and then drew a dock and had to discard the dock, which, no, I think it was a Mulan, but similar ability. But my point being, sometimes that can be a risk. You can draw something that you don't want to discard, but in this situation, Lilo, she loves to be in the discard, mate. She can't get enough of it.
Melissa quests with some gamers and some characters.
I think we need to be realistic. It's disingenuous to not say that. I think Melissa has absolutely sealed this game up. There is 3, 4, 5 cost.
4.
We're going to play the Tramp, who's going to just immediately put the top 3 cards of the deck into the discard. But this is, we've got enough lore on board. We just quest out here. Down comes the Tramp, Lady questing for 2, that's the 17, 18, 19, and we're going all the way.
Melissa win, yes. And I'm so happy to Melissa.
There's the handshake.
Good job, Melissa, congratulations.
Melissa now at a 6-1 record, securing her day 2. We absolutely love to see it. Huge congratulations, commiserations to our opponent there. Again, the Dogs mirror match, it seems like it's pretty brutal, and I think you have to have such a high understanding of the match, but we're not messing around. We're going to go back to our first match. Well, not the match, but Tiago, who won that match. I think we want to hear a little bit from him. So we're going to send you over to the lounge and hear what he's got to say.
Illumineers, we are here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna, and we are sitting with Tiago Santana, who we just watched win the 6th game that he needed today to make it to day 2. So congratulations on those 18 points. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great, obviously, but the job's not done, right? There's still another round, have to be ready to go, and then come back tomorrow because still have to win a lot of rounds to make the top cut. So
Absolutely.
Just staying focused.
Well, that game 2 I want to talk about. You were, at one point, you had your head in your hand, and it was looking like the favor was for your opponent, but then that Madam Mim came down and felt like a really huge turning point. Can you talk about that point in the game and where we went from there?
Yeah, so obviously my opponent is playing Ember Steel going first, which can be tricky for any deck, and he had a super explosive draw. I think he went Aurora into Mulan Double Daisy on turn 2, and into Tiana, and in that match, almost any deck against a Tiana deck, if you don't have your one answer to it, like in Blurple, it's Into the Unknown, in Steel decks, it's Strength of Raging Fire, you usually have one card that can answer it, and if they draw more Tianas than you have copies of that, it can be super tricky. So I didn't see any Strength of the Raging Fires, which is a super key card in that matchup, especially going second. So it was looking really tricky, but I just tried to stay as sticky on board, tried to cheat in lore whenever I could so that eventually I'd be able to set up my own turn where I'm threatening to get to 20 lore, and basically, the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary was huge because I was going into my 5-ink turn, so I can't pay Tiana's ability twice, and I didn't have the Strength of a Raging Fire to take her out. So as long as I could deal with Tiana, I'd be able to clean up the rest of his board with all of my Calhouns and whatnot. So I was just trying to play as many stats of the board so that eventually, if I could find something to get me out of the situation, I would be able to get out. And then he gave me 2 Daisy triggers, right, which found me the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, which allowed me to increase my character's attack to 4, so then I can take out the Tiana, only paying her ability once, and be able to clean up the rest of his board after.
Amazing, yeah. It was absolutely incredible. It was a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, right? Really, really rough start. As you said, explosive start from the Amber Steel player. But I do want to take a moment and speak about your Amethyst Steel build that you decided to bring to this tournament. I'm not too sure if you've seen the metagame breakdown, but this room is full of Blurple, full of Sapphire Amethyst. I know you've tested multiple different versions. Initially, you were on the Illusion build with the Treasure Guardians, then you moved to kind of the Dolores. What was your thought process coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think Purple Steel or Amethyst Steel is not the best deck in the game. Obviously, it's been having like pretty poor results holistically. We're seeing it taking up large portions of the meta share and being almost entirely absent from top cuts. But it's just a deck I'm super comfortable with. I think you have good game into everything. Obviously, Blurple is very tricky, and I think it's like 36% of the field today, which is like completely crazy, but I feel really good against everything else, and if I'm good against like 64% of the other decks, and I can win the die roll half the time, I'm like fine 82% of the time, like that's a really excellent like place to be. So I think just my comfortability with the deck, and it has so much less variance than the other decks, so in a long tournament like this, you can really try to make the most of each round. You're not upset when you get certain matchups, you're not upset when you lose the die roll. You can always try your best, but I obviously would love it if there was less Blurple, but we're fighting.
Now, I want to hear a little bit about your journey with Disney Lorcana, because it seems like you have just burst onto the scene as this amazing Amethyst Steel player, really making a name for yourself, making a name for this Amethyst Steel deck, and lots of people are playing it because they see the success that you're having with it. Can you talk about kind of what happened there that kind of all led up to this burst?
Yeah, so I actually only started playing this year, so I missed the entire previous DLC season. So like this is my first DLC, so I was like, but it's kind of weird because like I had a bunch of expectations on me, but also I'd never played in a DLC, so it's like a completely strange new environment for me. But I have, always loved playing card games, and when I started playing Lorcana, I got completely addicted, so I'm just playing all the time. And then I've been traveling to tournaments where I can. I've been doing pretty well, but it was really at the start of this new rotation with Fabled that I've been able to travel to as many events as I can, and I've been, doing well. So I'm excited. I'm happy everybody else is playing Amethyst Steel. I think it's really fun, and
It's very cool, as Rebecca said, to see how you're inspiring a lot of players to play the deck. And I think it's really important the way you spoke about that, right? Like you recognize, sure, maybe the matchup isn't that good into Blurple, but you feel very comfortable into a lot of these other matchups. And the consistency, especially in this format, yes, some decks can be a little bit more high rolly than others. For example, Amber Steel, if you get the perfect cards, sometimes it just feels unbeatable, right? But consistency is very much key. And for the same reason, I think that's also why Blurple does so well, right? It's like the only thing you can kind of miss on is if you miss your turn 2 ramp, that can be a little bit detrimental. But Amethyst Steel just seems to be super solid. And I was so happy to see in the CCQs last weekend, we had the very first person qualify with an Amethyst Steel. Like, I'm sure you were happy to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. Their list was not too far off mine. I know they were opting to play the 2-mana Jafar instead of where I play Raja, and they're playing like some Hypnotic Strengths, and I fire the cannons, but it was pretty much the same. So really excited to see that, and I'm hoping more people are doing well with it.
Yeah, well, we're excited to keep watching your journey, watching Amethyst Steel rise to the top perhaps this weekend at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. Good luck to you the rest of the tournament. Glad to see you making it to day 2, and we're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana.
Welcome back, Lumineers. I'm Erika, and I'm here with Baker.
Hi.
Baker,
Good
sorry.
to see you.
Where is the playmat?
What playmat?
Baker.
No, they took it away. They wanted the producer.
This playmat. It's not yours.
You like my suit?
No.
You like my suit? It's
no,
Ruby
you
Amethyst.
can't.
It's
no.
Ruby Amethyst themed. I've had lots of lovely
No.
comments about it. But no, the producer came over and he was like, "We're just going to take this away now." So
No.
I don't know
Put
what you.
here the playmat thing.
Fine. What a lovely interview with Tiago. She is beautiful, isn't she? Great to have get a chat with Tiago. I'm going to do my best to lure Erica away so I can have a second attempt at taking this. But in the meantime, the casters have had ourselves a little fantasy draft league going on where we all chose 5 players that we knew were in the room today to be our team and see who comes out on top.
Yes, of course.
Whose team did the best throughout the day. And we're going to be heading over to the lounge. They're going to do a little deck tech and a little meta review, but they're also going to do a little synopsis of the Fantasy League courtesy of the casters. And I've got to say, before we send it over, I'm annoyed, right? Because I wanted Tiago. From day one, I was like, yo, this guy's coming over. I think he's a big deal. He's a nice guy. I want him. Who took him? Spessy. Did Spessy know Tiago? Nope. What was the note in Spessy's phone? Baker wants this one.
That's so fun.
So he took him from me. So there you go. I'm going to sulk. I'm going to have another attempt at stealing this playmat.
No.
We're going to go over to the lounge. It's mine. I want it, Erica.
No.
I want it.
This
Give
is
it to me.
the place of this playmat. Oh. You can't. Sorry.
Well, hello, Illumineers. Obviously, we can see that Baker is just a little upset that Tiago was taken from his fantasy draft team of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. But I think that we all had that moment when we were choosing our players.
Yeah, it happened. I believe it happened to every single one of us.
Yeah.
We had to roll a dice. We had to figure out whoever got the highest number, of course, was going to pick first. I unfortunately rolled fifth, so I did not get to pick first.
No.
No, not at all. So a lot of my players got stolen, but I did manage to pick a really good team.
You did. You picked a really fantastic team. I actually think that all of our teams
I agree.
are
Pretty fantastic.
really fantastic. There are some amazing players here this weekend. You know, what's funny is when we did the dice roll, I jokingly said to Kim, I want to go last.
She did. She wanted to go last.
Because when you go last in draft, the way you do it is you go in reverse.
You get to pick twice.
So if I got sixth, then I would get to do my second pick first out of the group. And then lo and behold, I did have the lowest dice roll, and then I said, well, all right.
It worked out.
That worked out. I have a stacked team.
So
What
we
about
had
you, Kawa?
we had the first person and the last person.
That's true, yeah. Kawa
And I was just
rolled
right there in the middle.
I was the first one, as I said, when we talked about the fantasy draft with Joe, of course. I had to pick Moyen, my co-host, my good friend, so I was very, very happy to lock that in. But as Kim also said, I do feel like all of us got at least one player we really wanted
We did.
sniped from each other.
You can't take that one, too.
that one as well.
He's a playmat napper.
He's a true villain. He's a true villain.
Wow. Thanks for bringing it back, though. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Baker. Thank you.
Goodness.
Ruining the set.
I know that some of us took your players, but does that give him
The
the right to take
frustration
them?
It wasn't
for
us.
Joe. It wasn't
It wasn't
Joe.
us. It was Joe.
It was Joe.
Joe, it wasn't us.
Well, I
Don't
think we
take it
should
as an
take a
villain.
look at
Yes,
our team.
yes,
Let's
please.
take a look
How
at
are
our
they
teams
doing?
now, how they're
Last
doing.
time I saw
Look
it,
at this.
I was
Hey!
doing pretty well.
Kim.
Are we tied,
We
Rebecca?
are tied.
Oh
Look
my
at that.
God.
Okay, so let's start with Team Erica sitting at 37 points. Some really fabulous players. Luca Lazar, of course, was one of the top 8 players of the World Championships this last year. Coming in next, we have Team Kawa. 48 points. How do you feel about your
48
team right
points.
now?
It's not too
not
bad,
over
you know.
yet.
It's not over yet as well, but I'll take it. I know some of my players, unfortunately, they didn't really get as far as they wanted to today, but I still have some strong contenders in there.
You do.
I know that Moyen is still has the chance to make day 2 to get those 6 wins, but let's take a look at Team Baker as well, which this roster is absolutely stacked. It's Zach Bivens, Sailor, we have Mikkel, we have Kendall, and also Adam Roper, aka Harlan. Sweet. But yeah, how do you guys feel about being tied at the
Look
moment?
at that. 54
You know what?
first. You can't see us, but we're high-fiving
No, yeah,
right now.
we got this.
We
Do
are
you know what?
high-fiving.
We got this. We were the bottom
54
two. We
points.
were the bottom 2 dice rolls.
We
and
do.
You know what?
Yep.
We deserve this.
That must be the tactic.
We do
We
deserve. Oh, now we're back on
deserve
camera.
this.
Let's
go.
high
Woo!
five. I love that.
I think I've been hyping everyone up so much today. I feel like, yes, you got this. You can do this.
I keep walking out there saying hello to my
They got
fantasy
this.
draft players.
That's what I'm doing
They got
wrong.
this.
I need to go and tell
Yeah,
my
you need to
players,
go-
come on,
You need to go
guys.
hype them up. You need to do
I know.
it. I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Honestly, though,
Absolutely.
I'm really proud of all the players, of
Oh, yeah,
course. But it's been
100%.
so fun watching my team. Melissa, who is just on the backup feature match
Yep.
that we had
Yes,
shown,
she was.
she played an Amber Emerald mirror match and did a 2-0 in, I don't know, 15
Like
minutes.
15 minutes.
And secured her place going into day 2,
Yes.
which is fantastic.
Huge
Melissa
congrats.
is a wonderful player, so definitely somebody to keep your eyes on.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have Claire in there, another fantastic female player. It's just really great seeing the diversity of players out there. How are you feeling about your team, Kim?
I am so excited, especially for my first pick, which was Atlantis.
Yes.
Atlantine on her username. But currently, when I checked, going into this round, she was 5-1. She needed to secure this win,
Okay.
and she would have her place in tomorrow. She
Debut.
needed 18 points. It's going to be 6 wins. She was nearly there.
You
She's
know,
nearly doing it.
with us both being at the 54 points, my guess is she might have made it.
She might have made it.
won.
She might
That
have
is
made
my
it.
guess.
That is my hope.
But
I'm visualizing.
Yes.
Because I really admire her as well, because she was she was playing a lot of Emerald Amethyst previously before rotation that she hadn't got.
This is, you can't have it.
Keep
You
going,
can't have
Kim.
it.
Kim,
You
keep
can't-
going.
that
Keep
she
going.
hadn't-
Keep talking.
She hadn't
I'll be the guard.
had a lot of. she didn't know what to play coming
Watching
into
you,
this set because she was previously an Amethyst Emerald player. So I really admire her being able to being able to perform so well on a deck,
Yes.
because I know how comfortable she was, and I talked to her a lot last week at the Cardiff CCQ.
She did really well at that
She did
event
amazing,
too,
and
at the
she was
CCQ.
playing Amethyst Sapphire. So I believe she's running that again. I did wander the hall, but I did not get to see what she was on. But I believe she may be on that.
It's
deck
probably
again.
Blurple again,
I
I
imagine
reckon.
so.
Yes.
Well, I hope that the chat is playing along with the fantasy draft at home in the chat. Like you
Pick
gotta
your
let us know.
team.
Pick your
Tell
team.
us who you would
Which
have
of the
picked.
casters team? Which fantasy draft team would you be on?
Yeah.
And let us know in the chat. But we do have a lot of Amber Emerald decks. I just mentioned Melissa, who was on this deck, and so we wanted to take a look at this deck tech here. Of course, there are a few different variations.
Yes, many. Yes.
Many different variations. You have some that use Scrump. You have some with Chromacon. You have some using Circle of Life. But there are definitely some key cards here. Let's kind of walk through this.
I think, the biggest key card, and in my opinion, the best performer in these decks is this 7-cost Tramp. So it gets reduced depending on how many characters you have on the board. And what this card enables you to do is naturally a lot of these Amber Emerald decks like to flood the board in the early game, so you can get a couple of these Tramps out. And maybe, we've seen it in some games already, get multiple of these Tramps out. And you're basically, at some stage, you could be playing these basically 2 strength 6 willpower characters that cost you 2 for free, and it's like the value you're getting is absolutely insane. You mentioned the Emerald Chromacon, and in my opinion, I think that is a very, very, very key card, and it particularly helps out against the Blurple matchup, which
it really
players
does.
should really be expecting.
Yeah, and I think another thing that a lot of players didn't consider coming into this tournament, they were going to face a lot of underdog deck mirrors.
Yes.
We casted one earlier, and it was an Amber Emerald mirror, and my heart was in my mouth the whole time, and I think I felt worse for you, because I know in your heart, before rotation, you were an Amber
Some of my
Emerald
favorite ink
player.
pairings, yeah.
But there's so many uninkables in these decks.
It's
and it was
very
just so
high
unfortunate
uninkable.
for that player that they drew so many uninkables in their hand. But had they drawn one inkable, they would have been able to shift the Lady Miss Park Avenue and sung with enough characters on board that sing together Under the Sea to get rid of their opponent's board.
Yeah.
And then Under the Sea, of course, like you're talking about with getting that 7-cost Tramp out, if you can get
huge,
that,
yeah.
it's huge, because then you just need Tramp and one other character to be able to sing Under the Sea. It's fantastic combo there. But
100%.
yeah, I love the Amber Emerald. If we could bring up that visual again and take a look at some of the other key
Yeah,
cards.
definitely, if
Like you're
possible.
talking about, there are a lot of high uninkables.
Yes.
We have that Daisy, of course, so good. The new
Yeah.
Bobby Zimmer's.
Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yep.
And
Spray
I really
Cheese
like
Kid.
I really like the addition of Bobby Zimmerowski in these
Yeah.
decks, especially if you only have Bobby in your opening hand. Being able to draw a card, get rid of maybe perhaps that one inkable card that's just sitting in your deck, just clogging it up a bit.
Or
If
the
you-
Lilo.
Yeah,
as
but,
well.
or even being able to discard that Lilo, send it into the discard, maybe next turn perhaps, or the turn after that, you are setting yourself up for be able to play that Lilo.
Yeah, that's the Lilo Escape Artist.
It
of
is
course, that
indeed.
you're talking
Yes.
about,
Lilo Escape
which
Artist.
you can, at the start of your turn, if she's there in your discard, then you can just play her right
You can just play it from
You
the,
can
from the
play her
discard.
from the
Before you draw
discard.
your card, if you think, oh, I need 2 more lore to win, and Lilo is just sitting there in your discard, you can be like,
Yeah.
oh,
Come on
I'm
back,
gonna play
girl.
this. Come on back, girl.
Come on
You
back.
can play. And if she's able to stay on the board, now she does enter exerted from the discard, but if she's able to stay on that board,
Yeah.
that's
It's
2 more
constant
right
pressure, constant pressure,
Constant
right?
pressure.
Yes.
And we also have a lot of ladies, of
Yes.
course. Which lady in the Amber Emerald deck do you feel like, if you're going to play dogs, you absolutely must have this lady
That's a
in there?
fantastic question, Rebecca.
Because you
Fantastic.
don't actually need to play all of
No,
them.
not
you
at all,
don't.
not at all. And if you think about this, I believe there's 4 total ladies, right? So there's the 1-cost uninkable, this 1-cost inkable, Amber Emerald Dual Link. You've got the 3-cost, which is very
Family
playable within
Dog.
Amber Steel, and of course you have the 5-cost uninkable Lady Miss Park Avenue. In my opinion, I think the Miss Park Avenue is the card
Really?
that has. Honestly, I think it has such good
Both of
value. Yeah,
us.
yes.
I think, because I know we talked about it earlier, and I believe we're gonna say the same one, and it's gonna be my pick was always gonna be Lady Family Dog. Because if you can play a card for
and then you can play another one for free.
Sure.
Yeah,
That is the card I'm going to choose. And at 2 cost or less, and you're running so many low cost cards in this deck. If you have the Lady Family Dog, not to mention Quest for 2. Okay, yes, okay. Miss Park Avenue, Quest for 2. Right. But you get to play a card for free. Which I think in this is so powerful. Even if you can just get to 3 ink, you don't even need to get so much more ink. It's not those Sapphire decks. You don't need to get up to 7. You can keep it at 3. You can win.
The other thing I love about the Amber Emerald deck is I think it's one of the decks that is really utilizing the dual ink cards really well. You know, there's not a lot of decks out there that are really playing a lot of those dual ink cards. And I know that when that first got introduced to the game, it was like, okay, how is this going to work?
Yeah.
Are we going to find places for these cards to be really playable at this tournament competitive level?
Yep.
And this Amber Emerald deck is one of those decks that really has done that very well.
Indeed, yeah. Like my reasoning for this 5 cost Lady Miss Park Avenue. Of course, if you're playing that lady, you do need to play some other ones for the shift line, right? Which makes sense.
You do.
But in the game we were casting, like I actually didn't consider it. That lady, usually you play it, you're playing quite aggressive, you get maybe some Cursed Merfolks back, some Daisy Duck Donald's Date backs as well. But I didn't even realize the potential that you can kind of establish like a 1-drop, and then if you can go like 1-drop, 2-drop if you have, for example, we saw like a Pluto where you can you can pay a little bit less to get some more cards out. Suddenly, this kind of turns into the same thing as like a Shift Baymax in Emerald Sapphire, and you can do a very early Under the Sea, which against certain decks, it absolutely wipes the opponent out.
And I think it's actually really good against the Amethyst Sapphire deck because you have so many cards that have the low strength.
Yeah,
So-
definitely. And even in the mirror match, it's absolutely huge because all of these characters have such low strength indeed. But Rebecca, I would love, if possible, can we talk about what's hanging up here?
I was actually thinking we need to talk about
we
this.
really do. I'm
We need to
so
mention
excited.
this,
Yes,
talk
yes,
about
yes,
this.
yes.
The team brought it over for us, and if you can all take a look, I know it's lighted very well on the video for you, but this is one of the uncut sheets that is on the prize wall.
Yeah.
The prize wall.
I'm
That means
so
anyone
jealous.
who is out here playing side events or anyone who makes it to day 2 getting extra tickets has the opportunity to get this from the prize wall. There are 3.
Only 3 available?
There's 3 different ones. So there's a rare, there's a common, an uncommon, and
rare.
this one
we have the
is
rare.
our uncut rare sheet of Fabled cards. What do you 2 think about this?
I'm in awe.
Yes.
I am just in awe, and I love it.
Yeah.
I think I need it for my bedroom wall.
Absolutely.
I don't know how
Yes.
I will get it home, and I don't know how. Maybe I go jam a load of side events, perhaps, and just
Leave the broadcast,
leave
just
it
go
all-
play some
yeah,
side
guys,
events.
just
Yeah.
minute, just
Yeah, you go, you
I
go.
gotta
No,
go play
you're good,
Infinity.
you're
I have
good.
to play Hiram,
Yeah.
but it's absolutely phenomenal. And to get to
Stunning.
see it in person,
Yes.
we're showing you here as well. You get to see it.
It's big.
beautiful.
This
it's
is like this.
massive.
This is the scale. This is it right here.
This
Yeah.
is to scale.
Yeah.
This is
For me, it's like I'd be worried transporting this home. I'd be like, I want to give extra care to this for sure. Yeah,
Very
yeah.
much so. Yeah,
But it has some
it's
staple
gorgeous.
cards on it as
Oh,
well, of
yeah.
course, right? We've got Under the Sea, which is seeing so much play. The Nala came. I have to give a special shout out to Dinner Bell, any of the viewers
Oh,
out
the
there.
Dinner Bell.
Any
I
of the
tuned in
viewers,
last week.
if you know, you know, guys. If you know, you know. So
Svetsy's all-time favorite, the family fishing pole.
The family fishing pole is there.
Yeah.
We've
Strength. And some like such
so many
iconic
great
cards from the
ones.
first chapter, right? Like that Emperor Cusco. I love that art of the card. It's absolutely phenomenal.
So many fantastic cards. And of course, this is in addition to all the other fantastic prizes that we have on the prize wall. We have some beautiful play mats that are available there.
That Baker's trying to steal.
Baker's trying to steal.
The
This
Baker
is
keeps trying to crawl in and
wait,
steal.
Here, I'm gonna move these cards so you can hold it up.
Yeah, we
So-
can
Oh.
because
You know,
these are
try-
for something.
let's
What are
go
these?
with-
Yeah,
let's
sure.
hold this up because it's so shiny
Not
in
to
the
mention
light.
these
You know?
Elsa pins are also
The
on
Elsa
offer.
pins. There is lots of. Look at how gorgeous that is. I love the foiled play mats. They look so good.
And not only the Simba one, but also the Mulan one is on offer on the prize wall.
Yes.
And the foiling on them is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, the playmats are fantastic. I mean, I know that we all love to play the game. We all love to play the game. But I think one of the other things that Disney Lorcana fans absolutely love is the artwork.
Oh, yeah.
And so being able to take home, like, this is like a masterpiece of art that you can take home. This is a masterpiece, if we can call
Super
it
collector
that.
piece
Yes.
as well, right? So many collectors would love. And I
Yes.
do want to speak about the collection aspect of Disney Lorcana trading card game. Since Fabled has come out, this is my personal opinion. Oh, this is actually the Mulan one right now. If you guys want to talk about it,
Yeah,
I'll
we
hold
want to talk about the Mulan.
Bring that over. This is Mulan charging ahead.
And you don't have to play with it. You can collect
again,
them
it's that
too.
foil.
But the foiling on this one, the way the flames go up,
Yeah,
absolutely
You know what
phenomenal.
I also love this year is that there are 2 playmats that you get. Last year there was only the
There
one.
was only the one.
There's
Yeah.
only the one. So this year there are 2 different playmats that you can get. Yeah. they're gorgeous. Sorry,
So-
go ahead, Kawa.
And even if you
want
to get both, jam all the side events.
Go crazy.
You can do it.
Go crazy.
Team up with everyone. Everyone play together. I believe there's multiplayer events, and you, everyone out there.
Then you have to
guys,
decide
you
who's taking
Lumineers.
that
Who's taking the playmat?
You split it. You all play with a patchwork playmat.
You all share it. One week
Share
we'll
it.
use
Yes.
this. The other week we'll
you
do
go
this.
to locals
You
with
just
your group
rotate.
with your
There you
group that
go.
you won it with, and you're going to one week I'll play it, next week you can play it,
There
next
you
week
go.
you can play it.
But yeah,
Family.
I do want to take an opportunity to just talk about the collecting aspect
Yes.
of Disney Lorcana TCG, because this is my honest opinion. Fabled was announced. It was a big reprint set. I know the community maybe a little bit, a lot of people have come into this game as their very first TCG. So the idea of maybe I don't get to use my cards is a little bit scary. It's fantastic. We have the Infinity format.
I love
but
it.
I think for not only for the meta and the competitive side, it has been fantastic, but all of the different things we've seen for the collector elements, the epics, the enchanted, the epics in particular are absolutely phenomenal.
And we
they
have
just
one
make
on the screen.
Yes, they just make opening packs so much more fun. And I really, really hope this is continued into the future with more sets. I hope there's more iconics. I hope there's more enchanteds, any other alternative art cards. It just helps. It also, not only does it help the players, because players like to bling out their deck, even if it's a competitive deck they bring to a tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's play the epics, let's play the foils.
All the foils.
But for the collectors, I think it's particularly cool because it makes opening packs even more fun, and it's just an absolute blast, honestly.
Yeah, especially because we opened so many packs previously, and maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you'll get the enchanted, but you're almost guaranteed to get an epic, and just opening it, especially if you're playing a pack rush and opening an
it
epic.
feels so special. You did it.
So
You did.
I did that last night. I was playing. We got some packs yesterday, and so we were playing Pack Rush. I played against Baker, and I was drawing my cards and went, oh. And it was an epic standout from a Goofy movie, and that card is beautiful. I've pulled some other epics, and they all look really fantastic, but I will say that the standout card really stands out, pun
Was it
intended.
pretty epic?
It was pretty epic. So, yeah, doing a pack rush and pulling an epic was epic. It really was. It was also,
not
just a side note, I did beat Baker in pack rush as well.
Yes, and we also bet Baker as Jafar. And
Yes,
the Illumineers
we
Quest Palace
played
Heist.
Illumineers Quest Palace Heist. Can we talk about that?
Can we
Sure,
talk
dude,
about
go
that?
ahead. It's right here. It's
It's
yeah.
right here.
It's right here. You
Illumineers
can still get
Quest. This is the second version of Illumineers Quest that we had. So back during Ursula's return, we had Illumineers Quest Deep Trouble, and now we have Illumineers Quest Palace Heist. And this is a cooperative version of Disney Lorcana TCG, which means you get to play with up to 4 players, and you all work together to beat the villain. And it is so fun.
It was so much fun, and I think what made it so special is because we weren't playing your typical.
It was not
meta
your typical.
decks.
Yeah.
Because I brought my Amber Steel deck with me, but Joe had to borrow it, so I borrowed a deck off Joe. Little did I know this was not your typical deck you're gonna see here, and perhaps the very one brave person playing Ruby Sapphire here today is running something similar. But you know what? If I manage to beat Palace Heist Jafar, you can do anything. You can win a DLC.
Yeah. The other thing I like about Illumineers Quest 2 is you can play it as a solo player.
You can. And that's what makes it so magical.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
But it's so much fun.
It's so much fun. Speaking of fun games, though.
Okay.
I think we should play a fun game.
Let's do it.
Oh, I think so.
Kim and I know a little bit of what's up. Kawa has no
here we go.
idea.
Here we go.
He has no
Not
idea.
Nothing.
All right, so we have some paper.
We have some paper.
And we have,
some
a pen.
cards.
We have some cards.
So
I understand the
I-
mystery. Before we started, I was like, what are these cards on the table? And the girls were like, we'll reveal it later. We'll show you later.
We'll
We'll
get
tell you
there.
later.
Uh,
We're
now-
full of magical surprises.
Yes. Okay.
So
now we've played this a little bit differently before, where one person drew a picture and we had our two people guessing.
Yes.
But we're gonna make this a little, instead of it being a competition between the two people guessing, we're gonna make it a competition between the two people drawing.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So Kim and I are gonna take
Oh.
turns. We're each gonna draw, and we won't let it go too long. And,
Okay.
And then we'll see who
if you
can get
guess.
Paula to guess our pictures.
Let's do it.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
go first since I'm
Okay, you
holding.
go first.
Sure.
Let me put this down.
Put
Yeah,
that-
you're
put
good,
that
you're good,
down
you're
on it. Okay, and I've fanned out the cards. Rebecca's going to pick us a card, and we are going to attempt to draw.
What is it? See, this is tricky, right? Because it could be like a meta card, a card that's very much played in competitive decks. If it's not, might struggle a little bit on this one, but I'm very, very excited. Myself and Kim do guess the card quite a lot, where you'll kind of answer yes or no. Is it like an emerald card, a sapphire card? So I'm
Yeah.
hoping I'm quite good at this.
But when we
Okay, yes, please play along in chat.
Let's go. And but the way you're used to doing guessing the card, not based on art.
Okay, let's
so
go.
this is going to be based on art.
Okay. It is a person in a circle of life. Oh, I was so confident. Second star to the right. What? Oh, I was positive a second star to the right. Big swirl. Is it like the heart of Tafiti? I thought it was like an item for a second, but there's clearly a person here. There's like a sun. It's like an amber card. I was like, the circle came immediately. I was like, it's the circle of life. Oh, okay. It's a woman. Maybe it's a princess. It's a princess. Okay. Oh my God. Is it Aurora holding court? Princess in a circle with loads of magical powers. Is it Mirabelle? It's not Mirabelle. Oh my
yes,
God.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
This is okay. You might have to reveal this one for me.
We'll reveal that. Means I didn't get it. I'm gonna give her a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is.
I'm gonna regret myself. It's Let It Go! No way we have that. Oh my
Let It
God.
Go!
And this is from the prize wall, right?
It is one of the cards from the prize
Oh
wall.
my God.
A non-foil. Let It Go promo.
You
That was
did.
actually
I was
phenomenal,
terrible
yes.
at this.
That
I
was really
was
amazing.
awful.
That was
Amazing.
beautiful.
Amazing.
You're such an artist.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to do it again.
So, Kim, you want to go for it? All good, all
Yes.
good, all good.
I'll draw the next one. Okay.
Drawing
Okay,
skills. Oh, you
okay.
guys.
Okay.
I have to test myself here. I'm very, very, very excited for
All
this.
right. So we have some really nice cards here for you to choose from, Kim.
I'll look away.
Don't look. Look away.
I will look away.
Look away.
All good, all good, all good.
Okay.
I hope
and
it's-
she's looking.
Okay, if that
Oh,
was
she's making a. Okay.
If that was Let It Go,
We've
chat,
got.
I think that means.
Is that a concerned face of
think-
are we going to be able to draw this?
I think if it's Let It Go, it could be another
Let's-
DLC promo card. Let's hope.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Kim says she's able to draw. Okay, ready
Okay.
and go.
Go, 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 go. It's a circle of life.
Each one.
It's so easy.
It's so easy.
Okay. It's like a person with some hair.
Oh.
Definitely a person. Oh, okay. Again, this could be a princess. Is it maybe a princess? Is it Elsa? Elsa?
Hands are hard to draw, so.
Elsa, star. Second star to the right. It's Elsa. Is it Elsa? Is it it's the
But
promo card?
Yeah, but do you know
Let's
what
go!
it is? Yeah, Elsa Ice Maker. Elsa Ice
Amazing,
Maker.
amazing.
Okay, well, now Kim gets a point.
Yes.
Ah.
It's a work of art, Kim. It's a work of art.
Should we do one more each?
Will I try one?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
We should.
Okay, I will put my microphone down briefly.
We accidentally saw some of the cards earlier, which was why.
We-
but we'll still.
But now I think people at home as well know that they are the promos from the prize wall.
Yes.
I think everyone at home can guess along with us now. We all know they are the promos.
They are
so
so
now it
beautiful.
is your turn to draw, and we will guess.
This is gorgeous. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Can't wait.
I'm ready.
All right, we have the circle
Let's
of
go.
life.
Elsa? Is it Elsa? No, we've already gone through all the Elsas.
Oh.
Is it a tree?
Wow. I'm already loving like
didn't-
the details of this
Um,
art.
I didn't.
This
Okay.
drawing.
Okay.
This is should I guess it? I know what it is.
I know, you probably know what it is. I think already, if you can guess
Oh!
it for this, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
Go on.
I'm gonna say it.
It's
Dragonfire.
Dragonfire.
Dragonfire. That
It's
is
a
a
non-foil
great
Dragonfire.
That's a fantastic dragon.
I honestly,
That's-
I honestly think you win.
are an artist. I
Yeah,
think
for
Kawa
art.
wins.
For art.
Kawa wins.
For art. I do
for
think that was
art.
better than my previous attempt earlier to draw.
Yes.
I'm very happy with
That was
Wonderful.
that was a
Let's
masterpiece.
see. The other promo cards that we have are the Pegasus gift for Hercules, which is adorable.
So
So this
beautiful.
is the non-foil one, which you can get on
Yeah.
the prize wall. But there is also the foil one that all the participants
Yes,
got.
right
yeah,
there.
we can see it right here.
And it is so beautiful. The foiling on it is gorgeous.
Oh,
so
it's
all the participants, and that's
amazing.
going to be for all the Disney Lorcana Challenge events for this whole entire season. If you participate in the main event, you get this foil version of Pegasus gift for Hercules.
Yes, and then the other one was Simba, Pride Protector, and you can also see him on the playmat right here. So
matching.
you could get yourself a matching playmat and set of Simba,
Yeah.
the Pride Protector.
The art of this Simba is, it's unbelievable.
It's
Unbelievable.
fantastic. Yeah, the artists for Disney Lorcana just do such a wonderful job. We've been lucky enough to have 3 artists with us here
Yes.
this weekend.
Yeah.
Here's a closer
Here
look
is
at these
the close-up
prize
of the
wall
of the
cards.
promos for you to
You know,
see.
you can't tell on the pictures on the screen, but down at the bottom where the rarity icon is, there's like these little gold. I don't know what you
It's
would
like
call them.
kind of a
It's a little
stamp
gold
in a
border.
sense, right?
So you have the organized play logo in the middle, but then there's like a golden foil stamp on
Yeah.
the side.
It's similar to
It's
the new
really-
legendaries from set 9, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like that foiling.
And it has
Even
the
though-
the security stamp.
Yes.
It makes it look really pretty.
Yeah.
It really
I-
does. Even though the card itself is not foil,
Yeah.
the little snazzy bit on the
very,
bottom
very
just
nice,
makes
Since
it
we
feel
have
so
the
much more
prize wall
magical.
prizes up, I don't know if we could also take a look at the other prizes for this
Amazing.
weekend, because we have some incredible prizes that our players are playing for. This, of course, we already talked about that Pegasus gift for Hercules, the foil version for all the participants. And as we are nearing the end of day 1, we have our players going for day 2, and they get those 1,000 tickets.
Indeed.
Yes, they do.
Let's have a look. If we look at the top of the, it might be. No, it is. You
might be
can't
cut
see it
off.
on. You can see it on
You might not be able to
stream.
make it out.
It's 16,000 tickets.
Oh yes, at the prize wall,
Yes.
16,000. 16,000. This is for the
16,000.
rare. The common and uncommon is less tickets to get those.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes
The
sense.
rare is 16,000 tickets to take home.
Yeah.
This uncut sheet.
Uncut sheet.
This is an incredible prize.
Super cool new prizes. Yeah, and there's
Yeah.
other cool stuff on the prize wall as well. But briefly, we will actually mention these are the prizes we're going to talk about right now that the players are here for. If players make it into the top 32, they'll earn themselves an Elsa Ice Maker Challenge foil promo card.
Yeah.
If they make it to the top 16, they will follow it up with an Elsa playmat.
Which is
and
gorgeous.
It is
Yeah, that-
unbelievable.
and
That's
you-
what Baker was
you
trying to
guys
steal,
tried
right?
to- You guys saw it on Baker try to steal it. It's that stunning. The villain himself has to have it.
Yeah, it's
But
stunning.
top 8, this is what players come to DLCs
Truly.
for. The gold Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Taylor, serialized card. There's only 500 of them out there. This is like the real chase prize, in my opinion, for competitive players, for sure.
It really is. And then we do have these uncut sheets.
Yes.
Yes, with the foil.
They're foil
These
for
ones are
this.
foil. So we have the not in foil
Yep.
on the prize wall, but top 4 is going to take themselves home a foil uncut sheet. Uncommon
Yes.
rarity, of course.
Amazing.
And then we'll go further on into top 2, where they're going to take themselves home a full foil set, including all enchanteds. And this season, why I'm so happy we have epic cards, because they're going to get themselves not only all enchanteds, but all of the epic cards. This
And
set.
what does first place earn, Kim?
Oh, they're not only going to earn themselves everything else,
Mhm.
but they're going to get themselves a rare, uncut sheet. And not only that, the Disney Lorcana trophy.
Yes.
And not only that,
Not only
what's
that,
the biggest prize?
The biggest
they
prize
are getting an invite straight to the Season 2 Disney Lorcana World Championship event.
I cannot wait until that rolls around. Rebecca, being able to watch you on broadcast for that, it was absolutely amazing. You and Baker absolutely crushed it.
Thank you.
Alongside JDZ, we had Liam, we had Brandon. We had an incredible team, and I think all the viewers can echo this. You guys absolutely crushed it, and I cannot wait to see you guys there again for Season 2 Worlds.
I can't wait. I know everyone was just so wanting to be there.
Yes.
We very much missed the community, but we truly hope that we were able to bring the excitement of the World Champion event to you at home through that. Same for this. You know, we here on the team really want these broadcasts to be something that if you're not able to come to these events, that you can tune in, watch along for all the exciting matches, have some fun, and get a little taste for what these events are like, and also hopefully get you to come out to one.
Inspire you a little bit, especially if you're scared of competing. And I want to tell you, don't be scared. You can do it.
Give it your
Because
best
I
shot.
myself, last season, I was a bit scared coming in. It's so daunting walking into
It
a hall
truly
of
is.
2,000 players.
It's a lot of players.
And it can feel scary, but it's so much fun.
Yeah.
I know from experience playing myself, and I'm so happy to be able to this season to talk to you guys at home and tell you just to hopefully inspire so many people to come out here
And
play.
you've been
Come meet
fantastic.
us. It's
And
been
you've
so much fun.
It's been so much fun.
All the friends you make along the way as well. Over the course of the past 2 years, genuinely
So
playing
cheesy, but
playing
it's
this
so
game
true.
has been phenomenal. Not just from the competitive aspect, but I said this when I was on broadcast with Kim. I'm a very competitive player, but I could have a very bad day. Maybe I don't do too well, but I'll always enjoy my time at Disney Lorcana events because I'm surrounded by the best people, the Disney Lorcana fans.
Really?
Yep.
I was asking Joe this earlier, but for you all here in the EU, it's been a long time since the last Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah.
So what has the experience like been for you two to be back here in a room with 2,000 players here in the EU?
Honestly, it's just been absolutely phenomenal. I want to say magical. Because I don't think there's a better word to
Very true.
describe how I'm feeling, how grateful I am to be here. But honestly, just getting to walk and roam through the halls and just the atmosphere is just electric. Just getting to see everyone. We interact with everyone online. I spoke to Rebecca so many times online, and I'm so excited to be here, to be able to talk to you Illumineers at home. And I'm here with the Rebecca and the Rebecca Quest in the flesh, and it is so exciting. And I hope that you guys can feel how excited we are to be able to share this wonderful experience with you at home.
Yeah, it's
magical.
It truly is magical. Yeah, the last major event that we had was the European Championship in December of 2025, and since then, of course, we've had the amazing set championships. We got to watch Worlds, which, as I mentioned, was absolutely incredible. But seeing this event and like this being the very first challenge of Season 2, it's been incredibly special. As we played all of them previously, it's a wonderful, wonderful time for sure.
It really is. I'm so happy that I was able to join you, of course, from the States over here.
You're very, very welcome to be here. We're so happy to have you, honestly.
Happy. Thank you. And I can't wait for the rest of this weekend. We have so much exciting things coming up, and we have the rest of day one to watch some really fantastic matches that we're going to get into. So we will be back with more Disney Lorcana from Bologna.
Welcome back, Lumineers. Ben ritrovati, illuminatori. Ben ritrovati. I'm here with Spacey.
Hello. Ciao.
It's a
How do I say it? I need
pleasure to
try
be
it
here
one-
with you.
Can I hear it one more time? I'm going to try it.
Yes. Ben ritrovati.
Ben ritrovati.
Ben. And stop it. Ritrovati. Ritrovati. But it's okay, the same. Benvenuti.
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 Yes.
Benvenuti, Erica. Very
Thank
happy to be
you.
back. It is the
Thank
last
you.
round of the day. It's all to play for. Let me tell you, we've got some exciting games of Disney Lorcana TCG coming up extremely soon. It's big games. It's the last game of day one. Players that win this game are likely to be into day two.
Yes, of course.
The players that lose, Erica, they're not going to be back tomorrow. They can play side events.
But congratulations to all
Of
players, because we are so many players to love Disney Lorcana.
Yes.
And this is so beautiful, and congratulations to all players.
Absolutely. To get this far in the tournament is a huge achievement. 8 rounds today. You
Yes.
need 6 wins out of that. That is a lot, a really, really high win rate. You're playing against the very, very best players. Many of the top players of Disney Lorcana have had a tough day. I was sat watching the last round with Zach Bivens. He's had a tough day. He's not going to make it through to day 2. People like Frank Carsten are the same. So some of the best players in the world haven't made it this far. So we're going to be seeing some extremely high-level players with some extremely high-level decks. And we've got some spicy deck lists coming right up, Erica. Here we go.
Oh, we are ready. We are ready, and we can see the player that prepare the hands.
We've got Mikhail Nowak versus Mark.
I think it's Michelle.
Okay.
Michelle and Mark.
Okay, Michelle and,
And
Mark.
Mark.
We've got Poland versus Austria.
Whoa.
We've got Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Steel. You don't see Emerald Steel that often, Erica.
Oh, Emerald Steel. This is not one of my favorite decks.
Okay.
Yes, for this meta and for this after the rotation. Yes. But I think that it's a good choice because yes, we have a new meta.
We do.
And I'm so curious to see the different card and Mark deck, of course.
Yep. We see 2 Diablos, and we see
Yes.
Diablo questing.